In the common sense of the deep sea, a half-fishman without magical talent is just the lowest of livestock, yet you somehow manage to exploit a bug in the divine system with your bare eyes. The whole tribe is shrouded in a countdown to being exterminated and fed to the fish, and everyone thinks you're just a cowardly, useless chieftain. When you stand in that withered tier 1 mana herb field, a soul-ripping pain violently washes over your nerves. Ding! World tier admin privilege unlocked. In an instant, an endless microscopic world explodes before your eyes. The deep sea no longer resembles water but is instead a vast matrix composed of billions of brilliant mana points. The green data streams frantically pulse across your retina, and you effortlessly capture invisible abyssal mobs that even high-tier mage classes cannot deal with. You don't even need to chant, because all the mana in the world will bow down before your gaze. Chapter 1: What does it feel like to be a chieftain? What does it feel like to be a chieftain of a tribe? Especially when it's not among the human race. Connors said it was terrible. A week ago, he was still on a passenger ship, throwing up from seasickness, and after a mysterious shipwreck, he transformed into the nearly named Connors. When you think about it, he was luckier than the others on the boat, but as soon as he saw that constantly swaying fishtail below, it all went wrong. Just recalling the near suffocation from a hormonal imbalance and the moment when the scales around his waist suddenly shifted to reveal his male appendage felt like 1,000 grass mud horses thundering past. What a shock! What's even more baffling is that as soon as that creature revealed its head, it started to swim away by itself. After all, this is a world of water. A water world. The speed of molecular diffusion, his own swimming speed, and the breathing speed of the fish gills hidden behind those pointed ears. I'm bad at math. In summary, a week ago Connors crossed over here and became a glorious member of the Hatam race, reminiscent of the legendary mermaid, with an upper body resembling a human except for those purple eyes, pointed ears, and the gill-like breathing organs concealed behind, while his lower half is a complete fishtail, with its broad fin the width of an adult fully extending arms. This is an ocean world. But Connors is, after all, still a human. How can he turn back? Does that mean he will have to use a fish tail for the rest of his life? Being a mermaid may be dreamy, but becoming one is an entirely different matter. That day, he groggily crawled out from a pile of rubble, covered in wounds, confused and terrified, instinctively swaying and swimming back to what should have been his house, tightly shutting the door, feeling that only a completely closed environment could give him a sense of security. After the initial chaos, he discovered a completely unfamiliar memory, belonging to the previous owner of this body, Connors. The seaweed's memories. What threw him into a panic was that this was no longer the familiar Earth but an entirely different world, where even the concept of land was completely absent in this memory. This world is a world of oceans, with no electricity, no giant steel beasts, no steam, and not even fire. But here there is mana, and there are mage classes. True mage classes, with endless mana in the seawater, and the mage classes can use this mana. In the memories, there is the act of casting spells. Deep incantations, flowing water, and corals being easily shattered, mysterious yet powerful. According to theoretical statements, any supernatural phenomenon must represent the unscientific and impossible. Perhaps he could find a way to regain his legs through magic and even return to Earth. Once a person has a belief, they will urgently need a basis to support that belief. Connors started frantically searching for the possibility of this thought, and a passage pulled from the previous owner's memories emerged. The ancestors went mad because of magic, trying to use passive skill, Poseidon's eye, to guide their direction from the outside world. Time became chaotic, space unstable, and passive skill. Poseidon's eye was lost in the rivers of time. However, what was opened was not a bountiful otherworld but the gates of the abyss zone, and the disaster began. The memory ends here, seemingly a snippet pulled from a book, and evidently, the previous owner could not recall the continuation. What passive skill Poseidon's eye is, and the time turbulence Connors does not understand, but one thing caught his attention was the other world, meaning that the magic here has the ability to break the planes. Could there be a chance of going back? Now he needs to find this book. Knock, knock, knock. A slightly hurried knocking sound came from the first floor of the stone house. Connors ignored it. He had gotten used to the knocking sound these past few days, and he wasn't ready to meet anyone. Chief, His Highness Liko Seaweed has arrived, and hopes you can come out for a moment. However, the person knocking seemed unwilling to give up, calling out loudly from outside. Liko seaweed. Connors instantly remembered Liko, the son of the Kelp faction chieftain and a magical genius, the only heir. As for his own status, he was the chieftain of the minor seaweed clan. In earthly terms, the other is a genius heir of the chairman, the typical rich and handsome, while he is just a contractor leading a gang of underlings, a miserable worker. Now the leader is coming to meet his subordinate, how can he hide? Bang! Connors. What an impressive show! The young master is already waiting outside. Are you still hiding inside? Do you want to die? The coralwood door on the first floor was violently knocked, accompanied by some sharp sounds piercing through the seawater and directly into his ears. He feared he had to go out. Clumsily opening the door, he arrived on the first floor. He pulled back the latch from inside, and two Hatam race beings stood at the door. One was tall, with a massive tail fin and strong arms that contained terrifying explosive power. His simple naked back revealed a chest covered in scars, making him a battle-hardened fisherman. The other one appeared to be only half the height of the first, yet his enormous rolls of fat tightly fitted into his elegant clothing, two large lumps of flesh hanging from his face like pork jerky, with finely groomed little mustaches, resembling the elder's tail fin of a pig. While the warrior spoke humbly, the pig-like man acted arrogantly. Wow, you're not dead. I thought you really got crushed by the coral stone. Since you're alive, you're still wasting the young master's time. Looking at Connors, who still had a somewhat pale face, the pig-like man let out a pig-like mocking laugh. Zilu Lord Luo, the chieftain was hit by falling rocks last week and returned covered in injuries. He hasn't recovered yet. The strong man used broken universal language to express his meaning as clearly as possible. It's Zilu, you can't even speak properly, you're really just a sham guildless, you're worse than guildless. The pig-like man made a disdainful face, adjusted the tie-like object hanging on his chest, and his lofty manner made the battle-hardened fisher bow his head even lower. Let's go, Uncle Mebet, servant, I believe your master wouldn't want to waste time either. Connors couldn't help but mock, swimming out first. The pig-like man, Zilu, opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. His status was indeed that of a servant, sulkily adjusting his clothes before swimming slowly, while the fisherman Mebet followed behind after they both left. Before long, Connors arrived at the tribe's entrance. The normally deserted small square was now packed with merfolk. They weren't piled together, but nearly 100 merfolk were scattered around the square, afraid to step forward. Further away, more were hiding in the distance, and in the center of the square, there were faint sounds of a little girl crying. Lena! Mebet faintly sensed something was wrong. His usually vibrant face suddenly paled, and his tail fin slapped fiercely against the water's surface. The strength from years of training as a Hatama warrior propelled him like an underwater torpedo, parting the gathered merfolk to reveal a scene that made his eyes want to bleed. His only daughter was curled up at the bottom of the sea, quietly crying. Her relatively broad tail fin now bore several bloody gashes, and beside her stood a thin, short merman with a whip. This scene made the otherwise indulgent fisherman warrior's heart clench tightly, and he became furious, ready to rush out. Mebet, are you crazy? That's the young master of the Kelp faction. A mage class senior. The young master. A mage class senior. These two words made Mebet halt abruptly. It was then that he noticed the whip in the thin, monkey-like merman's hand was completely composed of magical water currents, and not far away, a young man dressed luxuriously was staring intently at the little girl in the center of the square, his gently swaying tail indicating his great pleasure. The whip wielder noticed Mebet's figure and grinned at him, then turned to look at the already scarred little mermaid on the ground. Slap! The whip struck down hard again, leaving another bloody gash on the little girl's tail fin. Woo-woo! The frail body jerked violently, the sound of her crying hoarse from weeping for too long. Mebet's eyes turned bloodshot, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his fists clenched tightly, yet he dared not even take a step forward. He knew that once he stepped out, the situation would only worsen, yet he could do nothing but watch as his daughter was bullied by the bad guys. This was a lifelong humiliation for a father. Hit her again, harder! Hurry up! The young man dressed extravagantly looked fiercely excited at this moment, his entire body even convulsing slightly from extreme pleasure, and he continuously shouted as if he were a mad gambler. "Yes, young master." The one with the whip responded, flicking the water whip, which created a gurgle sound due to the instant vacuum of seawater. The little mermaid at the bottom shrank even smaller, trembling in fear. "Hey!" The skinny monkey-like man laughed once, his expression hardened as he swung the whip down again, but suddenly a figure blocked his view. Slap! The magical whip struck Connors, the severe pain making him involuntarily swallow a mouthful of seawater. "This really hurts." Not the pain he had anticipated. Lena lifted her head, her eyes filled with purple tears, looking at the figure blocking her, not tall but seemingly radiating the brilliance of the sea god. "Lena, it's okay now, sweetheart." Connors turned around, grinning while showing his teeth, and signaled Mebet to take his daughter away. Only when the little mermaid bawled in her father's arms did he turn around to face the infamous tormentor Liko, Seaweed. "I don't know what the chieftain wants, but we can't allow our people to be bullied by outsiders," Connors thought to himself. Chapter 2: The Whale Syndicate's Edict. Liko loved watching scenes of others being tormented, especially when beautiful things were ruthlessly destroyed. It gave him an intense thrill, and the cries of the weak drove him to a high. The guildless secretly called him a sadist, a devil, an evildoer, and even said he was scarier than the abyssal mobs. However, Liko didn't care about these titles. In fact, he quite liked being called a sadist. It had a nice ring to it. So when someone interrupted his enjoyment of torment, he would become furious. Those who angered him were locked in the basement of his magical castle, tortured night and day. Looking at this guy before him, with a broad tail fin, distinct features, and light purple eyes showing a tinge of light green, he was quite beautiful. His pale complexion seemed a bit sickly. The whip mark left a bright red streak across his shoulder, like a glaring red on the pristine pages of a dark magic book, strikingly beautiful and alluring. Liko had never seen such perfection in a thing. His eyes slightly narrowed as he imagined the other party screaming in agony in the basement of his castle. He suddenly shivered, almost. "Too beautiful. Who are you? What's your name?" Liko smoothed his collar and asked, his demeanor exuding an indescribable femininity. For some reason, Connors couldn't help but shiver upon hearing this question, as if a venomous snake was staring at him. Connors Seaweed. "Your Highness Liko, may I ask what my people have done to offend you? Why are you so upset?" "So you're Connors Seaweed, chief of the Seaweed clan." "Am I upset?" "Oh, you must mean that pretty little girl." "I'm not angry, it's just that the way she splashed the water was so beautiful that I couldn't help but want to praise her, to whip her. Wouldn't you agree, little girl?" Liko never concealed his interest and squinted at the little girl hiding in Mebet's arms. Her cries instantly stopped as she instinctively shrank back into her father's embrace. "Uncle Mebet, take Lena back to heal her wounds." Connors gently flicked his tail to block Liko's view. "Your Highness, what brings you to the Seaweed clan?" "Zilu, explain it." Liko stared unblinkingly into Connors' eyes, as if gazing at something indescribably beautiful, sending a chill down Connors' spine. He remembered that this Liko had a notorious penchant for cruelty. That pig-like mermaid squeezed in from the crowd towards the square while cursing as she went. "Old Gara, your filthy tail touched my clothes. Do you know how expensive this is? Even selling you wouldn't be worth a single thread on it. Take your claws away, don't block the way. Can you bear the responsibility if you delay matters concerning His Highness?" His physique was so fat, coupled with years of indulgence, that he had no strength at all. It took him quite a while to squeeze in. After giving Liko a fawning smile, he adjusted his clothes, pulled out a delicate fish-skin scroll from his pocket, slowly opened it, lifted his head to look at Connors, and cleared his throat. The Seaweed clan's Tier 1 mana herb output has decreased for 3 consecutive years. The quality of the Tier 1 mana herbs submitted falls far below those of other Tier 1 mana herbs and has been identified as not belonging to Tier 1 anymore. If adequate weight and quality of Tier 1 mana herbs are not submitted within 3 months, the clan's qualification as a minor tribe will be revoked. Moreover, as a punishment for the Whale Syndicate's loss of a Tier 1 mana herb, all clan members will be demoted to guildless status, and the chief will face execution. The executor will be Kelp faction, the Whale Syndicate. Chief of the Seaweed clan, this is the Whale Syndicate's edict. Please accept it. Zillow handed Connors the fish skin scroll with a hint of derision. Executing someone means nailing them to a wooden pillar with spikes, letting their blood attract fish to fight over them. It's incredibly cruel. However, the earlier guy seemed to have caught the young masteress' interest, so he might avoid such a fate and go directly into the castle's basement instead. Thinking about the scene in that room, Zillow couldn't help but shudder. It was far scarier than the Abyss Zone. Connors took the fish skin scroll, quickly read through the text without missing a word. The bottom right corner of the scroll bore the image of a whale, which rolled gracefully under the enhancement of magic, looking quite beautiful. But now, this sudden edict was undoubtedly his death notice. The whale's gaping mouth seemed poised to swallow him whole. For a moment, Connors wanted to escape. He had just crossed over and was already being tortured to death. This is no way to treat a person. But he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing how vast the territory of the whale faction was. How could he possibly escape on his own? In other words, if he couldn't deliver a batch of mature Tier 1 mana herbs of acceptable quality in 3 months, he would be nailed to a stone pillar and torn apart by a swarm of fish, comparable to being subjected to slow slicing. But where would he find Tier 1 mana herbs? The surrounding area had already been completely searched, and it's impossible for any wild Tier 1 mana herbs to exist. As for the mana kelp currently experiencing issues, it had already been 2 years since he and the old chief looked for it, even with mage-class assistance, yet they still hadn't found the cause. How could they find a cure? For a moment, Connors felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, with fear enveloping him like the night. I can't just give up. There's still 3 months left. No traverser has ever died by slow slicing right after arriving here. Looking at Connors, who still held some semblance of hope, Liko smiled slightly. It was only that he was so fed up with studying magic that his stroll had unexpectedly led him to such a beautiful thing. Luck really is on your side. Liko returned with anticipation. The Seaweed clan was falling into despair. The tribe was about to be disbanded, and they would again return to being guildless, struggling for food with no means of livelihood. All of this pointed to one thing: mana kelp. Decades ago, Connor's cheap father discovered a resource node while fishing, where a type of Tier 1 mana herb was also growing. Excessively excited, he refused the suggestion to supply the Tier 1 mana herbs to the Kelp faction in exchange for vast wealth. Instead, he squandered his family fortune collecting guildless members and applied for the position of tribal chief from the Whale Syndicate, establishing the Seaweed clan near the Abyss Zone. However, this place is close to the Abyss Zone, where fish are scarce and abyssal mobs roam. Aside from this Tier 1 mana herb, there were no other supporting industries, so the small tribe has never developed since its founding. It only has about 500 members, which is less than half the population of other small tribes. Originally, with the Tier 1 mana herbs, Connors was living quite well, but since 3 years ago, the yield of mana kelp has been decreasing, and its quality has worsened. The amount supplied has shifted from surplus to deficit, and now it has even been excluded from being classified as Tier 1 mana herbs. Although the Tier 1 mana herb was discovered by the chief and managed by him, the ownership of all Tier 1 mana herbs still belongs to the Whale Syndicate. The Whale Syndicate asserts that no matter what the reason, if there's a problem with the Tier 1 mana herbs, the chief will be held responsible. The previous chief simply chose to die, leaving Connors with this mess. "Chief, are you alright?" After quickly handing his injured daughter to his wife for treatment, Mebet rushed back. Shocked after hearing from the surrounding merfolk about the impending disbandment of the tribe, he was deeply worried. "It's nothing, Uncle Mebet, just gather everyone here." The effects of the decree were even more severe than Connors had imagined. Now, the tribe was in a state of panic. From his memories, such small tribes that were declared dead usually disbanded within half a month at most. As the tree falls, the monkey scatter residents would flee with their possessions, perhaps even borrowing money to afford a guildless identity or stealing from others. Some guildless thieves and robbers would take the opportunity to pilfer everything they could. He must find a way to stabilize the hearts of the people, otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to struggle. In only a short period of time, most of the tribe had gathered, many of whom were in rags, with even some children improperly clothed. 500 people isn't an insignificant number, but it's not exactly a crowd either. For the first time, Connors felt nervous speaking in front of so many people, but he steeled himself and swam forward. To avoid being consumed by the fish swarm, he needed to use every means possible to overcome all difficulties. "Hello everyone, I am your chief Connors of the Seaweed Clan. Having said such a bland phrase, Connors felt a bit calmer. I assume you all know that if our Seaweed Clan can't produce the corresponding Tier 1 mana herbs in 3 months, we will be disbanded, and everyone will revert back to being guildless. After Connors finished speaking, a noisy murmur erupted. The Hatam race has lived for over 150 years. Back when that cheap old man was recruiting, he only took in young people. Hence, apart from the newly born generation, most had experienced a guildless life, with no source of income and relying solely on fishing for survival, being driven away by people from other tribes. Even if they were beaten or killed, no one would care. I think none of you want to go back to such days. This is the voice of everyone. But Chief, what can you do? A daring resident stood up and shouted loudly. Nothing. Connors had only been here for a few days, and he hadn't even seen what a Tier 1 mana herb looked like, so what could he do? But even if the tribe collapsed, how many of you could afford to buy a guildless identity? Also, as far as I know, the surrounding tribes are living tightly and won't take in anyone else. Your only destination is the Kelp faction, but as you've seen, the people from the Kelp faction look down on us. They may be high and mighty, but they don't see us as human. Right now, you are still official residents of the tribe. They can bully and abuse your children at will, seize your property, and you can only watch helplessly, even having to offer your hands. I'm sorry, Uncle Mebet, I didn't mean to reopen your wounds, but we really need a compelling basis now. Connors silently apologized in his heart and then shouted with all his might again. Once you become guildless, you are essentially slaves. Besides barely scraping by to survive, what else will you have? Your children and descendants will all be slaves who can be bullied by others. Forever stepped on and unable to rise again. Of course, you'll say that guildless individuals can't even find food and must resort to stealing, robbing, and fighting to the death only to be killed by the tribe's guards in the end. That's still the better outcome. If captured alive, you'd be hung on a pole and left to be bitten to death by fish. However, please give me 2 months, just 2 months. If there are no opportunities, you can do whatever you want afterward. 1 month should be enough for you to make your arrangements. Think about it carefully, just 2 months. If I fail, I'll be sent to the stone pillar to be bitten to death and eaten, but your ending won't be worse. Once we get past this, you'll be the residents of my territory, not guildless, not slaves. Your descendants will be able to stand proudly instead of kneeling like seals. Connors gasped slightly. The previous body's health was poor, and speaking so loudly with injuries was taxing. Now, if you want to leave, you can do so right now. If you stay, I ask that you help me for another 2 months. I, Connors, the chief of the Seaweed Clan, am deeply grateful for your support. Connors bent down abruptly, lowering his head, feeling anxious inside, even daring not to glance sideways. If the residents of the territory all left, it would truly be over for him, but all he could do now was this. Chapter 3, Parasite. It was unclear whether Connor's words moved the residents of the Seaweed Clan or if it was because he took a whip for Lena earlier, or perhaps it was Connor's promise. In any case, when Connors lifted his head again, not a single person left the square. He knew that surely some wanted to escape the tribe, as there were indeed a few families with extra money despite the tribe's poverty. They could easily buy a guildless identity in another tribe. If they waited for 3 months for people from the Kelp faction to come, there would likely be many mercenaries seizing their wealth. However, when most of the people in the square had no intention to leave, they also didn't dare to do so. This is what's called the psychology of conformity. Connors was very satisfied with this outcome. The fundamental reasons hadn't improved at all, but at least the tribe's order could be maintained for another 2 months, which was crucial. He understood so much thanks, at least in part, to the memories of the previous chief. Although the previous chief only served for more than a month, he was eager to develop the tribe, unlike that cheap old man who only knew how to enjoy life. However, his timidity meant he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge but no execution capability, leading to no achievements at all. He had been crushed to death by a collapsed undersea mountain a week ago. Uncle Mebet, for this period, I will rely on you to maintain the tribe's safety. I fear the news of the Seaweed Clan possibly disbanding has reached the ears of those guildless. There might be many thieves or bandits looking to target the seaweed clan, so you must be extra careful, especially around the Tier 1 mana herb area. If anyone has their eyes set on the Tier 1 mana herb, execute them on the spot. Connors spoke loudly, not only to Mebet but also as a warning to others not to entertain any thoughts of their own. In times of chaos, strict measures are necessary. Connors understood this principle. Yes, Chief. Mebet nodded heavily as he surfaced. The former chief had saved him during his darkest moments, which is why he never considered betraying the Seaweed clan. Moreover, Connors had saved his daughter, even taking a lash for her, which left him deeply grateful. He understood Connors' intention that guildless needs to be a focal point for defense, but weren't the residents in the arena in a similar situation? With a serious glance at the residents in the arena, he, being the strongest fisherman of the tribe and having survived the abyssal mobs, made a few nervous individuals bow their heads upon his gaze. Connors nodded. In his memories, Uncle Mebet had always been the captain of the fishing team, utterly loyal to Connors and quite intimidating. After dispersing the residents, Connors took Mebet and swam towards the mana kelp planting area. The Tier 1 mana herb is quite extraordinary, as it can only gather mana when grown in specific soil known as resource nodes. The Seaweed clan's resource node is located in the southeast corner of the tribe, covering an area of about a dozen acres. Even during its peak, only over 300 plants could be cultivated within this large area. If there were more, the mana absorbed by the Tier 1 mana herb would be insufficient, causing a significant drop in quality. As Connors looked at the sparse mana kelp in the resource node, he fell silent. In his memories, the seedlings of mana kelp were much larger when they were healthy, but now, the mature mana kelp was so small, it was no wonder it was excluded from the Tier 1 mana herb. As he swam into the resource node, he looked down at a Tier 1 mana herb. These Tier 1 mana herbs represented not just wealth, but the future of the little algae community and the key to his own survival. Suddenly, Connor's vision blurred, and he seemed to see sparse green dots of light flowing within the Tier 1 mana herb, but as his mind trembled, these green lights vanished once more. Connors shook his head to refocus, and sure enough, he saw those green lights again inside the mana kelp. Not only the Tier 1 mana herb contained these lights, but even the resource node below him had them, and they spread throughout the seawater, albeit at different concentrations. For example, the concentration in the Tier 1 mana herb was 0.5, while in the resource node it was 0.1, and in the seawater, it was 0.01. Aside from these differences, the colors varied as well. The lights in the mana kelp were all green, while 90% of the lights in the resource node were green, with 10% being gray, purple, and so on. As for the seawater in this resource node, half of it was green, while the rest was mixed colored. Uncle Mebet, can you see these little light dots? Connors asked, his heart filled with a hint of anticipation. Sure enough. What light dots? Mebet appeared puzzled. He had no idea what light dots Connors was referring to. Oh, it's nothing. Connors did his utmost to contain his excitement that was about to burst forth. The golden finger had arrived. Just now, due to the intense fluctuations in his emotions, the light dots before him disappeared again. Regaining his composure, countless light dots filled his entire vision once more. If I'm not mistaken, these are what we call mana. Mana is an existence that only those in the mage class can sense. I lacked the talent to become a mage, but now I can still see mana so clearly. Perhaps he could rely on this vision to see the reasons behind the illness of the Tier 1 mana herb. He stared intently at the mana circulation within the Tier 1 mana herb. Those green light dots flowed continuously like blood within the Tier 1 mana herb, while the roots embedded in the resource node kept absorbing these green dots. Logically, the Tier 1 mana herb was constantly circulating without any outflow, and the roots were continuously absorbing. The total volume should be increasing, but in his vision, the total amount of mana showed no signs of increasing and was instead trending downwards. No, there are several points here that are problematic. He noticed a few spots on the mana kelp where, whenever mana flowed to those places, it inexplicably decreased. Although it wasn't too much, each cycle of mana would reduce the amount, and by the end of the day, the accumulated loss would not be small. If the reason Tier 1 mana herbs are sick is indeed due to these points, then the mana with poor absorption abilities inside them will slowly be depleted and eventually wither away. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 mana herbs with good absorption abilities will always struggle to replenish their mana, appearing sickly and of low quality. Low yield and poor quality. The speculation aligns perfectly with the results, just like using the assumption method in math-proof problems, first assuming a cause, and if the outcome matches the facts, then the assumption holds true. The problem has been found. Indeed, the golden finger is powerful. Connors attempted to reach out towards a point where mana had vanished. However, just as his hand was about to touch it, the mana in that area returned to normal in his vision, as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. He tried to reach another point of mana disappearance, and again, before he could touch it, it returned to a normal state. In a faint sense, Connors felt something brush against the tip of his finger. But when he pulled his hand back, those points that inexplicably made mana disappear returned to the mana kelp, albeit in slightly different positions. Just like mosquitoes, they stealthily suck blood. When a person tries to swat them, they fly away in fright, but will quickly return to look for another spot to feast. Mosquitoes. Yes, if there were a type of creature that could absorb mana, just like a parasite, but this parasite is very small, or perhaps entirely invisible, its existence is irrefutable, as it stealthily takes the mana from the Tier 1 mana herbs. In my memory, there is only one thing that can devour mana and make it disappear: abyssal mobs. The Hatam race has quite a few ways to deal with abyssal mobs. The problem has been identified, and a solution is at hand. So quick! Connors excitedly leaped up from the resource node. Uncle Mebbit, I need. Buzz a brief ringing in his ears. Connors felt the entire world spinning, his consciousness began to blur in sway. Before losing consciousness, he heard a very anxious and frantic voice. Chief! Connors has been unconscious for 3 days. The situation in the Seaweed clan is dire. Right now, Connors is the linchpin of the small tribe, and it is only through him that they can hold the almost collapsing clan together. But now he is unconscious and has not woken up for 5 consecutive days, leaving everyone in a state of unease. Captain, that guy Juan managed to escape. A young mermaid swam into the central building of the tribe, shouting in panic at Mebbit. Connor's irresponsible father severed ties with his wife and all relatives when building the Seaweed clan. As for Connor's mother, she passed away several years ago, so Mebbit is temporarily acting as the chief, even living on the ground floor of the chief's stone house, while unconscious Connors has been assigned to the second floor. Now Mebbit has to manage the fishing team to protect the tribe from the sudden influx of guildless, while also pacifying the people's hearts and managing various matters. Since Connors fell into a coma, he hasn't closed his eyes. But no matter how hard he tries, over the past few days, more than 20 households have still fled, and this number continues to rise. Now it has spread to the fishing team as well. Juan is a member of the fishing team. If the fishing team encounters issues and loses their defensive strength, the guildless will ruthlessly rush in to seize everything. The day before yesterday, a team member discovered 2 guys sneaking into the resource node to steal Tier 1 mana herbs while the personnel were insufficient. They were caught, and without hesitation, Mebbit chopped off both of their heads and hung their bodies at the tribe's entrance. The guildless have only calmed down a lot in the past 2 days. But Mebbit knows that this situation cannot last long. The news of the chief's coma has reached the guildless. To make matters worse, there are rumors that the chief is beyond saving and will die. Let them go, then. Your task now is to keep an eye on the resource node. From now on, anyone, for any reason, including residents of the territory, who dares to step foot into the resource node, kill them immediately and hang them at the tribe's entrance. He is well aware that the Tier 1 mana herbs in the resource node are everyone's target and the only chance for a turnaround. For some reason, he feels a kind of trust towards Connors. Although Connors was intelligent and polite in the past, he never gave Mebbit this feeling. When did this change occur? Mebbit thinks it was probably when he rushed out to block that whip for his daughter. By the way, is the food supply in the tribe sufficient? Mebbit rubbed his brow, his eyes bloodshot. There are still some left, but it won't last long. That's good. You've all worked hard during this time. If... Mebbit was about to say something about a reward, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't think of anything the tribe could currently offer. Father. The door at the entrance of the second floor slammed open, and Lena, still injured, rushed out, gulping down seawater, her gills rapidly opening and closing behind her ears. She was extremely excited. Big Brother Chief is awake. Chapter 4, Passive Skill, Poseidon's Eye. The water is coming in. Father, what should I do? Help, my child. I'm so tired. The boat is capsizing, it's over. The decree is coming soon, the seaweed clan is finished, and I will be finished too. It felt as if countless people were shouting loudly in his ears, the buzzing making Connors extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to yell for them to be quiet, but for some reason, he couldn't muster any strength at all. Gurgle, gurgle. His mouth was filled with water, the sensation of suffocation felt like a shackle tightly binding him. Connors barely opened his eyes, seeing a tilted merchant ship, struggling people, swirling currents, and collapsing debris. Everything was spinning, eventually turning into a pair of emotionless blue eyes that were staring at him intently. Ah! Connors suddenly sat up, his heart racing violently. It hurts. His head felt like it was being torn apart, the pain constantly stimulating him, the veins on his forehead pulsating, twisting his handsome face into a horrifically contorted expression. It took a long time to slowly calm down. Big Brother Chief, are you okay? Lena asked timidly from a short distance away. Connor's previous expression had frightened her. It's okay, Lena, how's your toe injury? Even though his head was still throbbing painfully, Connors tried his best to squeeze out a gentle smile and asked. Father treated me. The little mermaid played with her tail. The scar was still there but had improved significantly, as the Hatam race had a strong self-healing ability. By the way, Father said to tell him immediately when you wake up. The little mermaid cutely patted her head and hurriedly ran out. Watching her back, Connors couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, the little one seemed to bear no psychological trauma. As the panicked cries echoed, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Mebet, looking at Connors who had already sat up, a scruffy look on his face, couldn't help but get teary-eyed. Whatever happens, it's good that he's awake. Uncle Mebet, how many days have I been unconscious? Listening quietly to Mebet's explanation, Connors tried to think. Despite his poor physical condition, he was more concerned about the tribe's situation, as it determined his life or death. Upon learning that he had been unconscious for 5 days, he speculated about the residents' reactions. It was a bit unexpected that only about 20 households had moved, considering that on Earth, a company would be nearly bankrupt, with the boss hospitalized and uncertain about his fate. Having even a small fraction of people remaining would be miraculous. Hearing that, Mebet decisively concentrated all the fishing team's efforts on the resource node and immediately killed 2 ill-intentioned individuals to intimidate others. Connors nodded in approval. Living in such a backward small tribe, yet displaying such decisiveness and discernment, made him admire them. Once everything was said, Connors finally spoke. Uncle Mebet, please have someone go out and tell everyone I have woken up, so they don't worry. Then go back and rest for a bit. You have worked hard these past few days, and I will handle the follow-up matters myself. Seeing Mebet's mixture of happiness and undeniable fatigue, Connors felt a slight sting in his nose. After his unconsciousness, he seemed to have completely merged with his predecessor, inheriting not just memories but also emotions, cognition, and so on. Chief, it's fine, I can keep going. You've been unconscious for so many days, you should take care of yourself. Mebet repeatedly waved his hand. Instead of looking at him, Connors focused his gaze on the little mermaid who had been standing beside him. Lena, Big Brother is giving you a task. Make sure to watch over your father, let him have a nice sleep, and don't let him do anything. Can you accomplish this daunting task? The little mermaid nodded vigorously, then fixated on her father like a little soldier, as if she wished he would go home and sleep immediately. Seeing the serious expression on her little face made Connors chuckle. He waved his hands to let the two leave the room and closed the door behind them. Rubbing his forehead to alleviate the pain, he remembered that he had fainted after seeing Mana. Although the original Connors was in poor health, he wouldn't just faint so easily. It must be due to the golden finger. He tried to enter the vision again. He could still see those mana points, filling every corner, but this time he could clearly feel something in his brain gradually slipping away. Accompanying the disappearance of this thing, the pain began to surge again, scaring him to quickly disperse the vision to feel a bit better. It seems that using the golden finger consumes something akin to mental stamina. As a seasoned novel reader, Connors was well aware that headaches were due to excessive consumption of mental stamina, and meridian pain was due to exhausting his magical energy. His current physical state didn't allow for mistakes. He would explore the relationship between the two thoroughly after he fully recovered, to prevent another fainting incident. But before that, he still had something very important to do. Struggling to get out of bed, Connors barely waved his fin and made his way to the adjacent room, where a table with a sparse collection of over 10 books on a wooden shelf comprised all that was in this room. These books were left behind by Connors' mother, filled with many biographies, legends, and historical accounts. There was also a story collection written by Hatam Race, which the previous chief had painstakingly collected, as Connors' mother loved reading, a passion she passed down to her predecessor. His fingers glided over each book, memories flooding back, filling his mind with a gentle warmth. In the remnants of his past, his mother would read to him here, a feeling he cherished greatly after his parents had been gone for years. Suddenly, Connors pulled out a book wrapped in fish skin. It was thin, with just a few pages made of white fish skin, a peculiar material similar to paper that leaves permanent marks when scratched with a sharp object. Hatam Race used it as a recording medium. This is a book that records biographies and legends. He quickly flipped to a certain page in the middle and found the line from his memories. The ancestors went mad because of magic, trying to use passive skill, Poseidon's eye, to guide their direction from the outside world. Time became chaotic, space unstable, and passive skill. Poseidon's eye was lost in the rivers of time. However, what was opened was not a bountiful otherworld but the gates of the abyss zone, and the disaster began. His heart raced as Connors read carefully. This was a passage recording the words of a legendary mage class. The full text reads as follows. The descendants of the gods, the great ancestors of Hatam Race, created an even greater magical civilization. Their fins swam across any ocean floor, and their magic brought all races to their knees. Their will was the will of the sea, but the desire for truth, the pursuit of miracles, and the ambition for exploration made Hatam Race unwilling to stop there. The ancestors became mad with magic, attempting to use passive skill, Poseidon's eye, to guide the outside world. Time became disorderly, and space destabilized passive skill. Poseidon's eye was lost in the river of time, and what opened was not the bountiful otherworld, but the gateway to the abyss zone, marking the beginning of calamity, the collapse of a glorious civilization, and the failure of the great Hatam Race. This passage ended here. Further on, it recorded other things. After reading it carefully a few more times, Connors set the book down. The gist of this text is that Hatam Race once created a great civilization, wanting to explore other dimensions, but inadvertently opened the abyss zone and destroyed their own civilization, akin to Einstein's notion that mankind's Fourth World War would be fought with sticks and stones. Here, it mentions other worlds, suggesting that if this passage is correct, in its heyday, Hatam Race was aware of the existence of different dimensions and had the means to access them. However, they accidentally opened the abyss zone, a realm stronger than their own. Fundamentally, it's the same. If they could open the abyss zone, why couldn't they open the earth dimension? Ultimately, it's still humanity. It's not so easy to discard nearly 30 years of memories all at once. Even if it feels hopeless, real hope still exists. This passage also mentions gods and divinities. Does this mean that gods exist in this world, or is it just a powerful mage class? And what does the passive skill, Poseidon's eye, lost in the river of time, actually mean? Connor's heart skipped a beat. Passive skill, Poseidon's eye? His own golden finger is just his eyes, right? The vision he sees is the world perceived by the gods, isn't it? Thinking further, could this pair of eyes be the culprit behind his crossing? Connors shook his head, unsure of the truth of this passage yet speculating so much. However, deep inside, he felt an uncontrollable urge to believe. Never mind, if I can't meet the required amount of Tier 1 mana herbs in 3 months, not only will I not return to Earth, but I might also be devoured by the schools of fish, dead beyond measure. I should also give this golden finger a name. Let's call it Passive Skill, Poseidon's Eye. Passive Skill, Poseidon's Eye. Chapter 5, The Wonders of Consumable, Anti-Mob Powder. Carefully putting the book back, this was the most precious item of his predecessor. He arrived on the office floor, where a merman who appeared even younger than him immediately swam up. "Chief." The young man, dressed in large-sized swordfish skin, respectfully performed a Hatam race salute. Are you part of the fishing team? Swordfish are fierce creatures that only real Hatama warriors can hunt, so a primary requirement to join the fishing team is having a garment made of swordfish skin. This guy before him seems smaller than Connors yet can hunt swordfish? This was left by my uncle. I'm just a reserve member for now, but one day I will become a real warrior. The young man was quite shy, but his gaze was very determined. What is your name? Looking into the young man's eyes, Connors softly asked while rubbing his aching brow, the pain still persisting. Colin. Seaweed, chief, Colin answered loudly. Guys with dreams are always worth acknowledging, Connors nodded approvingly, swimming over to the chief's desk where a few rough white fish skins lay. Without any systematic planning, the person who recorded these few sheets clearly wrote down whatever came to mind, and due to the chaos of the records, it took him a long time to read. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. This place is near the Abyss Zone, where fish are rare. The fishing team's monthly catch is barely enough for the tribespeople to eat. Some residents have cleared land to plant some crops, but the soil here is poor and yields are low. Were it not for a resource node containing a Tier 1 mana herb, nobody would probably want to stay here, and the Tier 1 mana herb has become the Seaweed clan's only source of income. The Tier 1 mana herb matures every 6 months, half of it is handed over to the Whale Syndicate, while they keep the other half. Since the Seaweed clan also joined the Kelp faction to form a tribal group, they need to pay 10% of their harvest to the Kelp faction each quarter in exchange for their protection. This means that after working hard for half a year, the Seaweed clan only ends up with 40% of the original amount. Just barely breaking even. 3 years ago, the Tier 1 mana herb started having problems, but there was no reduction in the amounts owed to the Whale Syndicate and Kelp faction. The only cuts came from the clan's own share, from initially having over 30% to now nearly zero. The foundation built over more than 30 years has been consumed within 3 years. Even without the Whale Syndicate's decree, the Seaweed clan would eventually have to disband. After sorting through the contents on the white fish skins, Connors could only summarize it in one word: poor. Colin. Putting down the white fish skins, Connors suddenly shouted. Chief, what is it? Colin, who had been standing by, quickly replied. I remember the fishing team has some consumable, anti-mob powder, I need a portion. It would be best to bring some consumable, bug repellent too. Consumable, anti-mob powder is a magical item that can repel abyssal mobs, and nearly every tribe in the ocean world keeps a good supply of it. If his guess is correct, the problem with mana kelp is caused by a type of parasitic abyssal mobs. The consumable, anti-mob powder can effectively drive away abyssal mobs, while the consumable, bug repellent is also something every household must have. Abyssal mobs are actually normal creatures infected by the aura of the Abyss Zone. They still retain some of their original habits. With both measures taken, no matter how powerful the parasitic abyssal mobs are, they can be driven away. Yes, Chief. Colin swam out and quickly returned, this time with a fish skin bag and a brownish-green bottle in hand. Follow me to the resource node. Connors struggled to get up from the chair. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have preferred to stay in bed, but the Tier 1 mana herb really could not be delayed. Colin hurried to assist Connors, and the two swam straight out of the house towards the resource node. Chief. As they approached the resource node, a Hatam race fish warrior swam over. Due to staff shortages and the constant need to guard the resource node, the fishing team members were generally not in good shape. I need to go inside and take a look. Thank you for your hard work during this time, and wait. Like Mebut, Connors couldn't come up with any rewarding words. Shaking his head, Connors led Colin inside, secretly resolving that if he could save the mana kelp and restore the tribe, those who remained to support him, regardless of their reasons, would receive his gratitude. The mana kelp looked no different from before, sickly, with those invisible vampires still feeding on the mana. Squatting next to the most fragile Tier 1 mana herb, Connor concentrated as his passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, revealed the vision once again. Pain surged alongside the attack, prompting Connors to close his eyes quickly, but this brief moment allowed him to clearly understand the dire situation of the dying Tier 1 mana herb. About 5 or 6 mana dots clung to the verdant trunk, double that of other plants, making it remarkable that this mana kelp was still alive. Colin, hand me the consumable, anti-mob powder. Connors raised his hand and said. Colin handed the bag he had been holding to Connors. Consumable, anti-mob powder is a slightly water-soluble solid that has a faintly pungent smell when inhaled. However, this smell is amplified several times for abyssal mobs, making it extremely unpleasant. The fishing team regularly scatters this powder around the tribe, which drives away any approaching abyssal mobs with its odor. Colin looked at the chief oddly as he carefully applied consumable, anti-mob powder, which is usually used to repel abyssal mobs, onto the medicine. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Consumable, anti-mob powder is actually made from the feces of the sea drake boss. The Tier 1 mana herb is meant for the mage class to consume. Isn't the chief being a bit gross doing this? Connors didn't know what consumable, anti-mob powder was made from. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have applied it to the Tier 1 mana herb bit by bit himself, making sure to widen his eyes to ensure nothing was missed. Finally, after applying consumable, anti-mob powder onto the Tier 1 mana herb, the originally emerald green Tier 1 mana herb now had a slight yellow tint. It didn't activate the vision immediately but led Colin away, filled with anticipation, waiting to see if consumable, anti-mob powder would indeed be effective, preventing those invisible abyssal mobs from reattaching to it so the Tier 1 mana herb could continue to accumulate mana. After what felt like half a day, Connors could no longer resist and swam over to the Tier 1 mana herb, re-entering the vision again. There were still only a few mana particles flowing within the Tier 1 mana herb, but this time he didn't see those points where the mana had vanished, and with the roots absorbing, the mana particles inside the Tier 1 mana herb were growing at a slow but steady rate. In the last scene he saw, the parasites were very greedy, running back immediately as soon as he took his hand away. There was no reason for them not to have returned after all this time. One can only say that the consumable, anti-mob powder is effective. Next, Connors tirelessly applied consumable, anti-mob powder to several other mana kelp around him, dragging Colin to hide in the distance, planning to check back in about 10 minutes. After half the time passed, this behavior, which seemed strange to others, finally came to a halt. Colin looked somewhat bewilderedly at the young chief. He had spent the whole morning swimming with Connors around the resource node, and gradually a worry began to rise in his heart. I hope nothing's wrong with the chief. It's no wonder he felt this way, he couldn't see the mana. Connors, dragging his sickly body, had been foolishly working here for half the day, applying sea drake boss feces to Tier 1 mana herb and swimming back and forth every 10 minutes, all while looking excited and enthusiastic, leaving this straightforward young merman feeling anxious. Colin! A sudden voice broke his train of thought, and he hurriedly looked at the chief squatting next to the Tier 1 mana herb. I think the issue with the Tier 1 mana herb has been resolved. The small tribe doesn't need to disband now. As a member of the backup fishing team, Colin had to head out early in the morning. He couldn't yet participate in the fishing activities but could be involved in some defensive work, such as patrolling the resource node to prevent guildless thieves from coming in. A few days ago, news that the Tier 1 mana herb issue had been resolved spread throughout the tribe. At first, everyone was skeptical, but in the following days, they could clearly see the Tier 1 mana herb indeed growing. The residents of the Seaweed clan couldn't see the mana particles, but everyone was well aware of the growth of the mana kelp. This was the first time in a year since the mana kelp had continued to grow after reaching this level. As long as this momentum could be maintained, with over 2 months left until the whale syndicate's deadline, even if they couldn't reach the levels of 3 years ago, it would definitely be at the level of Tier 1 mana herbs, resolving the tribe's crisis. He still can't believe that the problem that had plagued the Seaweed clan for 3 years, which even the mage class couldn't solve, was so easily resolved by the chief. The solution turned out to be a consumable he often used, anti-mob powder. How had he not realized that consumable, anti-mob powder had such a use? Thinking back to what the chief had said that day, I think I have solved the issue with Tier 1 mana herbs being sick. Colin's heart still couldn't calm down. He witnessed the critical moment that brought the small tribe back to life. Now, except for himself and the chief, no one knows that consumable, anti-mob powder is the key to solving the problem. Even if the chief doesn't say it, he understands that this method needs to be kept secret. It's a very valuable recipe. If sold to the central seaweed, it would be worth at least 10 gold coins, no, 20 gold coins. Enough for him for half his life. Swimming to the resource node, residents were already working early in the morning. Don't be fooled by these over 100 small tier 1 mana herbs. There's a lot to do. Basically, every household in the small tribe needs to contribute an adult worker to keep up. Good morning, Colin. Colin, you've grown taller again. Two merman warriors on night patrol swam over, and one of them patted Colin's head and laughed heartily. A night without sleep doesn't have any effect on a strong fisherman, but this relaxed expression had not been seen in the fishing team for 3 whole years. Uncle Park, Uncle Winson, I'm here to take over the patrol. Colin said very seriously. The only patrol he could handle was during the day, but he would do this job well. Chapter 6, The Abyssal Shark Mob Strikes. Connors rubbed his forehead on the first floor of the house and put down the sharp pen. Ever since he resolved the issues regarding mana kelp, he had been busy organizing the tribe's relevant records. Having no systematic planning and just jotting down whatever came to mind as he did before was definitely not feasible. It could easily lead to missing some key matters. The geographical location of the Seaweed clan is terrible, situated on the edge of the whale syndicate. Originally an ungoverned area, the establishment of the tribe was entirely due to mana kelp. Beyond the previously discovered financial deficit, there were many other issues as well. What caught his attention the most was a submerged mountain range to the west of the tribe, the height of which no one knew. Mebet had attempted to swim upstream along the base of the mountain, but stopped after around 1,000 meters. According to him, going further would bring about the presence of the abyss zone, which could harbor large numbers of abyssal mobs, forcing him to turn back halfway. He even encountered an abyssal mob there and had to muster all his strength to escape, narrowly avoiding losing his tail fin. Since then, Mebet has never dared to go back. There is a presence of the abyss zone there. It's very likely that those magic sucking worms came from that direction, along with the abyssal mobs. The west cannot be developed, and the surrounding area is wrapped by the Kelp faction. The difficulty in wanting to grow is just too great. Connors held his forehead. The Seaweed clan was completely restricted to this one location, and rising up was unlikely. Also, the accounts don't add up. Connors furrowed his brow as he pointed at a form he had created with his finger. The Seaweed clan does not have a mage class stationed, so all the mana kelp produced, aside from the portion that is submitted, is sold externally. Based on the tier 1 mana herb standard, 1 gold coin yields 1 plant. 3 years ago, the Seaweed clan planted about 200 plants each time, and after deducting the submitted portion, around 80 plants were left, equating to 80 gold coins. Over the course of a year, it amounted to at least 160 gold coins. These gold coins were primarily used to purchase mana rations and some daily necessities. Looking again at the bills, 1 gold coin exchanges for 3 mana rations. Mana rations is a special tier 1 mana herb, a necessity for the Hatam race akin to salt for humans. However, mana rations can grow at any resource node, and since every individual needs them, the output is high. Other tribes are selling them at 1 gold coin for 10 mana rations, which means there's a 3-fold price difference. Mana rations are just a part of it. Many other areas are like this as well. However, the Kelp faction does not allow its managed small tribes to engage in any transactions with other tribes. If discovered, they will be expelled from the tribe group, and at that time, they will not only be prohibited from trading with anyone in the tribe, but they must also handle any attacks from guildless bandits or abyssal mobs on their own, with the Kelp faction providing not the slightest bit of military support. If parasites are the vampires from tier 1 mana herbs, then the Kelp faction is the vampire on the tribe, but consumable, anti-mob powder cannot drive away the Kelp faction. The only force that can drive away the Kelp faction is a mage class. As long as there is 1 mage class in the tribe, there will be sufficient power to deal with guildless bandits and abyssal mobs, allowing the small tribes to become independent from the Kelp faction's control. However, the mage class requires tier 1 mana herbs, a large quantity of them. Generally, small tribes cannot afford to support a mage class, which is why there are no mage classes in the small tribes managed by the Kelp faction. Small tribes that want to gain protection from the Kelp faction must endure its exploitation, leaving them without spare funds to support a mage class. Lacking the power of self-protection, they can only rely on the Kelp faction, leading to a vicious cycle. Thus, the wealth created by the small tribes, aside from sustaining themselves, all ends up in the pockets of the Kelp faction. It can be said that the lifeblood of the Seaweed clan is entirely controlled by the Kelp faction. Whether it flourishes or shrivels, it is entirely up to them. This is not good. After Connors wrote the words mage class on the fish leather, he fell silent for a long time. The principle was clear, but there was simply no solution. The golden finger gave him the ability to see mana, but it did not provide him with a mage class. Bang bang. Big brother chief. Lena's tender voice came from outside. Come in. Connors put down the pen in his hand. There used to be an elderly woman serving as a maid at home, but she passed away a few months before the old chief died. After that series of events, he no longer hired a servant. Connor's daily meals were taken care of by the Mebet family. It used to be Mebet's wife Loman who brought him food, but since he saved Lena, this little guy voluntarily took on that role. The little one came in carrying a box made of coral wood. The Hatam race's diet consists entirely of raw food. Initially, Connors, who was used to cooked dishes, felt a bit resistant. However, after taking a bite, he found that the taste was actually not that bad, obviously also because he was eating high-quality ingredients that were carefully selected. Opening the food box revealed that fish was the main item, accompanied by some vegetables and 2 small bowls of mana rations. It looked like a decent meal, among the best in the entire tribe. The ingredients were prepared by the Mebet family, but they themselves could not afford it. Lena also sat across the table. Connors passed a bowl of mana rations over to her. When Loman came by, she would simply leave the food box here and leave. She would only come back to take it away after Connors had finished eating. But Lena would always play during this time. Mebet wanted to scold her but couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing Connors say nothing, he let it be. Still, with a little one watching her eat alone, Connors felt a bit embarrassed. So, he decided to ask Mebet to prepare some extra ingredients so that he and Lena could sit at the same table and eat. That cheap old dad still had some heart, at least leaving behind dozens of gold coins. These things tasted quite nice, and with her favorite big brother chief, Lena was enjoying every bit of it, occasionally squinting her eyes at Connors to share some of the fun things she saw. Looking at the little mermaid's adorable appearance, Connors, the old uncle, felt his heart melt. Without realizing it, he ate quite a bit, leading him to work with a full stomach in the afternoon. Kelp faction. At the edge stood a completely pitch-black tower, isolated with no other buildings around it, making it quite desolate. Several oddly shaped sea trees stood there, vaguely resembling a Hatam race that was crying out. This place has almost become a forbidden ground for the entire Kelp faction. Whenever residents pass by here, they swim away quickly. Guildless would never come here, viewing it as the abyss zone. In fact, the master of this tower loves having visitors come to his mage tower. The door is always wide open, and sometimes he even hosts feasts for guests. If he finds you agreeable, he might invite you to see his basement, although whether you can come back out is another question altogether. This is where the renowned heir of the Kelp faction resides, the genius mage class, the tormentor Liko. Seaweed. You can hear wails and cries from the mage tower day and night. At this moment, a well-dressed, very plump, and elaborately adorned mermaid hurriedly swam in. Where is His Highness? Zilu grabbed a maid randomly and shouted. His Highness is in the basement. The maids staying here all looked weary and fragile. They appeared timid, though they used to be bold. Otherwise, they would have gone completely insane by now. The basement. Zilu's eyebrows immediately drooped. The basement was his least favorite place. Each time he went in, it took him a long while to recover, but given the urgency of the situation, he had to explain everything to His Highness as quickly as possible. Ah. Just kill me. Stop tormenting me. Ha ha ha. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the spiral staircase to the basement, the screams, lashes, and uncontrollable laughter already echoed outward. Reflecting on the people hanging on the torture devices, Zilu suddenly felt a chill. His tail fin stopped moving, and he froze. Zilu, what are you doing here? Just as he hesitated, Liko, with a faint blush on his face, swam up from the basement. Zilu quickly stepped aside and lowered his head. Your Highness. A maid had already been standing aside, carefully handing over a piece of pure white silk. Liko took it, gently wiped the sticky blood from his hands, and politely returned it. Thank you, Miss Breen, Liko said humbly. The maid named Breen trembled and lowered her head, wondering what kind of terrifying appearance lay beneath his handsome exterior.
What's wrong? Did the seaweed clan disband on its own, as I instructed?
Liko asked in a feminine voice, continually playing with his pale fingers.
Your Highness, this. Zilla stammered, afraid to speak. Did something come up?
Liko's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice rose half a notch.
Thud. Zillu abruptly knelt on the floor.
Your Highness, the messages from the people I dispatched say that the issues with the Seaweed Clan's Tier 1 mana herb have been resolved. They will submit the required Tier 1 mana herb in 2 months. The movement in Liko's hands suddenly stopped, and his eyes narrowed only to slits. A black mist began to emanate from him, forming a black serpent that hissed continuously. Anyone gazed upon by his cold eyes felt an overwhelming chill.
Bang!
The silk plate shattered on the floor. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Breen desperately prostrated herself on the ground, constantly bowing. The ground was covered in sharp fragments, piercing her forehead, and red blood mingled with the seawater. Yet, she seemed oblivious and kept bowing. Look at you, so careless that you've hurt your head.
Doesn't it hurt?
Liko gently helped Breen, holding her chin with his hand nearly touching her face, and extended his tongue to lick the wound. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and it was quite pleasant. I suddenly realized that you are truly beautiful. Breen instantly stopped crying, her purple eyes fixed on the polished individual before her, trembling all over. An enormous fear spread through her body from where he held her chin.
She was doomed.
Zillu, I remember the fishing team found traces of an abyssal shark mob last month. Lead them to the Seaweed Clan, and I need to isolate myself for a while to research magic. I hope that by the time I emerge, there will be good news.
Yes. Chapter 7, Abyssal Mobs.
Waking up after a good sleep, he stretched comfortably. It was the 2nd month since he had crossed over. Previously, whether at school or work, he was always woken by an alarm clock. Now he woke up naturally every day, giving him a feeling as if the weekend had never ended. Unfortunately, I don't have a cell phone, no internet, and no King of Glory. He grumbled a bit, filled with faint regret. Connors got out of bed and, as usual, used his passive skill, Poseidon's Eye. Over the past days, he had also figured out the relationship between vision and mental stamina. If he was in good health, using it for about 3 minutes would give him a sharp pain in the head. He needed to rest for about half a day to fully recover, and without complete recovery, he would feel pain as soon as he used it. Of course, if it was less than 3 minutes, and he took a break of half an hour in between, he could basically keep using it. During his first use, his body was still adjusting, so he didn't feel the sharp pain. He observed the Tier 1 mana herb for at least 10 minutes before losing consciousness. He needed to be cautious in the future. But just 3 minutes at most felt quite inadequate. He thought that if he practiced every day, perhaps he could extend that time limit. Mental stamina or something, I'll definitely get stronger with more practice, Connors muttered to himself. The novels always write it this way, and there's no problem with that. The Hattam race skips breakfast but has some snacks or similar things, and Connors has stashed quite a bit. It tastes pretty good. After nibbling on 3 things that look like kiwis, Connors finally swam out of the central hut of the tribe, feeling satisfied. Hello, Chief. Hello, Chief. After the Tier 1 mana herb incident, Connors gained the respect of all the residents of the Seaweed Clan. Now, when swimming through the tribe, people would specially come over to greet him when they spotted him from a distance. Connors nodded. He was still getting used to these things, but he liked them. After sending off the tribe's residents, Connors arrived at the resource node, where Mebet, the tall captain of the fishing team, quickly swam out.
Uncle Mebet, why are you on patrol today?
As the captain of the fishing team, Mebet usually leads the team members to hunt. Many fish are cunning and aggressive, and only experienced fishers can catch them.
Mebet rarely goes on patrol. For some reason, the sea base have suddenly disappeared in the past couple of days. I have nothing to do at home, so I came to check it out.
Mebet felt a hint of unease in his heart. The sea base used to forage in the sea bass grove to the west every day, and their numbers fluctuated with the seasons. However, he had never seen them completely absent like this in the last 2 days. It was very strange. He had encountered a similar situation before when he was guildless, and it was during that incident that he lost his father, a fisherman even stronger than him. Chief. After thinking it over, Mebet felt he should say something.
The disappearance of the sea base is abnormal.
When I was younger, I encountered a situation like this once. Only when a powerful creature is nearby do the smaller fish leave this area, and they only return when it leaves. Mebet tried to express his concerns, hoping to catch Connor's attention.
Are you saying that there's a good chance a powerful fish has come near the seaweed clan?
Connors furrowed his brow. This was not good news.
It's hard to say.
If it were just a regular large fish, it would leave quickly, but I'm afraid it might be an abyssal mob.
Mebet voiced his greatest fear. As mentioned before, abyssal mobs are creatures infected by the aura of the abyss zone.
The transparent parasites clinging to mana kelp are a special case. The vast majority of abyssal mobs are extremely fierce and cunning, incredibly strong, and only the mage class can drive them away.
Their power is easy to imagine. The most crucial point is that abyssal mobs love to devour mana.
Their favorite food is tier 1 mana herb, and there are often tribes attacked by abyssal mobs, completely consuming their tier 1 mana herb, leaving resource nodes in ruins, which take a long time to recover. The Seaweed Clan's tier 1 mana herb is just starting to show some improvement. There mustn't be any mistakes during this time. Uncle Mebet, the fishing team shouldn't go out to catch fish for a while. You and the others patrol the surrounding area of the tribe and prepare for an attack by abyssal mobs. Since we can't catch any fish anyway, we need to focus on the tier 1 mana herb submission period in 2 months. Connors made a decisive call. He had pinned everything, including the entire tribe, on this quarter's tier 1 mana herb.
There cannot be any errors.
But Chief, there isn't much fish left in the tribe. We can't last many days.
I still have some gold coins.
I'll send someone to the Kelp faction to buy food for the tribe's needs for 2 months. You don't need to worry about this. Your task now is to ensure that nothing goes wrong with the tier 1 mana herb in the next 2 months. Gold coins can be earned again, but a life lost is truly gone.
Yes, Chief.
Mebet acted quickly, assigning some people to guard the resource node while he took the remaining consumable, anti-mob powder with him. Thankfully, he realized that the consumable, anti-mob powder could help the tier 1 mana herb, and the tribe had recently received a new batch of it. With this matter at hand, even if the tier 1 mana herb was growing well, Connors didn't have much enthusiasm left. After carefully observing with passive skill, Poseidon's eye to confirm there were no parasites, he returned.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Mebet had 2 groups of people patrolling day and night without stopping, and they had scattered consumable, anti-mob powder all around. Nothing happened, and Connor's worries gradually diminished. Knock, knock, knock. On the night of the 3rd day, Connors, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a knock on the door. As the chief of the tribe, he knew that, although many systems had not been established due to the tribe's small size, no one would disturb his rest at night. Chief. When he opened the door, he saw a somewhat familiar adult man, dressed in clothing made from swordfish skin, and he was an official member of the fishing team. At that moment, he appeared very flustered, and Connors suddenly had a bad feeling.
What happened?
Chief, it's bad. The night patrol was attacked by an abyssal mob.
The abyssal mob attacked the fishing team.
The worry had turned real. An abyssal mob had really come.
Is anyone injured?
The captain, he was. The person didn't know why he was speaking so hesitantly, and when he became anxious, he could hardly speak at all, which was hard for the impatient Connors to tolerate.
Take me there. It's better to go and understand the situation personally.
Without saying another word, the man turned and swam away, and Connors had no choice but to hurry after him. This guy was incredibly fast in the water, not waiting for Connors at all, and if there weren't many buildings in the tribe, Connors would surely have been left behind.
Uncle Mebet.
They soon arrived again at the small square at the tribe's entrance, where members of the fishing team were gathered, and Mebet was standing in the center. Chief, it's my mistake that I let that Brog guy call you. He's always been single-minded.
It's fine, Uncle Mebet. How is the situation? Is anyone injured? Connors had no intention of assigning blame.
Not good, that guy Khaki is dead.
Mebet's voice was low.
Every member of the fishing team was taught by him personally, and they shared deep feelings. If it weren't for Kaki's warning before he died, everyone might have been in danger. He still didn't dare to inform Kaki's parents they had no other children besides him, and he didn't know how they would live on.
Connor's heart sank.
This was the first time he encountered death since he traveled to this world. Although Mebet had killed 2 guildless thieves at the beginning, that was when he was unconscious, and by the time he woke up, the bodies hanging at the tribe's entrance had already been dealt with. He realized that this was a primitive and dangerous world, where one could easily die in the wild. This also reflected the seriousness of the problem.
I will handle Kaki's family properly, Uncle Mebet. What kind of abyssal mob was it?
I didn't see clearly. I only vaguely saw a figure over 10 meters long flash past in the sea plum forest, moving very quickly.
I didn't dare get close and could only stay far away.
10 meters long.
What a concept.
A great white shark on Earth averages only about 4.5 meters and is enough to instill fear in everyone.
10 meters would stand as tall as a 3-story building. Moreover, abyssal mobs here are far superior to Earth creatures in speed, strength, and defense. Uncle Mebet, does the fishing team have any chance of dealing with this abyssal mob?
Connors asked, as he was not very familiar with the military capabilities of this world. The Seaweed clan really didn't have anyone strong. The best was Mebet, the fisherman.
It's difficult. Back then, a 2-meter abyssal mob nearly took my life. 10 meters?
Only mage-class individuals could handle it.
Mebet shook his head.
No one in the Seaweed clan understood the terror of abyssal mobs better than he did. He had never encountered an abyssal mob this large, and when it swam overhead, his heart nearly stopped.
The chief has confirmed that there are abyssal mobs in the vicinity.
He hasn't yet detected the scent of Tier 1 mana herb. Once he finds the Tier 1 mana herb in the tribe, they will attack immediately. We need to hurry and ask for help from the Kelp faction.
Connors nodded.
He didn't like the people from the Kelp faction, especially that Liko, as he always felt that the other party wasn't well-meaning. But now, he had no choice but to seek help from the Kelp faction for mage-class assistance. I will write a rescue letter to the Kelp faction, but we also need to prepare on our side. All residents must be restricted from going out for a while, and the fishing team's patrol should stop and guard the tribe completely. After ensuring everything was in order, Connors returned to the house and immediately began to write a letter, which he entrusted to an eager young man, instructing him to deliver it to the Kelp faction as quickly as possible. The Seaweed clan was not far from Kelp faction, and if they traveled day and night, they could make a round trip in a single day. Based on previous speculations, this 10-meter-long abyssal mob had been in the sea pear forest for a few days and was unlikely to attack tomorrow. If that were the case, his luck would be extremely poor. After the Kelp faction's people arrived, even the most formidable abyssal mobs would have to yield beneath the magic of the mage class. But what he never expected was that the following evening, the young messenger returned alone.
What?
You mean the Kelp faction refused to send troops?
Chapter 8, Surprise Attack.
According to the letter that the young man brought back, the Seaweed clan had been expelled from the whale syndicate and could no longer be considered a tribe. They were merely a group of guildless individuals gathered together, not part of the tribe under Kelp faction's management. Therefore, Kelp faction had no obligation to assist Seaweed clan in driving off abyssal mobs.
What a joke!
For so many years the tribe has paid 1/10 of their harvest every year. Even if the production has decreased in the last 3 years and the tribe is struggling to get enough to eat, they have never missed a payment.
How can they wipe their hands clean and deny their responsibilities?
They're just a bunch of gara.
Connors's chest heaved violently.
Usually courteous, he couldn't help but curse aloud.
This was outright bullying, forcing him into a corner.
They claim to have expelled him. The decree stated a 3-month deadline, and as long as the Tier 1 mana herb can be delivered 3 months later, nothing else would matter. This was simply an excuse not to help. Taking a deep drink of seawater, Connors tried to calm himself down. Mere anger would serve no purpose.
Such inequality inevitably leads to these situations.
He had anticipated that Kelp faction would make things difficult for him and was even prepared to be taken advantage of. He just hadn't expected them to be so ruthless.
I won't give up until the very end.
Biting his lip, Connors called for Mebet to come over and recounted the situation to him. In a state of shock, Mebet was also filled with despair.
Uncle Mebet, I remember you escaped from the abyssal mobs before. Can you tell me what characteristics abyssal mobs have? Connors had never encountered abyssal mobs before. The methods to deal with them were tightly controlled by Kelp faction.
If a small tribe learned how to handle some abyssal mobs, it would be detrimental to Kelp faction's dominance, similar to a technological blockade. Hence, in most people's minds, abyssal mobs were seen as evil creatures that loved to consume tier 1 mana herbs, were incredibly strong, had amazing defense, and moved quickly. Those were the only notions they held.
After hearing Connors' words, Mebet fell into reminiscence. Chief, including this time, I've encountered abyssal mobs 4 times. Mebet began.
2 of those times were when I was still guildless. The first encounter was with a 3-meter abyssal mob. We were fortunate to hide in the distance with my father. That abyssal mob was too busy slaughtering other guildless, allowing us to escape. The second time was with a 5-meter abyssal mob. My father was swallowed on the spot, but fortunately, the old chief saved me. The last 2 encounters included one while exploring the abyssal gorge when I faced a 2-meter abyssal tigerfish. I fought it for a while, though my tail fin almost got bitten off. I managed to drive it back. The last encounter was with the 10-meter abyssal mob. All abyssal mobs share a few common traits. First, they enjoy ambushing. At least during the 4 times I encountered them, they always hid in the shadows before attacking. They can effectively mask their presence and take advantage of this trait, so generally speaking, their first strike is the most terrifying. Secondly, when they face life-threatening situations, their eyes turn red, and they will recklessly attack anything, including things like rocky sea trees. During this time, their strength increases, their speed escalates, and they become highly aggressive. However, this state can only last for a short while. Once it passes, abyssal mobs will be quite weak, and their first response will be to flee. The third point comes from your father. The old chief was once a warrior of a powerful tribe. He heard from a senior mage class that only abyssal mobs do not possess mana within them. The first 2 points are lessons from Mebet's own experience, but he isn't too clear on the last one regarding magic.
No mana?
Connors recalled that in the vision under Poseidon's eye, everything contained mana, but within the invisible parasites of the tier 1 mana herb, it was undetectable. That's why during his last observation, the mana had been absorbed from the tier 1 mana herb and could not be seen. These are 3 very valuable pieces of information. Connors took out what little white fish skin he had left and began documenting them. Uncle Mebet, please go calm the residents down. We don't want them to panic too much.
By the way, the news didn't leak out last night, did it? Connors suddenly realized he seemed to have overlooked something important.
If the residents here found out that a 10-meter level abyssal mob was about to attack the tribe and that the Kelp faction wouldn't send help, it could easily cause a panic.
I've gathered all the fishermen together and told everyone it's just a 3-meter level abyssal mob. Connors nodded. There were still many things he hadn't considered. Being a qualified leader isn't that easy.
After Mebet left, Connors stared silently at the few lines written on the white fish skin.
The abyssal mob could return to attack at any moment, perhaps the day after tomorrow, or even at any moment, and that put a lot of pressure on him.
Abyssal mobs are attracted to the mana of tier 1 mana herbs, so when it enters the tribe, it will surely head toward the resource node. At 10 meters, it must weigh around 5 tons at least. A small truck weighs about this much.
According to Mebet, it's very fast.
Just imagine a high-speed truck coming straight at you on the highway. The kinetic energy would be tremendous.
What could stop it?
If it charges into the resource node, it could roll around, and it would be the end for him and the Seaweed clan.
We cannot let it enter the tribe. Setting up defenses along the way is also unrealistic. There aren't enough fishermen in the tribe, and hiring temporary help isn't good either. Without proper training, it could have the opposite effect.
Connors rubbed his temples. It would be much easier if we were on land. He knew the recipe for gunpowder. If he could just find a way to blow up the abyssal mobs, it would be fine.
Unfortunately, this is an ocean world. He could create basic bombs, but how could he possibly make deep water bombs or torpedoes?
Things in this world must be handled with the methods of this world.
Ambush, red eyes. Mana, no wait. Ambush. Mana. Mebet said that abyssal mobs can conceal themselves and prefer ambush attacks. Their stealth capabilities are incredibly high, even a fishing expert like Mebet at the 10-meter level didn't notice them. However, abyssal mobs do not have mana within them, which makes them stand out in this mana-filled world, especially at a size of 10 meters. Under vision, I definitely won't miss them. Could I switch from an ambush to a counter-ambush? The ambushers are the most unguarded when they are attacking. Take the initiative. Connors wrote these 4 words on the white fish skin, remaining silent for a long time. He had only ever seen lions in the zoo, and now he was actually targeting a 10-meter level giant monster, and he must be at the front line. It's like playing a mad game on the edge of life and death. Forget it. If I can't deal with this abyssal mob and it destroys this quarter's tier 1 mana herb, I'll be devoured by the fish shoal. It would be better to be swallowed whole at 10 meters, its mouth should be wide enough to take me in. It would be a quick death. That's all Connors could tell himself as he gritted his teeth. Kelp faction. Half a day later, Connors shared his thoughts with Mebet. Chief, are you planning to take the initiative? Even Mebet, who had seen a lot of storms, was surprised by Connors' idea. A 10-meter level abyssal mob not only requires a mage class to handle it but is often accompanied by 30 to 40 adult Hatama warriors. All the members of the Seaweed Clan's fishing team together hardly number more than 20, yet the chief is actually considering taking the initiative. Uncle Mebet, there is really no other way. Without a mandate from the whale syndicate, I will take all the residents and collect all the tier 1 mana herbs, then leave here temporarily. Without tier 1 mana herbs, the abyssal mobs will leave in no time, but right now, the entire tribe is relying on this quarter's tier 1 mana herbs. They haven't grown yet, and the whale syndicate won't listen to our explanations, so it absolutely must not be destroyed. Mebet knows this very well, but he still finds it hard to imagine. Moreover, I will also participate in this operation. No way. Mebet was taken aback and immediately opposed. I have a way to detect the abyssal mobs in advance. Uncle Mebet, you said the abyssal mobs are very good at hiding their presence. Although I can't explain the reason, I can guarantee that I will spot them no matter how they conceal themselves. This is very important and the key to our ambush, so I must go. Connors spoke firmly. This was his principle of handling matters. Every choice must be carefully considered. Likewise, once a decision is made, one should not look back until they reach the south wall. Besides, he had no way out in this matter. It was either life or death, and naturally, it would be the brave who prevailed in narrow paths. Hearing Connors' resolute tone, Mebet also knew that this decision was not going to be changed. In an instant, he felt that Connors had changed a lot. The former Connors was learned, wise, and polite, but far too timid and weak. Now, however, he had gained decisiveness, decision-making skills, and unwavering courage. All right. Mebet nodded heavily. Fishermen never fear death. In the time that followed, the two discussed how to deal with the abyssal mobs, mostly with Mebet speaking while Connors took notes. He only raised concerns when he felt there was an issue, allowing Mebet to make the final decisions, even accepting outcomes that still seemed unreasonable to him. Perhaps in some regards, Mebet was not as good as him, but when it came to combat, he was no match. He had no right to voice opinions while knowing nothing. Now he was not the chief but just a soldier under Mebet's command, so what should a soldier do? Obey orders from superiors. Chapter 9, The Operation. Half a day later, Mebet and Connors gathered all the fishermen on the first floor of the house. Looking at many members of the fishing team who were not much older than him, Connors suddenly felt a bit heartbroken. After this operation, he didn't know how many would return alive, or if any would come back at all. Behind them were the children of their parents, the husbands of their wives, the fathers of their children, and whole families. But he had to do this, or he and the Seaweed clan would be doomed. They would ultimately become guildless or perished while suffering. This was not just his own salvation but also the salvation of everyone. Moreover, he would also be involved, and one could even say he was the most dangerous one. The fishing team held the responsibility of fishing and safeguarding these two important duties. Everything in the tribe was prioritized for supply, and there was extensive training every day.
The wages were also the highest, with the strictest requirements including loyalty, strength, and skills all were top-notch. Even in a place like the Seaweed clan, the members of the fishing team had no difference from the Kelp faction. Yet Connors, aside from seeing mana, was completely powerless. He had never gone through systematic combat training, whether in his earthly life or in this marine world. His courage to propose this plan relied entirely on a gutsy fearlessness of the inexperienced.
I believe you all already know what we're going to do this time. Connors cleared his throat a few times to draw everyone's attention to himself, though they were already focused on him.
The 10-meter sea monsters are terrifying, and you all know better than I do just how scary they are. I can't guarantee how many of you will survive, nor can I assure that I, Connors, or any of you from Seaweed will make it.
I also can't guarantee we can fend off the enemy, but
the Kelp faction has abandoned us.
We have no other options except for self-rescue.
It's harsh but must be accepted. Furthermore, we are not without a chance. Although the abyssal mobs are cunning, they lack intelligence. As long as the method is appropriate, there's nothing we, the Hatanmuran people, can't handle.
In narrow paths, it is the brave who win.
Connors spoke decisively. He firmly believed that only wisdom is invincible.
I will go with you all.
For this operation, Captain Mebut is the highest leader, and everyone, including me, must obey unconditionally.
No dissent and no fleeing in battle, or the consequence will be death.
The primary requirement for the fishing team is loyalty. Almost every member has some savings.
However, after Connors went into a coma last time, only one person left.
The majority of the tribe stayed because they couldn't even buy their guildless status, yet the fishing team continued to protect the tribe from disturbances in that situation.
Their loyalty is evident. In the following time, Mebut began arranging personnel. The time is tentatively set for the next morning.
While the ocean world lacks a sun, it certainly has light, and like Earth, it experiences day and night changes.
As for the reason, no one knows.
After everyone returned to arrange for the aftermath, Mebut looked seriously at the calm-faced Connors.
Chief, have you really decided to join us?
Mebut was still very worried about Connors' safety. Connors had never been in good health, so he had not received any training and would even tire easily after swimming for a while.
Uncle Mebut, this plan won't work without me. None of you can confidently find the hidden abyssal mobs in the Camellia Grove. Only I can do that.
Mebut had no doubts about Connors claiming he could find the abyssal mobs. Although he didn't know how he would do it, he believed Connors. Also, Uncle Mebut, please take this back to Lena.
Connors pulled out a silvery pearl from his pocket.
This is an extremely precious luminous pearl, worth 50 gold coins on its own, and is the most treasured item left by the old chief.
Chief, how can you give this to that child Lena? This is the old chief's favorite item. Uncle Mebut, items are lifeless, but people are alive. To be honest, I don't know if I can come back alive this time. If neither of us returns, how will Lena and Aunt Loman survive?
This luminous pearl is enough for them to buy a formal resident identity in the Kelp faction.
Moreover, my father never showed this to outsiders. No one knows about it.
Even if you disagree, it doesn't matter. Lena is the one I call my sister, so as her brother, I can't let her live that kind of life.
Connors solemnly pressed the luminous pearl into Mebut's hand. Chief, this. Uncle Mebut, can you really bear to let Lena so young live a guildless life?
Besides, it's not set in stone that we're doomed. I feel we'll all come back alive.
When the time comes, you can return it to me.
I will work hard to develop the tribe. I will become the chief of the central tribe, and I will lead the great tribe to make the Seaweed clan's name known all over the world.
I will return to Earth.
Connors silently added in his heart.
Chief, I believe you can do it.
Mebut, holding back tears, took the luminous pearl and returned, while Connors sat in the chief's seat.
This is the perfect time for a drink. Low murmurs echoed in the lonely house.
Early the next morning, the fishing team, along with Connors, set off with a total of 20 people, leaving behind 3 of the youngest members and reserve member Colin to guard the tribe and prevent any incidents during this time. Many in the tribe were still unaware of this, lost in their dreams.
Father, brother, you must come back safely.
Lena leaned on the window, watching the 2 figures, one big and one small, in the front of the team, trying hard to hold back her tears as she spoke softly. "Chief, just ahead is the crabapple forest." Mebet pointed to the underwater forest ahead and said, although the crabapple forest was usually alive with fish activity, at this moment not even a single fish could be seen. Hiding under the ominous shade of the trees lurked a terrifying monster. Passive skill, Poseidon's eye, and in an instant, Connors entered the vision, where everything was filled with mana. The crabapple forest ahead had the richest mana, vibrant and beautiful, but Connors right now needed to see an area of mana vacuum. After a brief few seconds, Connors instantly exited the vision. "Uncle Mebet, that abyssal mob is not on the outskirts." "Alright, then let's move forward." Mebet advanced cautiously. He couldn't move above the crabapple forest, or he would be ambushed by abyssal mobs hiding in the forest. He planned to confront this abyssal mob within the forest surrounded by the thick crabapple trees. The giant abyssal mob could topple them but would definitely slow it down. The fishing team had been catching the extremely agile crabapple fish here for years, so everyone was familiar with the environment. The usually noisy crabapple forest was silent now, and it seemed like some gigantic beast wanted to devour them all. After nearly half an hour, Connors once again entered the vision, but once again there was no mana vacuum area. Shaking his head, Mebet continued to command them to move forward. Entering the vision for the fourth time indicated that they had been moving forward for almost 2 hours and had ventured deep into the crabapple forest. Finally, there was a change in the vision. The vision was quite peculiar, highlighting the mana and dimming many of the visible objects, so although there were crabapple trees blocking the view, in the vision they appeared as if made of transparent glass, and about 500 meters to the northwest, there was a mana vacuum area. "Uncle Mebet, this direction, about 500 meters away." Connors pointed in that direction. Mebet looked in that direction. Apart from the crabapple trees and seaweed, he saw nothing else, but he had no doubts about Connors's words. "Chief, did the abyssal mobs move?" "No, it hasn't moved at all." "Is it still asleep?" "Maybe it's better to ambush it directly." Connors had not yet withdrawn from the vision. The mana vacuum area was about 10 meters, just as Mebet had said, and any mana particles that got close to this area vanished, but the outline resembled that of an enlarged shark. This was not good news, as a shark, even without being infected by the abyss zone's aura, was already very powerful, let alone now. No, creatures in the wild are most alert when they are asleep, and once they sense danger, their desire to attack is also the highest. Let's proceed according to the original plan. By the way, Chief, can you tell what kind of abyssal mob it is? Mebet instantly vetoed Connors's proposal. It looks like a shark. Connors withdrew from the vision. He had to ensure he could enter the vision at any time. Sharks? This could be tricky. Mebet murmured. Chapter 10, Brawl Part 1. Mebet ordered the team to fall back to about 800 meters away. This was the farthest distance Connors could see clearly to avoid startling the opponent while setting traps. However, the fact that this abyssal mob was asleep turned out to be an unexpected surprise. For fishman warriors pulled out 4 large nets from their respective packs, all woven from sturdy sea vines, extremely robust. They skillfully connected all the nets to form a giant net, and then other warriors took out nets from their packs to attach on top to ensure it could bear greater force. After doing all this, everyone worked together to lay the net on the seabed, covering it with seaweed and tying some ropes on it. Next, they carefully cut wedges at the bottoms of several massive crabapple trees, then tied those ropes to the high parts of these trees. In this way, a simple trap was set. They started setting up other traps if conditions allowed. Mebet would set up every trap he could think of. As for Connors, his sole task is to keep a constant eye on the movements of the abyssal mobs. The fishing team is so small that if they were ambushed and lost 5 or 6 people, there would be no point in continuing the fight. Suddenly, entering the vision again, I noticed that the area where the abyssal mobs had just been had not formed a mana vacuum, meaning that the abyssal mobs had woken up and moved. Quickly looking around, not far from where I had just been, I saw a mana vacuum. That creature seemed unaware of Connors and the others, and was leisurely swimming around. Uncle Mebet, that abyssal mob has already awakened. Everyone, return to your positions. The well-trained fishing team members quickly hid in the newly dug hole or among the trunk of the crabapple tree. Within a few breaths, all those busy individuals disappeared without a trace. If Connors hadn't known their hiding spots in advance, he wouldn't have been able to find them. However, there was one small-statured fishing team member whose tail fin was exceptionally large, and he swam farther away. He had 2 clumps of mana kelp concealed under the consumable, anti-mob powder in the bag at his waist. This fisherman was named Jerry. He was the fastest, even outpacing Mebet in the fishing team. He was the most important bait in this operation. What he had to do now was to shake off the consumable, anti-mob powder from a distance and then return here with Tier 1 mana herb. About 3 to 4 minutes later, Jerry returned slowly, with 2 green plants tied around his waist. The abyssal mobs were very sensitive to the smell of Tier 1 mana herb, just like a black bear can smell it from a distance. Indeed, even before Jerry got close, the abyssal mob sensed the aroma of the Tier 1 mana herb. Although it was still invisible to the naked eye in the vision, the mana vacuum was approaching with incredible speed. Connors dared not withdraw the vision because the abyssal mob was far too fast. A 10-meter-long creature was weaving through the dense crabapple forest without bumping into a single tree. How did it manage that? Gradually, the creature got closer. Connors raised a finger to signal that it was now just 400 meters away. At such a close distance, despite its enormous size, no one could see any trace of it. Just as Mebet described, they enjoy ambushing and are very good at hiding. Mebet was perched atop a giant crabapple tree, watching Connor's finger, every muscle tensed, gripping a 2-meter-long harpoon tightly, ready to explode into action at any moment. Connors retracted one finger. It was 300 meters away, but the direction of the abyssal mob was still only a shadow of the crabapple tree. Jerry dared not blink. He couldn't look back. To prevent the abyssal mob from becoming suspicious, he had to pretend to be relaxed. The only signal he could rely on was the chief's fingers. His life depended on those few fingers. At this moment, he almost felt a pair of malicious eyes fixed on him from behind. Another finger. 200 meters. At this distance, the abyssal mob would take less than 10 seconds. Wenson seemed to see a massive figure flash between the crabapple trees, as if blinking would make it disappear. But the hand gripping the trident was already bulging with veins, ready to strike. Only one finger left. Connors had already withdrawn the vision because he could see with his own eyes a terrifying shadow lingered between the 2 lush crabapple trees. Its skin was taut and streamlined, its dorsal fin raised high, and he could vaguely see palm-sized teeth and eyes hidden in the darkness. It was a gigantic abyssal shark mob, and he found it hard to imagine how such a colossal body could move so stealthily. In the next breath, hiding in the tree, Mebet saw a massive figure burst forth from the dense crabapple branches, at the same moment that Connors withdrew his last finger. Jerry was the first to move. The powerful tail fin, built up over a long time, struck down hard. The water made a loud thud, and the recoil propelled his speed to the max. But the abyssal shark mob had already locked onto him. It was faster than him. No creature had ever escaped once they got this close. Yet often, the ambusher is at their most relaxed when attacking because at that moment, their eyes are only on the prey. Pull! Mebet's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire crabapple forest. The 2 team members quickly swam upstream with a rope from the top of the tree. The sturdy giant net on the ground was drawn up, standing firm between the abyssal shark mob and Jerry. Just in time, the abyssal shark mob collided headfirst into the giant net, pulling the 2 team members who were still swimming upward down with it. The rope was held in hand and slipped off the shoulder, directly breaking free. Despite their tough knife-like skins being cut, leaving behind 2 streaks of blood, these 2 team members managed to escape the immense force and swim back up. Their mission was accomplished. The net was soft, and before it reached its breaking point, no amount of force could tear it apart. However, before the net could snap, the hawthorn tree with a broken branch gave way first. Thus, the abyssal shark mob, tangled in the vine net, along with a few hawthorn trees, entangled with others and crashed violently into the seabed, sending mud and sand flying, causing this section of the seabed to become completely murky. Next comes the close combat. Mebet took the lead, his speed no less impressive. The spear was already aimed at the giant abyssal mob's eyes. The vine net wouldn't hold much longer, and he understood all too well how powerful a 10-meter abyssal mob could be. As the strongest fisherman in the tribe, Mebet had faced countless battles. Even in an environment filled with fishing nets and mud, his sharp spear accurately struck the eyeball of the abyssal shark mob. Various colored fluids exploded on impact. Sharks lack vocal cords, so they can't make sounds, but rage and agonizing pain forced it to surge upwards through the water, dragging the fishing net and several hawthorn trees along. Mebet refused to let go. The spear had lodged firmly in the bony socket of the eye but hadn't penetrated the abyssal shark mob's brain. He pulled out a long dagger from behind and plunged it down towards the eye again. The abyssal shark mob thrashed wildly, but the vine net entangling the hawthorn trees provided significant resistance. Moreover, with one eye blinded, it had no chance of breaking free from the net and escaping through the orchard. Other team members joined in, and even Jer, who had just emerged from the shark's mouth, pulled out a giant spear from somewhere and charged up. Almost instantly, dozens of spears pierced into the abyssal shark mob, staining the surroundings with red blood. Its massive form raged through the hawthorn grove, uprooting trees directly. The fishing team displayed their remarkable skills, with broken wood flying in all directions and mud spraying everywhere. They deftly dodged and managed to jab a few spears into the abyssal shark mob. However, the situation wasn't particularly optimistic. Despite being struck dozens of times and bleeding profusely, the 10-meter abyssal mob was hardly affected by anything other than its blinded eye. The injuries elsewhere had minimal impact on its 5-ton body. The only advantage was that the fishing net wrapping around it restricted its movements. Yet, that abyssal shark mob opened its massive jaws and thrashed wildly. The vine net wouldn't hold much longer. Rob! Consumable, anti-mob powder. Mebet shouted loudly from beside its eye socket as a young fisherman quickly flew out, pulling out a round ball from his waist pouch and stabbed it onto the spear. The scent of the consumable, anti-mob powder was extremely pungent to abyssal mobs, and as long as it could be inserted into the nostrils of the abyssal shark mob, at such a close distance, it would be enough to send the mob into a frenzy, losing all sense of judgment. Rob aimed at the abyssal shark mob trapped by the net, and thrust the spear straight down. However, just then, the net was bitten through, and the abyssal shark mob opened its gaping maw, swallowing Rob whole in an instant. The merfolk's body was crushed immediately, leaving not a trace behind. The fishing team experienced the first casualty. Rob's death did not concern the other fishermen, or rather, there was no time to dwell on it. Every moment was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, the abyssal shark mob had swallowed the spear as well, causing the consumable, anti-mob powder bag wrapped at the front to explode, which was akin to ingesting excrement for abyssal mobs. As it turned out, the consumable, anti-mob powder was basically the feces of the sea drake boss. Chapter 11, The Brawl Part 2. The abyssal shark mob shook violently, its tail propelling a rush of water that stirred up all the mud at the bottom, pushing weaker members aside. One team member was accidentally swept by the tail fin and fell like a kite with a broken string not far away, bright red blood diluting through the seawater, life or death uncertain. Scatter! Everyone spread out. Mebet roared, the rough sound exploding in the sea, and once again plunged the short blade in his hand down along the eye socket. No matter how the abyssal shark mob thrashed its head, it clung tightly like a suction cup around its eyes. Moreover, the stimulation from the consumable, anti-mob powder had already caused this abyssal shark mob to lose its sanity for a short time. The vine net finally broke apart under the pressure, with only a portion still wrapped around the abyssal shark mob's tail, pinning it to this cage like flowering tree forest. Everyone knew that once the vine net lost its effectiveness, the massive beast would be free to rampage again, easily slaughtering everyone with its speed and agility. But at the most critical moment, fate's goddess secretly kissed Connors. As the abyssal shark mob was about to break free from the fishing net, the short blade in Mebet's right hand finally pierced through the thick eye socket, the sharp edge heading straight for its vulnerable brain. In an instant, the abyssal shark mob sensed an unprecedented crisis. Its animal instincts drove it to react violently without hesitation, its dark skin turning deep red. Mebet noticed this first, as the blood splattering from its wound onto his face felt scalding hot. This cold-blooded creature was heating up. How incredible! If Mebet could see the other eye of the abyssal shark mob, he would notice that its originally dark and cunning gaze was gradually turning crimson, becoming frenzied. Their eyes turn red when they are in mortal danger, and at that moment, they will attack anything recklessly. The burning blood made this abyssal shark mob faster, stronger. But it would cost it its sanity. Boom! The sea exploded, and the tail fin speed of the abyssal shark mob doubled. Even more terrifying was that the force contained in each stroke was also doubled. The immense thrust shot this abyssal shark mob out like a cannonball, the vine net was torn apart, and a massive wound was ripped from the tail fin. It seemed that after going berserk, the abyssal shark mob not only lost its mind but also its defensive capabilities. Mebet was instantly flung down, crashing onto the sea floor. Connors, hiding in the distance, felt a jolt of worry. Having inherited the feelings of his predecessor, Mebet was no longer just an insignificant stranger in his heart. Fortunately, the latter quickly swam up from the seabed, and due to the distance, Connors was unsure if he was injured. Run! At this moment, anyone close to the abyssal shark mob would be torn to shreds. Recklessly, that was the state of this abyssal shark mob. The flowering trees, the sand pits on the seabed, boulders, even the seafloor itself, everything was being mercilessly bitten. No creature could stop the assault of this abyssal shark mob at this moment. Wenson frantically thrashed his tail fin. Before this operation, the captain had made it clear, when the abyssal shark mob's eyes turned red, the only thing to do was escape. Once it calmed down, it would be the victory of the Seaweed clan, provided that not too many lives were sacrificed. Ah! A brief and urgent scream filled the air. It's that guy, Rosina. Wenson immediately recognized whose scream it was. The fishing team spent more than half their time together every day, and Wenson could tell just by the shape of the tail fin who it was. Their bond was incredibly deep. But now, 3 of his closest teammates had died, and Wenson's eyes were bloodshot. The shredded Rob especially made his heart feel like it was about to break. Rob had not only been a childhood companion but had once risked his life to save him among a school of knife fish. From that moment on, he regarded Rob as a brother in life and death. But now, being devoured by this beast, Wenson couldn't help but remember the times they shared dreams under the coral tree, and he wished he could kill this abyssal shark mob right now to avenge his dear brother. With a glance, he saw the creature, its eyes red, attacking anything it encountered. A tree large enough for 2 people to embrace was bitten in half, shattered into fragments. Wenson wanted to take revenge, but his trembling body couldn't muster the courage to move. What kind of biting force could achieve such destruction? The beast that bit through the tree was thrashing wildly again, crashing through 2 flowering trees. An unexpected figure emerged, Connors, the leader of the Seaweed clan. The abyssal shark mob seemed to catch the scent of its prey, opening its massive, gaping maw. Wenson couldn't help but close his eyes, but in that moment of darkness, he saw the chieftain had developed a kind of prescient ability. Before the bite, he swam with all his might. Just barely dodged. However, this abyssal shark mob clearly had no intention of letting the chieftain go, snapping its jaws again with incredible speed. Wenson believed that if he were in such a situation, there would be no chance of survival. Amazingly, at this moment, the chief was once again desperately waving his tail fin, pushing himself away from the shark's jaws. The situation didn't improve. The abyssal shark mob had no intention of letting go of the delicious prey in front of them. After 2 exhausting swims, Connors had depleted most of his stamina. Even if he could anticipate the abyssal shark mob's attack patterns, he no longer had the strength to swim. At this point, the other team members had already fled far away. Captain Mebet wanted to come over to help, but what had just happened had thrown him far away. He was simply too late. The only one close by was himself. Wenson bit his lip and drew a short blade from his back, slicing it fiercely across his bare chest. Even though the abyssal mobs were affected by the aura of the abyss zone, they still retained their original instincts. Blood was the best bait. Come on! You old Gara! Wenson raised his spear high and shouted with all his might. In addition to attracting this abyssal mob, he was also trying to bolster his own courage. No one noticed how badly his tail fin was trembling. The fear had numbed him to the pain of his wounds. Courage isn't about being calm in the face of the powerful, it's about having the guts to move forward even when you're afraid. That's what courage is. Blood, insults, and a crazed mind. The abyssal shark mob suddenly turned its head, with only one eye glowing red fixed on Wenson. Its scarred body, menacing teeth, savagery, and ferocity all blended together into this 10-meter-long beast. Only when facing it directly could one truly grasp how terrifying it was. Wenson's mind went blank. Aside from the violent beating of his heart, he had no idea what to do. Swim! Swim faster! Mebet, who rushed over, shouted angrily, and, not knowing where it came from, threw a harpoon with all his might, piercing the fish skin and pinning it into the flesh of the abyssal shark mob. Woken from his stupor, Winston trembled violently. What had he done to attract this monster to himself? He had gone mad. He was completely insane. Without hesitation, he turned and began to run. He knew nothing, only one voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Run! Crack! The enraged abyssal shark mob, having missed its bite, angrily bit through a hawthorn tree and charged toward Mebet. Having seen the abyssal mobs 4 times before and defeating one, Mebet had enough experience and courage. He swam quickly along the densely clustered hawthorn trees. The frenzied abyssal shark mob wasn't as agile as when it was clear-headed. It had greater speed and power but could only charge wildly. Although it broke the hawthorn wood, it also reduced its speed. Once this abyssal shark mob lost its rational judgment, half of this battle was already won. The hawthorn wood isn't very hard, so the abyssal shark mob easily broke through 1, then 10, but even if its size doubled, it wouldn't be able to destroy the entire hawthorn forest. After some time, the abyssal mobs will become very weak. The first thing they will do is flee. For 5 minutes, the rampage of the abyssal shark mob lasted only 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, the southwest area of the hawthorn forest looked like it had been plowed. It could truly be said that wherever the abyssal shark mob went, not a blade of grass remained. After 5 minutes, it seemed as if its blood had burned away. The 10-meter-long abyssal mob had shrunk compared to when they first saw it, now measuring only around 8 meters in length. Its oversized, wrinkled skin hung loosely, the red color faded, replaced by a pale hue, lacking the earlier ferocity it had when hunting everyone down. Its once mad white eyes no longer showed that craziness. This abyssal shark mob clearly expressed its emotions. Its rationality had returned, and it dashed out of the hawthorn forest, fleeing in a disheveled manner. Chief! Mebet swam back, panting heavily, his arm twisted unnaturally due to having been struck by a broken tree. Fortunately, it wasn't broken, it was just the joint that had come dislocated. Uncle Mebet, did that abyssal shark mob escape? Connor's face was pale. It felt like 1,000 needles were stabbing into his head. His passive skill, Poseidon's eye, had been overused again. Just moments ago, after the abyssal shark mob's rampage, he entered the vision again. Connors could clearly see mana particles congregating at a frantic pace into the body of the abyssal shark mob, and for the first time, mana began to appear in the once vacuumed area around the abyssal shark mob. It's just like how the abyssal shark mob seems to be eating these mana particles from all parts of its body. Once it's full, the remaining undigested mana particles can be seen by Connors. The next move of the abyssal shark mob will be powered by those full parts. I don't know how the abyssal mobs convert mana into power, but once you know which parts of the abyssal mobs are full and have remaining mana, you can foresee their next move. Otherwise, with Connor's poor combat awareness and reaction speed, it's almost impossible to evade the abyssal shark mob's actions. Well, it's already escaped, and it's seriously injured this time, so it won't be back anytime soon. At this point, Mebet finally sighed in relief. The loss of 3 fishery team members is undoubtedly huge, but considering they're up against 10-meter class abyssal mobs, the loss is within acceptable limits, or rather, it's significantly less than he expected. He believes that even if a mage class from a medium tribe intervened, the loss wouldn't be less than this number. The fishery team, including him, played a significant role, but it cannot be denied that the chief was the key player in this operation. The old chief seems to come from a family of mages, maybe. The methods of the mage class are beyond his imagination. The new chief's ability to clearly detect the traces of abyssal mobs is likely due to what the old chief left behind. Treasures of the mage class. That's good. Connors murmured weakly as intense pain surged through him. Without the mental support, he fainted again. Mebet caught him, quickly checked him, and found that his condition was similar to last time. There was no risk to his life, so he spat out a mouthful of seawater. Watching the direction in which the abyssal shark mob escaped, Mebet revealed a thoughtful expression. That direction didn't seem to lead to the magic abyss ridge. Gel, I have something to assign to you. Chapter 12, Counterattack. Brother Chief, Mom has prepared lunch. Lena brought a food box to Connor's room. It's been 2 days since the battle with the abyssal mobs, and Connors woke up on his own after only half a day of unconsciousness. Besides a headache, he felt some weakness in his limbs due to the intense exertion that day. After this tier 1 mana herb handover, I need to really work out, otherwise, just a few steps feel like I'm about to lose my life, which is really uncomfortable. As he put a slice of raw fish into his mouth during the holiday, there was no fishy taste at all. Instead, a light floral fragrance began to diffuse in his mouth. This was different from the taste he usually had. Seeing Lena's bright eyes, Connors feigned surprise and said, "Why is today's begonia fish so delicious? And it smells great." Indeed, the little guy's eyes instantly narrowed with joy. "This is the hidden flower that Pashi and I picked together. I ground it into powder for Mom to add." Puffing out her chest, the little mermaid nearly exclaimed, "Praise me, praise me. The hidden flower is really hard to collect, Lena, you're amazing." "Of course, Pashi is too." Patting her little head, Connors generously praised her, while she smiled like she had eaten honey. Connors felt slightly moved. "I will protect that kind of smile." Resolutely making up his mind in his heart, the blend of emotions made him feel a deep affection for the Seaweed clan. He was no longer the lonely Connors of the past, but Connors, the young chief of the Seaweed clan. Lena happily ate a small bowl of mana rations while Connors animatedly recounted the battle with the abyssal shark mob. Even with the bloody details left out, it remained perilous. The little one was entranced, her expressions rich and varied, occasionally gasping in shock before urging Connors to continue, forgetting to swallow the mana rations stuck on her lips. Unfortunately, a rough voice interrupted this heartwarming scene. "Chief." Mebet also swam to the second floor and respectfully said at the door. Lena saw her father glaring at Connors, and angrily gulped down a few bites of mana rations before swiftly swimming away with a piece of begonia fish meat in her mouth. Connors chuckled helplessly, "What a cute little one." He then straightened his face. "Uncle Mebet, how did the matter go?" Mebet didn't speak. Instead, he pulled out a small object from his clothing pocket. This object is known throughout the Seaweed clan. It's mana kelp, their lifeline. Gel is back. He found this on the way back from the abyssal shark mob. Everyone thought that the abyssal shark mob had come down from the Abyss Zone Ridge, but on that day, Mebet noticed that the abyssal shark mob had fled from somewhere that was not the Abyss Zone Ridge but from another location. As previously mentioned, the Seaweed clan is directly facing the Devil Abyss Ridge, while the other three sides are surrounded by the Kelp faction. It is unreasonable that the Kelp faction wouldn't discover a 10-meter class abyssal mob. Mebet sent the fastest fighter, Jer, to follow the fleeing abyssal mob and discovered this half-segment of a tier 1 mana herb, indicating that the abyssal mob was led here by someone. The tribe has only two places where tier 1 mana herbs are available. One is the Whale Syndicate, but the Whale Syndicate has no reason to do this. Aside from the days when tier 1 mana herbs are exchanged, there's no other connection. Moreover, if they want to deal with the tribe, an edict would suffice to dissolve the Seaweed clan. There's no need to go to such lengths. Connors quickly analyzed the situation and then looked up. Then it must be the Kelp faction. No wonder they refused so decisively. It turns out they were the ones stirring up the trouble. This group of Dara will pay for this sooner or later. Connors cursed angrily, but in fact, he had no way to fight back. The moderate tribe not only had several mage class members stationed there, but also had a medium-sized tier 1 mana herb, and its population was more than 10 times that of the Seaweed clan. What could they possibly compare? Why don't we, Chief, take this matter to the Whale Syndicate? Using abyssal mobs to attack other tribes is a serious crime. They won't ignore it. Mebet tentatively suggested. It's useless. First of all, we lack critical evidence. Just this half of the mana kelp won't convince anyone. Even if the Whale Syndicate does punish the Kelp faction, how do they plan to punish them? They have a medium-sized tier 1 mana herb and mage class overseeing a small tribal group. Even the Whale Syndicate cannot arbitrarily revoke tribal status. At most, it would be a token punishment of a few gold coins. Then what? If they can bring in a 10-meter class, they can also bring in a 20-meter class. The tribe would be finished. Connors shook his head. At any time, interests and strength are the core powers. If they also had the technology to cultivate medium-sized tier 1 mana herbs, the Whale Syndicate would definitely treat them fairly. If they also had a mage class overseeing the Kelp faction, they wouldn't dare to pressure them arbitrarily.
This anger has to be suppressed for now.
Additionally, we need to properly compensate the families of the 3 team members.
Let us deduct gold coins from my share for now. They are all warriors, and we cannot let their families suffer.
Besides, Wenson and Gier should each get 5 gold coins as their contribution. Once the tribe gets through this crisis, I will reward them properly. Everything must wait for the whale syndicate to take the tier 1 mana herbs away. The identity of the tribe must be preserved.
I understand. They did well this time.
By the way, Chief, Gier said he has already found the lair of that abyssal mob.
Should we go kill it?
Rarely, there was a hint of enthusiasm in Mebet's voice. As a fisherman, killing a 10-meter class abyssal mob would be a lifetime honor.
The whale syndicate would also grant them the honor of a warrior. This title would earn them respect anywhere in the ocean. It's the dream of all fishermen.
Both glory and fame are things everyone chases, and Mebet is no exception. Different from other times, this abyssal mob is severely injured, and while it remains in a weakened state, the fishing team could defeat it even at its peak, let alone now.
Connors frowned slightly and honestly admitted that he didn't want to face such a monster again. However, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For fishermen, being able to slay a 10-meter abyssal mob would be a lifetime memory.
It would also greatly benefit the tribe, starting with a reward of 100 gold coins as a contribution for killing the abyssal mob. Additionally, they could gain the right to keep a year's worth of tier 1 mana herbs tax-free.
Right now, the small algae tribe was utterly impoverished, relying entirely on Connors' savings.
Once his little treasury was depleted, the tribe's residents wouldn't be able to afford even mana rations. So he was in desperate need of money. Moreover, since it was the Kelp faction that summoned them, they likely knew the location of the abyssal mob. The tribe paid such a high price only to have the instigators steal the monster. Just thinking about their smug faces made Connors furious. They absolutely could not benefit from this.
After pondering for a moment, Connors spoke up.
I also agree with this viewpoint, but given that it's a dangerous situation, we need to consult the opinions of the other fishing team members. Participation is voluntary this time. If there aren't at least 2/3 of people willing to go, we will abandon this mission.
Furthermore, safety is our priority.
I don't want any more members to sacrifice their lives.
Don't worry, Chief. They will definitely be eager to go.
Mebet was very confident. No one understood better than him how much temptation the idea of warriors held for these fishermen. At least if someone dared to bully his daughter again, he could rush out and give that guy a good beating instead of just watching helplessly from the sidelines. What happened last time was already a sore spot for Mebet. Alright, then go back and check the number of participants.
After that, we can discuss what to do in detail.
By evening, every member of the fishing team was present. The office area below was once again filled with mermen. Unlike the deathly determination from last time, the eyes of these team members were now filled with confidence and fervor. As Mebet said, no fisherman could resist such temptation. Connors would not participate in this mission.
For one, he wasn't needed for scouting. Gel already knew the lair of the abyssal mob.
According to Gel, the injuries of this abyssal mob were becoming more severe. When it fled the Tartarian woods, it was 10 meters long, but by the time it reached its lair, it had shrunk to less than 7 meters, emaciated to the point that even Gel could easily surpass it. It then hid in a coral cave and never emerged again. Secondly, Mebet absolutely would not allow Connors to follow this time. The last encounter with the abyssal mob nearly cost Connors his life, making Mebet feel extremely guilty. Furthermore, Connors had only dragged them down in the past and was still suffering from severe headaches, so he decided not to insist any longer. Early the next morning, Connors swam to the entrance of the tribe to see off the members before going with Colin to inspect the resource node. After 2 days away, there was another mana spot that had disappeared from a mana kelp.
These guys really are persistent.
Just as Connors was about to have Colin apply some consumable, anti-mob powder, he had sworn off touching the stuff ever since he learned it was made from the feces of the sea drake boss.
Wait, let us leave this plant untouched for now.
This transparent mana-absorbing worm couldn't even be detected by the mage class unless someone else, like him, had hacked their way through, otherwise, it was unbeatable. This was a powerful tool. If he could mix it with the Kelp faction's tier 1 mana herbs, just thinking about it was delightful. It's only polite to reciprocate. Knowing that there were no updates by nightfall, Connors was somewhat restless and couldn't sleep. Finally, in the middle of the night, the fishing team returned with their loot, a gigantic but emaciated abyssal shark mob. Looking at this once mighty figure, Connors found it hard to connect it with the previously fearsome one from the Tartarian woods. Its muscles had atrophied even more seriously than when it had fled, and its skin had lost its previous luster. Under the view, mana particles now covered its entire body, seemingly disappearing with its death along with its ability to devour mana. The fishing team had no casualties, but several members were injured. Still, everyone was brimming with excitement. This time, they made no effort to remain concealed. Everyone in the tribe rushed out to surround and discuss the abyssal shark mob. I heard that it was originally a 10-meter-long abyssal mob that was driven back across the Tartarian woods under the leadership of the chief. Yes, I secretly visited the Tartarian woods today. Oh my god, did you all know? A large area of the Tartarian woods has been severely damaged. This abyssal mob can bite through a tree that two people can barely hug. So impressive, just like the sea drake boss. Praises echoed from the tribal residents, perhaps a bit exaggerated, but everyone enjoyed it, feeling something akin to returning home in glory. Chief. Mebet pulled Connors aside and spoke softly. We found a resource node around the den of the abyssal shark mob. Chapter 13, A Blessing in Disguise. What? Connors exclaimed in surprise and quickly asked. Did you find a tier 1 mana herb? Except for mana rations, any tier 1 mana herb can only grow in the resource node from which it originates. All tier 1 mana herbs cannot be widely cultivated, so if there is no tier 1 mana herb, this resource node is useless apart from planting mana rations. The relationship between tier 1 mana herbs and resource nodes is akin to a symbiotic relationship. A resource node will naturally give rise to one type of tier 1 mana herb since its inception, and only that specific tier 1 mana herb can survive there. If that tier 1 mana herb goes extinct for some reason, that resource node will never be able to cultivate other tier 1 mana herbs, drastically reducing its value. Tier 1 mana herbs are very fragile. Only half of the resource nodes found in the wild can support tier 1 mana herbs. Mebet already knew what Connors was about to say. He shook his head, still a bit disappointed now. Finding a tier 1 mana herb would undoubtedly be more exciting than killing a 10-meter abyssal mob. God knows how excited the fishing team was when they saw the resource node. There should have been tier 1 mana herbs here before, but this abyssal shark mob has probably been around for a long time, and it has long since eaten all the tier 1 mana herbs. Abyssal mobs love to devour mana, and tier 1 mana herbs are concentrated mana. This abyssal shark mob doesn't understand sustainable development and has plundered everything, leaving not a single one behind. Connors felt a pang of sorrow. They could have had tier 1 mana herbs. This Gara! He angrily cursed, but the fact remained unchanged. However, discovering a wild resource node that can cultivate mana rations still has some value. Unfortunately, without the tier 1 mana herb, this resource node cannot belong to Connors. It still belongs to Kelp faction, and he can only symbolically receive some gold coins as a reward for discovering the resource node. It felt like he was still helping Kelp faction make money, which was really infuriating. I can't sleep now. Mebet uncle, make sure to take care of the abyssal mob's business. If the Kelp faction gets there first, I might not even get a bonus. He didn't know if news of killing the abyssal mobs had spread. He needed to hurry. Okay. Mebet nodded, then called over a member of the fishing team and whispered a few instructions before summoning Gilles and the others to head to the den of the abyssal shark mob. It would take about another 10 miles after crossing the begonia forest. If Connors wasn't there, Mebet and Gilles could reach it in 2 hours. Instead, Connors needed to take a break every half hour, taking twice as long to arrive. This region, formed by coral rocks, had great terrain and plenty of plankton, but there were almost no fish left. They were all chased away by this abyssal shark mob. Otherwise, this coral rock area would definitely be the best fishing ground. However, this abyssal shark mob has been killed, and it won't be long until the area is once again filled with fish, a rare fertile area. The thought of selling such a territory to Kelp faction was increasingly infuriating. After passing through a somewhat complex coral rock formation, Connors spotted the so-called abyssal shark mob lair, a massive coral cave with signs of fierce battles at the entrance. A huge piece of coral lay scattered on the ground, with remnants of flesh and blood from abyssal shark mob still faintly visible. Connors could imagine the scene that had unfolded there. The abyssal shark mob, extremely weakened after their rage, were drowsily looking for food as they swam out of the cave. But just as they left, a massive rock suddenly plummeted from directly above, too fast for them to react due to their dulled senses. They were directly hit, and then the tribe's fishing team rushed in frantically. Yet, even so, it was easy to imagine how fierce the battle must have been just by looking at this chaotic scene. This resource node isn't large, it's right in the cave. As Connors swam into the cave, he was immediately hit with a strong fishy odor, making him cover his nose. After regaining his composure, he looked around. The cave was spacious enough to accommodate abyssal mobs the size of 10 meters, measuring roughly 50 meters deep and 20 meters wide. About 10 meters down, the seabed turned into a black resource node, where the mana was extremely sparse. With the continuous absorption by the abyssal mobs, the mana levels in this resource node had already reached their minimum, but it still surpassed the mana found in seawater. The mana beneath his feet extended into the surrounding coral rocks, suggesting that there was likely another resource node pressed beneath them. To discover its precise size, all the coral would need to be relocated. "Uncle Mebet, have you all searched thoroughly?" Connors asked, not out of concern for them, but because if there were indeed a Tier 1 mana herb that they missed and it was reported, and then found by the Kelp faction, he would be furious. Others would regret their inaction and only spit in frustration, but he absolutely couldn't let the Kelp faction gain any advantage. In fact, Connors was quite stubborn. "My team and I searched every crack besides a few carcasses vomited out by the abyssal shark mob, there was nothing else." Connors activated his passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, and carefully searched the area in sight. The mana concentration in healthy Tier 1 mana herbs was nearly 10 times that of the resource node, and the mana concentration in Tier 1 mana herb seeds would be even higher. Connors had seen the tribe's Tier 1 mana herb seeds in sight. Tiny seeds densely packed with mana particles were almost blinding, like stars in the night sky, impossible to overlook. Feeling somewhat dejected, he dismissed sight and found nothing. The foul stench in the cave was truly nauseating, prompting Connors to want to leave. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a concave structure in the cave, surrounded by bite marks, with faint traces of crimson visible. Connors covered his nose and approached. "This is the blood of the abyssal shark mob." Mebet swam over, poked at a piece of the crimson substance, and stated matter-of-factly, "So this indentation was made by the abyssal shark mob itself? Do they have such a habit?" Connors pointed at the debris and the bite marks around the indent. "Maybe so, but is this abyssal shark mob really that clueless? It doesn't seem likely." Mebet also appeared quite puzzled. Connors shook his head. Abyssal mobs were inherently Chinese monsters, so there was no logic to follow. Just as he was about to turn around, he recalled the unseen depth in the abyssal shark mob's hunting eyes, and suddenly a lightning bolt flashed through his mind. "No! This abyssal mob is quite clever. It wouldn't harm itself for no reason unless there's something it needs here." Connors vividly remembered the abyssal shark mob's behavior before its rage. It was patient, cautious, agile, and experienced. It was hard to imagine such a creature doing something so foolish. Opening sight, Connors focused intently on the area, and the rocks gradually became more transparent. His headache intensified, but he pressed on. Finally, a few palm-sized, thread-like mana clusters appeared in sight, with a concentration rivaling that of the tribe's mana kelp. Uncle Mebet has gathered everyone from the fishing team to guard this area, and has also instructed someone to notify the whale syndicate's Tier 1 mana herb executor to come for filing, saying that the Seaweed clan has discovered a brand new wild Tier 1 mana herb. After finishing this sentence without catching his breath, Connors gulped down seawater, and the gill behind his ears visibly showcased how turbulent and uncontrollable his emotions were. "Chief, this..." Mebet and the ever-silent Gilles gaped in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard Connors. "Here." Connors traced a large circle with his finger along the groove, speaking in a low, yet assertive tone. "There are several Tier 1 mana herbs growing here." Mebet, dazed, swam out of the coral-strewn area, instinctively avoiding the coral rocks ahead, his mind filled with the chief's recent words.
Tier 1 mana herb.
Everyone in the Hatam race knows the value of Tier 1 mana herbs. The Seaweed clan has survived to this day thanks entirely to the Tier 1 mana herb mana Kelp. A brand new Tier 1 mana herb is enough to sustain another tribe, and given that this is the coral rock area, its barrenness was due to the presence of the abyssal shark mob.
Now that the abyssal shark mob is dead, Mebet believes it won't be long before schools of fish return, turning it into a natural hunting ground far better than the area where the Seaweed clan resides.
The tribe jumped from being at the bottom of the small tribes to a mid-tier status overnight. Guard this area well and don't let anyone approach, especially since the Kelp faction might already know there's an abyssal shark here and may even discover the resource node. They just don't know the status of the Tier 1 mana herb yet. We need to act fast while notifying the whale syndicate. Before the Tier 1 mana herb is filed with the whale syndicate, it is still considered wild. There are often incidents where two tribes simultaneously discover a Tier 1 mana herb and end up fighting fiercely for ownership. With the Seaweed clan's current strength, they definitely can't compete with the Kelp faction. If they don't want to relinquish the Tier 1 mana herb, they must act preemptively. The journey took about 4 hours, but with Mebet's full effort, he reached the tribe in just an hour and a half. The excitement was already over, and the abyssal shark mob corpses at the tribe's entrance had been moved to the center of the tribe, where they would be stripped of their skeletons and placed as a trophy in the tribe's center to deter some lower-tier abyssal mobs. Without alarming anyone else, Mebet called for his wife Loman. He couldn't get away from the coral-strewn area and had to ask someone else to notify the whale syndicate people. However, the only person he truly trusted in the tribe was his wife Loman, along with sending Colin and Wenson to protect her. Though the two didn't know what was happening, they could tell from Mebet's serious tone that it wasn't a trivial matter. They pounded their chests promising nothing would go wrong, especially Colin, who felt regret he couldn't participate in the core of the 10-meter level abyssal mobs battle. But he also knew his current strength, making him eager to grow quickly and become a full member of the fishing team. Watching the trio quietly leave the tribe, Mebet hurriedly took half of the fishing team back to the coral-strewn area, guarding it day and night to ensure no creatures entered. Finally, 2 days later, amidst the tense atmosphere, Colin hurriedly swam over.
The whale syndicate's Tier 1 mana herb executor has arrived at the tribe and is heading this way. Chapter 14, Magic Seaweed.
The whale syndicate's Tier 1 mana herb executor is a hefty man, even fatter than Zillu, whom Connors saw that day. However, unlike Zillu, who pretended to be noble while feeling insecure inside, this enormous man was proud from the core. Just like some scions from prestigious families, his mere presence overshadowed everyone else, causing all present to involuntarily lower their heads.
Connors couldn't help but click his tongue. The aura was simply too powerful.
Had he not experienced life and death and been reborn, he might not have been able to withstand such a presence. This Tier 1 mana herb executor of the large tribe, Thomas of the Whale Syndicate, not only held a high position but was also a powerful mage class. I heard that you from the Seaweed clan killed a 10-meter wide abyssal shark mob. Casually speaking, this Tier 1 mana herb seems to concern this executive more than the abyssal mobs. Indeed, a few days ago the tribe did kill this 10-meter abyssal mob.
Connors respectfully replied, adjusting his words to suit the person he was addressing.
Even though he referred to Liko as Your Highness, this title holds validity only within the Kelp faction's boundaries. However, Thomas would still address Liko as My Lord. Of course, both of them are of the mage class and can still use the titles associated with it. Yes, without the involvement of the mage class, it's rare in the history of the Whale Syndicate to kill a 10-meter abyssal mob with just over 20 people. It was just a matter of employing some strategies combined with luck. Even so, we lost a few fishers. Regardless of the reasons, being able to kill a 10-meter abyssal mob is an ability. There is nothing shameful about using strategies. Brute force without wisdom is the mindset of fish.
Delving into magic requires wisdom. In the eyes of the mage class, wisdom is key, which is why he respects this otherwise unknown tribe.
What you say is indeed true. The ocean created the Hatam race, but it was wisdom that transformed the Hatam race.
Thomas raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Wisdom changed the Hatam race. Well, that makes sense.
It's not easy for a small chieftain from a remote tribe to have such insights. It's a pity you lack magical talent, otherwise, you would certainly become a seeker of truth.
Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Unexpectedly gained Thomas's favor. Take me to see the Tier 1 mana herb. Thomas finally turned to the main topic.
My lord, these few Tier 1 mana herbs were discovered in the cave of the abyssal shark mob, preserved in a crevice in the rocks. He revealed that sunken area long before the tribe arrived, exposing the Tier 1 mana herbs inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain how he knew about them being there.
Even the mage class wouldn't be able to detect them.
Besides, he had ordered Gel not to disclose this matter. Even if he were to disclose it, it wouldn't matter much. No one would guess that he could actually see mana particles, and he could easily claim it was based on the intentions of the abyssal shark mob. Essentially, it was merely a guess, and Poseidon's words served only to confirm it. The foul smell from the abyssal shark mob's lair had mostly dissipated, but Thomas still furrowed his brow slightly upon entering. Luckily, his attention was quickly captivated by the carefully tended Tier 1 mana herbs. Compared to the glowing mana silk in his vision, the physical Tier 1 mana herbs weren't that stunning. Each had several slender purple projections growing from the base. The fact that these Tier 1 mana herbs could continuously reproduce in the hollow formed by the surrounding coral rock gave Connors a great surprise. Thomas personally took action, using his fingernail to snap off a small section of the Tier 1 mana herb, placing it in his mouth and savoring it. This highlights the greatest difference between Poseidon's eye and the mage class. The mage class can sense mana, but no matter how gifted one is, they cannot directly sense mana particles. The importance of clarity is self-evident to illustrate. If Leeuwenhoek had not ground lenses and microscopes, he would have been just an inconsequential bureaucrat. But his lenses enabled him to see tiny organisms clearly, earning him the title of microscopist and a pioneer in microbiology. Today, the concept that drinking untreated water carries many bacteria, causing stomach pains, and one should wash hands before meals and after using the bathroom was unknown even to emperors 300 years ago. This is the magic of Poseidon's eye. As long as Connors wishes, he could even count how many mana particles there are in a single Tier 1 mana herb. Indeed, this is a Tier 1 mana herb, and being able to have such mana while growing next to an abyssal mob is already quite impressive. Thomas's words undoubtedly had a decisive effect, and Connors let out a heavy sigh.
Bring me the decree.
Thomas didn't say much more and directly began writing the decree without any intention of hiding it from the crowd. The merfolk have excellent eyesight, and Connors could clearly see what was written. The Seaweed clan discovered a Tier 1 mana herb in late April of the 150th year of the Whale Syndicate calendar. At this point, Thomas suddenly looked up.
Connors, you have the naming rights for the discovery of Tier 1 mana herb. What do you plan to call it?
Looking at the thread like Tier 1 mana herb, Connors paused for a moment.
Let us call it Mystic Seaweed then.
Seaweed egg soup was his favorite soup when he was still on Earth, but unfortunately, it's impossible to find in this ocean world. Although the flavor of the begonia fish is also quite good, there's still a bit of regret. This Tier 1 mana herb doesn't look like seaweed, but Connors still plans to call it that.
It's just a name, and Thomas doesn't mind, continuing to write.
Tier 1 mana herb purple seaweed, ownership belongs to Chief Connors of the Seaweed clan. The seaweed, as a reward for discovering the Tier 1 mana herb, will be centered in a radius of 30 miles. As he wrote this, Thomas paused again, and after a moment of thought, he picked up his pen again to change the radius to 30 miles southwest on the white fish skin. The original location of the Seaweed clan is in that southwest direction, and 30 miles fits perfectly with the territory of the tribe. Otherwise, although this land belongs to the Seaweed clan, the middle part belongs to the Kelp faction, which could easily cut off the tribe's connection on both sides.
Just changing 2 words helped Connors a lot. 30 miles southwest will be the territory of the Seaweed clan.
Additionally, for the first 3 quarters, the Seaweed clan is not required to deliver any Tier 1 mana herb as needed for its development, but starting from the 3rd quarter, they will deliver half of the harvest to the Whale Syndicate each quarter. The population cap of the Seaweed clan will be raised to 2,000 Whale Syndicate. After finishing writing, Thomas took out a magic stamp imprinted with a whale from his coat pocket and pressed it on top.
A continuously rolling whale appeared, representing the authority of the Whale Syndicate. Anyone who dares to ignore the edicts of the Whale Syndicate is challenging its authority.
The last edict nearly sent Connors to hell, and this one brought him back to the human world. Now, even if the mana kelp issue is unresolved, the seaweed clan won't disband.
Of course, even with these efforts, they can't gain territory.
Good luck, Connors.
Seaweed. Thomas returned, and this matter was finally nailed down.
Unless someone dares to challenge the authority of the whale syndicate, no one can take this purple seaweed from Connors, and the Kelp faction has also become a tribe that possesses 2 types of Tier 1 mana herbs. Since Thomas concealed the seaweed clan's passing, news of the discovery of a Tier 1 mana herb quickly spread.
A series of good news had completely overwhelmed everyone in the tribe.
First, they resolved the Tier 1 mana herb issue that had plagued the tribe for more than 3 years, then they killed a 10-meter abyssal mob attacking them, and now they've found a Tier 1 mana herb. There have been just too many surprises.
When Connors returned, he was met with a warm welcome from everyone in the tribe.
Lena dashed over and hugged him, causing Mebet, who had already opened his arms beside them, to feel awkward and extremely jealous, feeling wronged as a father. Patting the little one's head, Connors smiled knowingly. This feeling of being needed and welcomed by others is truly comforting.
Hello everyone, I am your chief, Connors. Seaweed.
The last time he spoke in public, the tribe was on the verge of collapse with a dispersed heart. He had hurriedly tried to keep the residents, and this time he began similarly, but the nerves that had previously gripped him were now genuine joy.
I have fulfilled my promise to all of you. Now, no matter what, the tribe will not disband,
and everyone will have stable homes, protected by the tribe.
Chief. Chief.
Not sure who started it, nearly everyone was loudly calling out for the chief. There were less than 500 people, but their synchronized cries resonated deeply.
Connors felt his mood stirring as he took a deep breath of seawater and spoke out loud.
Moreover, the tribe now possesses 2 types of Tier 1 mana herbs, with each quarter's harvest expected to be double that of 3 years ago. The territory has expanded, and although the land is still barren, there are numerous areas that are quite fertile. Especially with a large area of coral rubble, food will no longer be a concern.
You can have as much as you want.
You didn't leave the tribe at its most critical time, and now it's time for me to report to you. Every resident of the tribe will enjoy 10% of the harvest of 1 Tier 1 mana herb in addition to their existing salary each quarter. The small tribe gives 50% of its quarterly harvest to the whale syndicate, 10% to the Kelp faction, and the remaining 40% belongs to the chief. However, the chief needs to pay wages to everyone in the tribe and cover various expenses, often ending up with only 20% left for himself, which is considered a good year, especially since the Seaweed clan has no other harvests apart from Tier 1 mana herb. For the people of the Seaweed clan, gaining an extra 10% benefit is equivalent to doubling their salary, plus the more work they do, the more they earn.
Long live the chief!
Everyone cheered from the bottom of their hearts, and the entire Seaweed clan shook off the gloom of the past 3 years, plunging into a complete frenzy.
Chapter 15, 2 Notices.
The next day, Connors got out of bed, rubbed his forehead, and felt a bit dizzy.
I didn't expect there to be alcohol in the ocean too.
The alcohol here is different from the time-consuming brewed beverages made from grains on Earth. It can be produced quite simply by placing a unique liquor fruit in a sealed container to ferment. After about half a month, the seawater in the bottle will have a certain degree of alcohol, though the concentration is low, with a taste somewhat like fruit wine. The alcohol is absorbed through the gills located behind the ears of the Hatam race, which produces a feeling of intoxication. Yesterday, everyone in the Seaweed clan was very happy, the atmosphere was lively, and Connors, for once, had some as well. However, his alcohol tolerance isn't great, and after a few cups, he stumbled back to his room, sleeping soundly until now.
I should really avoid alcohol in the future. It can cause problems.
There are a few people watching on the other side of the magic kelp, so it shouldn't be a problem, but this can't be a long-term solution. The fishing team also needs to be responsible for hunting fish. They can't just stand guard all the time. For quite some time, Connors has been relying on his previous savings to support the tribe's livelihood, which can only last for about a month more. However, in a few days, the gold coins for killing 10-meter abyssal mobs will come in, so he doesn't need to worry about money for the short term. Additionally, the coral rocks that are blocking the resource node must be moved quickly, which requires a large number of hands. Not to mention, if the magic kelp starts planting, it will definitely need a massive workforce, and the fishing team needs to expand its recruitment. We're short on hands. Waking up to so many troublesome issues in the morning really irritated him, but he had no choice but to think about it. After quickly snacking on a few treats, Connors went to the office on the first floor. Mebet had already taken the fishing team out early in the morning to scout the new territory to see where fishing locations were. After the abyssal shark mob was killed, the symphony fish just started returning and aren't suitable for catching yet. The coral rubble area can't be used as a fishing field for a short time either. They need to find a new source of fish meat quickly. As for the news about the abyssal shark mob being killed, that has already been communicated to the warriors of the whale syndicate. It won't be long before rewards are distributed and all participating fishers will be upgraded to warriors. Thus, the entire fishing team is now sharpening their claws and expecting. I still need someone to help me with administrative duties. There's no urgent need to build the town hall, but clerks are extremely necessary. Looking at the empty first floor, Connors thought again. But it's hard to find clerks. In the Seaweed clan, not to mention proficient accountants, there are hardly even a few who can read, while Mebet is one, but he has to deal with the fishing team's matters. Jill can read as well, but the fishing team is also short on manpower and can't spare anyone. The small tribe is entirely a temporary gathering place, lacking any foundational support. It's a pity that the deceased old man developed it painstakingly for 30 years. In any case, everything arises from the number of mermaids. Bending his tail, Connors sat in a chair, pondered, and pulled out 2 pieces of white fish skin, finally beginning to write. Notice on the recruitment of guildless by the Seaweed clan. Notice on the talented recruitment by the Seaweed clan. Far back in the crowd, Burl. Little Redwood aimlessly drifted along the ocean floor, her face dirty, her stature small, with a tail fin only half the size of a normal hatamrace's, similar to a human's long legs. Many of her scales were missing, exposing the bluish-red flesh beneath, a consequence of not having eaten mana rations for long. Aside from her tattered clothes, she had only a fish skin bag containing all her belongings. 5 years ago, the Tier 1 mana herb of the Little Redwood Small Department encountered an issue, leading to its forced disbandment. Her parents and brother were taken to the gallows, and she managed to escape amidst the chaos, going from being the small tribe's princess to a guildless without support overnight, drifting from the sea lion large tribe to the whale syndicate. Only she knows how much suffering she endured along the way. Everything relies on oneself. The schools of fish have long been claimed by tribes. Once you enter, even if accidentally, you would be killed. Even if you occasionally get a little, it would be snatched away by a strong guildless. As for the essential mana rations for survival, they are consumed only after a long wait, and what's even more terrifying is that some exceedingly disgusting guildless are coveting her beauty. For these starving mermaids, even their short tails can't fend off their advances. She had to cut her long hair and smear her face with filth. Lacking mana rations, her strength is dwindling. One day she will no longer be able to wield her tail, becoming just a skeleton on the ocean floor. Life is really tough. She used to have the courage to go on, but recently, her only close sister was finally chased down and killed by a ferocious knife fish after going more than half a year without eating mana rations. The blood from that day seems to linger in her nostrils, causing her to finally lose hope in life. Perhaps I will just disappear like this into the depths of the ocean. No matter how hard she tries now, she can't even keep up with a small fish. Only death awaits her. But just thinking about death makes her tremble uncontrollably. She shuts her eyes, knowing nothing, eternally silent in the darkness, unable to move or make a sound. Just the thought brings a fear so overwhelming that she forgets to breathe. She doesn't want to die, but there's no way to keep living. This is the sorrow of all guildless. Suddenly, a loud gasp erupts from the mass of mermaids ahead, and they quickly scatter. She vaguely hears words like Seaweed Clan, Tier 1 Mana Herb, and recruiting guildless. Then, the group of mermaids quickly turns in a new direction, jostling as if the water itself doesn't want to fall behind. Even a few words lead Boar to a rough conclusion. A small tribe has found a Tier 1 Mana Herb and is now recruiting guildless. Planting a Tier 1 Mana Herb requires a lot of manpower. Every time a tribe finds a new Tier 1 Mana Herb, they recruit many guildless. For the tribe's members, Tier 1 Mana Herb will make their lives more comfortable, while for guildless, it's a pivotal opportunity to join a tribe. Even being just guildless means at least being able to survive. For those struggling on the brink of life and death, survival is a luxury. Boar shakes her head and frantically sweeps her tail, trying to swim faster and desperately keep up with the group. Small tribes prefer to recruit young, strong mermaids or those with experience in planting Tier 1 mana herbs. Although she is young, according to the standards of Hatam race, she can only be considered a newly adult, and she doesn't compare in strength. As for Tier 1 mana herb planting, apart from little redwoods, she hasn't seen any other Tier 1 mana herbs, much less has any planting experience. But this is her last hope if it comes to nothing. Her next step might be to find a place she can tolerate and quietly wait for death. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tribe, near the edge of the Abyss Zone Ridge, there are thousands of guildless mermaids outside waiting, almost completely surrounding the entrance, leaving Boar no chance to get closer. She can only swim high up to get a distant view of the suggested tribe, which is somewhat on par with the almost forgotten Little Redwood tribe. This tribe is relatively weak, at least until they find a second Tier 1 mana herb. However, in the center of the tribe is a massive 7-meter-long skeleton of a white shark. The scent emanating from it makes everyone feel a suffocating sensation. This is an incredibly powerful abyssal mob, and the only thing that could represent glory in the center of Boar could only be something hunted by the Seaweed clan. Oh my! Boar covers her mouth. In her 10 years of life as guildless, she has seen abyssal mobs from a distance a few times, and she has a clear understanding of their power. Indeed, it is this threat that keeps so many guildless obediently staying put, otherwise, they would be in chaos. As for robbery, that is practically looking for death. Guildless thieves are destined to be exterminated. The crowd continues streaming in for the wandering guildless. No one will pass up this opportunity, pushing forward and trying hard to get ahead. Being at the forefront means it is easier to be noticed, and one might even bribe the tribesmen with whatever little wealth they have, increasing their chances of success. Curses and even brief scuffles break out in various places among the people. Everyone is desperately vying for a way out. Boar has no advantage and can only be pushed further and further back. In the end, she ends up at the very back of the crowd. Here, the people of the Seaweed clan find it hard to see her, and her mood grows increasingly heavy, as she has basically lost her opportunity. 2 whole days passed, during which Betrayal only secretly consumed a piece of black fish meat. In places like this filled with guildless, competition is common. Although he wasn't strong enough at that time, Betrayal had been wandering for a full 10 years and was quite clear about survival skills. Over the past 2 days, the Seaweed clan's people continued their normal lives, each face beaming with smiles of happiness. Betrayal looked at these people with deep envy, realizing that someone had discovered a Tier 1 mana herb who wouldn't be happy? If Little Redwood's group had discovered a Tier 1 mana herb in time, perhaps their family wouldn't have perished. The days of 10 years ago were almost fading from memory, but thinking back, even if it was blurred, it still caused heartache. During this time, she heard the name of the Seaweed clan's chief, Connors, mentioned more than once. Every mention was in praise and admiration. There were always some residents of the Seaweed clan who came over during their breaks to chat about the changes over the past 2 months, and then spread these stories wildly among the guildless, which Betrayal also heard. The twists and turns of these tales were simply heart-stopping. She could hardly imagine that just 2 months ago, the Seaweed clan had almost faced a crisis of dissolution similar to Little Redwood's because of the issue with the Tier 1 mana herb. You have no idea how terrified the entire tribe was when the Whale Syndicate's edict came down. In that moment, I nearly fainted from fear. That night, my neighbor Old Good took his family and money and fled while the chief was comatose. Thankfully, I believed in the chief now. I wonder what regrets Old Good has. Not far away, a guildless person spoke animatedly about the news he had gathered, as if he himself were a resident of the tribe. Betrayal sat nearby, focusing intently while hugging her tail fin. This person had a great storytelling talent. He described how Connors awoke from his coma to resolve the Tier 1 mana herb issue, leading the fishing team to a decisive victory against 10-meter abyssal mobs in the nearby crabapple forest, and later fought again in the abyssal mob's lair, successfully killing one and discovering a Tier 1 mana herb. He recounted everything in detail, as if he had personally experienced it, occasionally eliciting gasps of surprise from the crowd. That's wonderful! Betrayal didn't really know what this statement meant. Chapter 16, Betrayal's Surprise. 2 days later, a small group of mermen clad in fish leather emerged, each looking incredibly strong and fierce. This was the fishing team of the Seaweed clan, a group that had slain a 10-meter abyssal mob without a mage class. All the guildless fell silent, and those standing in front instinctively moved back a little. Buer watched from a distance, feeling a sense of fear towards these people. After all, they were the ones who had killed a 10-meter abyssal mob. According to the ocean's common laws, they were no longer just fishermen, but respected animal warriors. Especially the leader, who in Buer's eyes seemed even stronger than her own father. Then she saw the fishing team parting to let a pale-faced young boy swim out. The sturdy animal warriors expressed deep respect for this boy. This was the chief of the Seaweed clan. According to Hatam race age calculations, he was still 10 years away from officially reaching 16. Connors, the Seaweed, had completed the legendary transformation of the Seaweed clan from brink of dissolution to resurgence in just 2 months. The boy looked a bit dazed as he surveyed the large group of guildless. Over 2,000 people had gathered here in just a few days. He probably never expected so many people to come. Watching the boy's surprised expression, Buer couldn't help but feel he was a bit cute. Perhaps it was because she had heard too many rumors about Connors over the past 2 days, each framing him as a brave and wise figure. Now, seeing him show a common expression created a sense of contrasting cuteness. However, the boy quickly regained his composure, signaling to a robust man with a large tail fin beside him. The man pulled out a piece of white fish skin paper from his clothing, cleared his throat, and loudly read it out. Announcement regarding the recruitment of guildless by the Seaweed clan. All the guildless felt a thrill of anxiety. The contents of this piece of paper were about their future. Buer quickly perked up her ears to listen. We have discovered a Tier 1 mana herb, the magical purple seaweed. Given the current situation of the tribe, the Seaweed clan plans to recruit 600 guildless to join the tribe. Whoosh! Only 600 people. In these past few days, Guildless has found out that the Seaweed clan has no more than 500 members, while a tribe that possesses 2 Tier 1 mana herbs can have a maximum of 2,000 people. Even if they estimate it, they should at least recruit 1,000 people. The fact that there are only 600 means that 3/4 of the Guildless will meet a tragic end. Silence! The speaker yelled loudly, and only when all the Guildless had quieted down did he continue. Joining the tribe, temporary identity as guildless. The tribe will only provide basic living necessities and food, no salary. After 5 years, they will automatically upgrade to official residents with benefits equivalent to those of tribe residents. Those who perform excellently may advance earlier. Those with strong bodies or experience in growing Tier 1 mana herbs will be prioritized, followed by healthy teenagers without diseases, and those skilled in skinning fish or polishing fish bones, regardless of gender. After mentioning 3 priorities, Bull's heart sank further with each one. By the end, she was almost in despair. None of these conditions applied to her. It essentially announced her death sentence. That's true, I can't do anything. What tribe would take care of me for free? With a self-deprecating remark, Bull lost all hope, feeling completely lost. She didn't know what to do, although she had already decided to find a good place to await death after failing. Facing death directly was not as simple as it seemed. Just as she was lost in thought, another voice exploded forth. Notice regarding the Seaweed clan's recruitment of talent. The stout man took out a piece of white fish skin and read it out loud. They are still recruiting. Everyone perked up their ears again. Due to the developmental needs of the Seaweed clan, we plan to hire several talents, divided into 2 categories, literary and martial. For martial, candidates must understand basic hunting techniques and can independently face an adult knife fish for more than 5 minutes. They will be screened by the tribe's fishing team captain, Warrior Mebet. Once approved, they will join the Seaweed clan's fishing team as reserve members, become official residents, and enjoy equal salaries of 5 silver scales per month. For literary, candidates must be able to read and write, with proficiency in basic arithmetic prioritized. They will be screened by Seaweed clan chief Connors. Those qualified will join the administration department to assist the tribe chief in managing daily tribal affairs, becoming official residents and enjoying the same salary as reserve fishing team members. After hearing all the words, the guildless began to stir again. Did you hear? Official residents get 5 silver scales a month. That's 5 silver scales. Can you face an adult knife fish all by yourself?
Immediately, someone scoffed. The knife fish is far too fierce for the starving guildless. And what does reading and writing even mean?
Knowing characters is useless if you can't grow tier 1 mana herbs or catch fish.
How can you have the same status as the fishing team members?
Oh my, but the chief personally selects.
You'll get to work with the chief in the future and manage others. How is that possible? Who knows?
Being able to face a knife fish for more than 5 minutes is considered top-notch among the guildless. While everyone was envious, they felt it was reasonable.
But equating literacy with the ability to handle a knife fish was simply unbelievable. Bull's heart was racing uncontrollably.
She knew how to read back in Little Redwood. She learned a lot of words from her mother. She could recognize general texts, and she also knew a little arithmetic, but she didn't know what level of proficiency was required. As far as she knew, there were hardly any literate individuals among the guildless. After all, learning to read consumes a significant amount of time and requires hiring someone to teach. The guildless had no such resources.
So she did have an opportunity.
She dared not wish for too much. All she needed was a place that would take her in.
Next.
Connors rubbed his forehead. He had already anticipated the cultural level of the guildless, knowing that even Mebet could barely manage. He was even thinking that if they could reach half of Mebet's level, with his training, he could help in no time. But he hadn't expected the level to be like this. He wrote down his name, the 2 tier 1 mana herbs, and several common fish names for the seaweed clan on a piece of white fish skin, and to this point, not a single person could even recognize half. A tattered, dirty young woman from Hatamu approached timidly, hands tightly clutched, not daring to step forward. Some of the scales on her body had fallen off, exposing bluish-white flesh, and her tail fin looked quite unappealing.
"What is your name?"
Connors looked into her eyes and tried to ask gently. Many of these guildless were born into that status. If there were no opportunities, they would remain guildless for their entire lives. The world restricts their ability to change, which is undeniably sad, just like the popular saying on Earth.
The problem isn't me, but the whole world.
Similarly, Connors felt powerless to change that situation.
At least for now, he was also one of those struggling at the bottom. Bull. Little Redwood.
Boer was very nervous. She was afraid of losing this opportunity for survival, and her voice even trembled.
"So, Boer, do you recognize these characters?"
For the 10th time, Connors handed over the white fish skin, and Boer carefully took it.
Seeing the words written on it, she felt a little relieved and softly read aloud. Connors.
Seaweed, tier 1 mana herb, mana kelp, and magic seaweed, begonia fish, coral fish, bluefin tuna, knife fish. Word for word, it was something that appeared so simple to earthlings.
Yet, Connors felt an overwhelming sense of relief.
He was genuinely worried that if not even a literate person could be found, he would either be overwhelmed with work or need to spend a lot of time teaching someone to read, neither of which he liked at all.
Of course, if he chose to muddle through, none of this would matter. So, Boer, you're doing great.
Chief, I. Suddenly praised, Boer looked a bit flustered, unsure of what to say.
No need to be nervous. At least you're performing much better than the others before you. Let me ask you another question. If you can answer it, you'll pass. In fact, unless the subsequent candidates performed exceptionally well, this girl named Boer had already passed.
Given the current situation, Connors had little confidence that the individuals coming next would perform much better than her. Each mana kelp from the seaweed clan can be sold for 1 gold coin. Assuming 250 plants can be cultivated in a quarter, with 50% going to the whale syndicate and 10% to kelp faction, how many gold coins can the seaweed clan sell in total this quarter? Originally, Connors had prepared 2 questions. The first was just a simple multiplication problem, while the second one was slightly more complex, involving some comprehensive calculations, but it was definitely a standard question for a 5th grader. However, even such a question stumped Mebet, the tribe known for its combat prowess and knowledge. Connors began to doubt whether the tribe's previous accounts were accurate, quietly removed the second question, and simplified all the numbers. This time, it wasn't so easy. At least Boer thought for nearly 5 minutes and hesitated repeatedly with her somewhat fish-like fingers before carefully speaking up.
100 gold coins, chief. Very good, you have passed my assessment. Here is your labor contract. Please read it carefully, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If everything seems alright, just sign your name here, and you'll be a part of the Seaweed Clan's operations team. Connors pulled out a sheet of white fish skin filled with dense writing. Unlike recruiting guildless, he wanted to follow Earth's hiring procedures. Even though he knew that someone like Boar would agree to any unreasonable conditions as long as her survival was guaranteed, many of the contents were beyond her comprehension. After all, she would be part of his future team, and they would spend a lot of time together. Being close-knit is essential, and Connor's sincerity would be felt by Boar in the future. Just as Connors expected, upon receiving the white fish skin, Boar quickly glanced at it and scribbled her name, afraid that Connors might change his mind. Taking the contract, Connors placed it into a specially made folder. Boar Zayahongmu, I am glad to have you join the Seaweed Clan. In an instant, Boar felt as if he had been struck by an overwhelming surprise. Chapter 17, Heat and Cold Winter. 2 days later, the recruitment of the Seaweed Clan had ended, and the 1,000 guildless lingering at the tribe's entrance left in disappointment, uncertain of their future. Unless the tribe is too busy with its own affairs or in special recruitment situations, guildless are not allowed to gather in the tribe's territory. Connors sat in the study on the second floor, faintly able to see the departing guildless group through the window. He felt a sense of pity. Many among them would die in this wandering existence. However, the tribe could only accommodate so many people. If more arrived, it would become unsustainable. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should help the world. This has always been his principle. Shaking his head to shake off the complicated feelings, he set the book down and went to the office on the first floor. There were still many matters to address within the tribe, and the influx of new arrivals needed proper management. Otherwise, things could easily go awry. If a disturbance occurred, it would be disastrous. Mebet was to lead a group to the coral debris area to clear the coral rocks. A new residential area was set to be built there. 100 gold coins for killing the abyssal shark mob had long been given to Connors when the whale syndicate arrived a few days ago. Otherwise, his new revenue plan wouldn't start until after the mana kelp harvest in 2 quarters. However, suddenly supporting more than 600 people with food and expenses was a significant burden. Connors could only provide what was within his capacity to ensure a decent life. Aside from these 2 major matters, there was another important issue. This batch of mana kelp had matured and begun to seed. They had to be collected carefully, as harvesting and seed collection were intricate tasks. Hello, Chief. Boar had already freshened up on the first floor, washing away the grime and putting on clean fish leather clothes. His dark red short hair was tied up, and his appearance was exquisite. Even with his small tail fin, he scored above the pass mark in the Hatam race. From the perspective of Connors, a human, he would definitely score at least 80 points. With better nutrition and a bit more meat, he could look even better. The office department only managed to recruit Boar. It's not that Connors was too demanding, but simply that there was no one else. Among the over 2,000 who claimed to be literate, only about 20 actually could read, and most could only recognize a few characters, making them unusable. With only Boar available, they could make do temporarily, considering he himself couldn't even meet the standard yet. They would address this as the tribe's population grew. How's Boar doing? Is life going well? The Seaweed Clan is great, much better than before. In the past couple of days, Boar felt as if he were living in a dream. First, he was recruited into the Seaweed Clan and immediately became an official member. His name changed to Boar Seaweed. Not only that, but he was also receiving a monthly salary of 5 silver scales and even temporarily living in the chief's house. Just a few days ago, he was wandering, surrounded by dangers, never knowing when he might die. But in just 2 days, he found himself living in a stone house, with a soft seawool bed and clean mana rations and fish meat. Everything felt so incredible. Sometimes he would wake up from a dream and tightly grasp the seawool beneath him to reassure himself he wasn't dreaming. What he needed to do was quite simple: focus on learning. Initially, he thought the chief had him living in the stone house so they could sleep together at night, but then he realized he was overthinking it. He was only staying in a temporary partition set up on the first floor. Every night, the chief would come to teach him half an hour of math,
which was what the Hatam race referred to as arithmetic.
According to the chief, mathematics is the key to the hall of knowledge. The foundation of all science is not just ordinary arithmetic.
Even though he didn't understand what that meant, it didn't prevent him from feeling that math was quite grand. The chief had already assigned him a piece of homework to become proficient in something called the multiplication table. The chief said that as soon as he mastered this, he could solve the day's problem in less than a minute. Of course, aside from that, he was also responsible for collecting and organizing information on guildless.
This task was quite troublesome since many people couldn't even write their names.
Additionally, there were physical characteristics, height, previous occupations, family information, and so on. Many guildless were not very cooperative. Thankfully, the chief had sent Colin to assist him, or it would have been much more complicated.
How's the population census going?
Connors sat in his seat, propping his chin with one hand, exuding a boss-like demeanor. He used to adopt this posture whenever his boss asked about business when he worked at a company, and now he was finally feeling the same. It felt great, though his neck was a bit sore.
We have already counted 53 people.
In just 2 days, considering the time taken to settle in and adapt to the seaweed clan's pace of life, as well as learning the multiplication table, it was quite good. At least he hadn't slacked off.
Don't rush it, take your time. However, we must ensure that the information is accurate.
Additionally, today we need to harvest the seeds from the mana kelp. Please help me record it later. Taking out several sheets of white fish skin, he handed them to Burr, and this time he bought a total of 500 sheets at once, costing him 5 gold coins, enough to last a while.
He then began recalculating the previous accounts.
Since discovering that Mebot's arithmetic was a complete mess, he had serious doubts about the past records. Sure enough, in just 2 days, he uncovered many issues in the comparisons. There were always shortages either in the east or the west, adding up to 7 or 8 gold coins over a year. This isn't just some shady practices or inflated prices, but blatant manipulations in the calculations. For instance, a standard bag of mana rations is written as costing 5 copper scales for 32 bags, totaling 160 copper scales, but the actual payment was noted as 180 copper scales. If it weren't for the fact that many entries here were written by his deceased father, and he was the one providing the money, Connors would suspect that someone was cooking the books. When he realized this, he almost couldn't suppress a mouthful of old blood. Such basic arithmetic was erroneous. How had you remained chief so securely for so many years?
In any case, this issue must be eliminated in the future.
Others aside, the procurement must at least be capable of arithmetic. Now everything must pass through his eyes. A few coins a year add up to dozens over 10 years, and just like that, Connors felt his heart bleed. Burr watched as the young chief casually scribbled numbers with a fishbone pen, each figure popping up, while he sighed and shook his head. Although not knowing what was causing the sighs, watching the smooth calculations was impressive. He silently vowed to master the multiplication table and quickly move on to the next step of learning:
linear equations.
After having lunch brought by Lena, Connors went with Burr and a persistent Lena to the tribe's mana kelp resource node. Today, they were to collect seeds from over 100 Tier 1 mana herbs, and in about a week, they would officially begin harvesting Tier 1 mana herbs. To be precise, this was the first true seed collection by the tribe in 3 years. Previously, the seeds produced by sick Tier 1 mana herbs were mostly unusable. Now, they were using seeds saved from the past. Activating his passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, Connors entered a vision wherein, aside from a deliberately left parasitic plant, all other bodies were filled with mana particles, indicating lush growth of the Tier 1 mana herbs. Now he could see that each Tier 1 mana herb had several tiny round balls filled with mana particles the size of fingertips. These mana tightly encapsulated in the small balls. Unable to escape these balls were the seeds of the Tier 1 mana herbs. The seeds of Tier 1 mana herbs also had the effect of being absorbed by mage class individuals. In fact, some Tier 1 mana herbs derived their value from their seeds. Therefore, according to Seaweed Clan rules, no one is allowed to steal Tier 1 mana herb seeds, which is critically important. Connors needs to supervise this. Of course, he has another important task:
selection.
Just like the Native Americans cultivated corn more than 7,000 years ago, each planting would select the best for seeds for the next cycle, constantly making selections to evolve the corn into its current form. Connors hopes to use the same method, utilizing passive skill,
Poseidon's eye to grade these seeds to find the best batch for the next planting season. Through generations of cultivation, the quality of the mana kelp will improve gradually, potentially even becoming mid-level tier 1 mana herbs. The quality directly influences the number of gold coins. Aside from that one plant, start collecting seeds for the others. A large number of skillful tribespeople had long been awaiting this. Such important tasks couldn't involve the newly arrived guildless. These individuals had at least 10 years of experience with mana kelp and understood all its habits very well. Just like harvesting tier 1 mana herbs, collecting seeds must aim to leave minimal wounds, otherwise, it would affect the quality of the tier 1 mana herbs. The tribespeople know to do this from years of experience, but they don't know why. Connors, however, is able to see that as the seeds are harvested, a small wound appears on the tier 1 mana herb. Each time the mana cycles, a bit of mana flows out from the wound, but it doesn't last long. The wound will soon shrink on its own, and no more mana will flow out. However, once the seeds are planted, the tier 1 mana herb will no longer absorb mana from the resource node, so that bit of mana is essentially lost forever. It's no wonder only skilled mermen can participate, otherwise, if one accidentally creates a large cut, wouldn't it lead to a significant loss of mana and a decrease in the quality of the tier 1 mana herb? These tribespeople are very adept. They simply tap the seed lightly, and it is taken out with almost no visible wound. Each time Connors finishes harvesting a tier 1 mana herb, he has everyone pause and let Bull record the details. Record: according to the chart I gave you yesterday, the first tier 1 mana herb has average growth, with 3 seeds, and the seeds are good. After Bull finished recording everything, Connors used a small section of the sea reed tube brought back by the fishing team to store the seeds inside, marking it with a Hadamu character. Next plant. The seaweed clan fervently relocated themselves from the coral rocks while harvesting tier 1 mana herb seeds, and in the middle of the seaweed stood a 2-story exquisite stone house. Zilla trembled as he held the white fish skin. Originally, the abyssal shark mob was supposed to be attracted to the seaweed clan by the mana kelp scent, but somehow that creature stopped in a forest of flowering trees, without any movement for 2 consecutive days. Coincidentally, it also happened to mark 3 years of marriage with his wife, and he had already promised to return to her family. Anyway, since the abyssal shark mob was already appearing around the small algae tribe, an attack would eventually be launched. Without having to think twice, Zilla made the decision to forego his wealthy father-in-law. Just as he reached the tribe where his father-in-law lived, a current cut off their connection. Many coincidences led him to learning the news today. The 10-meter-long abyssal shark mob was ambushed, and the seaweed clan found a new tier 1 mana herb, which originally belonged to the kelp faction. Heaven knows how furious the prince will be. In an instant, he felt like he was facing a harsh winter. Chapter 18: The Conspiracy in the Shadows. The prince is still in confinement, but once he emerges, he will quickly learn of this matter, which concerns the 10-meter-long abyssal mobs and a tier 1 mana herb. The entire tribe is buzzing with rumors, and everyone is filled with jealousy towards the seaweed clan. To think that a tier 1 mana herb could still be found hidden among the rocks in the lair of an abyssal mob. How fortunate! Later, news spread from the kelp faction's fishing team that they had discovered this 10-meter-long abyssal mob first and were planning how to tackle it, but they never expected it to run into seaweed clan's territory and be ambushed back. God knows what drove that abyssal mob mad to venture into the seaweed clan's territory. If we had known there was a new tier 1 mana herb in its lair, we would have gone in long ago. These are the words directly from the fishing team, and once it spread, the entire kelp faction went wild. This was supposed to be their tier 1 mana herb. Heaven knows what would happen if the kelp faction finds out that the abyssal shark mob was lured there by him. All of this is to blame on him and Liko. Had it not been for Liko's orders, the abyssal shark mob would not have come to seaweed clan's territory. Likewise, if he had not returned to his in-laws and had focused on this matter, Seaweed Clan would not have smoothly obtained the tier 1 mana herb. But the vast difference in status between him and Liko determines that he is the main person responsible. What's even more terrifying is the wrath of the prince and the tormentor Liko. The wrath of the kelp. What should I do? What should I do? Zilla was pacing back and forth in the room, as if possessed, continuously repeating his own words. Master, should we send some purple-tailed fish to Mr. Ku? The maid swam in and spoke up. Shut up! At this moment, Zilla was overwhelmed and couldn't think about gifts when interrupted by the maid. He immediately exploded in anger, shouting loudly to vent his anxiety and fear, which quickly silenced the maid who had just swum up. What can we do? The prince will definitely find out. Suddenly, Zillu had an idea, and with a flick of his tail, he appeared in front of the maid, gripping her arm tightly with a fierce expression. What did you just say? The young maid was frightened and timidly opened her mouth. I wasn't intending to. Zillo angrily interrupted the maid. I said. What did you just say? To send some purple-tailed fish to Master. Master Ku. Thud, the maid collapsed to the ground, yet Zilla was too distracted to care. Yes, Kumashu. He knows the princess thoughts best, perhaps he has a solution. With a rush, Zilla threw open the door and dashed out, leaving the maid trembling in place. Zillu, why did you call me over in such a hurry? The guildless I was pressing is about to bite the opponent. Kumashu, dissatisfied, moved his painfully pulled wrist. He was the one who used the magical whip on Lena and, together with Zillu, was a servant of Liko. Kumashu, help me. Zillu's voice was already tinged with tears. The closer he got to Liko, the more he felt his terror. He would be locked in the basement under the castle. Looking at Zillu's chubby face and his flabby body, Kumashu suddenly curled his lip in disgust, but quickly masked it and said in a concerned tone. What is going on? He didn't know this matter. Attracting the abyssal shark mob to attack the tribe was a grave sin. Zillu hadn't informed anyone about it, including Kumashu. Besides, he had his own motives. In front of the prince, Kumashu's status was higher than his, and to surpass Kumashu naturally meant he couldn't let him take credit. Unfortunately, he had messed things up now. Next, Zilla laid everything bare. So, you mean all the luck of the seaweed clan this time was sent by you? You really are a good person. Kumashu directly placed all the blame on Zillu. But Zillu wanted to defend himself. After all, the idea of letting the abyssal shark mob attack the seaweed clan was proposed by the prince, and no matter how he calculated it, he was just an accomplice. No. It's entirely your fault. Kumashu spoke in a definitive tone. He clearly understood that both he and Zilla were merely Liko's lapdogs. They could act wantonly because Liko favored them. Conversely, if Liko hated them, they would be worse than dogs. As a lapdog, Kumashu understood very well that Liko was always right, no matter what. First, you didn't lead the abyssal shark mob to the seaweed clan. Don't talk about having already attracted them to the Huaitan forest. Not attracting them is still not attracting them. You did not perform well. If the abyssal shark mob had directly attacked the seaweed clan, catching them off guard, everything would have already been over. This time, Kumashu didn't give Zillu a chance to speak at all. Second, you didn't continuously follow up on this matter. If you had been aware in time, you could have seized the new Tier 1 mana herd before things were finalized. Ultimately, it's because you didn't take this matter to heart that is your greatest sin. I know I was wrong. Kumashu, you have been with the prince the longest and are the most valued by him. Is there any way you can save me? Kumashu looked at Zillu's pale face with sarcasm in his eyes. Indeed, he was a foolish sea pig. With such limited ability, he still wanted to take all the credit, only to end up begging for help. Clearing his throat, Kumashu said, There is indeed a way. What way? Zilla seemed to grasp the last straw, clutching Kumashu's arm joyfully, exclaiming wildly, spraying greasy seawater from his mouth directly onto Kumashu's face. Without letting it show, Kumashu discreetly withdrew his hand, working hard to suppress the urge to vomit. Do you know why the prince values the seaweed clan so much? Why? Zilla looked confused. His impression of the seaweed clan was that they were backward, barbaric, dirty, and inferior. Especially the merfolk there, filthy all over. Just thinking about their muddy appearance made him feel nauseous. Kumashu looked completely defeated. He really didn't know how this fat guy managed to hang around the prince. Connors. Seaweed. The chief of the seaweed clan. The prince has taken a fancy to him. If Connors had heard this, he would surely be furious. What does it mean to be favored by a man? Yet, both Kumashu and Zillu understood how terrifying it was to be valued by the prince. The dark, lightless basement, the stripped merfolk skins,
and the terrifying torture tools were chilling.
He's the chief as long as the small tribe doesn't collapse, even the prince cannot openly take him away. If the prince can't do anything, what can I do? Completely missing the point, Zillow looked bewildered. Are you stupid? If a straightforward approach won't work, why not abduct him secretly? As long as His Highness sees that Connors, his anger will be significantly reduced, and you'll be safe for now. Besides, as far as I know, Connors has no relatives, so it would be easy to install a puppet and smoothly bring the Seaweed clan into the tribe. Both types of Tier 1 mana herbs would belong to the tribe, and you'd have made a significant achievement. A significant achievement. Hearing the last sentence, Zilla couldn't help but tremble slightly. The seemingly deadly situation had been resolved so easily, and it might even turn into a major accomplishment. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you so much for your guidance, Tumas. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. I remember your maid just escaped, how about I get you a new one?
Zinyuan said easily, knowing full well what that so-called escaped meant.
That's not bad, but you must remember that if you fail this time, even I won't be able to save you.
Don't worry, I know someone who can single-handedly take down 3-meter-high abyssal mobs. That weak-looking chief will be a piece of cake, hee.
Zunyuan chuckled confidently and then quickly left. Watching Zillow leave in high spirits, Tumas shook his head.
He always remembered one thing: no matter what he did, he was still a sea dog at His Highness's feet, and what sea dogs feared most was being abandoned by their masters. To avoid being abandoned, one must showcase their advantages. When your colleagues are fools, having a comparison creates an advantage.
You can't die yet, Zunyuan. Sea pig. With a scoff, Tumas continued towards the arena.
He had made a huge bet today. Chief, all the Tier 1 mana herbs have been counted. Like a little secretary, Bull handed over a sheet of white fish skin. Connors glanced at it, using his experience from more than 20 years of residence farming mana kelp as a frame of reference. He set a standard using the data from 3 years ago when the seaweed was healthy, defining it as good at 80 points, while the already sick ones were set at failing with 50 points, then compiled a simple linear equation based on the approximate concentration of mana. A mana concentration above 90 is excellent, with each 10 points representing a grade level down to 60, beyond which Tier 1 mana herbs are no longer considered. It's still not precise enough, but it should suffice for the short term. This equation can be improved later as more Tier 1 mana herbs become available, in line with the mage class's absorption standards. Of the 138 plants this quarter, over half were rated above good. Only the one Connors specifically kept was still below passing, the rest were at least average. Given that the previous 3 months had involved illness, this was a rather encouraging result.
Good. Bull, later you will take out the Tier 1 mana herb seeds that are rated good or above, and then compare them with my evaluations of the above seeds to select the best batch. Around 200 or so will do.
Initially, he wanted to select directly based on the mana concentration of the seeds, but unsure if that's the only criterion, he opted to find the best seeds from the best plants, using 2 filtering processes to be safer.
Hopefully, a scientific method will work effectively.
He was unwilling to just be a chief of a small tribe, as he could be sent to the gallows at any time. He also wanted to return to Earth to see it again. After all, that was where he had spent more than 20 years before this. All of this was related to status in this world. Magic is fundamental, and Tier 1 mana herbs are essential for the mage class. It could be said that mastering Tier 1 mana herbs is equivalent to mastering the world.
Chapter 19, Dazzling Mana.
That night, Mebet sent word to Connors that he wouldn't be back for a few days. Most of the guildless had been taken to Coral Rock by him to help with transporting rocks and building their new homes, working together to acclimate these people like a rookie training program to prevent any large-scale turmoil later. The fishing team also had most of its personnel taken, leaving only Wenson with a few reserves here for drills and daily management. Since it was only a 2-hour distance, any issues could be addressed in time. In the evening, Connors and Bull went to the storage room on the 2nd floor where all the seeds were kept.
Connors also checked Bull's understanding of the multiplication table and coincidentally discussed the importance of linear equations with her.
Bull, you see, it's still the same question as before. Suppose we set the total revenue as X. The Hatamu language doesn't have an X, but with phonetic spelling, Connors to find one himself. It's just a code and isn't important. Despite being a bit confused, Bull's admiration for Connors and the knowledge remained undiminished. Her admiration for Connors and knowledge. The chief was incredibly learned, especially in mathematics. In her view, such things were usually accumulated through experience and age, but with the chief, everything could be traced, and as long as the method was grasped, the underlying rules could easily be found. This is simply a quest for truth. My goodness, that's something only the mage class can do. Bor was startled by his own thoughts. No one knew, at that moment, a figure wrapped in pitch-black shark skin, like a ghost, had arrived at the edge of the Seaweed clan. Connors. Seaweed. The voice was incredibly hoarse, as if something had choked the throat, and then it gently swayed its tail fin. Despite not using much force, it quietly swam away, like a shadow that's hard to see, with only the magical dagger at its waist flashing a blue light. The shadow swam directly into the Seaweed clan, where the fishing team's manpower was scarce, and not a single person on night patrol noticed. The stonehouse in the center, a frail young man, this employment is really too simple. Once having soloed a 3-meter level abyssal mob, Juller was quite proud. His strength came from his innate speed and agility. Although his power wasn't much, he could fully compensate through skill. He didn't like to cooperate with others and preferred to wear shark skin clothes, as they enhanced his speed and reduced drag. Thus, those who knew him liked to call him by his nickname Lone Shark Juller. Swimming past the huge abyssal shark mob's bone structure, feeling the overwhelming and suffocating presence above, Juller was filled with jealousy. Now everyone knew that the Seaweed clan had killed a 10-meter level abyssal mob with more than 20 fishermen, without a mage class, completely shattering his pride. In the past, when he talked about killing a 3-meter level abyssal mob, others would say this. A 3-meter level abyssal mob? That's so terrifying I wouldn't even dare to look. How could you kill it? Admiration, surprise, and disbelief made him feel quite comfortable. But since the Seaweed clan killed that 10-meter level abyssal mob, all the comments changed. While a 3-meter level abyssal mob is scary, there is a huge gap compared to a 10-meter one. One bite could probably kill you. The chief of the Seaweed clan easily killed a 10-meter level abyssal mob with just a few fishermen. What do you know? Juller roared inside. These Gara with no experience had no idea how terrifying the abyssal mobs were, their incredible agility, speed, and strength, especially the surge in combat power after going berserk, all too easy. They knew nothing and dared to say such things. Today, I will easily capture it to show you who the real powerhouse is. Unexpectedly, it was already late at night, and everywhere else in the Seaweed clan was asleep, but 2 places in the central house of the tribe, representing the chief, were illuminated by silver glowing bugs. Juller swam past the window of the lower floor like a ghost and quickly saw what was inside. A short-haired, petite mermaid girl was staring at a white fish skin while muttering something. However, as a dedicated assassin, he quickly gauged his threat level from her physique. Small tail fin, little blood, weak explosive force, short stature, flabby muscles, completely defenseless here, no systematic training, and even showing signs of phosphate deficiency from long periods without mana rations. Her combat power could be completely ignored. Juller gently flicked his tail fin, creating slight waves in the water, pushing him up to the 2nd floor. Sensing something, Bor looked up at the window. Seeing nothing, he continued reciting the multiplication tables. The chief said he used to sleep only 6 to 7 hours a day in a place called Senior Year and spent the rest of the time studying. The chief said knowledge isn't gained out of thin air. Only those who work hard will reap rewards. I need to work hard too. Just days later, Bor's catchphrase had transformed into the chief said. On the 2nd floor, Connors yawned and took out a fish skin lampshade to cover the lamp filled with silver glow. The room dimmed. Although there were fewer things to play with without a phone, his days felt much more fulfilling. Okay, let's train passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, and wrap up this day. Opening vision, the originally dark world instantly transformed into a riot of colors. Mana particles danced like luminous plankton, vibrant and kaleidoscopic. It's a rare opportunity to be transported to another world. How great would it be if I could use magic too? Sighing in melancholy, Connors prepared to put away vision, but suddenly a blue mana cluster appeared among the drifting mana particles, elongated. All the mana particles seemed to be fixed by something and were moving collectively.
What is this?
Then he saw the mana strip shoot in from a distance, surrounded by blue mana particles that instantly formed a spiral, spinning around the tip of the strip at an incredible speed, reaching his sight in the blink of an eye. Connors instinctively darted aside, while due to the surprise, Poseidon's eye automatically retreated.
Goo goo.
In the world visible to the naked eye, a blue shimmering dagger is currently embedded in the wooden chair where I just sat, vibrating and making a gurgling sound.
If I hadn't moved out of the way, I definitely would have been pierced by it.
Without a moment's hesitation, Connors shouted at the top of his lungs.
There's an assassin!
Juller couldn't understand how this frail young man had evaded the powerful strike of his magic dagger. He was confident he hadn't revealed any weaknesses, but clearly, this was not the time to ponder that question. No matter how strong he was, capable of taking on 10 foes at once, it was impossible to fight off 100 at once.
Boom!
Although the crabapple wood window was beautiful, it was not very sturdy. The assassin, clad in black sharkskin, broke through the window and lunged fiercely at Connors. Connors had never imagined that an assassination attempt would happen to him. In a panic, he rushed out through the door, while Juller drew his magic dagger and relentlessly pursued him. The second floor of the stone house had an apartment-like structure, with a long corridor leading to the front door on one end, a solid stone wall on one side, and various rooms on the other.
Crash!
Connors yanked open the nearby door, his tail fin swinging as he tried to dart inside, but lacking training, his explosive power was far from impressive. Just as he was about to enter the room, a blue dagger was expertly plunged into his tail fin, blood spurted forth, staining the surrounding seawater red. The pain, however, propelled Connors to thrash his tail fin wildly. The recoil of the seawater pushed him back, and the sharp dagger sliced through flesh and organ essential to the Hatam race. His tail fin was lined with numerous blood vessels, and blood gushed out.
Had he not received timely medical attention, Connors might have bled to death. This is a common sense error. It's akin to a person being bitten by a snake.
The instinctive reaction of an ordinary person is to pull their hand away with force, which is not a thought-out response but rather a reflex. However, the snake's fangs are barbed, and the harder you pull, the deeper it bites.
These are the details of combat.
If Mebet were here, he wouldn't have acted so rashly but would have thought of a way to disengage from the dagger without exacerbating the wound. As for Connors, he was always just an ordinary person, and all that filled his mind now was a single thought.
Run!
As long as the others from the tribe arrive, he would be safe.
Chief!
Boo, hearing the commotion, rushed up from the first floor, and just as he opened the door, he saw the dagger slicing open Connor's tail fin, creating a gash as wide as half an arm, with blood gushing from the wound. He immediately screamed in horror. The cost was heavy, but Connors also managed to free himself from the dagger.
Boom!
He slammed the door shut with force and secured the latch. This was his study.
With a loud bang, the solid door was slammed into hard enough to splinter the latch. It certainly couldn't withstand many blows.
Enduring immense pain, Connors swam out through the window of the study, leaving a crimson trail of blood in the seawater. The latch gave way with a cracking sound, and just as a figure clad in sharkskin burst into the room, they caught sight of Connors slipping out of the window. Juller was about to pursue, but Boo had grabbed his tail fin.
Get off me!
To his surprise, he hadn't caught the opponent yet despite all the time that had passed. That earlier shout had likely alerted the fishing patrol, leaving him little time. There was no time to deal with this woman. With a powerful flick of his tail, Boo was flung against the stone wall, losing consciousness.
Connors had already swum out of the house.
The intense pain had him a bit delirious. It wasn't just the significant blood loss. A tingling sensation was spreading throughout his body from the wound, and he struggled to control himself as consciousness began to fade. Seeing Connors moving slower and slower, Juller grinned wickedly. With the effects of his paralytic dagger, even abyssal mobs wouldn't be able to move. He swiftly swung his tail fin to speed toward Connors, grabbing his hair.
Got the prey! Endless mana, eternal truth. A hurried yet mysterious voice echoed.
Connors, using his last strength, cracked his eyes open a slit, and in his vision, a dazzling swirl of mana particles came rushing toward him.
Chapter 20, Evelyn. Magic.
Evelyn was a wanderer, but she was not guildless, nor would anyone dare to treat her as such. She could freely enter and exit any tribe's fishing grounds to hunt fish. Of course, she didn't enjoy this, as she could easily find a tribe to buy food from whenever she needed, and some tribes even offered her food for free. Her pack was light but contained quite a few gold coins. Of course, no one dared to steal from her. Wandering freely at the ocean floor, she never dressed up, but her beauty was undeniable, like a luminescent creature in the deep night, the center of attention wherever she went. Naturally, no one dared to lay a hand on her, for the staff on her back and the hat atop her head constantly reminded others that despite her seemingly modest stature, she could easily kill a powerful abyssal mob.
Evelyn.
Magic. Taking her surname from her magic, she was a mage class who pursued truth and didn't belong to any tribe. Training as a mage class requires a large quantity of Tier 1 mana herbs. She can't just pursue truth while neglecting her training. However, each tribe will have some issues that only the mage class can resolve, such as the threatening abyssal mobs or powerful fish. For instance, there might be slight issues with Tier 1 mana herbs, such as the fishing team wanting some magical weapons, or she can exchange solutions to these problems for corresponding Tier 1 mana herbs. Though she can't compare to the mage class supported by their tribes, living in high mage towers, her over 30 years of wandering made her witness many people and events. She feels closer to truth, although if this were to be overheard by other mage class members, they would certainly laugh at her audacity to claim she was nearing truth at just over 30. Recently, she wandered into the Kelp faction and heard about a place called the Seaweed Clan, which supposedly killed 10-meter abyssal mobs with just over 20 fishers and even found a brand new Tier 1 mana herb. The 10-meter abyssal mobs, Evelyn thinks that even if she fought, she might not win. She finds it unbelievable that they took down such a creature with merely 20 fishers. It must be some bragging fool who inflated the size from 4 or 5 meters to 10 meters. But as the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. When everyone says the same thing, Evelyn starts to have doubts. The curiosity and self-belief that plague all mage class members prompts her to abandon her plan to move to the next tribe and decide to see for herself if the Seaweed Clan's claims are true. If I find it's false, I'll smack that little tribe chief's head with my magic wand until he has a few bumps to remind him not to deceive a mage class master. Evelyn thought fiercely, gesturing wildly as she did. As for whether that chief was the origin of the rumor, she chose to ignore it. Since she set off in the evening, by the time she reached the Seaweed Clan, it was already late at night. Before she could get close to the tribe, she faintly heard cries for help. With the magic of rapid water flow, Evelyn shot out like an arrow, and with the magic of night vision, she spotted a boy dragging his injured tail fin from a distance. Shortly after, a seemingly sinister figure chased after him, wielding a glowing blue magical dagger. Seeing the man lift the boy with the intention of escaping, Evelyn's sense of justice compelled her to act. Endless magic, eternal truth. A water sphere made entirely of seawater shot out, hitting the dark-clad man's head with precision. Killer only felt a sudden impact on his head, then fell unconscious. Once again waking from unconsciousness, Connors felt relieved upon seeing Lena rush toward him. Though his body felt weak and tattered, he couldn't help but mock himself. This was already the third time he had fainted since arriving in this world, and he doubted there was another traveler as unlucky as he. "Big brother Chief, you scared me. You have no idea how much blood you lost last night." Purple tears flowed from the little one's eyes, slowly merging into the seawater, showing it truly frightened her this time. It's okay. Connors whispered softly as he held Lena's head. "Chief." Boar's eyes also brimmed with tears, and she had a fish skin bandage on her head. She was equally terrified yesterday, especially at the moment the dagger cut into Connor's flesh, causing a spray of blood that nearly stopped her heart. "Boar, what happened afterward? What about the assassin?" Connors propped himself up, recalling that he had fainted and only remembered a dazzling burst of mana particles coming towards him. After that, everything was a blur. Could it be that Gel had come to save him? "Chief, it's all thanks to Lady Evelyn. If it weren't for her last night, you would have been captured by the villains. Later, it was also Lady Evelyn who stopped the bleeding, or else things would have been dangerous. That vile villain has already been taken away for interrogation by Lord Mebut, who returned." Lady Evelyn? Connors couldn't recall anyone in the tribe with that name who could rescue him from such a fierce villain. Lady Evelyn is a wandering mage class who came from somewhere else and is currently at the resource node. A wandering mage class? Connor's heart skipped a beat. This was only the second time he had encountered a mage class after arriving in this world, and she was a mage class not belonging to any tribe. He shifted his body slightly. His tail fin's wound had closed up. The self-healing capabilities of the Hatam race were impressive, although it couldn't withstand movement yet. Boar, get Colin over here. Take me to visit this mage class.
But Chief, your wound isn't healed yet and could easily reopen. It's fine, it's not far. Since the mage class came to our tribe and even saved my life, I naturally have to pay a visit.
Connors waved his hand, and Breen had to call Colin, who had been guarding the stone house outside, back in. Colin was filled with guilt, as Mebut had specially instructed them to ensure the safety of the tribe, especially the chiefs, in the days leading up to this.
Yet that very night, something like this occurred.
The chief was nearly captured or killed. If it weren't for the chief's good fortune that a mage class master happened to pass by and save him, he would have faced certain death.
Chief. Colin, with an apologetic expression, swam into Connor's cabin and suddenly knelt down. Chief, it was my fault last night for not keeping watch.
Seeing the young man's ashamed face, Connors shook his head. Forget it, it's not like it's dead yet. Besides, the tribe is short on manpower, and with just a few of you, it won't hold up. The other side is well prepared, making it hard to defend against. Let it go this time. Take me to the mage class. One need to properly thank her for saving my life this time. Under Colin's careful guidance, Connors finally met Evelyn, who had saved his life. She wore magic and a loose grayish-blue fish skin outfit adorned with 7 or 8 pockets. Her fiery red hair flowed behind her, and her face along with the exposed neck was snow white. Her eyes were a pure blue, resembling gems. However, what caught the most attention was the magic wand in her hand, which looked exactly like Connors had imagined. The body was made of an unknown type of wood, and the tip was a round ball the size of a baby's fist, which appeared to be a solid fruit rather than crystal. In the vision, this mage class individual is completely enveloped in mana, most of which is blue and green, and the staff in her hand is similarly filled with mana particles. At this moment, Evelyn was crouching with her tail fin on the resource node, intently gazing at the ailing tier 1 mana herb that Connors had intentionally left behind, her face full of contemplation. Occasionally, she would point at it with her hand, clearly trying to determine the cause of the herb's illness. However, it's useless. The mage class's perception of mana is only at a macro level, while the mana particles absorbed from devouring tier 1 mana herbs are taken in at a microscopic level, something only Connors can see. In fact, he hasn't even seen that. Nobody really knows what these mana-devouring worms look like, but that doesn't hinder Connors' understanding of them. It's like a magnetic field. It's also something invisible, yet it exists and follows a certain pattern. As for touching it, that's even more ridiculous. Can you catch an invisible fly with your hands?
Your Excellency, Mage Class Evelyn.
Seeing that the other party was completely focused on the tier 1 mana herb and hadn't noticed Connors and the others' arrival, he had to speak up.
Don't bother me, can't you see I'm studying tier 1 mana herb?
The mage class are all enthusiasts of research, eager to pursue truth, wanting to understand everything. Connors was caught off guard, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say, while Lena, who was following him, giggled, and Boar also covered his mouth. It's rare to see the chief like this. As for Colin, he's currently lost in a world of self-flagellation, making everything feel heavy for him. It was only after a moment that Evelyn remembered whose territory this was. The mage class held a noble status, but all mages needed to cultivate and study magic, rarely having time to manage other affairs. Thus, the dominion of this world still belonged to the common Hatam race, and even the lowest tribal chieftain among the ruling class held a status equivalent to a mage class with no position. How could she, who prided herself on being well-mannered, dare to scold the host on someone else's territory? Evelyn quickly stood up and tidied her hair. I'm really sorry, I was engrossed in my research just now. No, Your Excellency Mage Class, saying you saved my life is hardly an exaggeration.
Connors responded politely, not wanting to leave a bad impression.
I heard others say that you are the chieftain of the Seaweed clan.
How did you solve the issue with this mana kelp? I just checked, and there seems to be no problem at all.
However, the mana inside this tier 1 mana herb is consistently low, and no matter whether it's healing spells or any other methods, there seems to be no way to resolve it.
I heard from others that you applied something else on it. What was it?
It turns out to be the mage class, and we're right back to this question. Connors shook his head, stating that the solution to the problem was simple: just coat the consumable, anti-mob powder thoroughly. However, this method was known to only a few, who were ordered not to disclose it. Later, Connors even mixed in other substances to create confusion, leading the tribespeople to believe that the chief had produced some special potion, unaware that it was just the familiar consumable, anti-mob powder. Your Excellency, the mage class, given your life-saving grace, I should tell you everything. However, this formula was exchanged with the entire treasury of the tribe for my own, and the other mage class said it could only be used by the Seaweed clan, so I cannot inform you in a personal capacity. If only you were one of the Seaweed clan. I don't understand much about the formula either, and I'm genuinely worried that such problems will arise again next quarter. After Connors said this, he appeared casual, but his full attention was focused on the mage class before him. He already knew that Evelyn was a wild mage class without any other tribe backing her. In other words, this was a wild mage class, and it would be outrageous not to find a way to capture her. So, let's probe a bit first. Chapter 21, Chills. Although Evelyn was much older than Connors in age, most of her time had been spent researching magic, so her mental age was probably only slightly more mature than Bull's, which is why she failed to grasp the meaning behind Connors' words. So this formula is so precious, I must have been presumptuous. I wonder from which mage class Your Excellency the chief of the Seaweed clan acquired it. If I happen to be passing by when I set off later, I could visit. Discovering the reason the Tier 1 mana herb is sick and producing a special formula must mean that the mage class is knowledgeable. Evelyn spoke with a look of respect and admiration, but Connors was taken aback. Your Excellency, the mage class is leaving. Yes, I was just passing through to have a look. I've seen enough, and now I must continue on my journey. Connors stammered, feeling a sense of justice. A cute girl, and on top of that, a wild mage class was about to slip away. It's nothing, it's just a small matter to me. Besides, I originally came to cause you trouble. At first, I thought the 10-meter abyssal mobs you claimed were just an exaggeration and wanted to hit you with a stick, but now I see you really do have 10-meter abyssal mobs. I wronged you. I'll prepare things and set off soon. Having said this, Evelyn felt somewhat awkward, as she had initially intended to pick a fight. Evelyn felt quite embarrassed, while Connors was on the verge of tears. To finally encounter a wild mage class like this, who knows when he would have the chance to meet another? When would the Seaweed clan ever have a mage class? Evelyn pulled the pointed hat hanging behind her over her head, covering most of her face, making her look even more like a mage class. Chief of the Seaweed clan, I am pleased to meet you. I hope we can see each other again in the future. In this context, see you again really meant never see each other again. No. Connors grabbed Evelyn's arm. What is it, Chief of the Seaweed clan? Evelyn found it a bit strange, but she didn't shake off Connors' hand. Yes. The 10-meter abyssal mobs. I've heard that the bones of abyssal mobs are best suited for making magic weapons. I want to ask the Blue Mage class to help the Seaweed clan craft a batch of magic weapons. In a moment of inspiration, he found an excuse, and Connors let go of her hand. Yes. Magic weapons. The Seaweed clan currently has 2 types of Tier 1 mana herb, but lacks the power to protect itself. With abyssal mobs potentially attacking at any time near the abyssal mountain ridge, magic weapons are necessary, so I wish to ask the mage class for help in crafting a batch of magic weapons. Crafting magic weapons is one of Evelyn's livelihoods, and this was a great opportunity to earn Tier 1 mana herb. After some thought, Evelyn nodded, as her Tier 1 mana herb was running low. I'm not sure how many magical weapons the Seaweed clan needs. I can craft 3 types of magical weapons. The first has a simple sharpness enhancement, requiring 1 weapon and 5 Tier 1 mana herbs. The second is a sturdiness enhancement, which also requires 1 weapon and 5 Tier 1 mana herbs. As for the third type, it has a stun enhancement that adds a stun effect to attacks, but it requires 20 Tier 1 mana herbs to craft one. Who? Connors took a sip of seawater. He already knew that magical weapons were expensive, otherwise, the tribe wouldn't be left with none at this point. Unless they encountered powerful abyssal mobs, they wouldn't need these magical weapons at all. However, when faced with powerful abyssal mobs, these magical weapons wouldn't be of much use. What's wrong? If the chieftain of the Seaweed clan feels the price is a bit high, we can still negotiate. Evelyn knew that magical weapons were hard to sell, especially since small tribes didn't need them on a regular basis. When they did need them, having only a little wouldn't be enough, and since the tribe had their own mage class stationed, they wouldn't let other mage classes intervene. Previously, most purchases were made by the chieftains buying one weapon for self-defense.
It's alright.
I wonder how long it takes for you, esteemed mage class, to craft these weapons? Evelyn thought for a moment before speaking honestly. For sharpness and sturdiness, I can make one in half a day, but I need to rest for half a day in between. For the stun, I can make one in 2 days, but I need to take a 3-day break before continuing. If I combine 2 types, both crafting and resting will require an additional day each, and the price will increase by 5 tier 1 mana herbs.
As for combining 3 types, I'm unable to do that at the moment.
Boar, bring me the pen and paper. A bewildered Boar hurriedly handed over the paper and pen he had on him.
Connors asked Colin to move out of the way and began doing calculations right there.
He quickly wrote down 137 on the whitefish skin and listed Evelyn's conditions. Boar stood behind, looking at the symbols he couldn't understand at all. He knew that every time the chieftain began calculating quickly, everything would be written in these strange symbols. The chieftain said this was something called Arabic numerals, which were convenient to write. However, the numerical expressions in Hatamal language are simple too, it's just Connors's personal habit. The time equivalence for sturdiness and sharpness is 1:5 for tier 1 mana herbs, with stun being 1:4, and for the dual combination with stun, it's 1 minute and 3.75 seconds. The combination of sharpness and sturdiness remains at 1:5. He documented these ratio numbers on the whitefish skin. Choosing the third type can only be an integer, so the least common multiple of 30 below 137 is 120, which means 4 dual enhancements, leaving 17 remaining herbs. It can only be sharpness or sturdiness, or both combined, which will take 3 days. The maximum must be within 35 days. About a minute later, Connors arrived at the optimal solution, and he finally realized how powerful the mage class's wealth accumulation ability was. While the entire tribe had worked hard for 6 months, a single mage class could do it in just 30 days. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Your Excellency, mage class, I want to create 2 pairs of stun enhanced sharp, 2 pairs of stun enhanced sturdy, and 3 sturdy ones.
So many!
Avellini exclaimed in surprise. She had rarely encountered even 1 pair of enhancements before, and now there were 4 all at once. She hurriedly pulled out whitefish skin and a pen from her pocket to calculate how much tier 1 mana herb she could earn. Even for a mage class, her math skills weren't that impressive.
135 units, oh my! Bull was faster than Avellini at calculating.
While this mage class was still counting on her fingers, he had already stated the amount.
Avellini looked at Bull in surprise and carefully recalculated, taking a good 2 or 3 minutes to arrive at the same number, 135 units. It was the first time she had such a large transaction with a small tribe. Indeed, it's 135 units.
Miss Bull, your arithmetic is truly impressive. Last night, she had met with Bull, expecting her to be merely a maid or something similar, but was surprised to find her arithmetic even better than her own.
A talent like that should not be wasted as a maid.
No, it's all taught by the chief. Bull is still far from being skilled. Bull's face turned bright red from being praised by a distinguished mage class inside. She felt a twinge of pride. Your Excellency, mage class, apart from that one sick tier 1 mana herb, all the other tier 1 mana herbs on this resource node belong to you now. Connors spoke up directly.
I remember that the small tribe has to pay half of their tier 1 mana herbs to the large tribe every year? Don't try to shortchange me. Avellini glared, indicating she was not to be trifled with.
No need, because the tribe has the right to pay a year's worth of tier 1 mana herbs for killing abyssal mobs of 10 meters. So this year's tier 1 mana herbs don't need to be paid up. But I see that there are still many empty spots in this resource node. Why not wait until the entire area is fully planted before using this power?
Isn't that the best approach?
Whether it's the tribute to the whale syndicate or the offering to the Kelp faction, it's a percentage cut rather than a fixed amount. For instance, if this quarter only has a little over 100 plants, avoiding tribute means skipping over 50 plants. But if the area is fully planted next year, with 300 plants, the avoided tribute could amount to 150 plants. I also feel pained, but I might not encounter a wild mage class like you again next year. Connors quietly cursed in his heart. He had gone to great lengths to keep this mage class, but he couldn't show that on the surface. It's fine, I'm mainly worried that the new tier 1 mana herb will attract some ill-intentioned people, especially some robbers. They are quite unreasonable. I want to quickly boost the tribe's strength, and right now we have 2 types of tier 1 mana herb in the tribe but no mage class. It's dangerous, one day they could be destroyed. He emphasized the phrase no mage class heavily. So that's how it is, I understand now. I'll try to produce it as soon as possible. If there's any danger during this time, I'll take action. Completely unaware of Connor's intentions, Evelyn felt that life in the small tribe was tough. Danger was everywhere, and she spoke with a tone of sympathy. No, take your time, good work takes time. She wanted to say more to improve her favorability, but then news came from Mebet that the assassin had confessed. Connors had no choice but to leave for now and instructed someone to inform the other tribe members that all the tier 1 mana herb in this resource node now belonged to the mage class master, and whatever Evelyn did was unimportant. No one opposed it. The newly arrived guildless individuals were guildless, lacking any power to oppose. The original residents held no doubts about Connor's decision. Are you kidding? With 2 types of tier 1 mana herb, will the seaweed clan still lack gold coins? After everyone had left, Evelyn let go of her composure and displayed an excited expression. She glanced around the entire resource node, bobbed her little head a few times. For the first time, she had an entire area of tier 1 mana herb all to herself. Although there were only a little over 100 plants, it felt exhilarating. In the past, whenever she visited other tribes, she was always treated with great respect, but every time, they kept her cautiously isolated outside the resource node, fearing she would secretly eat a few plants. She never said anything, as the small tribe had to survive in a tight spot. If she did happen to eat 2 plants, they would have no recourse, but it was always uncomfortable. Let me see how many days of work this will take. According to her original plan, she intended to leave the Kelp faction's territory within a month, but with the situation in the Seaweed clan, it might delay her by 10 days or even 20. A little delay is fine, it's foolish not to profit from the tier 1 mana herb. After fiddling with the fish skin for quite a while, Evelyn finally arrived at a conclusion. How could it be 35 days long? This was her first time staying in a small tribe for such a long time, and she subconsciously felt that something was off, yet there was no issue with her calculations. Something's not right. Looking at the lush tier 1 mana herb, a flash of realization crossed Evelyn's mind. 137 plants, just 2 more plants in such a long time. Standing there in disbelief. Could it be such a coincidence? Then she suddenly pulled out all the fish skin she had on her. Without caring about her appearance, Evelyn lay down on the ground and started calculating. She didn't understand what the time to tier 1 mana herb ratio meant, so she could only use the most straightforward method, listing each possibility one by one to determine the best way under the 137 plants of tier 1 mana herb to maximize her working time. The elegant name, enumeration method. Completely immersed in her calculations, Evelyn was oblivious to her surroundings, whether someone brought her food or whatnot. She only knew that when she looked up again, it was already dark outside. No matter how messy her hair was and the pile of fish skin around her, she held her result in her hands, utterly stunned. If with 137 tier 1 mana herb, the longest period she could work was 35 days, it was impossible for there to be such a coincidence. This meant that everything was calculated by that guy named Connors. How did he manage that? Evelyn clearly remembered how he casually scribbled some strange symbols on the fish skin, and it took less than a minute. The little maid's words echoed in her ears. No, it's all taught by the chief bull is still far from being skilled. Evelyn murmured. Indeed, it's far from enough. He wasn't making magical weapons for the tribe's safety, he was trying to make me work more days.
Evelyn thought of Connor's harmless face and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 22, Evidence. Chief, what about your injury?
Mebet immediately directed his gaze at Connor's tail fin. I feel much better now. The potions from the mage class are truly powerful. However, despite saying this, the half-arm long scar on the tail fin still looked quite shocking. Connors couldn't help but marvel at the incredible self-healing ability of the Hattan race. Had it been on Earth, such an injury would leave anyone bedridden for at least 5 to 6 days. Colin, you need to stay close to the chief these days and not let him swim on his own if something similar happens again. Mebet wanted to say something harsh, but seeing Colin unable to lift his head and the panic from last night when he nearly cried by the coral rubble, he couldn't bring himself to continue.
But he wasn't any better off.
Last night, upon hearing Colin say the chief had been attacked and seriously injured, leaving him unconscious, he had been terrified. This time it was all thanks to the talents of the mage class that we narrowly escaped. It's necessary to arrange for some people to protect the chief closely. Mebet thought to himself. So, what's the update?
Did that person confess?
Although he had his suspicions, he still valued evidence. At first, that guy was tough, but when we hung him at the tribe's entrance, he confessed when we planned to nail him up in public.
Let me take a look.
The Seaweed clan doesn't have cells. This room is merely the home of a family that fled during the last severe crisis when he first arrived at the tribe.
Chief, this
just about killed Connors. Mebet was ruthless when he took action, and even if that guy confessed, he would be tortured unrecognizably by Mebet.
In fact, he still intended to execute him by hanging.
Let's see, I still don't know who that assassin is. But the moment Connors saw him, he regretted it. The brutal guy who wanted his life last night was now hanging by a thread on the wall, covered in wounds, bloodied and mangled, filling the whole room with the smell of blood.
Ugh! Without hesitation, he told Colin to take him out to swim.
Chief, are you all right?
Mebet hurriedly swam over.
What a big-headed ghost. Experiencing such a scene in real life that could easily be in a drama left Connors speechless. He cast a complicated glance at Mebet, realizing this guy was far more brutal than he had imagined.
You tell me what happened.
That person's name is Keuler, no surname, born guildless, but has high talents. He once single-handedly killed a 3-meter class abyssal mob.
Single-handedly?
Connors was somewhat surprised. Even Mebet hadn't killed a 2-meter class mob on his own and instead got seriously injured. This means that this person's combat power is above Mebet's. Connors found it hard to believe, as Mebet's combat awareness and skills had been commendable during their fight with that abyssal shark mob.
Yes, all by himself.
It's precisely because of this that he became well known, and many people would invite him to participate in hunting abyssal mobs. However, that's just the surface. Secretly, he engages in hired killing. It's somewhat like the profession of an assassin, but Connors was more concerned about who exactly wanted to kill him.
Did you find out who wants to kill me?
According to Keuler, it's a very fat guy, seems like his name is Zunua.
No. That guy.
Connors instantly recalled the fat guy who had come to the tribe over 2 months ago, who looked like a pig.
Did he say why he wants to deal with me? Did I just provoke him that day?
That seems unlikely.
Keuler also doesn't know why he just takes money to do the job.
However, he said he still has evidence from his dealings with Zilu, which was originally meant as a threat to ensure payment. Now, if we can spare him his life, he can hand over the evidence.
Evidence?
Connors became interested. As part of the tribal governance system, the chief of a small tribe belongs to the lowest tier of the ruling class. To maintain their status, the ruling class would naturally protect themselves, and hiring assassins to kill someone is a serious crime no matter the context. If he could obtain that evidence, he could certainly sentence Zilla to death. Moreover, the key point is that Zilla was from the Kelp faction and seems to hold a decent position after all. Being able to have the whale syndicate's decree while remaining close to the tribe's heir definitely indicates he has some status. Eventually, it could be claimed that the Kelp faction managed poorly, and as a chief who was almost killed, he could fear such incidents could happen again, thus opting out of the management of the Kelp faction for small tribes. After all, those who join the medium tribes do so to protect their properties from being destroyed by abyssal mobs or robbers.
Now, your subordinates are all out to kill me. Are you protecting me or trying to kill me?
If only this could help us shake off the Kelp faction's blood-sucking grip. However, there are still many issues to resolve before that, especially since the tribe lacks self-defense power, and even Evelyn might not be able to persuade her to stay. I need to think this through carefully. Connors murmured to himself. Chief, what did you say? It's nothing, just agree to his request and bring that evidence over as soon as possible. The news has likely already spread. After all, with such a loud uproar and the involvement of the mage class, it's very likely that Zillu already knows that Dweller has been captured. Whether he escapes or not doesn't matter, he is just a minor character. Although he nearly lost his life, obtaining that evidence is a golden opportunity to break free from the Kelp faction. Otherwise, with this bloodsucker looming over us, the little tribe will never hope to develop. Agree to his request, he almost killed you. Mebet couldn't believe what he was hearing. It's fine, just break his tail first. We can always catch him again later. After all, he has already been released. If he gets caught again, it's his own incompetence, not our fault. In any case, we absolutely need that evidence. In fact, Connors himself was quite ruthless. All right, I understand. Mebet instantly grasped the meaning behind the words, nodding his head but hesitating, unsure of how to continue. Is there anything else? In Dweller's testimony, he mentioned that he possesses a magical weapon with 4 effects: sharpness, toughness, acceleration, and paralysis. However, it seems to be missing. At that time, besides you, Chief, there was only the mage class present. Those 4 effects, according to the price given by Evelyn, could easily be valued at 50 tier 1 mana herbs. Moreover, because it is a magical weapon, Connors was fortuitously able to activate vision to evade the first blow. As for the later paralysis feeling, that's what is known as an enchanting effect. Both Connors and Bull were in a state of unconsciousness, so it was likely in Evelyn's hands, which made Mebet hesitant about what to say. No wonder she didn't make any demands. Connors suddenly realized that she had already taken the most valuable thing. Then let it be. She was the one who caught him and saved his life. She deserves this. In any case, you must get that evidence in your hands. Connors reiterated his instructions. Meanwhile, Zilla from the Kelp faction hurriedly swam through the streets, looking pale. What is wrong with you today, Lord Zillu? Seeing this, the people on the street hurriedly made way and watched as the hefty figure moved on. Everyone among the fishfolk knew that Counselor Zilla was usually very dignified and composed, with not a speck of dirt on his clothes and his hair neatly styled. They had never seen him looking so disheveled while swimming out. Shoo, keep your voice down. Did you know, just yesterday, Lord Zillu sent Joanna over to Lord Kamashu. Lord Kamashu, I heard his maid has run away again. That's the 4th one this year, right? Poor Joanna. Zillu had already arrived outside Kamashu's house, banging on the door frantically. An old fishman opened it. Where's Kamashu? The master is still sleeping on the 2nd floor. Hurry and wake him up. I have something very important to discuss. Zilla anxiously swam back and forth on the 1st floor, and it was only after a little while that Kamasha finally came downstairs. He had been gambling until late last night and was not happy about being woken up. Zillu, how? Before he could finish speaking, Zilla pounced on him. Kamashu, help me, save me. Zilla clung tightly to Kamashu's hand, nearly in tears. What is going on? Kamashu also realized the seriousness of the situation and tousled his disheveled hair. Captured. There's a mage class. Zillu spoke incoherently. Slow down, what exactly happened? What mage class? I hired someone yesterday, and it was all supposed to succeed, but then a mage class intervened, and that person was caught alive. He will expose me, he will definitely expose me. Kamashu rubbed his temples. This fat guy really can't do anything right. But a mage class intervening? Where did the Seaweed clan get a mage class from? What should I do, Kamashu? I don't know what to do, help me. Hiring an assassin to kill the chief is a death sentence. If the whale syndicate finds out, I'm really finished. Shut up. Let me think properly. Irritated by the noise and unable to think calmly, Kamasha snapped loudly, and Zilu immediately fell silent.
Forget about the mage class for now. Did you leave any evidence at the time?
As long as there's no evidence, it's just the word of an assassin, and you can completely deny it.
Kamasha quickly identified the key issue. Without evidence, everything is for naught.
No, that person asked me to sign a contract. I was afraid he would try to blackmail me later, so I refused. At first, he was reluctant, but then I agreed to pay him an extra 20 gold coins before he accepted.
Yes. He has no evidence. No evidence. Ha ha ha.
Zilla shouted with delight, clapping his hands as if resurrected. No one could understand his excitement.
Hold on, this killer definitely won't be that simple. Have you met him yet? Kamashu remained calm.
Those who do this kind of work are generally very cautious and likely to leave behind a backup plan.
Of course, this is a matter worth 70 gold coins. I must handle it myself. Chapter 23, Abandonment. My goodness. You're going into battle just for 70 gold coins.
70 gold coins is indeed a considerable sum. Killing a 10-meter class abyssal mob only earns 100 gold coins, but as officials of the Kelp faction, and with the two being alongside Liko, they have sufficient means to rake in large amounts of gold coins. Just for 70 gold coins, he's personally doing something so risky. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows to send a subordinate to handle it if something goes wrong. Just abandon them. There's no need to get burned yourself.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Zilla seemed to sense that something was off and quietly spoke up.
You better pray for yourself.
I have no way out now. Carter, send him away.
Yes, my lord.
The old man who first opened the door began to push people out. Don't be fooled by his slim figure. His strength was undeniable, or rather, Zilu just didn't have the strength and was pushed out the door in no time.
Kamashu, what is the problem? Speak clearly, don't push me. Do you know who I am? Kamashu, speak clearly. Bang!
The door slammed shut.
Kamashu, you can't do this, you can't.
He banged desperately on the door, but Kamasha had no intention of opening it. Even if Zilla was dense, he knew things were serious, so serious that there was no way for him to save himself. He would be sent to face the guillotine. Carter, send that maid from yesterday back. Get rid of everything at home that relates to Zilu. This is bad. Zilu is done for. With that mouth of his, he will definitely say it was my doing. I need to be cautious. It's better to let His Highness decide this matter personally. Kamashu decisively severed all ties with Zilu. This matter had already involved him, and if it was to be cut off, it must be done decisively, plus Liko had to intervene. Others might not know, but Liko would definitely guess the truth of the situation. Voluntarily admitting guilt is always better than having His Highness discover it himself. With a heart heavy like ashes, Zilla wandered the streets, his mind blank and unsure of what he was thinking, when suddenly he had a realization.
Run, yes. Run away.
Zillo hurried back home as if he had found his anchor. His wife, Ilak, found it strange that her husband was rushing home. Since coming back from her family, he had been acting strangely, with a flustered expression and emotional ups and downs. She even began to doubt if he was ill. But it didn't matter much. Her connection with Zilla was merely one of mutual benefit, and they didn't even have a child. Her father relied on him for better gains, and of course, her family had given a lot for it.
Zilu, what do you think of this dress? Standing before a dressing mirror, Ilak admired her figure.
Though no longer young, she still retained her charm. Thinking of the youth who had been captivated by her at the last ball, her heart warmed.
What a strong lad!
Zilu had no time to respond to her. Instead, he swam back to his room and opened the concealed compartment hidden under the bed.
The shimmering gold coins filled the entire compartment.
He had only given 1/3 of the gold coins from capturing Connors, and the rest was only to be handed over when he met people, so he had well over 100 gold coins in his stash. He took a bag and stuffed all the coins inside without leaving a single one, then went directly to the third room on the second floor. He knew his wife's secret stash was right here. He pulled out a fish skin bag from behind the cabinet and opened it to find about 30 or 40 coins inside, plus a luminous pearl.
This woman!
I thought she had only a few gold coins. Didn't he expect her to secretly stash away so much? Cursing under his breath, Zilla gleefully dumped all of it into his fish skin bag. With this much money, he'd be set for life. As for what would happen to his wife after he fled, even if she was left with nothing.
Sorry, that's not my concern.
He added a few pieces of valuable jewelry into a cloth bag and, with a large bag on his back, Zilla swam out of the second-floor window. After a long time, Alak had not heard any response, so she put down the clothes she was holding and went to the second floor, where she immediately spotted the open compartment in the master bedroom. Her heart sank as she hurried to her usual hiding place, opening the door to find an empty bag lying on the ground, not a single word intact.
Zilu, you old Gara!
A sharp roar exploded on the second floor of the stone house. Connors was quite relaxed because Mebet had gone to gather evidence and wouldn't return until tomorrow morning. The guy named Julal also understood the logic of the crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. His assets and evidence were hidden away in a little-known place. The actual house he lived in had nothing of value.
Lying on the bed feeling idle, I decided to find Evelyn to curry favor with her and see if I could boost my popularity.
However, this wild mage class didn't seem to know what she was doing, lying on the ground and mumbling about something, ignoring my calls. I had no choice but to remind her to bring food, and only after Bull's repeated encouragement did she return to rest properly.
Feeling bored, he called Wenson.
Ever since Wenson saved him from the abyssal shark mob, his status in the fishing team has been rising steadily. Not even Porter has refrained from training him as a right-hand man.
Chief.
Wenson is a rough man, somewhat like a merman version of Lujishan, with a full beard. His tail fin, though not very large, is very sturdy, and he looks like someone with immense strength.
Wenson, how's the situation with the magic seaweed?
For the fishing team, it's not a long journey, but for Connors, it felt far too long. Later on, he had to recruit guildless and gather tier 1 mana herb seeds, and he never went again. Chief, as per your instructions, we have constructed residences using dismantled coral rocks near the sea wall adjoining the begonia forest. There are no residents in the coral rock area, but some guildless tend to stir up trouble and have their schemes. We haven't allowed them to approach the magic seaweed, and once the makeshift residences are completed and the adjustments are mostly done, we will start to dismantle the coral rocks resting on the resource node.
Connors nodded. This was his plan.
Calling it a plan might not be quite right. It was just a setup for 2 sections to separately produce mana kelp and magic seaweed. He had no specific plans yet, nor the ability or funds. Having already spent the tier 1 mana herb, if he didn't find a way to make money soon, he'd have to resort to drinking seawater.
So has the resource node for the magic seaweed been surveyed? The captain estimated it to be around 3 acres.
How much magic seaweed can be grown will depend on how much resource node is needed for the tier 1 mana herb. The resource node for mana kelp occupies 4 acres, totaling over 2,000 square feet, but at most, one cannot plant more than 300 plants, otherwise, the quality will decline. If 300 plants are consistently used, the quality of tier 1 mana herb will also drop after a few seasons. Connors speculated that the resource node absorbs mana from somewhere else every year or simply produces mana on its own, accumulating within itself. The tier 1 mana herb absorbs mana from above, and when the absorption of tier 1 mana herb falls below what the resource node produces, the mana will pile up within the resource node and become useless. If tier 1 mana herb absorbs more than what the resource node produces, the mana in the resource node will become scarce, resulting in poor quality of tier 1 mana herb. In other words, 300 plants are still too many for a 4-acre resource node. The optimal number should be around 250. The quality of magic seaweed is somewhat better, and the area required per unit is larger. Moreover, the area of the resource node isn't too significant, so being able to plant about 150 plants each quarter would be ideal, but the price should be higher.
After estimation, Connors had a rough idea.
Additionally, since the coral area serves as a natural fishing ground, the soil is much more fertile than here, which allows for the cultivation of some ordinary underwater crops. The yield should be about 3 times more than before each year, but the population has only increased by half. Therefore, there will be a significant surplus, sufficient to support a mage class.
If only we could keep Evelyn here. Connors is currently obsessed with this wild mage class. For the tribe, the role of the mage class is akin to whether a nation possesses nuclear weapons on Earth. As long as they are present, no country will dare to act against you recklessly. Similarly, as long as there is a mage class, he can confidently establish the Kelp faction. Without the mage class, even if you manage to get away from the Kelp faction, you still can't escape the abyssal mobs, pirates, and various dangers you might encounter while trading with distant tribes. These are all tough problems to solve. The power of the mage class, aside from the individual strength, also represents the pinnacle of underwater combat might. Thinking this over, Connors had asked about the Wenson guildless situation. There are always troublemakers, and after Mebet had unhesitatingly kicked the troublemaker out of the seaweed clan, most of the mermaids started behaving and working diligently. Everyone knows that having 2 Tier 1 mana herbs means that the future living conditions of the seaweed clan will only improve, so no one wants to be driven out to live the old days again. Connors doesn't expect much loyalty from these people now. As long as they're willing to work, that's good enough. The talks extended into the evening, and after finishing dinner with Lena and Bull, he also helped Bull with his studies. Although Bull's talent isn't particularly impressive, his eagerness to learn made Connors feel somewhat ashamed. A busy day officially comes to an end. The next morning, Mebet, Geel, and a newly added guildless fisherman named Makhit returned, pushing the exhausted Juller back. "You scoundrels, Gara, you'll descend to the abyss zone after death." Juller's tail fin twisted unnaturally, his upper body roughly draped in an ill-fitting fish skin outfit, covering the gruesome wounds, so Connors wouldn't see and feel uncomfortable. The whole person was on the verge of death, yet his mouth kept spewing curses, glaring at Connors as if he were ready to bite. What a resilient life force! Looking at Juller, Connors felt not the slightest bit of sympathy. This guy nearly took his life 2 nights ago. "Have you found any evidence?" Mebet had a beaming smile. "Chief, this time we really hit the jackpot." Chapter 24, Big Harvest. This is a magical recording mirror. Mebet first took out a palm-sized mirror from his pocket. Connors fiddled with it and awkwardly realized he wasn't particularly adept at using it. When he opened the view, this seemingly ordinary mirror was filled with purple magical particles inside. According to this guy, it can record anything reflected in the mirror and then project it back. It's just like a videotape function, but in a magical form, which is quite novel. How do you use this thing? After confirming there were no mechanisms after another inspection, Connors directly asked. Mebet appeared a bit embarrassed. "Chief, this guy also left a trick for me. I didn't notice this point at the time. I was only thinking about how to bring him back. But don't worry, I can definitely pry open this guy's mouth." No one in the Seaweed clan knew how to use this thing. Turning his gaze to Juller, this assassin had a pale and cruel face that almost screamed, "I would rather die than tell you." Connors wasn't skilled in interrogating criminals, but he had other ways. "Lady Evelyn must know how to use this, I'll go ask her in a bit." Then he tucked the mirror away and looked at the fish skin bag firmly strapped to Geel's back. It looked very high-end and should attract Evelyn's attention to start a conversation. What other gains do we have? For Mebet to show such an excited expression, the harvest must be more than just this piece of evidence. "Chief, this guy is filthy rich." As Mebet took down the fish skin bag from Geel's back, he sighed, untying it. Inside were 2 smaller bags that clinked pleasantly as they were placed on the table. The sound of gold coins. Indeed, upon untying one of the fish skin bags, golden light spilled out. There are over 50 gold coins in here. This is truly an unexpected windfall. The tribe is currently lacking money, and Tier 1 mana herbs have all been used by Connors to keep Evelyn around, which has been troubling him. What about this other bag? Connors looked at the other bag, revealing an expectant expression, while Juller beside him looked nearly ready to burst with anger. After all, this wealth was amassed over many years of hard work and assassinations of big figures. To have it all gone in an instant. Mebet gently opened the fish skin bag's mouth, and a soft silver glow poured out. Inside were several gems, including one that Connors treasured, the luminous pearl. Just this single gem is worth 50 gold coins. Also among them were inkstone gems, which are favored by wealthy ladies, along with blue fish stones. The total value must be worth several hundred gold coins,
and Connor's mouth was stretching into a grin. This really is a bountiful harvest. How to put it? Although he loathes Kelp faction, which almost cost him his life several times, ever since he arrived, Kelp faction has been constantly doing good, sending a 10-meter class abyssal mob and even providing a tier 1 mana herb. Now they've delivered so much wealth. Let Mebet hold back the fiery jeweler, while Connors carefully keeps this fortune safe. With this money, he can get through this period more smoothly. If only there were a few more guys like this. With a sigh, Connors quickly corrected such erroneous thoughts. His wound still ached, the crisis from the night before still vivid in his mind. He might not be so lucky next time. Life is far more important than wealth. Carrying the magic reflective mirror, he arrived at the resource node to find Evelyn, leaving Colin, who had been following him, outside. Connors entered the resource node alone. In just 2 days, he could barely swim. The self-healing ability of the Hatam race was almost freakish. The skeleton of the abyssal shark mob had already been moved next to the resource node. There were suggestions for Evelyn to stay in the house, but she politely declined. This wandering mage class had grown accustomed to the life of using the seafloor as a bed and seawater as a blanket. According to her own words, this is also a kind of experience. Your Excellency, the mage class, are you tired from work? If so, take a break, there's no rush. Connors rubbed his hands and said with a grin, while Evelyn was busy cutting a piece of the abyssal shark mob's bone. The incredibly tough shark bone snapped easily under the magical flow as if it were plastic. Not tired, I will finish soon. Why did the chief of the seaweed clan come to see me? Connors often struck her as the mischievous old sea wolf from fairy tales, leaving Evelyn instinctively wanting to avoid him. You're being too formal. Don't you think the title chief of the seaweed clan is too complicated? Just call me Connors, and may I address you as Your Excellency, Evelyn? Step 1 in winning over a wild mage class, make each other feel more familiar with titles. No need, I'm leaving in 35 days, chief of the seaweed clan. Sullivan emphasized the number 35. Connors sensed something was off. This wild mage class was not acting like this yesterday. It was as if she had turned into a different person overnight. He couldn't continue down this path, so he quickly changed direction. Your Excellency, the mage class, in fact, I have acquired a peculiar magical artifact, but I don't know how to use it. Could you take a look at it? Curiosity is a common trait among the mage class, and Evelyn was no exception. Magical artifact? What kind of artifact? Can I see it? Step 2 in winning over a wild mage class, approach them from a direction of interest. Connors smiled faintly and took out the magical reflective mirror from his pocket. This item seemed quite complex. Magical reflective mirror. So it's very simple. Evelyn gently tapped the surface 3 times after taking the mirror. The mirror rippled like the surface of water, revealing a chubby figure. It was Zilu, accompanied by Jeweler, dressed in black shark skin. Intermittent voices could be heard. Help me capture the chief of the seaweed clan alive, and I'll give you 30 gold coins. Next, it turned into a back and forth negotiation between the two, with Connors pretending to sell like pork in the middle. He initially thought this would pique Evelyn's interest since it was a high-end item, but the situation quickly became quite awkward. That old Gara, jeweler, is clearly a low-grade item but acts all mysterious like, if I don't say it, you won't find out. Muttering a few curses under his breath, Connors chuckled lightly and quickly retrieved the magical reflective mirror, stuffing it back into his pocket. But like a phone that hasn't been muted, sounds continued to intermittently emerge. 60 gold coins. Jeweler, are you crazy about money? Connors is such a weak fish that a single slap could kill him, and you dare to ask for 60 gold coins. Even if he's just a weakling, he's still the chief of a small tribe. If I get caught, I could be in big trouble. 55 gold coins is the minimum, any less and you're on your own. The sounds of bargaining continued, mixed with various negative comments about him. Connors felt his facade might break, so he pulled out a mirror from his pocket and forced a smile at Evelyn through gritted teeth. Heh, this thing is quite interesting. His fingers were tapping rapidly on the surface, while inside he was roaring with frustration. Stop it, just stop. But that was in vain. Their voices didn't stop.
50 gold coins. It can't be any less than that.
You have to understand, I almost needed 55 gold coins just to assassinate that idiot who had been stuck in place for over 10 years. For some reason, Connors felt an urge to stab Jeweler to death. He was cheaper than a fool by 5 gold coins. As long as you tap the back of the mirror 2 more times, it will stop. Watching Connors smile awkwardly with a ridiculously embarrassed expression, Evelyn stifled her laughter and whispered a reminder. She quickly tapped twice on the back of the mirror, and the sounds of the fat Zillow and assassin Jeweler abruptly ceased.
Connors said nothing and swam away like a shadow. Ugh.
Seeing Connors hurriedly flee, Evelyn couldn't hold back her laughter any longer but immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed red, and only released her hand after Connors left the resource node, with Colin quickly swimming away with him.
Ha ha ha.
A melodious laugh spread out from the resource node, and Connor's face reddened. He recalled the moment in gym class when he accidentally clicked on a steamy island movie. His face must be as hot as that guy's back then.
Connor's first attempt at tackling the wild mage class ended in a total defeat. Chapter 25, Zillow's Escape Diary.
Zillow gulped down seawater as his hefty body caused substantial drag in the water, and the fishskin bag on his back filled with gold coins and treasures was also quite heavy. He had never felt such a sensation of drifting in the depths of the sea, especially at night. The Hatam Race's eyes could see several dozen meters away even in the dark, but that was only a limitation. Without magical augmentation, the farther areas remained pitch black. There were many bioluminescent creatures in the sea that would occasionally illuminate the darkness, which, if viewed with joy, could be considered beautiful. However, for Zillow, who was in flight, every flash made his heart skip a beat, fearing that it might be an abyssal mob, a knife fish, or pursuers from the Kelp faction. He didn't know where to escape to. He understood well how powerful the prince's influence was. If the prince wanted to capture him, there would be no safe place in any part of the small tribe controlled by the seaweed department, and the only option left was to escape farther away. If things got exposed, the whale syndicate would come after him too. Calming down, he realized what his escape behavior signified to the prince's betrayal. Thinking of that basement made him extremely fearful. But he couldn't afford not to escape. He didn't dare to gamble on whether there was any evidence left behind. If any evidence did remain, perhaps while he was still asleep, someone from the whale syndicate would show up, dragging him to the gallows with no chance to escape. He couldn't afford to gamble, especially since Kuma had unhesitatingly abandoned him to sever their ties. Tugging the bag filled with wealth a bit tighter, Zillow continued to swim forward, aiming to break free from the Kelp faction's territory first. Cough, cough. A brief coughing sound came from behind a coral rock, startling Zillow, and he swam several meters back with a powerful flick of his tail. Who was there? Zillow felt nervous. Only now did he realize that aside from a pile of valuables, he didn't even have a weapon for self-defense. No response. I'm Zillow, a councilman of the Kelp faction and a trusted aide of Sir Liko. If you try to scare me, it's a serious disrespect to the Kelp faction. You could end up on the gallows. Cough, cough. There was still no response, leaving Zillow suspicious. He swam a bit higher and saw a fish with bumpy skin resting behind the coral rock, quickly expelling seawater with a short, rapid gasp. Cough, cough. Damn it, it's a coughing fish. Zillow muttered to himself and spat out a mouthful of seawater. Coughing fish are cowardly by nature, but they are well known for producing a sound similar to that of the Hatam race's cough to scare off predators. Their combat abilities are extremely low. Even a child could easily drive them away. Feeling embarrassed, Zillow was scared stiff by such a fish. Well, it makes sense. We're still around the tribe. Any fierce fish have been killed, so how could there be anything dangerous left? Laughing at himself, Zillow suddenly noticed a few glimmers of light approaching in the distance, and beneath the light, he could vaguely see the shadows of several adult Hatam race fishing team. This wasn't just scaring him, it was for real. Zillow was clueless about the fishing team's purpose here. Was it a routine patrol or were they coming to capture him? He knew he couldn't let them catch him, so Zillow focused solely on escaping, ignoring everything else as he ran off with the fish skin bag on his back. Cough, cough. The noise was too loud, waking the foolish fish nearby. Startled, it thought it had encountered a natural enemy and began to cough loudly, the sound echoing unnaturally in the still depths.
Bang!
In his hurriedness, Zilla was startled by the huge coughing sound, and the fish skin bag slipped from his hands, causing the gold coins and gems inside to clink together, creating a melodious sound.
Damn it!
Cursing under his breath, Zilla picked up the fish skin bag and fled in panic.
Who is it?
The fishing team, accustomed to fighting all sorts of fierce fish, were all skilled fighters. But at the sound, the shouts of the fishermen burst out simultaneously, raising their silver lanterns and giving chase. Zilla's small tail fin churned wildly as he swam. Originally, he had been far enough from the fishing team, who weren't mage class, and couldn't see him from 100 meters away. But as the tail fin thrashed furiously, the fish bag filled with gold coins swayed behind him. Splash, splash.
Damn it, damn it.
Cursing softly, Zilla pressed down hard on the fish skin bag with one hand. The gold coins didn't take up much space, but those gems and jewelry were filling the whole bag, and despite his swimming, the gold coins were still in there. Splash, splash. He couldn't bring himself to throw it away. This was all his savings. He couldn't throw it, absolutely couldn't throw it. He couldn't, even if it cost him his life. So he had to swim for his life, but unfortunately, his tail fin was exhausted, and he still couldn't pick up speed. Stop right there. The fishing team followed the sound of the gold coins and closed in within 100 meters, easily visible with the naked eye. A few minutes later, a strong hand grabbed Zilla's tail fin. I'll go with you, don't kill me. Zilla trembled, wet himself, and begged loudly for mercy, still clinging tightly to the fish skin bag. Lord Zillu? It's you! The brothers have been looking for you. I'll give you money, a lot of money. Please let me go, okay? Hearing that the fishing team was looking for him, Zilla was terrified. It must be someone sent by the prince to chase him down. He was finished. In his panic, he didn't even realize that the fishermen were still speaking respectfully. Perhaps he had come to take that respect for granted. No, we can't take money. The Justice Department has recorded everything, and if anything goes missing, we will be investigated. The fishermen waved their hands repeatedly. The Justice Department is directly overseen by the prince. It truly is the prince. He's doomed. There wasn't a hint of color on Zillu's face. My lord, it's unsafe outside at night. Come back with us. Pulling at the dazed Zillu, who showed no response, the fisherman could only helplessly carry him back to the tribe. After being on the run for most of the day, Zillu returned to the Kelp faction, taken to the Justice Department there. Lord Zillu. Eltru from the Justice Department called out to the unresponsive Zillu. As a legal officer, he and Zillu, who served as a counselor, had been classmates for a long time. Zillu, who followed the prince, had a father-in-law known for his wealth, and Eltru often sought his favor. But today was simply bizarre. At noon, Zillu's wife, Iloka, stormed in with a fierce look, screaming that Zillu had taken all the money from their home and even stolen her secret stash, demanding it be returned. Eltru was completely confused as to what was going on. He thought the two must have had some conflict and did not want to get involved, but Iloka cried and fussed without pause, making him worried that Zillu might have been threatened by some bad guys. Just the other day, someone had seen Zillu sneaking around with a person wrapped in sharkskin, prompting the fisherman to look for him. Why, upon returning, did he look so lost, pale, dirty, and disheveled? This was completely different from the dignified Zillu he remembered. Lord Zillu. After calling again, Zilla finally snapped back to reality. Where is His Highness? Zillu looked around. This was his usual office, not even the interrogation hall of the Justice Department. The prince? The prince doesn't usually come here. Did you forget, Lord Zillu? Eltru looked just as bewildered. No. He had been bewildered all along. What on earth was going on? The prince isn't here? Zillu was also taken aback. How could the prince not be here? Lord Zillu, what on earth is going on? This afternoon, your wife came running in a panic, saying you had taken away all the property and disappeared. Has someone threatened you? Don't worry, if anyone dares to threaten you, the Kelp faction will not let them go, and you are absolutely safe here. Elta wore a face full of courtesy. Zillu was stunned for quite a while after hearing this. Then, his expression was nothing short of brilliant, and he spoke slowly.
Are you saying that my wife came to report that I took all the family's property? Wasn't that an order from His Highness?
Yes, but His Highness is still locked up and hasn't come out.
Why would he randomly order your arrest?
The main concern is still that you might have been threatened by some bad people.
So, no one is going to arrest me?
Lord Zilu, you must be joking.
How could anyone possibly arrest you?
You're an executive officer and a big shot beside His Highness.
Did you say something wrong?
Elta first explained and then sternly questioned the fisherman who brought Zilla back.
No, my lord.
We were just patrolling normally, but when we heard a commotion, we chased after it.
We didn't expect it to be Lord Zilu.
Once he saw us, for some reason, he stopped talking.
The seabed at night is very dangerous, so we brought him back.
The fishermen expressed their grievances.
That bastard.
Zilla cursed fiercely, realizing that it was that bastard Alak who caused this. His Highness was still unaware of the situation.
Lord Eltu, I have urgent matters to attend to.
May I leave here first?
Adjusting his clothes, Zilla seemed to have returned to his usual calm and meticulous self.
Of course, no one would dare to stop you, but is there truly no one threatening you? If there is, we can call upon the mage class to help.
Elto has truly gone all out to curry favor with the important person beside His Highness.
No one is threatening me, Lord Eltu.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now.
He just wanted to escape far away, to a place where no one could find him.
Zilu, where are you planning to go?
Just before he could turn around, a gentlemanly, polite, and somewhat soft voice came from behind him. Zilu's body immediately stiffened, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading from his tail, enveloping him in fear, as if he were facing the abyss zone.
He struggled to turn around.
Your Highness.
Chapter 26, The Terrifying Gift.
Your Highness, I was wrong. Inside the magical castle, Zilla knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. He was afraid of Liko, a fear that reached the depths of his bones.
Oh, what was your mistake?
You were just following my instructions completely.
Liko squinted his eyes, not sure what he was thinking.
Zilla raised his head, trembling as he looked at the lofty Liko, unable to speak. Suddenly, Liko let out a sigh of seawater. Forget it, since you've worked so hard for me all these years, this time I'll let you off the hook.
Your Highness, you are willing to let me go.
Zilla felt as if he had been struck by immense surprise, looking at Liko with eyes full of disbelief and ecstasy.
His Highness actually let him off.
Kumasha watched from the side with a pitying gaze toward Zilu.
If His Highness truly felt sentimental, he would no longer be His Highness.
The burning pain on his back was the price he paid for advising Zilu, as a few deep lash marks cut straight to his spine.
Of course I'm just joking.
Even if I let you go, hiring an assassin to kill the tribal chief is still a capital offense.
Liko grinned widely and continued.
I give you two choices. One is to be sent to the whale syndicate, where you will be nibbled to death by those lovely fish, screaming in agony. Your body will be slowly torn apart by the fish, and you won't die until all your blood has drained out, enjoying that feeling.
Taking a deep breath of seawater.
Ah! It's simply wonderful.
As for the other. Liko handed him a long black ribbon.
You can strangle yourself. Just remember, you must strangle yourself, and you have to do it forcefully, like this.
Liko wrapped the dark ribbon around his ears, then pulled it tightly.
The back of his jaw was forcibly sealed, his face began to turn red, and he stopped swallowing seawater. The sensation of choking started to spread. A minute later, his body began to convulse, but he still didn't let go until 2 minutes had passed. Liko's body was already twitching, blood rushing to his eyes, turning them completely red.
PFF.
Letting go of the ribbon, Liko gulped seawater, but his spirit was extremely euphoric.
Yes, just like that.
Then you'll weaken and have no strength to let go.
No worries, I'll use magic to make you strong until you faint. When you wake up, you can continue until you no longer awaken. This process may be long and require great perseverance.
So, what do you think? Dying will be quite dignified, complete, without any scars.
It's far better than a hanging punishment with nothing left of you.
Liko seemed a bit mad. These were two paths of certain death,
both equally cruel.
Your Highness! Zilu was going mad, his face twisted as he shouted loudly.
Hurry, choose quickly. Will you be bitten to death by fish or strangle yourself?
Make your choice quickly. I rarely give people choices.
Seeing Zilu's pained expression, Liko was very excited, nearly bursting into laughter. Your Highness!
Zilu's voice was already choked with tears.
Hurry up! Liko shouted maniacally. Liko!
I have done many things for you. I know every single one, and I have recorded them in a book. If I die, all this will leak out, and even you will be doomed.
Suddenly, the entire castle fell silent.
Kumashu's heart stopped beating instantly, a coldness radiating from within.
Whoosh!
Kumashu saw His Highness emerge, accompanied by a dark shadow. His eyes seemed to blur for a moment, and Liko's face was already pressed against Zilu's plump face, their noses nearly touching. His eyes squinted into a line, and an aura of darkness radiated from him, as if countless sea serpents were emerging from his body.
Are you threatening me?
No, Your Highness.
That's not what I meant, not what I meant at all. Zilu trembled all over. What had he done?
He was threatening His Highness the Torturer, Lord Liko.
Kumashu, you go out. I believe I want to enjoy a wonderful night. After that, screams and wails continued throughout the castle all night.
Kumashu waited outside the castle doors, trembling slightly as he listened to the cries of his former colleague, his fear of Liko gradually reaching its peak. Finally, just before dawn, the door opened. Liko swam out calmly, casually tossing aside his blood-soaked outer garments and wiping his hands. Package this Dara carefully along with all his family and send them to the Seaweed clan, to Connors. Tell them this is my most satisfactory creation in recent years, a gift from me, Liko. Also, publicly declare that the 10-meter abyssal mobs were guided there by Zilla to annihilate the Seaweed clan.
Yes.
As for what to do with that booklet mentioned by His Highness Zilu, I've never heard about it from Zilu before.
Heh, the booklet.
Liko took out a booklet made of white fish skin from his bosom, lightly swiped it across Kumasa's face, shattering it into countless pieces. He didn't even realize when he had gotten it into his hands. A slight tremor ran through Kumasa's heart. His Highness was reminding him not to harbor any thoughts, for he was controlling everything about them. As they swam into the castle, the scent of blood mixed with seawater. Looking at Zilu lying in the center, who resembled nothing human, even Kumasa found it hard to bear, the dug-out eyes, the chopped-off arms, and the neatly arranged 10 fingers beside him. It seemed they first sliced off the fingers one by one before smashing the entire arm. The scales on the tail fin had been painfully scraped off, and the very tip had been directly severed. The ears had also been cut off, and inside was completely mangled. Blood was still flowing from the mouth, perhaps proving to be the last organ to be destroyed. Because Liko loved to hear screams, if the mouth was destroyed first, he wouldn't hear them. In any case, Zilla could neither see nor hear, could not speak or swim, not even crawl without hands. But he was still alive. He could live for a long time. That was the most terrifying thing. Outside the door, Liko threw his head back, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide, a face full of madness. Connors, upon receiving this grand gift, you'll be quite excited, right? Very happy, right? I, Liko, rarely give gifts to anyone. Connors, you belong to me, mine. As long as I have you, I can create a gift 100 times, no, 1,000 times more beautiful than this.
Ha ha ha. By the time Connors received Liko's grand gift, it was already evening.
He had returned empty-handed from Evelyn, unable to move around freely, so he stayed in his room, pulled out a few pieces of white fish skin, and wrote the words General Mathematics at the top. Not just the tribe, from Evelyn's perspective, the entire marine world's mathematics wasn't great. There was no systematic approach, entirely relying on experience to learn. Teaching one by one was too slow. It would be better to publish a book and let them learn on their own.
The first chapter would be simple arithmetic operations.
However, just when he hadn't completed a page, Colin, who had been lingering around his room, knocked and came in. Chief, someone from Kelp faction has sent a message from His Highness Liko, along with a batch of people. They say the assassination last time and the abyssal shark mob attack were all done by Zilu. To express their apology, they have punished Zilu, and his family will be handed over to you. How you choose to deal with them is up to you. There's also another gift, wrapped tightly in fish skin, said to be a carefully prepared present from His Highness Liko, which must be delivered personally to you.
A gift? Connors was at a loss.
From either the rumors or his own observations that day, Liko was not the kind of person to give gifts. Instead, he always felt that he harbored ill intentions towards him.
Let's go take a look, then.
Swimming outside the tribe, a large group was already waiting. At the forefront was the person who had wielded the whip against Lena that day. Mebet had not left the tribe either and was present. The one who sent the assassin also brought along people from the central region. He was not at ease. However, enemies meeting face to face would bear a grudge. Connors noticed Mebet's hands were tightly clenched, with veins bulging, yet he was trying hard to restrain himself. Connors hurried forward, and indeed, as Colin had said, people from Kelp faction were holding several individuals, a dressed-up middle-aged woman, her hands bound together and her mouth stuffed, wide-eyed but unable to say anything. There were also 2 individuals who looked like maids, their hands similarly bound and unable to speak, and 2 mermaids carrying a delicate fish skin bag, unsure of what was inside, probably what they referred to as a gift. Chief Connors, Kelp faction actually had a Gara like Zilu. His Highness Liko expresses his sincerest apologies for the harm caused to you and the Seaweed clan. Zilu has already been punished, and here are his wife and 2 handmaids. His Highness instructed that you may deal with them as you see fit. This gift was also personally prepared by His Highness, and I hope you like it. Coming straight to the point, Kumasa plainly stated his purpose. To be honest, he didn't want to come to Seaweed clan, he just wanted to complete His Highness's order as quickly as possible. Every quarter, Seaweed clan pays Kelp faction a tax of 10% of our harvest, hoping your tribe can protect my personal safety and property. Now, an official from Kelp faction actually hired an assassin who almost killed me. It's hard for me to convince myself that Kelp faction can really ensure my safety and protect my property. Once I'm healed, I may have to seek justice from the whale syndicate for this matter. Connors spoke angrily. Since he already had a mind to leave Kelp faction, he had to act the part. Chief Connors, I'm just a small official. Discussing such matters with me is of no use. I came today just to apologize. Kumasa didn't respond. There was no need to involve himself in such matters. Well then, the things have been delivered to you, so I can be considered to have completed your Highness's task. Chief Connors, I will take my leave now. After saying this, Kumasa quickly left, not knowing if Connors would react violently upon seeing this gift. Watching the Kelp faction members flee in a panic, Connors felt a growing suspicion in his heart. Colin, you open this gift. It's not that I'm worried about any hidden weapons. Even Liko wouldn't dare to assassinate a tribal chief so openly. It just feels somewhat strange. Ugh. The moment Connors opened the fish skin bag, he vomited and couldn't stop. Chief. Chapter 27, on Arithmetic Operations. Brother Chief, are you feeling any better? Seeing Zilu's appearance, Connors felt it was not unlike the legendary punishment of transforming someone into a pig, employed by Empress Lu against Lady Qi, severing the limbs, disfiguring the facial features, removing hair, and living through the torment. The person would be alive during the punishment but would be better off dead. It's said that Emperor Hui of Han fell seriously ill from shock upon seeing Lady Qi turned into a pig, not getting out of bed for over a year, illustrating how terrifying this punishment was. Human pig, cauldron torture, lingqi, breaking on the wheel. In modern thought, Connors could hardly imagine it. The person who invented these punishments was simply a perverse pervert. Seeing the human pig, ancient emperors looked like this, not to mention Connors, who had been an ordinary person in his previous life. He sat on the bed, lost in thought, while Lena came over to comfort him. Bull invited Evelyn to cast a sleep spell on Connors, and he slept for an entire night before feeling somewhat better. Lena, let us just have some fruit today. Having not eaten dinner last night, Connors was a bit hungry now, and being made to eat meat would be sheer torture. All right, Brother Chief. Lena dashed out of the room to find her mother to prepare the ingredients, and shortly after she left, Mebet came in.
"Chief, how is your health?" Connors looked extremely pale now. He was genuinely terrified.
A serious sense of crisis washed over him. He knew for sure that he was being targeted by that psychopath. There is nothing more horrifying than being stalked by a madman, especially one with power and formidable strength.
He couldn't imagine what it would be like if Zilu's situation happened to him. Connors shivered. It was even scarier than the Abyss Zone. Well, let's give that Zilu a quick end.
Although he had nearly died several times, he was merely a subordinate. From the current situation, everything was orchestrated by Liko. He was the true enemy behind the scenes, while Zilu was just a pawn, paying a hefty price for it.
Death might be the best choice for him.
Yes. Mebet nodded. He was equally shocked at Zilu's current state, but his experiences were extensive and he had seen many brutal punishments.
What about his wife and the two maids? Have we verified their backgrounds? We've found everything out. Those two maids are the daughters of guildless fish, sold to Zilu by their parents as servants.
They are essentially personal property. No matter how Zilu handles them, no one will intervene in their affairs. As for Zilu's wife, Iloka, she claims to be from the Little Stoneflower tribe, her father being a merchant who trades mana rations, and quite wealthy. Her father would pay a large sum to redeem her.
Oh, if that's true, that's not bad at all. The arrangements for the two maids will be similar to the last batch we recruited from the guildless. And as for that Iloka, just inform her father that if he can come up with 5 gold coins, we'll let her go. Even less is fine.
This person, who clearly seems to have lived a life of a wealthy lady, probably won't adapt well to the guildless lifestyle. It would be perfect if we could exchange her for some gold coins.
Yes, Chief. I might also head back to the Coral District today.
Mebet had been away from the Coral District for a few days and was a bit worried about the situation of that batch of guildless. However, several seeds of the magical seaweed had already been brought back, so there shouldn't be any major issues.
Alright, there are many guildless over there. Managing them is troublesome. Take some supplies along as well.
With more money in hand, Connors felt much more extravagant and planned to buy more supplies like mana rations to stock up on while he still had time before leaving the Kelp faction. After this incident, leaving the Kelp faction was inevitable. Even if Evelyn did not stay, Connors had to leave. Liko was simply too dangerous.
At worst, I can just form an army. But Connors also knew how difficult that would be.
There were just over 1,000 people in total. Trying to build an army was sheer madness.
Currently, the situation in the Seaweed clan is that even if they have enough money, they lack the ability to manage more people. The 600 guildless have already outnumbered the original residents of the tribe.
If it weren't for Mebet taking most of the guildless to Coral Rock for daily heavy training, keeping them too exhausted to cause trouble, the situation in the Seaweed area, which only has some women and craftsmen, would have probably erupted long ago. The tribe essentially continues with the same pace of life as before, but this cannot go on. There must be a sound management department and sufficient military strength. These are the foundation of the tribe and cannot be arbitrarily assigned, especially considering the loyalty of the guildless is still questionable.
The 100 things await revival.
Evelyn set down the harpoon made from the rib of an abyssal shark mob, having just completed the solid enchantment on it. This seemingly ordinary harpoon would be several times more durable than a regular one and very long-lasting as well. However, this takes a toll on her mana, requiring several times more than casting magic. Therefore, even the simplest solid enchantment makes her rest for a while afterwards. Of course, she could use a tier 1 mana herb for a quick recovery, but that's too lavish for a wandering mage class like her, only resorted to when she runs low on mana during the enchantment stun. Picking up the mana rations and fish placed nearby, Evelyn happily started eating. The taste of the sea bream was delightful, the flesh tender with a hint of freshness. Most importantly, she found that eating after putting in hard labor was incredibly satisfying.
Miss Bull.
From a distance, Evelyn saw Bull swimming while muttering to herself with a few sheets of white fish skin. At this moment, Evelyn realized that Bull was not a maid but a staff member.
Ha!
Startled, Bull looked up, confused, glancing around, and eventually noticed Evelyn waving to her from the center of the resource node.
Lord Mage class. Hastily swimming into the resource node, Bull respectfully called out. You don't have to call me Mage Class Master, just call me Sister Evelyn.
In fact, apart from ignoring Connors due to her perception of his malicious intentions, Evelyn was quite friendly towards others.
What is that in your hand?
I see you've been staring at it, looking troubled.
Evelyn was a bit curious. Curiosity is a common trait of Mage Class. This is the 4 basic operations that the chief just wrote.
A few days ago, the chief taught me linear equations and said my grasp was insufficient, and since my basic calculations were poor, he gave me this. Bull lifted up the white fish skin in her hand.
This is much more difficult than the previous multiplication table.
Mixing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division together is too complicated.
The chief said this is still the simplest, and that it's just elementary algebra.
There's geometry behind this, and further along, there's higher mathematics.
Mathematics is so hard.
As the first mermaid in Ocean View controlled by mathematics, Bull felt like she was about to cry, seeing a bleak future ahead. The chief told her that her journey has just begun. Evelyn was a bit stunned, feeling like she wasn't a learned Mage Class Master at all, listening to Bull lamenting over things she couldn't comprehend.
Goodness! What is 4 basic operations, and what is a linear equation? Additionally, when did arithmetic get classified into basic and advanced? How do I not know any of this?
In an instant, Evelyn felt as if she had been studying false texts for years.
Hey, Bull, can I take a look at that thing?
Bull handed over a few sheets of white fish skin, and the first page had a few words written on it.
Elementary mathematics algebra.
Below that, there was another line, in the pursuit of truth, mathematics is the most effective tool, dedicated to the great pioneers on Earth. Connors was somewhat aware, having brought the crystallized efforts of countless ancestors to this world, he couldn't let the future generations here not know of these achievements, even if they didn't know what Earth was.
But just seeing that sentence, Evelyn's anger flared up instantly.
Magic is the closest to the truth, period. It is by no means secondary.
How can arithmetic be linked to truth? If it is the most effective tool, what then is magic? This is an insult to magic, a serious blasphemy.
Simply unforgivable. When Connors wrote this sentence, he never considered how deeply entwined magic and truth are for the Mage Class, nor the role the Mage Class plays within that. For the Mage Class, this sentence is a denial of their lifelong pursuit.
Where are you going, Lady Evelyn?
Bull, noticing that Evelyn just took a look at the first page and suddenly clenched the white fish skin with a furious expression, rushed out calling loudly.
Today, I will make you admit your mistake.
Evelyn thought angrily as she swiftly reached the stone house in the center of the tribe.
Mage Class Master, is there something you need?
Since the last incident, Wenson and Colin had been keeping guard around Connors day and night. Now it was daytime, and Colin was on watch. Upon seeing Evelyn rushing in angrily, he hurried forward.
Move aside.
Colin wouldn't move aside. The expression on this Mage Class adult's face looked like they were looking for trouble. Who knows what they intend to do?
Get out of the way.
Evelyn shouted sharply, pushing with both hands, and a wall of water shoved Colin aside. Today she was determined to discuss theory with Connors. How dare a non-Mage Class person say anything about magic? The incantation rang out quickly, a water ball appeared in her hand, and with a whoosh, it smashed into a large door, which shattered immediately.
Connors looked on, shocked, at the suddenly broken door. Your Excellency Mage Class, what happened? Who offended you?
Connors, explain what that sentence meant. The crumpled piece of white fish skin was thrown at Connors by Evelyn, hitting him squarely on the head thanks to the acceleration from the magic water flow.
My Mage Class Lord.
As the water wall vanished, Colin rushed forward quickly, but Connors waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent, bent down to pick up the piece of white fish skin, and slowly opened it. The cover displayed the phrase he had written.
Chapter 28, Proving the Truth. What's wrong with that phrase, my Mage Class?
Connors felt that there was nothing wrong with his statement.
Language is a tool for communication. Without language, people cannot converse.
The same goes for the pursuit of truth in science. Mathematics is undoubtedly the best tool. Every scientist first and foremost must be a mathematician.
Absolutely correct. You
Looking at Connors, who appeared utterly confused, Evelyn was about to explode with anger.
This guy actually thought he was right. Magic is the most effective weapon in the pursuit of truth.
Arithmetic is merely for trading wealth, and while it might have some other uses, how can it relate to truth?
After thinking for a moment, Connors spoke up earnestly. My mage class, you're mistaken. It's mathematics, not arithmetic.
Arithmetic deals with specific numerical calculations, while mathematics concerns logical relationships and quantification. The two are different. Mathematics encompasses arithmetic, but arithmetic cannot contain mathematics. Evelyn paused, slightly bewildered by the jargon of inclusion and containment.
What did it all mean?
But soon enough, her anger flared up again.
What else with mathematics and arithmetic? Such a noble thing as truth couldn't possibly have anything to do with scribbling on a piece of white fish skin. Only magic is the sole path to pursue truth right now. You better strike that phrase out and don't ever say it again, or just wait and see how I deal with you.
Evelyn raised her wand and glared with wide eyes.
Hiss. Connors took a deep breath, realizing he hadn't discovered this wild mage class's unreasonable side before.
She even looked down on things outside of magic. He waved his hand, signaling Colin not to let anyone else watch, and began to swim, determined to enlighten this girl today.
So, my mage class, what do you think is truth?
Truth is law. It controls everything in this world.
Everything can be explained by it.
Every mage class has a different understanding of truth, which often leads to debates among them about its nature, each trying to assert their viewpoint is correct. The victor comes closer to their truth, while the loser must accept the winner's viewpoint, which can be a significant blow, causing many to be sluggish for a long time. Evelyn was very confident, having already defeated 2 mage classes in this regard, which strengthened her belief that her theory was correct. However, Connors was not a mage class, so he would not engage in a debate about truth. Moreover, Evelyn made sense. Gravitational, electrostatic, and Lorentz forces were indeed all rules governing the operations of the world.
So, my mage class, what does magic have to do with your truth? That was his second question. Of course it relates. Look, the magic water flows rapidly. If I put anything on it, I can throw it a great distance without using force.
Evelyn cast her spell again, and a piece of panel shattered as it shot out rapidly. But normally, greater force will make objects move faster, because the rule of speed is that as you exert force, the law converts it into speed. The greater the force, the faster the speed. However, magic rapid water flow allows things to move quickly without effort. This is because this spell reflects the law itself. When the level of this magic rises to the aspect of truth, doesn't the magic rapid water flow transform into the speed rule? So magic is indeed the best means to pursue truth.
Evelyn spoke excitedly, drawing her conclusion. With over 30 years of life experience, though still young in terms of Hatam Race's lifespan, she had wandered through countless places, observed innumerable phenomena, and discovered that truth is omnipresent. Connors watched as she effortlessly shot a piece of debris at a speed he could never reach, feeling quite moved. Magic is truly amazing. However, he firmly believed that magic is just a special set of rules that only apply to mana. This place is not the same world as Earth, yet all other rules are the same. Anything denser than seawater will sink, and the higher it falls from, the faster it will go. This shows that there is gravity here, that matter has density, and that gravitational acceleration exists. Although the coefficients might differ, gravity is definitely present. In this world, everything except for magic is the same as on Earth, and the rules of magic only apply to mana. Mana is a tangible existence that can influence other substances, just like various fields invisible and intangible, yet they exist. Through magic, mana particles drive other rules according to specific regulations. That's what magic is. It's not simply that, as Evelyn mentioned, magic is the reason for speed. Initially, he was somewhat skeptical of such theories, especially since this is a different world. However, after witnessing Evelyn use magic on several occasions, his beliefs were solidified. It was like a rushing stream. By activating the passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, Connors observed in his vision how the mana particles moved after Evelyn cast her spell. The mana particles were pushing the stones, meaning the mana particles generated force, which gave the objects acceleration,
thus causing motion just like Newton's second law states, F equals ma. It's not, as Evelyn said, that magic directly causes objects to move. It's like bringing one magnet close to another, there's mutual attraction.
But does the magnet move the other magnet? No, it's the magnetism force is the fundamental of motion.
So, mage class sir, according to your statement, magic gives objects speed.
Normally, throwing something with force also gives it speed. So, the conversion rule between force and speed is a magic like rushing water or similar magic?
Pretty much, but such magic has already reached the level of truth, encompassing all things, far beyond what rushing water can compare to. Although people don't usually notice it when they use it, magic is embedded within it. This is the legendary truth magic. Mastering truth magic allows one to control the rules of objects, which is the ultimate pursuit of all mage classes. Evelyn was fervent as she spoke of this, but Connors merely smiled.
Found your loophole. Lady Evelyn, I've heard that every mage class can accurately control their magic. Can you do that? Absolutely.
Lost in her thoughts, Evelyn didn't even notice that Connors had changed how he addressed her. Furthermore, she felt exceptionally good today. This insufferable little chief, who wasn't even a mage class, dared to discuss magic in truth with her. He will soon bow to my theory, but even so, I won't let him off so easily. I must hit him hard on the head with my wand, so he respects magic.
Evelyn thought angrily.
Unaware of Evelyn's thoughts, Connors picked up 2 pieces of door fragments that weighed about the same and placed them on the large table.
Lady Evelyn, can you use the magic rushing water to make this fragment hit this other one in a straight line?
However, you must not apply magic to the latter fragment, and it shouldn't be too fast, just a little is fine.
Connors drew a straight line between the 2 fragments. Of course, no problem. Evelyn could even make this fragment travel in a curve. This was all too easy.
With a whispered incantation, the fragment flew out not too fast but straight, striking the other piece.
The second fragment also gained kinetic energy and moved forward a distance.
Because of their similar weights, ignoring some minor discrepancies, the piece pushed by Evelyn's magic transferred its energy and came to a stop. Connors quickly measured the distance of the movement and inscribed several numbers on the white fish skin. Then he started calculating. This took a while. After more than 10 minutes, even after Evelyn urged him several times, he finally lifted his head, placed the 2 fragments back in the same position, and drew a circle farther from the second fragment.
Lady Evelyn, can you use rushing water to shoot this fragment out at double the speed of the previous one?
Of course, Seaweed Clan Chief, what exactly do you want to do? Evelyn was growing impatient, mainly because Connors had not refuted her theory, indicating he couldn't find any excuses.
He should admit he was wrong.
She hated people who refused to acknowledge their mistakes.
Lady Evelyn, you can try first.
Keeping her politeness despite her rising frustration, Evelyn cast the spell. The piece was propelled out at double the speed of before, crashing into the second fragment, which then flew out. In a look of disbelief from Evelyn, it landed exactly in the circle Connors had drawn. Lady Evelyn, from the mage class, according to your theory, everything is controlled by truth magic.
I predicted the stopping point of the second fragment. Does this mean I've understood the truth magic contained within things?
By knowing the truth magic, I determined the stopping point of the second fragment. According to the rules of the mage class, you should address me as Connors, truth, Lady Evelyn. Connors wore a victorious smile on his face. He wasn't a mage class, so he couldn't possibly grasp the magic of truth, but he verified a fact through basic physical principles.
No one can refute the facts.
This is impossible, impossible. After a brief silence, Evelyn looked dazed, hurriedly placing the 2 pieces back in their original positions, and cautiously used magic to push the first piece, but the result remained the same.
Undeterred, she began experimenting again. In fact, as long as the resistance of the seawater remains unchanged, the result will not change at all.
There might be some errors, but Connors drew a circle, not a point, so any error is acceptable. After at least 7 or 8 attempts, with no surprises, Evelyn finally accepted the fact that Connors had mastered the rules of movement. He knew the truth. This guy, who wasn't a mage class, knew the truth. How could this be possible?
It absolutely couldn't be. How did you do it?
Evelyn quickly swam to Connor's side and tightly grasped one of his arms, completely unaware that this arm was pressing down on her soft spot.
Connor's face turned slightly red.
In both his past and present lives, he rarely got this close to a woman, and in a fluster, he picked up the piece of white fish skin covered in formulas and numbers.
Through physics and mathematics. Slap.
Evelyn, her face pale, snatched the piece of white fish skin and swam away in a flash, leaving Connors dumbfounded.
Are all mage classes this crazy? Chapter 29, The Truth Within Reach.
Worried about Evelyn's condition, Connors hastily sent Bull back out. He heard that many mage class members become dispirited when their theories falter, and some stubborn ones might not progress for a lifetime. Although Evelyn possessed a wildness that Connors was unaware of, her confidence in her theory at that time had just been ruthlessly shattered by Connors. He didn't want this cute girl to fall into despair because of this, but Evelyn is currently in a bad state, and approaching her could easily provoke her again.
Maybe I've gone too far. Connors has a feeling that he has done something wrong. Although this is meant to be educational, suddenly realizing that the world he used to know is wrong is a significant blow.
However, now that it has been done, it depends on Bull's mindset. Bull hurriedly swam back, only returning in the evening, looking worried.
Chief, the mage class seems to be in poor condition, just sitting on the resource node staring at that white fish skin, not eating anything, and her face is very pale. If this continues, it's very dangerous. He must help this girl calm down.
She probably is calmed down now. Connors swam to the resource node, where Evelyn was sitting alone among the mana kelp, holding that piece of fish skin and staring with her head tilted, lost in thought. As Connors entered the vision, he saw that the mana particles within Evelyn, which were once so active, had all fallen silent, creating a dead atmosphere.
This is not good.
If he lets her think alone any longer, something terrible is likely to happen.
Connors quickly swam up. Lady Evelyn, those things are just conjectures, they may not be correct at all.
In any case, he needed to reassure Evelyn first.
Chief of the seaweed clan, do you know what's above the sea?
Suddenly, Evelyn brought up such a topic, but before Connors could respond, she continued speaking. When I became a mage class and learned my first spell, I had a thought about what it would be like to swim upwards.
I always swam upwards. Surely the sea must have an end, right? What comes after that end?
I was very curious, so one day, I began to swim up, but when I reached over 3,000 meters, I felt extremely uncomfortable, as if something was going to explode inside me. It seemed like a huge hand was pressing me down.
Chief of the seaweed clan, do you think it's the sea god who limits us to the seabed?
Evelyn turned her head to look at Connors, her face filled with questions.
Connors wanted to speak. The question was too simple.
As a deep-sea creature, even a mage class must have immense pressure within them to resist the strong water pressure. It would be odd not to be overwhelmed by the pressure when swimming upwards. But explaining the notion of water pressure to Evelyn might cause her to explode.
After some thought, Connors made a gentle approach.
Every creature has essential conditions for survival, just like the Tier 1 mana herb.
Connors pointed to a piece of mana kelp.
Tier 1 mana herb can only grow on resource nodes, just like these sea breams. He pointed again at the fish meat placed nearby. These sea breams must live near the sea bream trees. Every creature has its own habitat. No creature can live freely without constraints. It's not the sea god limiting us, but absolute freedom for life simply doesn't exist and isn't reasonable. Evelyn thought for a bit, realizing she had no response, then let out a soft sigh of seawater.
Chief of the seaweed clan, you are truly knowledgeable. Can you tell me, in your understanding, what are mana and magic really like? This is very important for me. Although Evelyn's eyes were calm, beneath that calmness, there were waves of turmoil. She was doubting herself, which was almost lethal for a mage class in pursuit of truth. She needed an answer. Organizing his thoughts, Connors said. I'm not a mage class, so I can only offer conjectures about magic. The passive skill, Poseidon's eye, cannot be disclosed. No ordinary person in the ocean has witnessed magic. In my view, mana is invisible and intangible, but it really exists. If my hand were invisible and intangible, only a mage class could sense it. Connors gently pushed his hand towards Evelyn's face. Can you feel the water pushing against your face? Evelyn nodded. She now seemed like a baby.
Connors was in the process of rebuilding her worldview.
So is it your hand pushing your face, or is it the water pushing your face? Evelyn was confused. If it were the hand pushing, then it was clear the hand wasn't actually touching her face. If it was the water pushing, but there was no hand making that pushing motion, then the water wouldn't be pushing against her face, so she shook her head, unclear. That is magic, the relationship between mana and the laws of matter. This invisible and intangible hand of mine is mana. My hand pushing is magic. The seawater pressing against your face is matter. In other words, magic moves mana using the rules of magic, and mana moves matter using the rules of matter. Lady Evelyn, do you understand what I mean? Evelyn fell into deep thought, carefully pondering Connor's words. So, mana is the key?
Yes, that's exactly it. Your magic causes mana to change according to certain patterns, and this change affects matter.
If it's pushing an object, that's force. If it makes electrons transition, that's light.
The transition of electrons involves some deeper knowledge you may not yet possess, but you understand that this is also a rule of matter, and there are countless phenomena similar to this. In fact, when you make mana change, the magic has already been cast. What follows is the operation of mana and matter according to the rules of matter. Evelyn turned over the piece of white fish skin belonging to Connors, writing magic and matter at the back, then drew a horizontal line in the middle to write mana. She fell silent, seemingly pondering the causal relationship involved. After 10 minutes, Evelyn's eyes suddenly lit up, excitedly waving the piece of white fish skin in her hand.
I understand now.
The magic of truth exists. It is the rule, only existing within the rules of the world of magic and mana. However, matter also has its own rules, only existing within the rules of the material world. So the true truth is, the community of truth in magic and truth in matter. Connors opened his field of vision, and with Evelyn's ecstatic cries, the mana particles around her began to move in a very strange pattern, forming spirals while constantly rotating in reverse. Just one glance made Connors feel dizzy, and he quickly withdrew the field of vision. Just like Evelyn was an idiot before the rules of matter, he too was an idiot before the rules of magic.
Connors. His Excellency Algae.
Suddenly, Evelyn put away the white fish skin she was holding and respectfully bowed to Connors. You are the greatest seeker of truth I have ever seen. Your understanding of the world exceeds my imagination. I hope you will allow me to stay in the Seaweed clan to follow you in the pursuit of true truth.
What?
Connors was taken aback, with doubts creeping in about whether he had misheard.
This mage class had become his follower in such a muddled way?
Essentially a fan, and now staying in the Seaweed clan.
He wasn't even a mage class. Lady Evelyn, weren't you planning to travel the world? Is it okay to stay in the Seaweed clan?
Although he had been racking his brain for days trying to keep this wild mage class, the suddenness of it left him feeling at a loss, and he stupidly asked back. I travel the world to seek truth, but now the truth is right before me, so why should I still seek truth? Evelyn stared at Connors, her bright eyes seeming to be filled with light. All right, this explanation left Connors feeling ashamed and unable to explain himself. If all this came from his own exploration, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a truth. But he merely applied the knowledge of predecessors, and he only learned the surface, evoking a sense of plagiarism.
He felt uneasy about it. But was he supposed to disclose his background?
That would likely be seen as heretical, so he could only remain taciturn. Lady Evelyn, welcome to the Seaweed clan. This discussion about magic, mana, matter, and truth concluded with Connors successfully utilizing Earth's knowledge. Perhaps for others, this would have been virtually impossible. A non-mage class guy managing to earn genuine admiration from a mage class and becoming a follower is quite a joke to speak of. Yet, Evelyn thought so. She even doubted there was anyone in the ocean realm who could see the truth more clearly than Connors. She had a hunch that remaining in this remote place, the Seaweed clan, was undoubtedly the best decision of her life. And Connors also gained his second student. That night, Burl was horrified to find that the mage class, Lady Evelyn, actually brought out a small chair and sat in front of the chief, just like him, listening to him explain arithmetic operations. Oh my God, how did the chief manage this?
This is the distinguished mage class, and she has become his classmate? And then, the next day, Connors took Evelyn to announce in the tribe's square, the Seaweed clan is about to welcome a mage class, and he sent this news to the Whale Syndicate. From then on, the quarterly Tier 1 mana herb contribution from the Seaweed clan would be reduced to 40%, with that 10% being a respect for the mage class by the Whale Syndicate. Evelyn's magic was officially renamed to Evelyn Algae. The entire Seaweed clan cheered, including those from Mebet, who were over 10 kilometers away. Mebet rarely granted those guildless half a day's leave and hurriedly swam back to pay respects to the mage class belonging to the Seaweed clan. Seeing Evelyn standing beside Connors brought tears to their eyes. "Old chief, did you see? The Seaweed clan is rising under the leadership of your son." Chapter 30, The Celebration. Jonah used a needle made from a fish bone to sew 2 pieces of fish skin together as for the thread. She had just pulled it from the seaweed earlier that morning. Although her hands were constantly moving, her eyes were unfocused, and it was unclear what was on her mind. Starting her life as a maid at the age of 15, although she was frequently beaten and locked in a small dark room to go hungry, the difficult days taught her many skills. She became adept at cooking, able to pick out fish bones with precision, and even knew some basic seasoning techniques even Zillu couldn't find fault with her. She also learned sewing back when she was in the Kelp faction. The lady never gave her money for clothes, so she made her own. She discovered she had quite a talent for it. Not only could she tailor garments that fit well, but she also embroidered lace, a skill that only artisans possessed. However, during one of her work sessions, the lace hidden in her sleeve was discovered by the lady, who flew into a rage, took fishbone scissors, and shredded her clothes. She was whipped several times and locked away in the small dark room with no chance of getting out. Reflecting back on that scene now still frightens her. If it hadn't been for Ames secretly sending her some saved fish flesh, she might have starved to death. Since that incident, she never dared to embroider lace anywhere on her clothing again. Every time she finished stitching, she would admire it for a moment before secretly undoing it. In recent days, she has experienced all the ups and downs of her life. After returning from the lady's family home, the master began to behave strangely, shouting and scolding her. That same night, he sent her to the home of Lord Ku, which frightened her to death. Although the maids are mostly kept inside the house, whenever they needed to buy groceries, she would chat briefly with other maids, but she had never seen a maid from Lord Ku's household. She only knew that Lord Ku's maids changed frequently at first. She thought Lord Ku was a very strict person, which is why he often changed maids. However, once she overheard a knowledgeable person saying, the maids in Lord Ku's house all died from being beaten. Lord Ku liked to gamble, and when he lost, he would beat the maids mercilessly. These maids were literally beaten to death. Moreover, no maid had ever survived a year. So when she learned she was being sent to Lord Ku, she immediately burst into tears, but it was of no use. The master didn't care at all, and soon she was taken and locked in a small dark room with no light. She was terrified, fearing that one day she would be dragged out and killed. However, the next day, before she even met Lord Ku, she was sent back home. The place was in chaos. The master was nowhere to be found. Ames said the master had stolen all the money and that the lady had gone to the legal department to report him. About half a day later, the lady returned home in a rage, venting her anger and giving both of them a beating. Then she went out again, saying she needed to find someone to complain to. She didn't come back for a whole day, until the next morning when Lord Ku arrived, dragging a bag of fish skin and bringing people to the house. He claimed that the master had conspired to hire someone to kill the chief of a small tribe and also caused the Kelp faction to lose a Tier 1 mana herb. His offenses were heinous, and they were to be given to the chief of that small tribe as compensation. Punishment would depend on the chief's decision. She recalled being dumbfounded at that moment. The master had committed such a serious crime. But where had the master gone? Coming back to her senses, she was filled with deep fear. She was to be sent to that small tribe as compensation. She had heard that small tribes were very aggressive, and since the master had hired someone to kill their chief, would they execute her as well? When she was small, she followed her parents. There was a family who were guildless, and they stole a Tier 1 mana herb, and the whole family was sent to the gallows. She secretly took a look and was so scared that she fell ill. If stealing a Tier 1 mana herb was such a serious crime, how much worse would killing a chief be? She was certain she would be sent to the gallows. Then she went blank.
In a daze, she, along with Aim and the lady who had been captured, were sent to the Seaweed clan. They met the chief of the small tribe, who did not resemble the fierce, scarred figure she had imagined, but rather a clean, young boy who looked much younger than herself. She also saw the enormous wound on Connor's tail fin, and without needing to think, she realized how terrifying it must have been at that moment. This young chief would surely want revenge, and with the master absent, their anger would be directed at them. Even now, Jonas still didn't know that the bag of fish skin contained Zillu, who had been turned into a living corpse. Fortunately, nothing happened. She and Aim both became guildless in the Seaweed clan. Although there was no salary, they could become official residents after 5 years. This was simply her dream come true. Being an official resident meant work would come with pay, and she could buy anything she liked. She could embroider lace on any part of her clothes and would no longer be bullied at will. The Seaweed clan would protect her safety. Any of these things were beyond what she could have imagined before. God knows how happy she and Aim were to hear this news. The only unhappy one was the lady, who had a noble status and could dance, being pursued at any ball. She elegantly sipped tea and recited some poems that sounded romantic. To think that even the chief of the Seaweed clan made her guildless, forcing her to do tasks like weapon making, sewing clothes, and skinning fish. Didn't he know that the lady had such delicate hands and had never done any hard work? At that moment, the lady cried out to see the chief of the Seaweed clan, claiming that her family was very wealthy and could buy her back. And then she was taken away. After all, someone like her is naturally noble. Next, Aunt Loman, who managed them, explained the rules of the Seaweed clan, which were quite relaxed. Even though they are still guildless, the remaining time outside of the daily tasks is their own to arrange. They can go wherever they like, except they are not allowed to approach the chief's house or resource nodes. She even felt that being guildless in the Seaweed clan was much easier than being a servant. Aunt Loman also said that if anyone bullied them in the Seaweed clan, they could tell her because the chief does not allow any bullying in the tribe. Wasn't that a far cry from her memories of being hit and scolded in silence as a guildless? Finally, Aunt Loman asked if they had any skills, because if they did, they could become formal residents more quickly. She even mentioned that Ame could do lace embroidery very well, and that it looked beautiful, better than some artisans. This little girl, how can she talk so big? Kiana felt a bit shy. The lace designs were all something she had secretly explored on her own. How could she say they looked great? However, Aunt Loman said for her to prepare several lace styles. If they looked good, they would be embroidered onto the chief's clothing. That night, she stayed up all night racking her brain to recall the impression Connors had given her, and the next day she presented several lace styles she thought matched Connor's temperament to Aunt Loman. Aunt Loman said they looked great, but they had to get the chief's approval first. They could only be embroidered if he liked them. Then she waited anxiously in the dark. The past few days without a response made her feel like she might fail. Bang! Just as she was lost in thought, a short little mermaid with grayish-blue hair burst in. It was mealtime, but after living as a maid for years, Kiana's mealtime was different from everyone else's, so at this time, there was only her and not the usual 7 or 8 people in the house. Ame, what's going on? The gray-haired girl, Ame, was also a maid from the Zilla family, and the two were very good friends. Kiana, something very good is happening. Kiana's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was up. Could it be that the chief thinks my lace looks good? There could only be one thing that could be called such a great good news. Yes, just now Aunt Loman said the chief thinks your lace looks great, and he plans to have you make a costume that he can wear to the celebration. Really? The news came so suddenly that Kiana was a bit flustered. Just now, Miss Lena from the dining room came over personally to say this. You know Miss Lena has a good relationship with the chief. How could it be false? Then I'll hurry and get ready. Kiana was a bit panicked. The celebration was an important occasion. The chief had also stated it was a monumental festival celebrating the Seaweed clan's acquisition of a second tier 1 mana herb and the establishment of a mage class. On such an important day, the outfit was crucial, and even though she still had a few days left, she needed to prepare early. Don't worry, Kiana, you have to trust your skills. It will definitely be fine. Besides, you don't have anything to prepare now. Aunt Loman will help you with everything later. Unfortunately, I'm too clumsy to learn any of this. Ame looked a bit downcast. The only thing she could consider herself good at was cleaning things spotless, but anyone could do that. It's okay, Ame, I can teach you. If you take your time learning, you'll definitely be fine. Well, let us save that discussion for later. Do you want to hear some good news? Ame was naturally optimistic and always managed to keep a good mood. What is it? You know, I'm responsible for cleaning the fish caught by the fishing team, so I often interact with the fishermen, and they know everything. This morning, I heard that the lady's family isn't willing to pay even a single copper scale to buy her back, and they even said that Master Zilla was a sinner, and the lady is too, and she is no longer part of their family. Ah! Kiana covered her mouth and took a while to respond. What will happen to the lady then? Just like us, she is also guildless now. If she doesn't work, she won't get food to eat. Ame seemed a bit gleeful. She often received whippings from the lady. This is for you. I got it out of a sea bream's mouth. I don't know how it got in there. I have to go back now, or I'll get scolded. Ame handed Kiana the small object she was holding and swam away. Kiana opened her hand to reveal a small but beautiful purple stone. Collecting pretty stones was her hobby, and she had previously snuck away with a small bottle full. If there was anything she missed about Kelp faction, it was that little bottle of stones she hadn't brought along. It's fine, I can still collect them in the future. Placing the small stone on the edge of the table, she picked up the fish skin and continued sewing. For some reason, Kiana felt in a very good mood and couldn't help but hum a tune. The Brilliant Coral Bay. Chapter 31, 3 Imperial Edicts and Letters. Gel returned from the embassy stationed by the whale syndicate, simultaneously holding 3 decrees. The first decree grants an exemption from tribute for 1 year due to the slaying of a 10-meter abyssal mob. The second is a letter of condolence from the whale syndicate to Evelyn Seaweed, welcoming her into the jurisdiction of the whale syndicate Seaweed clan, stating that in the future, only 4/10 of the earnings from Tier 1 mana herbs will need to be paid as tribute. The third decree states that the Seaweed clan is permitted to withdraw from the Kelp faction. With the addition of the mage class, many of Connor's ideas can now manifest, with the primary goal being to break away from the Kelp faction. The evidence includes the magical snapshot mirror, the huge scar on the tail fin, and the assassin jewel. Regardless, the Kelp faction has been negligent in its management. Thus, the request for the Seaweed clan to withdraw from the Kelp faction is reasonable both emotionally and logically. Moreover, this decree should also reach the Kelp faction, which will no longer require the Seaweed clan to pay 10% of its Tier 1 mana herb earnings each quarter. However, it will also mean an end to the protection previously granted by the Kelp faction. Additionally, due to rules set by the Kelp faction itself, the tribes under its jurisdiction are not allowed to trade with the Seaweed clan, meaning any mana rations or other trades must be sourced from more distant tribes. This means that from now on, the Seaweed clan will have to rely entirely on itself. However, Connors firmly believes that breaking away from the Kelp faction, although it complicates many matters for the tribe in the short term, is ultimately the best choice. If they continue to hesitate, the Seaweed clan will never be able to develop. The assassination incident, while incredibly dangerous, represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it will be hard to find another chance like it. Using this situation to get backing from the whale syndicate is necessary. Without the whale syndicate's support, the Kelp faction might not let go so easily. Although the mage class has joined, the gap between them and the Kelp faction is still considerable. A direct confrontation will definitely put the Seaweed clan at a disadvantage. Chieftain, there is also a letter for you from Lord Tummuth. Gel pulled out an envelope made of white fish skin from his bosom, opened it, and glanced at the folded white fish skin inside. It was a personal letter expressing condolences for Connor's safety and congratulating him on the mage class's arrival. However, one particular line caught his attention. Your Excellency Connors, now that the Seaweed clan is independent, I have heard that the Kelp faction does not allow subordinate tribes to trade with you. My family is precisely planning to expand its market in this area. I wonder if you would be willing to establish trade relations with the Sea Lily Trading Company. I look forward to your reply. In simple terms, the Tummuth family wants to develop a market here, but the Kelp faction is obstructing them, so the Sea Lily Trading Company has nowhere to turn. The fact that the Seaweed clan is no longer under the Kelp faction's control is undoubtedly an opening. Establish trade relations. This is the main purpose of Tummuth's letter. In the past, the Tummuth family might not have looked twice at the Seaweed clan, but now the small tribe not only possesses 2 Tier 1 mana herbs but also has the backing of the mage class, making it one of the upper tier tribes within the whale syndicate. Its rise is almost inevitable. And such a rise requires massive resources. Any party that can establish trade with the Seaweed clan stands to gain substantial benefits. This is one reason, but more importantly, it poses a great opportunity to break the trade monopoly held by the central Seaweed area. Due to the Kelp faction's rules, surrounding small tribes dared not trade with others, leading to all markets in the area being dictated by the Kelp faction. For a trading company to transact with these small tribes, it must go through the Kelp faction, creating a completely buyer's market where all profits are captured by the Kelp faction, leaving the small tribes and trading companies in misery. Now, with one small tribe finally shaking off the Kelp faction's control, it represents a colossal opportunity. As long as they can establish their foothold, the Hadamo merchants will surely find chances to pry open the mouths of other small tribes. Thus, personally signing off on the Seaweed clan's separation from the Kelp faction was an immediate way for Tummuth to benefit his family. Connors took another careful look, confirming the meaning within, and began to ponder. If it weren't for the intent of Thomas's letter being so obvious, Connors wouldn't have noticed it. In his original conception, after leaving the Kelp faction, the surrounding areas were off limits for trade, as all the small tribes feared the Kelp faction. The only option was to go further away, where there was a high chance of encountering guildless bandits, necessitating more security. But he didn't expect there would be a trading company like this. It's not his fault. In all his memories, the ocean world didn't have the concept of a trading company. Ever since the Seaweed clan was formed, they have relied on trading with the Kelp faction. Establishing trade links with the Sea Violet Trading Company is a good choice. Although he had never heard of them, given Thomas's position as the Tier 1 Mana Herb Executive Officer of the Whale Syndicate, his family must be quite powerful, at least comparable to the Kelp faction, ensuring that the Kelp faction won't resort to underhanded tactics on the surface. As for the details like pricing, that will need to be discussed thoroughly. Connors certainly does not want to go from narrowly escaping the Kelp faction to falling into another one. A price difference of 3 times means over 300% profit. On Earth, that would make capitalists risk being sent to the guillotine. I really wonder how many gold coins the Kelp faction has earned with such rules. After thinking for a moment, Connors pulled out a piece of white fish skin and started to write. Dear Thomas, Mage Class, I am very interested in your proposal. This is addressed in a personal manner, just like how Thomas writes Lord Connors in the letter and chief of the Seaweed clan in the decree. The identity must not be confused in different situations. After finishing the letter, Connors handed it over to J. Please deliver this letter to Lord Thomas and try to come back within 4 days. By then, the Tier 1 Mana Herb will be ready for harvest, and I don't want anyone to miss out on the Seaweed clan celebration. Yes, Chief, I promise to return within 4 days. After securing the letter, Joe embarked again with a sense of anticipation for the celebration. Stretching, Connors put down his pen, waiting for the news that the Seaweed clan has officially exited the Kelp faction to spread. This is definitely big news, as it's the first time a tribe has left in decades. As for the Kelp faction's reaction, Connors couldn't care less since he has no relations with them anymore. Avalini is still busy creating magical weapons. Although she is considered a resident mage of a small tribe, the previous trade with Connors still counts. The Seaweed clan indeed needs to enhance its combat power, and magical weapons can immensely bolster the strength of the fishing teams. The safety of the entire tribe cannot rely solely on Avalini, just like no country on Earth relies solely on nuclear weapons for security. Avalini's presence is more of a deterrent. As for Bull, she has been assigned by Connors to tally the population in the coral area. The people left from the Seaweed clan have already been fully recorded, including their personal information, relationships, and skills, all meticulously documented and placed on Connors' desk. Lena was called over by her mother, Aunt Loman, to help out. As the tribe's logistics director, she has been overwhelmed these past few days preparing for the celebration and the harvest of the Tier 1 Mana Herb. Even Connors' meals have been prepared by other Hadamo women, and since Avalini is staying in Bull's room at night, with her mage class protection, Connors has no issues with Colin and Wenson, who took some skilled guildless fishermen out to catch fish for the celebration feast. As for Mebet, he is working tirelessly in the coral area, hoping to clear out a space before the celebration begins to serve as the future housing area. Everyone is busy, and Connors suddenly realizes he is the most leisurely of them all. Feeling a little lazy, he decided to go for a stroll. The Seaweed clan doesn't really have any attractive sights. When they first arrived, it was dirty, chaotic, and subpar. After 3 months, thanks to Connors's requests, the discarded fish entrails and such are no longer visible in the tribe's vicinity. Instead, people have been organized to gather them and spread them in the begonia forest to attract fish. Once the fish develop a habit, they'll naturally return to look for food. Chaos and poor conditions cannot be resolved in a short time, but when it came to building houses in the coral area, it had already been requested to be tidy. Once the construction is complete, it will surely look much better. However, none of this dampens Connor's spirits. The land is all his, the 2 Tier 1 mana herbs are his, and even all the mermaids here are his subjects. It truly feels exhilarating. On Earth, he would have to spend decades for just a few square meters, but now he owns an entire stretch of land, with everything upon it belonging to him. When he first arrived, everyone in the tribe appeared emaciated and their spirits were numbed from 3 years of suffering caused by the Tier 1 mana herb disease. Yet, just 3 months later, during his time here, all the residents, including the newly joined guildless, wore expressions of happiness. Everyone was hurriedly preparing for the upcoming celebration. In a few days, the fishing team as volunteers patrolled the tribe, the women prepared ingredients, and the men moved materials and built new homes. All of this was a miracle created by him and all the tribe members, filling his chest with an indescribable emotion. A sense of accomplishment is undoubtedly the drug of men. The future will only get better. Chapter 32, Celebration. On the morning leading up to the celebration, Gerald finally returned. However, to Connor's surprise, Thomas also came to Seaweed Clan. Compared to last time when he wore a whale suit, Thomas now dressed very casually, but he seemed to have gained a bit of weight and looked somewhat like a round ball. He came alone this time. His 2 strong servants did not accompany him. Of course, in reality, he didn't need servants at all. As a mage class, a larger physique would hardly affect his combat ability. Even the powerful Jural, who could kill 3-meter level abyssal mobs by himself, was knocked unconscious by a magic water ball cast by Evelyn. Only he himself, or the abyssal mobs, could defeat a mage class on their own. Chief Connors didn't expect to meet again so soon, Thomas said with a smile. Connors left a good impression on him last time, especially that line, "The ocean created the Hatam race, but it was wisdom that changed the Hatam race." He felt a deep resonance with it. He had seen too many small tribes in his view. A small tribe's chief was merely someone who stumbled upon a Tier 1 mana herb by sheer luck, and couldn't be regarded as truly insightful. Mage classes prefer wise individuals. Lord Thomas, it's only been a month. I had originally planned to discuss trade matters with you in person after the celebration, but I didn't expect you to come personally to Seaweed Clan. I am truly honored. I was just idle. I heard about the small tribe's celebration for the first time, so I came to check it out. I hope Lord Thomas enjoys himself. By the way, this is the mage class of Seaweed Clan, Evelyn. As a fellow mage class, Thomas naturally wouldn't let Evelyn hide away in the resource node. Thomas carefully scrutinized Evelyn. He initially thought she was just an inconspicuous little mage class, but a moment later, he showed a look of astonishment and cautiously spoke. "Lady Evelyn, have you found the path to truth?" He felt somewhat uncertain. "As you can see, Lord Thomas, I have indeed found the path to truth." Though Evelyn spoke to Thomas, her gaze remained fixed on Connors. Only a mage class truly understands how important it is to find the path to truth. This means that her future cultivation will surely go smoothly, and all of this is thanks to this guy who won Turn 18 for another 10 years. As for Connors, he did not understand what Thomas meant. He wasn't very clear on the rules between mage class, magic, and mana. The vision could help him see the flow of mana more clearly, but couldn't enable him to cast spells, yet he still needed to gather more information. However, through the vision, he noticed a distinctive change in the mana particles within Thomas and Evelyn. Before Evelyn discussed truth with him, the mana particles within her body were in a free-moving state, just like Thomas's. However, in terms of density, she couldn't compare to Thomas. But since that evening, the mana within Evelyn had been continuously circulating in a manner that seemed both to rotate and reverse, no longer scattered but moving in a certain pattern. Perhaps this is what Thomas referred to as finding the path to truth. It seems that magic may also be related to cognition. The idea that thought can touch the material world is indeed an intriguing concept. Indeed, I once had the fortune to meet a grand mage class. The mana within him, like yours, Lady Evelyn, was filled with rhythm. You have opened the great door to magic. The future is boundless, and the entire ocean will surely sing your legend. Thomas praised her without reservation, his tone laced with admiration, awe, and a hint of jealousy. The mage class, the great mage class, the sage, the truth, this is the system of magic. However, since the age of great ruin, there have been no sages in the ocean world, let alone the truth that didn't exist even before the great ruin. Therefore, the great mage class represents the pinnacle of the Hatam race's combat power, very few in number, deserving of respect wherever they are. The key to becoming a great mage class is to find your own path to the truth, which is the hardest part. However, this mage class before me has already found that path. The path to the truth. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Thomas, but I have only just begun to walk the path to the truth and haven't truly found it yet. At least until I complete elementary mathematics and basic physics, my magical laws are still inadequate. Evelyn calmly accepted the compliment and straightforwardly pointed out her shortcomings, which is characteristic of many pure mage class individuals, direct and blunt. What kind of magic are elementary mathematics and basic physics? Thomas was a bit stunned. He had never even heard of these. But Evelyn just smiled and said nothing. Whether it's elementary mathematics or basic physics, both involve the rules of matter. Once mentioned, it becomes a battle for the truth for any mage class. Ha ha. Thomas felt a bit embarrassed about his gaffe. He simply chuckled and didn't say anything more. The three engaged in casual conversation, but mostly it was magical exchanges between Evelyn and Thomas. Meanwhile, Connors was on the side utilizing passive skill, Poseidon's eye, carefully observing the changes in the mana particles between the two. Soon, it was evening. Under the glow of the silver light insects, the square in front of the seaweed clan Escalate was as bright as daytime. Apart from some mermaids stationed in the coral zone guarding the resource node, all the tribe members gathered here, 1,182 in total, as counted by Bull and representing the entire population of the seaweed clan. Men and women of all ages, most of them were middle-aged or young mermaids. The Hatam race has a lifespan of up to 150 years, which makes their adulthood exceptionally long. From 26 years old when they reach adulthood until they are nearly 110, this period is when their physical strength is at its peak. Generally, they start to age around 120. The Seaweed clan has only been established for over 30 years, and the oldest among them is just over 70. In other words, the oldest individuals begin to age until they are in their 40s or 50s. Dressed in newly sewn clothes, Connors swam to the front of the crowd, and before he could speak, the people below erupted in cheers. Chief! Chief! The cheers could be heard clearly even from a distance. Connors had won the love and respect of all the merfolk in the territory through his hard work. He made a gesture to calm the crowd, which gradually quieted down. Citizens of the Seaweed clan, this morning, the mana kelp has been harvested. In 3 months, the Seaweed clan faced several life and death struggles, and it was all thanks to the fishing teams and all the residents working hard that we achieved this. Without your selfless help, the Seaweed clan would not be where it is today. I, Connors, the Seaweed, am deeply grateful here. Of course, those who joined the tribe later weren't involved in these matters, but the future development of the Seaweed clan will still depend on you. I hope you can actively participate in the tribe's growth. I promise here, whether now or in the future, as long as you are sincere with the tribe will not let you down. In the end, I plan to plant the magic seaweed and magic kelp at the same time. After the Tier 1 mana herb matures and is harvested in the second quarter of each year, we will hold such a celebration, the Harvest Festival. Now, let's enjoy tonight to the fullest. The ocean world does not have the concept of festivals. It was Connors who brought the celebration here for the first time. Lohman led many logistics personnel to bring food, drink, and mana rations up, making everyone busy for several days for tonight. There was more than enough food for everyone to eat and drink heartily all night. The fishing team brought some crabapple wood and built a wooden platform in the center of the square, placing a large number of silver light worms into it, which was clearly an idea thought up by Connors, as it resembles a bonfire. How can a celebration be without a bonfire? Everyone was in their own little circles. Mebet was chatting happily with the fishing team, Loman was with the logistics crew, and Jonah was among them, occasionally glancing toward Connors, whose outfit he had made himself. It looks so nice to wear. As for Bull, Evelyn, and Lena, they surrounded Connors, and Tumas was sitting nearby. He found this celebration quite novel, as in his previous impressions, a celebration was no more than a ball with some wealthy people, gentlemen, and aristocratic ladies and maidens weaving through the dance floor while listening to music, or having quiet conversations, perhaps followed by a romantic encounter. He had never seen a scene like this. Everyone huddled around the bonfire, eating and drinking, chatting freely. Although the noise was loud, it was not unpleasant, and they were unconsciously infected by the joyful atmosphere. Lena was having a blast tonight, and neither Mebet nor Loman had the energy to keep an eye on her. The chieftain was talking to a large man from the mage class about things she did not understand. She slipped away to the logistics area where the food was stored, pulled out a bottle filled with fruity liquor from a pile of food, and secretly took a swig after uncapping it. When Connors saw Lena again, this little one was completely drunk, swaying around with a bottle in hand, her face flushed. She saw Connors and cheered, then jumped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck while still holding that bottle. Connors couldn't help but smile ruefully. For humans, it is very harmful for children to drink, but the physical condition of the Hatam race is simply abnormal, and aside from getting drunk, there are almost no other effects. He took the empty bottle from Lena's hands and asked Bull to take her back to his bedroom. By now, it seemed to be the midway point of the celebration. Under Connors' leadership, everyone in the small tribe held hands and danced together around the bonfire of silver lightworms. Originally, Tumas did not want to dance with the guildless, as it felt beneath his status, but he couldn't help but join in to dance the simple yet somewhat ambiguous dance. The joy continued late into the night. Chapter 33, The Relics. Early the next day, Connors woke up, fully aware of his limited alcohol tolerance, so he refrained from drinking the night before. He had important matters to discuss today regarding the trade issues between the Seaweed Clan and the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company. This is crucial for the future sales of the remaining output of Tier 1 mana herbs and the source of living supplies for the Seaweed Clan. Your Excellency Connors, the celebration last night was truly memorable. I never expected such an event could happen. Thomas said with a tone of reflection. Thomas indeed had wonderful memories of last night's celebration. As a member of a magical family, he held a noble status, but his behavior still needed to align with his identity. Moreover, he had dedicated many years to studying magic. While he had attended a few elegant balls, he had never experienced a lively gathering like this where everyone sang and danced together. If Your Excellency Thomas enjoys such celebrations, you may come to the Harvest Festival every year. I hold one at this time annually. Hearing you say that makes me a bit excited for next year's Harvest Festival. But Your Excellency Connors, what do you think about the trade relationship I mentioned in my letter? The celebration was merely a coincidence. Establishing a trade relationship was the main focus. Your Excellency Thomas, could you first tell me about the situation regarding the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company? For someone who has never dealt in commerce, Connors was indeed quite ignorant in this regard. Not only him, but the entire Seaweed clan lacked commercial talents, so they could only make rough estimates. The Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company is one of the main enterprises of my family, dealing in mana rations, Tier 1 mana herbs, and magical weapons. All three of these have withstood the test of over a century and are regarded as being of mid to high quality in the entire ocean. Of course, if Your Excellency Connors needs other products, I can easily procure them as well. In other words, the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company can provide everything for small tribes, implying that the trade for the Seaweed Clan could be entirely entrusted to the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company. Connors hesitated a bit. Entrusting everything to one trading company meant that the Seaweed Clan would have to rely entirely on the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company in the future. Once this relationship was established, if the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company utilized any underhanded tactics, it could become quite a problem. Your Excellency Connors, as long as you can have the trade of your tribe managed by the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company, how about we offer a 30% discount on all transactions for the first 3 years? This was a significant concession. If so, the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company would likely earn nothing during the first 3 years, and given the remote geographical location of the Seaweed clan and transportation difficulties, they might even incur losses. Of course, Thomas wouldn't be foolish enough to accept this. The Seaweed clan alone wasn't worth it, but if they could secure all transactions of small tribes, other trading companies wouldn't be able to infiltrate. Once stability was established, they could find ways to break Kelp faction's rules, and the market in this area would belong entirely to the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company. Combined, the small tribes amounted to tens of thousands of people, and with nearly 20 types of Tier 1 mana herbs, it wasn't gigantic but certainly not small. As of now, no other trading companies had approached them. Thomas was merely using his position to slightly obscure the news that the Seaweed clan had separated, but he could only maintain this for a little longer. In any case, it was crucial to secure Tier 1 mana herbs and mana rations, as these would be key areas in the future. In the Kelp faction area, resource nodes were scarce and had been developed only briefly. Most Tier 1 mana herbs were still available and hadn't disappeared for various reasons. Thus, there were no large areas of free resource nodes. Mana rations could only be dealt with through trade, and Tier 1 mana herbs were the core of all transactions. Connors was somewhat hesitant. The sudden shift from 3 times to a price 30% lower than the usual rate was indeed tempting, but he felt uneasy entrusting all transactions to a single entity. Your Excellency Thomas, the buying and selling of Tier 1 mana herbs can be fully entrusted to the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company. This implied that the Sea Purple Weaving Trading Company would not be involved in mana rations. Thomas frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with this outcome. He understood Connor's concerns. Once all trade transactions of the bordering tribes were entrusted to one company, the risks were too high, and a mere 30% discount would not suffice. However, aside from the concessions, Thomas certainly had better cards up his sleeve. Your Excellency Connors, what is your view on the geographical location of the Seaweed clan? Suddenly, shifting the discussion from commercial negotiations to geographical location was quite a leap. After thinking for a moment, Connors finally spoke. The location of the tribe is nothing to talk about. It's simply on one side close to the Abyss Zone Ridge and surrounded on 3 sides by the Kelp faction. It's just that 2 Tier 1 mana herbs have been dug up from the edge of the Kelp faction. Indeed, Lord Connors surely does not wish for the Seaweed clan to stop here, right? What do you mean by that? This made Connors frown. The geographical location of the Seaweed clan is indeed quite awkward. Apart from the land granted by the Whale Syndicate due to the Tier 1 mana herbs, all the rest belongs to the Kelp faction, which cannot be easily contested. One can either advance to the Abyss Zone Ridge or fight against the Kelp faction. There are only these 2 options, but clashing head-on with the Kelp faction would require the tribe to at least rise to a mid-tier tribe first, so in reality, the only viable option is to develop the Abyss Zone Ridge. Otherwise, how could a tribe with 2 Tier 1 mana herbs have only a mere 1,000 people? This is something that must be faced for future development. Lord Connors, I have a detailed map of the Abyss Zone Ridge below 500 meters here. It records the locations and terrain of the abyssal mobs in detail, and the map was drawn only 3 years ago, so there shouldn't be much change. I believe you will need it, as long as you hand over the business of mana rations to the Sea Lavender Trading Company. Without finding new Tier 1 mana herbs, the only way for the tribe to expand its territory is by developing the Abyss Zone Ridge. The biggest obstacle to developing the Abyss Zone Ridge is the abyssal mobs. The area above 1500 meters is shrouded in the atmosphere of the Abyss Zone, filled with various abyssal mobs, and even 10-meter level beings are merely nuisances there. It's a forbidden zone. The area between 500 to 1000 meters is also very dangerous and unsuitable for habitation. However, if it's below 500 meters, although there are abyssal mobs, their numbers would be considerably fewer, allowing for a strategy to be implemented gradually. Once the strength is sufficient, settling down is also possible. Although the land is more barren, it cannot obstruct its vastness. By marking the locations of the abyssal mobs, the tribe now has a mage class and can easily take out their nests one by one, turning this area into a habitable place. Therefore, this map is indispensable.
I agree with Lord Thomas's proposal. The two then began to discuss the specifics. Lord Connors, I will send the details of this discussion back in written form after I return. Once you sign it, it will take effect. To show the sincerity of the Sea Lavender Trading Company, the trade duration will be set at 10 years, after which trade will be free. I will also send you the map later. Thank you very much for that. In the next 10 years, unless one party violates the trade agreements, the transactions of the Seaweed Clan's Tier 1 mana herbs and mana rations will be managed by the Sea Lavender Trading Company. As for other matters, they are basically trivial, and the Sea Lavender Trading Company maintains a casual attitude. Having settled things, both parties were satisfied and naturally moved on to other topics. Lord Thomas, I'm curious why your family possesses the map of the Abyss Zone Ridge? Of course, I'm only a bit curious. If there is something you cannot say, feel free to dismiss it. If it was in the past, I certainly couldn't mention it, but now it doesn't matter. It was all a scam. A scam? Connors was surprised. The Thomas family is a powerful magic family who would dare to deceive such a family? Yes, it's quite embarrassing to say, but 3 years ago, a guildless person claimed to have accidentally entered a ruin while wandering in the magic Abyss Ridge. That fellow spoke very convincingly, introducing various items from the ruin, and most importantly, he, a guildless, had several relics from the Age of Magic. With evidence in hand, many people in the family believed him and spent a great deal of manpower and resources to search the entire magic Abyss Ridge, even creating detailed maps. However, apart from encountering many abyssal mobs and losing some manpower, not even a corner of the ruins was discovered. Eventually, it was found that the relics that fellow had were merely forged by some unscrupulous mage class. Although that fellow kept insisting the ruins were real, who would believe his lies? He was sent directly to the gallows. At this point, Thomas felt somewhat gloomy. The family had invested considerable manpower and resources to create this map. The most humiliating part was that as a magic family, a group of mage class had been tricked by a guildless individual. It was simply a great disgrace. Fortunately, they had kept this matter to themselves and didn't spread it around, otherwise, the family would have faced endless ridicule. Ruins? Connors was taken aback, he hadn't heard of such a place. In the Great Catastrophe era, demons ran rampant in the depths of the sea for hundreds of years. However, even so, they could not completely destroy the products of magical civilization, and what has been left from the magical era are artifacts. If it's a cluster of buildings, then it's ruins. Generally speaking, ruins contain a wealth of magical information, such as the legendary magic array studies, recently discovered Tier 1 mana herb studies, or other knowledge that has never been found. All of this is invaluable and might even hide a few words about the path of the sages. You must know that the Great Mage class path was discovered from ruins in the first place. Speaking of the path of the sages, a rare fervor appeared in Thomas's eyes as he continued speaking. The magical era was when sages were born, claiming to be just a step away from the truth. However, more than 1,000 years after the Great Catastrophe, no sages have emerged in the entire ocean world. This is because no one knows how to become a sage. No wonder even a single piece of news could cause the Sea Lavender family such trouble. It turns out there are so many treasures in the ruins, but unfortunately, the news is false. But thankfully it wasn't true, or he wouldn't have gotten this map, and the Seaweed clan would have turned into a place of disputes. Chapter 34, Temptation. After returning to his office and preparing the necessary documents, Thomas finally spread the news completely. In the following days, Connors received several groups of merchants. However, since the major opportunities were already captured by the Sea Lavender Trading Company, there didn't seem to be much profit left. Yet, many merchants were still keen after all. This was a brand new market. If they could truly break the blockade of the Kelp faction, even a small gain would still be profitable. Of course, if they couldn't break it, everyone would suffer losses. But in any world, investors are always on the lookout for cracks in the egg. The Kelp faction implements a high-pressure policy, ruthlessly squeezing all the small tribes under its control, leaving those small tribes in dire straits. However, the Kelp faction also manages the degree of pressure well enough not to completely crush these small tribes, allowing such a distorted relationship to continue.
Just like in history, a rebellion doesn't occur until the farmers can't even get enough to eat and are pushed to the brink of death before they rise to resist. Similarly, if these small tribes can maintain a barely sustainable existence, they truly cannot dare to resist the Kelp faction, which has powers almost 10 times their own. But now there's the opportunity for an upstart. As long as the Seaweed clan can withstand the suppression of the Kelp faction and enjoy the equal prices brought by the merchants, they can quickly become wealthy. On one side there are equal prices, while on the other, there is over threefold exploitation. One side sees tribes living difficult lives, while the other accumulates vast wealth and awakens rapidly. These small tribes will surely feel envy. They are also small tribes. Why can you develop while I suffer exploitation? Only through comparison can one feel pain. All the tribes will become envious, and soon the merchants will begin to make secret dealings. They will initially flip expensive goods that only chieftains can afford to buy. These items are few and small in scale, and concealed, making them hard to detect. Then gradually, they will expand what they offer, until it becomes mainstream. Once covert dealings reach a certain point, there will be no difference from open transactions. All the small tribes will participate in violating the rules. What can the Kelp faction do? Expel all the small tribes from their clans? Even if they went mad, they wouldn't do that. Counting, the small tribes under the Kelp faction have over a dozen, several of which even have 2 Tier 1 mana herbs when added together. It could be nearly 20 types. Just for the protection fee, the 10% harvest from each quarter's Tier 1 mana herb is 20%, which means they have 2 additional types of Tier 1 mana herbs for free. The Kelp faction won't even need to assign any manpower or budget. If the Kelp faction cultivated it themselves, it would be like gaining 3 Tier 1 mana herbs out of thin air. Kelp faction has been operating for over 100 years, yet they only have a few types of Tier 1 mana herbs. Sorry, but they only have 5 Tier 1 mana herbs. One of these Tier 1 mana herbs can be said, without exaggeration, that at least 1/3 of the Kelp faction's revenues come from the small tribes within the clan. What immense profits! Using the Seaweed clan as a breakthrough point to gradually infiltrate, this is a highly feasible proposal. Therefore, even at the beginning, these merchants happily agreed to it. Of course, almost every time they subtly hinted if the Seaweed clan could negotiate once more on the Tier 1 mana herb and mana rations, but unfortunately, they were a step late, and the price they proposed was about the same as the High Zihue family. Thus, Connors didn't find it necessary to break the contract. In the end, the High Zihue Trading Company handled the mana rations and Tier 1 mana herb business, while the Haywashing Trading Company was responsible for clothing, food, and supplies related to the production of Tier 1 mana herb. Other miscellaneous items were provided by a nearby medium-sized tribe's grocery store. At least for a long time, this form of trade won't change. Iroka was scrubbing fish scales on a crabapple fish with a fishbone brush. Although crabapple fish tasted good, their scales were very tough, sticking to the fish skin like iron. So, scrubbing fish scales wasn't an easy job. Iroka basically scrubbed for a minute and took a 3-minute break, looking for ways to slack off in between. Iroka, this is your quota for today. If you don't finish, there will be no dinner. A woman swam over carrying a wicker basket and dropped it heavily in front of Iroka while saying loudly, looking at the basket piled up next to her, as if she thought she was a noble lady and could do nothing, too afraid to fit in, so she arranged the least work to slack off. Boom! After the visitor left, Iroka abruptly threw the fishbone brush into the sea. Damn it, you lowlife! How dare you give me orders as a guildless? Hey, isn't that the noble lady from the Kelp faction? Why is she working with us guildless? Isn't she afraid to face Aunt Arthur? Immediately, sarcastic voices arose nearby. Iroka, who was also a guildless, looked down on others everywhere, always considering herself a noble lady of the Kelp faction, full of flaws. When Iroka first arrived, a few people were still afraid she wouldn't adapt and helped her for a few days. In the end, there was no gratitude. Instead, she directly demanded they help her from now on, saying, "You guildless, in the past, I wouldn't even glance at you. Helping me is your honor." This time, she offended everyone. Indeed, in the past, people would bow their heads and avoid her, but now, everyone was guildless. Why should they? What did you say? As the wife of Director Zilu,
she was even a high-ranking figure within the Kelp faction. When had she ever been ridiculed by some mere guildless? It was a tremendous humiliation. Iroka immediately screamed. "Callie! You lowlife with the guildless identity." "Iroka, I am indeed guildless of the Seaweed clan, and I take pride in it. In a few years, I will become a proper resident." "But Iroka, the noble lady of the Kelp faction, may I ask what you're doing now?" "Oh, scrubbing fish scales? Isn't that a job for guildless? When did noble ladies become interested in that, Mrs. Iroka?" Kelly Seaweed, this girl who was about the same age as Connors, spoke like a venomous snake, and she wasn't afraid of Iroka. You lowlife." In terms of verbal battles, Iroka, this noblewoman, was no match for Kelly, who grew up in the guildless circle. Besides repeatedly calling her a lowlife, she had no other words to say. "Mrs. Iroka, let's just focus on your work. You haven't even finished yesterday's tasks, so don't expect to eat tonight." Kelly shook her head, thinking it was pointless to argue with this person. There was no sense of achievement in it. "I will fight you." Ignored by the guildless, Iroka was infuriated and charged at Kelly with a sharp scale scraper in hand. "What are you trying to do?" Kelly was not to be trifled with. As a former guildless, she had seen her share of danger. With a roar, baring her teeth, her face twisted like a fierce female sea lion, her hair stood on end. Thud! Having never faced such a scene before, Iroka was instantly frightened silly, and the scraper in her hand fell straight to the seabed. "Can't even hold a knife? Truly useless, noble lady. You should learn from Sister Joanna. I heard she used to be a maid in your house, and now she is responsible for the chief's clothes. Just yesterday, the chief personally called her over to design a set of magical robes for the esteemed Evelyn mage class. It's likely she won't be long before she becomes a proper resident herself." Kelly disdainfully remarked, "Can't even hold a knife, and she'll vanish in the guildless crowd in no time. I won't hold this against you, otherwise, I will inform the fishing team of your intent to kill, and they will immediately kick you out. Get lost." Still shaken by Kelly's earlier intimidation, Iroka swam away in disgrace. These lowlifes. Iroka hid behind a house, cursing incessantly, tugging at her clothes. Her shabby fish skin outfit was simply an eyesore. "Kelly, you little brat, how dare you scare me? If this were in the past, I would strip you naked, pluck off your scales one by one, and toss you into a school of knife fish. And that worthless slave, Kona, with her skills, what kind of decent clothes could she make? She even has to make magical robes for the mage class. Surely she must have seduced that Connors into doing some shameless things. That Connors has definitely never seen a mermaid, that kind of trash." While cursing, Iroka suddenly stopped and clapped his hands. "All right, a little chief from such a remote tribe like Connors has surely never seen much, and if he could even look at someone like Kona, wouldn't he kneel down immediately if I walked up to him?" Iroka straightened his chest. He was always surrounded by a large group of young boys at the dance, none of whom were nobler than this chief, yet they all bowed down before his tail fin, and Connors would surely be no exception. "Although being a chief of a small tribe is a bit diminishing, I will put up with it until my father recognizes my importance. That guy is still somewhat decent looking." Until now, Iroka still believes that the reason his father hasn't redeemed him is due to the current unfavorable situation, and that once the crisis passes, he will be redeemed immediately. After all, he is his father's favorite little daughter. "As soon as I become the lady of the Shanghai algae department, the first thing I will do is to tear that bitch Kelly's mouth apart, and the second is to make Joanna kneel before me, making her realize her true position. A maid will always be a maid." Setting her mind, Iroka raised her clothing a bit to reveal her snowy chest, strutting toward Connors's room. Evelyn had spent last night tirelessly arming a harpoon with resilience and dizziness. Now she was resting. With Evelyn keeping watch, Connors let Wenson and Colin attend to their own matters, allowing Iroka to approach the front door unnoticed. Perhaps Evelyn had already sensed it but didn't care at all. Creak! The coralwood door was pushed open directly, and Connors looked up, holding a piece of white fish skin in his hand, covered with several arithmetic problems, each followed by a parenthesis indicating a score. That's right, Connors was intent on bringing the torturous exam system that had plagued countless unruly kids into this other world, which was quite malicious. Who? Nowadays, it's rare for anyone to enter without knocking. Even Lena would knock first before coming in. Seeing the middle-aged woman hate him in front of him, Connors asked in confusion, "Who are you?" He couldn't really be blamed after all, he'd only seen Alok once, and even if he remembered, he wouldn't know who she was, since she had always been referred to as Zilla's wife. He genuinely had no idea what her actual name was. Chapter 35, The Bandit Wearing Swordfish Skin. Alok, Chief. Alok deliberately lowered her voice, making it less sharp, while fixing her gaze on Connors with eager and bold provocation. "Oh, Alok, what brings you to me?" After asking, Connors lowered his head again, jotting down 2 division problems on the white fish skin, mumbling as he wrote. 27 divided by 5.2, isn't that a bit difficult? Alok stared at the boy who was still writing furiously, surprised. Normally, when she showed a hint of interest in someone at a ball, that person would immediately turn red, shy yet filled with excitement. Her broad tail fins, glistening skin, and slender waist were practically designed for seduction. He must be moved already, almost itching to pounce over, but just holding back for appearance's sake. Alok was confident in her allure, unbuttoning 2 of her fish skin outfit's buttons and pulling them aside to reveal more than half of her shoulder, which was already a blatant display. "Chief!" Calling out sweetly once more made Connors involuntarily tense up. Looking up again, even he, no matter how dim-witted, understood what Alok was hinting at, realizing that in this life and the next, as an old virgin, he had never encountered anyone attempting to seduce him. In his past life, he probably would have lost control, but now he genuinely wasn't interested in such things. It was like Bull was now well-nourished, no longer thin and emaciated, devoid of phosphorus deficiency, and in his heart, he already rated himself an 85. Cutely awkward, occasionally, Connors would feel a pang of heart flutter at the sight of Bull. But it was merely a simple liking. If he wanted, he could let Bull come to his bed any time, but he didn't have any thoughts in that direction. After all, perhaps it was the structure of a mermaid, or maybe her body was still small. At least for now, physiological needs weren't there yet. Instead, there was more of an inner sensory recognition. "Who are you?" Connors asked this question a second time. Although he didn't genuinely have that in mind, he was very curious about the first person who had ever tempted him. "Alok, Zilla's wife." Alok spoke with a proud tone during some masked balls when she acted casually. Every time she revealed her identity, those guys became completely crazed with obsession over her. Who in the world doesn't know about Alok? However, Zilla's wife is certainly famous, and you could even say that half of the terrifying results from Znuan's actions stem from this guy's first wife. Moreover, his reputation for being flirtatious is well known, even among the members of the Seaweed clan. Ever since this guy came to the Seaweed clan, it seems like he hasn't had a moment's peace. Connors remains respectfully indifferent towards such a person. They are just too frightening. So even if the other party is literate and likely has some talents, Connors firmly refuses to let her become involved in the tribe's daily management. Talent is one thing, but character is even more important. Is there something you need? If not, you should head back. I recall that you are also guildless. You must have plenty to do. Connors directly rejected. "Chief, Alok was taken aback. The situation shouldn't be like this. Get out. You have already violated the tribe's regulations. I'll let it slide this time, but if it happens again, you will be expelled from the tribe." Connors stated with determination, lowering his head once more to continue writing his exam paper. Alok reluctantly left the stone house. Meanwhile, in the bullpen, Evelyn, who was supposed to be asleep in 2 beds, opened her eyes, smiled, and then closed them again. "Humph, the chief of a small tribe. By the time my father rescues me, I wouldn't even bother to glance in your direction." Alok curled her lip from afar. She spotted a familiar figure swimming over, and her anger shot up. She gritted her teeth and said, "Jonah, you lowly servant." Looking at Jonah's appropriately dressed clothing and meticulously styled hair, then glancing at herself, with her tattered fish skin clothes, which Jonah had just torn, she felt like a beggar. How had it come to this? Staring daggers at Jonah as she hurried past, Alok shouted, "Stop right there! My lady!" Although she didn't want to see Jonah again, or else Jonah wouldn't have pretended not to see her. With a shout like that,
Jonah couldn't just ignore it. "And you still dare to call me lady, you ungrateful slave. If I hadn't bought you back then, you would have already ended up guildless by now. For all these years, I've taken good care of you, and now, you've done well for yourself, yet you still pretend not to see me. Has your conscience been eaten by the sea dogs?" Elok cursed furiously, getting angrier by the minute, especially seeing that hideous embroidery on the other party's sleeves. "Take off those clothes immediately, you lowly servant. I don't know how that silly chief could have chosen a person like you. Truly, people from small tribes are ignorant and lowly." Jonah initially kept her head down but gradually lifted it, seemingly preparing to shoot fire from her eyes. "Shut up. You can't say the great chief." Although Jonah had only met Connors a few times, everything she had now was thanks to Connors. She hadn't yet obtained full resident status, but it wasn't far off. The chief had never looked down on her and even encouraged her dream of becoming a seamstress. She still remembered the first time she met the chief when he said, "Jonah, your embroidery is truly beautiful. I heard you taught yourself, which is really impressive." This was the first time anyone, besides Ame, had praised her like this. During the measuring session, the chief even inquired about her dreams. When she cautiously mentioned that her dream was to have her own tailor shop, the chief promised that once he became a full resident, he would help her establish one. She had seen many important figures at Zilu's home, but she could be sure that Connors was the only one who had ever listened to her, a servant, share her dreams. In her memory, Jonah had always been meek. If anyone got angry, she would kneel down immediately. She never thought someone like her would suddenly yell. Elok was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized how humiliating that was for her, leading her to scream. "How dare you yell at me? Just wait until I tear your face apart today." When it came to fighting, she would charge in, but having been pampered, her physical capability was slightly worse than Connors's. Jonah swiftly dodged with a flick of her tail, catching Elok off guard, causing her to tumble into the mud. Jonah looked at the disheveled Elok. A flicker of pity crossed her eyes, but recalling Ame's words, she steeled her gaze and swam toward the chief's stone house. She was there today to tailor clothes for mage class Evelyn. "It's gone too far, absolutely gone too far." Elok got up from the sea, watching Jonah's departing figure. Anger, resentment, and jealousy hidden deep within her erupted, ultimately transforming into hatred. She glared fiercely in the direction of the stone house before leaving, vowing to get her revenge. In the coral area, Mebet looked at the residential area that was about to be half finished, nodding in satisfaction. The term residential area was suggested by the chief, and the draft was also provided by him. When Mebet first saw the chief take out this piece of white fish skin, he was extremely surprised. It was his first time hearing that building a house required a drawing, but it definitely looked very beautiful and comfortable. 2 tenths are stone houses, while 8 tenths are wooden houses. Although there are many coral rocks, building a house requires a type of glue produced by a tree known as sea oak, which is very expensive. However, constructing a wooden house is much simpler. Moreover, not far away is a patch of thorn vine trees, so even if a wooden house were to collapse, it wouldn't matter much. It's easy to use the thorn vines to tie it together. 10 guildless individuals can build a house that accommodates 5 people in just one day. Captain. In the distance, Giles swam over like a fired cannonball, his expression alarmed. "What's wrong?" Feeling a sense of urgency, Mebet lowered his voice. "I saw a group of pirates swimming this way from 10 miles away while I was on patrol." Pirates? Mebet was taken aback. This group of merfolk committed all kinds of heinous acts, murdering, plundering, and pillaging, leaving desolation in their wake. Sometimes, they would even slaughter entire tribes. However, the geographical position of the Seaweed clan is surrounded on 3 sides by the Kelp faction, and one side is near the Abyss Zone Ridge. Unless they were insane, no pirates would venture out from the Abyss Zone Ridge. So how did they get in? This was not the time to think about these questions. Mebet quickly asked, "How many are there in total?" "About 30 people, but..." Giles hesitated, he wasn't too sure. "But what?" "That group of pirates, each of them wore mature swordfish skins. Pirates, to put it simply, are just a group of homeless individuals. They might be stronger than the guildless, but without tier 1 mana herbs, they have to hide from the pursuit of the whale-watching brigade. Sometimes they get lucky and strike it rich, but more often than not, they live in dire poverty, which is quite challenging compared to real fishermen. But a group of pirates wearing swordfish skins, are they really pirates? And what can 30 of them do? Keep in mind there are hundreds here, and although the majority are untrained guildless, the opponents are not the ruthless 10-meter abyssal shark mob. They could still end up overwhelmed. Giles, gather everyone together, don't act rashly. I'm going to see what kind of pirates they really are. Mebet spoke calmly. However, when Mebet, armed with a magical weapon and accompanied by more than 100 people, arrived outside the coral rock, there was not a single person to be found. Just as he was about to return, Giles burst out from behind. Bad news, Captain. That group of pirates just came through from the west for some unknown reason, attacking the residential area that is under construction. Giles was also a bit flustered when he saw them earlier. They were at least 10 miles away. How could they get around so quickly? What's the situation? It's just that many houses were damaged, the guildless fish have gathered, and there's no significant loss. They just came in, caused some havoc, and then swam away. Mebet frowned. They caused some destruction and then just swam away without taking anything? For some reason, he had a vague feeling of unease. Chapter 36, Double Attack. By the time Connors arrived at the Coral District with Evelyn, it had already been 5 days. Along the way, he had heard the situation from Giles, a 30-person mermaid squad that looked like pirates. Although they carried pirate flags, they had engaged in no looting, moving extremely fast, and often left before Mebet could arrive, destroying whatever was in sight, or cunningly circling around to the back to wreak havoc after drawing Mebet away. In any case, they couldn't catch up with them. If someone got isolated, they would also end up in trouble. How many casualties are there? They don't kill, but there are over a dozen injured, and many buildings have been destroyed, which cost quite a bit. Even if Giles hadn't mentioned it, Connors could already see that dozens of wooden huts had been torn apart. The underwater wooden buildings had 2 mainstream construction methods, one similar to the ancient Chinese inlay style, which was complicated to build, and the other simply tied together with ropes, which was quick and easy but not sturdy. The Seaweed clan is currently using the second method, so destroying it isn't too difficult. In an instant, Connors guessed that this might be the work of the Kelp faction. From the results, unless the Kelp faction was behind it, he would take the consumable, anti-mob powder, because a 30-person elite squad that acted in unison, only to destroy and not kill or loot, sounded more like an anomaly than a band of robbers. Moreover, the Seaweed clan's departure from the Kelp faction undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to them. The Kelp faction had never had a tribe leave since the establishment of their tribal group. For reasons of face and interest, making an example of them would be necessary. He had already prepared for the Kelp faction's retaliation after announcing his departure. Uncle Mebet, did you see them? I saw them once. Every individual was wrapped in needlefish skins. Although their faces were indistinguishable, there was no doubt that each person was very strong, especially their speed. Just a flick of their tails would have them swimming 2 to 3 times the distance of others. Every time he tried to pursue them, he would be left behind. Mebet frowned as he recalled. At that moment, Wenson, who had come with Connors, suddenly interjected. I heard while purchasing from the Kelp faction that there is a special type of magical fish suit in their fishing team. Anyone who wears it has much less water resistance and swims significantly faster. Could that be what they are using? It really is Kelp faction's people. Magical fish suits like that are something ordinary small pirates can't obtain. Even large pirates would not target a poor place like the Seaweed clan. It's just not worth it. What should the chieftain do? Should we seek help from the whale syndicate? That might be a bit difficult. Connors shook his head. They had already gotten into position, so such a low-level mistake wouldn't happen, and unless there was a large-scale invasion of abyssal mobs or a war, he had never heard of the whale syndicate taking action to help small tribes. In any case, they had to send a letter requesting help, but they needed to be prepared themselves. Lady Evelyn, can you find any trace of them? Connors tried to ask. Evelyn closed her eyes, sensed for a moment, and shook her head. No, if it's just magical items, the mana fluctuations produced are minuscule, unlike the intense magical fluctuations when a mage class casts spells. Even after a long time, one can still glimpse the mana operating according to magical rules in the seawater. She had completely integrated the principles of magic and matter into her beliefs. Then she discovered that everything in this world was new and was filled with curiosity. Just like last night, she asked Connors why a piece of coral rock would fall when she let go of it. When Connors thought it was surprising, he remembered that Newton began contemplating gravity after an apple fell. Yet, in such a short time, Evelyn had progressed from everything is magic to the birth of gravity. Noticing the why is a grand thing, but Connors didn't want her to get too entangled in the matter of material rules. The knowledge of a civilization is just something to be learned and shouldn't mention in-depth study. He certainly didn't want Evelyn, this cute girl, to turn into a serious old scholar with glasses. To prevent Evelyn from becoming overly mysterious with his 100,000 whys, he solemnly declared that there would be a math exam. Of course, the exam itself wasn't scary, but the dreaded scores that come with it were the real terror. So Connors added that anyone who doesn't achieve at least 80 points can't study linear equations, causing Evelyn to hit the books all night as if she had been injected with adrenaline, no longer bothering to ask why the coral stone had fallen. Back to the point, this 30-person squad must be dealt with, otherwise, the coral zone cannot be developed at all. Just because Evelyn can't see it doesn't mean Connors can't. Entering the field of vision, the mana was vibrant and colorful, with countless mana particles undulating in the seawater. Even though he had seen it countless times before, Connors was still mesmerized. Magic was truly a wondrous existence that made this world different from Earth. Due to the magical seaweed, the purple particles dominated here, but there were also many scattered particles of other colors swimming freely, and through the field of vision, several broken lines made of mana could be vaguely seen, entangled in the seawater, finally leaving the coral zone from the south. These mana lines were likely the fluctuations that hadn't dissipated after using magical weapons. However, these traces were very faint and still spreading, making it difficult to trace along these mana lines. Uncle Mebet, was the last attack by that group right here? Yes, right here, 6 hours ago. Connors rubbed his forehead, meaning that in 6 hours, these mana traces had mostly dissipated. To be able to track them down would at least require 2 or 3 hours, maybe even less. That meant he had to stay here until the next attack came or until Evelyn made her move. The mage class might not be able to kill 30 well-trained Hatam race members, but repelling them would be more than sufficient. It seems this situation is quite easy to resolve. Could it be that the Kelp faction's guys lack intelligence? Yet something still feels off. It's strange to know there are mage class members and still attack unless there are mage class individuals among those 30, which is unlikely. A mage class masquerading as a pirate to harass a small tribe's development would be a huge joke. If it got out, no mage class would be willing to do that. Could they really be pirates? Thinking deeper, Connors began to doubt his judgment now. All he could do was wait for the other side to come back. Evelyn, you stay hidden for now. Once they come out again, take action. It's best to leave 1 or 2 alive to find out their origins. No problem. Evelyn confidently said with a clenched fist. Connors nodded, suppressing his doubts, and instructed the informed merfolk not to spread the word. Thus, no one in the coral zone knew that the chief and mage class had already arrived here. Continuous ambushes had left them on edge, too afraid to stray far from their encampment. However, 2 days passed without any sign of movement, and on the 3rd day, Jill rushed over from the seaweed zone with some bad news. Chief, that group of pirates has arrived at the crabapple forest. Sometime they attacked our fishing team, and 2 of the new fishers were severely injured. Damn it, it's a clever diversion. Connors realized he had overlooked something. In a hidden part of the crabapple forest, a group of individuals dressed in gray gathered, each incredibly robust, especially their tight fish leather suits that accentuated their muscular lines. However, it was quite peculiar that these suits covered their entire bodies. Even their tail fins were not spared. The tail fin is a critical means of movement for the Hatam race, propelling themselves forward by constantly waving it. If they wore suits, it would constrict their tail fins, making swimming impossible. At this moment, they were leisurely playing cards with a set of conch cards in their hands. Captain, a small tribe is just that, thinking they're on top of the world with just 2 types of tier 1 mana herbs. Those guys are practically no match for us. A bearded man scoffed, simultaneously pulling out a bottle of alcohol from a pack beside him and gulping it down, then filtering it out through his gills. He couldn't help but exhale in satisfaction. So refreshing. Cal, pay attention, we're on a mission now. Don't drink recklessly. If it delays things, it'll be on you. Captain Roma frowned and said. It's fine, the only thing the Seaweed clan has going for them is that Mebet the others aren't worth a glance. If it weren't for luck, how could they have killed a 10-meter abyssal mob? They can't even be considered true Hatam warriors. Right, brothers? Kel loudly addressed the group behind him, provoking a fit of laughter. Roma wanted to say something but opened his mouth, eventually stopped. He couldn't help but agree. Even he was merely a fisher, not a Hatam warrior. A mere member of a small tribe, why should they carry the noble title of a Hatam warrior? They absolutely took shortcuts. At that moment, a dark figure swiftly swam by. His entire body was wrapped in a skin of knife fish, shaped like a torpedo. With a gentle flick of his tail fin, he shot straight into the water, moving at breakneck speed, completely defying common sense. The figure stopped in front of the crowd and removed the fish skin from his head, revealing a sharply contoured face. Captain, that person passed on the message that Mage Class Evelyn has returned to the tribe. Upon hearing this, Roma loudly exclaimed. Brothers, let us go. Off to the coral zone. A group of people donned hoods and quickly returned to the coral zone, shrieking as they charged towards the guildless fish that were under construction, scaring them into scattering. The freshly repaired houses were once again destroyed. Chapter 37, The Spy. Connors was plagued with headaches. This was already his second time returning to the seaweed zone. The other side somehow knew about Evelyn's whereabouts. When he and Evelyn reached the coral zone, they immediately ran to the seaweed zone to wreak havoc. As soon as they returned to the seaweed zone, the other party ran back to the coral zone, slippery as eel, making it impossible to catch them. At one point, he and Evelyn separated. Evelyn stayed in the seaweed zone while Connors remained in the coral zone with Mebet and others. That group of pirates decisively launched a sneak attack on the coral zone. Hiding among the school of mermaids, Connors spotted the others, a bunch of beings wrapped in gray knife fish skin. Within the vision, these fish suits were filled with green mana particles. Each flick of their tail fins caused the mana particles in the seawater to arrange in a very special pattern, pushing both the suits and their wearers outward, far exceeding normal swimming speeds. They came in and did nothing but recklessly smash things, and when Mebet arrived, they didn't do anything and just slipped away. With the enhancement of the magical fish suits, he could only watch helplessly as they escaped. The seawater left clear lines of mana behind, but seeing the trails and failing to catch up was futile. In the entire tribe, apart from Mage Class Evelyn, no one could keep up with them, and notifying Evelyn would take at least 3.5 hours. By then, the mana traces would have faded and couldn't be followed anymore. The only positive was that the other side did not kill anyone, but they still injured quite a few, and just healing took a significant number of gold coins. Something feels off about this situation. After letting the other side slip away once more, Connors frowned and said that they were able to know Evelyn's movements, allowing them to avoid her in advance, but how could they have known where Evelyn was? Chief, could there be a spy? Wenson offered, saying that the enemy could sense the movements of the mage class in real time, which suggested that someone was leaking information about Connors and Evelyn's whereabouts. A spy? Connors froze for a moment. It was indeed a possibility. No. There must be a spy. The guildless had not yet integrated into the Seaweed clan, and former residents may have betrayed the tribe. Even though his own reputation was considerable, he did not believe everyone would be utterly loyal. But who could the spy be? With over 1,000 people, it wasn't a small number. Who would be colluding with the Kelp faction? It would be hard to identify the spy in a short time, but if there truly was a spy, the matter could be easily resolved. Find someone to impersonate Evelyn and go to the coral zone. That group of pirates would surely come to launch an attack on the seaweed zone, and at that time, Evelyn could strike by surprise. A mage class with 30 people wouldn't be much of a threat. So let us get to it. Connors called for Bull and then stared at her for a while without speaking, stopping only when Bull started to feel uneasy. Chief, what do you need me for? I want you to impersonate Lady Evelyn.
Connors said directly, handing Bull Evelyn's magical robe.
Thankfully, Evelyn usually wore a loose cloak that didn't reveal much of her figure. Her tail fin also resembled Bull's, not too wide. Plus, with a tall pointed hat covering most of her face, at first glance, Bull looked almost indistinguishable from Evelyn.
All that was left was a wand. Evelyn, can I borrow your wand?
Evelyn's wand was crafted from 2 different mid-tier mana herbs. Mage class could cast spells quickly with a wand while the wand's effectiveness might drop slightly. It wasn't a big issue, so Evelyn readily agreed. Holding the wand, Bull put on the pointed hat and looked nearly identical to Evelyn from the outside.
Next, you will impersonate Evelyn to go to the coral zone. Wenson will protect you. Connors instructed, and Bull nodded, following Wenson as they left the seaweed zone for the coral zone.
Alright, now we just need to wait for that group of fake pirates to attack. However, that group of fake pirates still went to attack the coral zone, knowing that it was a fake mage class. They attacked without hesitation.
Yet how did they know?
Connors acted on a whim, and the only ones who knew were Wenson, itself, Evelyn, and Bull. Maybe Mebut also knew. But it definitely trusted these people, and Connors believed Bull's disguise was quite reliable.
Even Evelyn thought that Bull looked no different from her without the pointed hat. Was there really a traitor? If no one informed the others of Evelyn's movements, how were they able to perfectly avoid her?
In that moment, Connors didn't know what to do, and Mebut and the others had no solutions either. The only thing they could do now was to gather everybody together as much as possible, reducing the chances of going out alone, but that was not a long-term solution. The number of fishers in the tribe was simply too few. The tribe initially had only about 20 people, and later selected strong and skillful mermen from the guildless, totaling just over 40 people.
It was hardly enough to guard their territory and also hunt fish.
Unfortunately, it would be very difficult to increase numbers in such a short time. They lacked manpower, and there were hardly any with combat skills. Once the development in the coral zone is solved, we'll expand the reserve team, aiming for the fishery team and reserves to have 100 people by next year. Connors pondered silently, then frowned again.
This group of people was constantly disturbing the construction, and if they didn't solve it quickly, it would drag down the tribe. Evelyn watched Connors frowning in contemplation and felt a bit embarrassed.
Although the Seaweed clan needed a mage class, whether she stayed was her own choice. Learning physical rules from Connors would make her path to the truth much easier. Other mage classes would probably be willing to pay to have her, yet she, earning a decent salary, found herself unable to solve her first problem.
These people were just too slippery, always avoiding her.
Even if she was so angry her teeth were grinding, it was impossible for her alone to guard 2 places. Maybe having 2 mage classes would be useful.
Why not ask the chief if we can hire some mage classes? Connors shook his head. That method would be hard to implement.
Mage classes could indeed be hired, but it would require at least 50 or 60 gold coins each time. The tribe was just starting its construction and needed funds everywhere, so he was reluctant. More importantly, the other party could detect Evelyn's whereabouts. If they sensed the arrival of a new mage class, they would flee in a flash.
You couldn't just keep a mage class here, ending up in an awkward situation.
After speaking, Evelyn also realized the flaws in her suggestion, feeling somewhat disheartened.
How did these people know my whereabouts? Evelyn mumbled softly. This was the only point she couldn't comprehend. Mage classes have strong sensitivity. At least they could detect strangers approaching in advance. How could they determine her direction without coming close?
Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her.
There is something that can be sensed. Evelyn looked enlightened. What happened? Did you find something?
Hearing the voice, Connors asked.
There's a kind of item that can do this. Yes, it must be that item.
Having found the source of the problem, Evelyn spoke excitedly, almost incoherently, raising Connors' eyebrows. When I once wandered to other tribes, I heard of a magical item that can detect the traces of mage classes within a certain range. It was originally designed to guard against the intrusion of mage classes, but regardless of how advanced the technology is, it can only observe within 1,000 meters. Many mage classes have sensory abilities that exceed this distance, and the production cost is very high, so it hasn't been widely used.
But if there is indeed a traitor, as long as a regular person uses this item, they can sense my movements from afar and tip off. Yes, it must be like that. Evelyn's tone was very assured this was the only explanation.
A range of 1,000 meters could cover almost half the tribe, and hiding in any spot in the tribe would reveal her whereabouts. Only this way can they distinguish the imposter bull.
Connors revealed a faint smile and said, I see now. This is the magical radar. Let's go, we will catch this traitor right now.
A traitor, no matter who, is the most despised, especially when that person causes substantial damage to the tribe, leading to more than 20 people getting injured.
Connors could not forgive him. Under any circumstances he wouldn't execute him, but the Seaweed clan shouldn't expect to stay. No, it's a bit troublesome. Evelyn quickly interrupted, saying, this magical weapon was originally intended to target mage classes.
Although it was unsuccessful, the mana fluctuations are very weak at all other times except when in use, making it nearly impossible to detect unless right in front of it.
Plus, this magical item can be anything. In other words, finding it would be extremely challenging. It's alright as long as it's a magical weapon, there won't be any issues.
Connors smiled mysteriously.
As long as it's a magical item under the vision, it can't escape detection.
Either in the seaweed area or the coral area, the person hiding in the shadows is definitely in one of these two places.
Don't let him catch you. Chapter 38, Caught You.
This time there were only 3 people, Connors, Evelyn, and Bull, who hurried back. Actually, Evelyn and Connors were enough. No one from the Seaweed clan could escape or hurt themselves in front of Evelyn. As for Bull, she was mainly there to guide. It's a bit embarrassing as the chief of the Seaweed clan that he didn't even know where some people lived until now. Although Bull was summoned, due to her previous responsibility for registration, she could generally name almost everyone, so she was specifically the guide for this trip. Moreover, the key point is that she is very popular, really very popular. After Connors knocked on 3 doors, he concluded this point.
As the chief, although everyone respects him sincerely, too much respect can turn into fear.
However, Bull could have a conversation with almost everyone. She practically knew everyone and was aware of their hobbies.
How come I didn't realize this girl had such talent?
Bull always gave Connors a somewhat silly and cute feeling, and suddenly transforming into a capable secretary caught Connors off guard.
No household expressed unwelcomeness to the arrival of the chief. Connors didn't reveal his purpose to avoid alarming the snake in the grass.
He also asked Colin and Wenson to watch over a few people during this time to not let anyone leave the tribe. It was just around dusk, and according to the daily routine of the Seaweed clan, almost every household was already preparing dinner at this time, and hardly anyone would go out. Gently knocking on the door of a household, 3 people entered under the gaze of the family. There wasn't much to see. It was a simple room with a bed on one side and a small room separating the middle. Other than that, there was nothing even worth noting, which in the human world could be considered a bare home, but in the Seaweed clan, it was considered a medium-sized family. Entering the vision, Connors saw countless mana particles rolling around. After daily training, he now could maintain it for up to 4 minutes, but it seemed to be a limit he couldn't improve any further. Inside the house, other than the special presence of Evelyn, there was no sign of mana gathering at all. Well, this one didn't either, and it was still early. This was only the 4th house. After Bull kindly said a few words, she left the family looking at each other, not knowing what the chief had come for.
Connors knocked on the next door.
The knocking sound grew ever closer, making Richard's heart tremble each time. Unlike other unaware residents, Richard was very clear about the chief's purpose of going from house to house with the mage class. To know the whereabouts of the mage class treasure. 10 days ago, while wandering outside, he was led deep into the camellia woods by a muscular merman. There, he encountered a group of guys dressed in gray knife fish skins, each with a sinister look. The leader gave him a green shell, saying that this object could detect the traces of the mage class within an 800-meter range, and his task was to keep this green shell at home and report the movements of Lady Evelyn when he had the chance. Although Richard was idle and had no formal job, he was very sharp-minded and quickly realized that they wanted him to monitor Lady Evelyn.
Watch out, mage class master. Oh my god, he must be crazy to do this.
But he agreed, 10 dazzling gold coins, 10 gold coins. Enough for him to live comfortably for many years without having to work.
For the gold coins. Yes. For gold coins.
But it was still dangerous, so he requested that the warning signal should not allow the parties to meet. When the mage class master was in the Kelp area, he would hang a blue mackerel skin on his rooftop, and when he was not there, he would switch it to a crabapple fish skin. This way, even if they noticed an insider, they would never trace it back to him. Moreover, the blue shell was hard for the mage class to detect that's what they said. The first time he used it, he was terrified, fearing that Lady Evelyn would appear just outside the house as he opened the shell. But after several uses without anyone noticing him, he gradually relaxed. Right, being so small, they won't suspect me. The chief won't find me, nor will the mage class master. After some time, I'll take this money and swim far away. All I need to do now is greet the chief with a normal expression. I must not slip up.
Richard continually reminded himself until finally. Bang, bang, bang.
The sound rang at the front of his house, making Richard's heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath of seawater and instinctively touched his chest, where the palm-sized blue shell rested. There was no place safer than here.
It's fine, the chief won't find out.
Richard opened the door to the house, and standing at the entrance were 3 mermaids, the demure and skilled Miss Bull, the wand-wielding Lady Evelyn of the mage class, and the distinguished chief, who looked at him calmly.
Chief.
Richard smiled ingratiatingly, nodding to suppress his anxiety. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Miss Bull whispering something to the chief. The chief then spoke. Charlie, I heard you've been single for a long time.
Yes, chief, my parents passed away long ago, and I haven't started a family yet.
He usually leads a carefree life, with no stable source of income, and no one is willing to marry their daughter to him.
Oh.
Connors nodded, then activated his passive skill, Poseidon's eye, to enter the vision and began to observe closely. For some reason, Richard felt an ominous sensation after Connors entered the vision. The feeling was so intense that it made him, who was originally looking down, shiver slightly.
Ha!
A soft gasp reached his ears. Richard looked up to meet a pair of ordinary but seemingly reflecting the whole world eyes, which gazed into his soul, leaving him nowhere to hide.
The next words sent him plunging into the abyss zone. Got you.
Before he could react, a deep incantation echoed, and in an instant, a rope made entirely of flowing water bound him in place, immobilizing him. His mind froze instantly, and all he could think was, it's over. He didn't even react as the chief took the blue shell from his arms. He was completely terrified. This is the shell of seeking, originally a shell of the magical creature Blue Demon Shell. Once this creature's shell closes, it conceals all magical traces, making it a great item for masking magical fluctuations. Evelyn took the item, examined it closely a few times, and then confirmed, while Connors nodded. In the vision, the mana particles in this shell were very stable, showing almost no movement whatsoever. Unfortunately, passive skill, Poseidon's eye directly perceives the most basic mana particles. If mana is used, it will definitely be discovered.
Chief, I was wrong. Spare me, please.
It was them who forced me. If not for this, they would have killed me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Richard was nearly scared to death. Trapped by the water currents, he could only beg loudly, his voice filled with tears, but Connors simply looked on calmly. Such things were bound to happen but were certainly not tolerated. Insiders were always more terrifying than outsiders. Take him back, he might still be useful. Back in the central stone house, it was almost effortless for this guy to spill everything, how he got caught, how he warned them, but he didn't mention the 10 gold coins at all. Even he knew the difference between being coerced and voluntarily doing something for money.
So you used the fish skin on the rooftop to relay messages?
Connors stroked his chin and said this guy really had no morals.
Yes. Richard nodded repeatedly, terrified of saying anything that might provoke Connors' anger. The crabapple fish indicates that Evelyn is no longer here. If you hang the crabapple fish skins on the rooftop now, will they come?
Richard hesitated, fearing that if he revealed everything, he would become worthless. Seeing this, Connors spoke with an expressionless face. Wenson, cut off his tail fin and nail it to a pillar.
Kong eagerly nodded next to Wenson, saying that this guy was responsible for Kara and Cook's serious injuries, leaving them unable to get out of bed even now. And there was the huge trouble of Coral District. Someone like him should be strung up for punishment. "Don't nail me to the post!" Richard screamed instantly. He had seen those who were punished by hanging, nailed to the post, where ferocious fish slowly gnawed away at their flesh, unable to die for days on end, enduring such pain, struggling and wailing. It was unimaginable, so he quickly spoke up. "Just hanging the skin of a begonia fish won't work. You must fold it in half, or it'll be exposed." Sure enough, there was still something hidden inside. If he recklessly hung the begonia fish skin, he feared it would not only fail to attract the opponent but might even alert them. "Wenson, gather those in the tribe who can fight and prepare for battle." Yes. As an honorable Hatam warrior, Wenson longed for battle. "Chief, should we not inform Captain Mebet? There aren't many people in the tribe right now, and most of them are still reserves." "No need to inform them. If the fishing team returns, it will easily raise the opponent's alertness. Each of them wears magical fish armor. No matter how many people we have, we can't catch them. In this battle, Evelyn would be the main force. By the way, Richard, later on, you'll hang the begonia fish skin. You only have one chance for any reason. As long as the opponent hasn't shown up, your shadow must appear on the stone pillar of punishment." Seeing Richard, who was nearly scared out of his wits, Connors couldn't help but be speechless. In fact, he was just trying to scare the opponent. The last time he saw Zilu, it made him nauseous enough to vomit. If there was another hanging punishment, it would probably keep him awake for many days. Chapter 39, The Fearless Mage Class. Connors watched as Richard trembled and swam to the roof to hang up the folded begonia fish skin. Unless something unexpected happened, that group of fake pirates would soon believe that Evelyn had already arrived in the Coral District, and then attack this place. Evelyn was ready, holding her wand and hiding in the middle of the tribe. Countless mana particles gathered around her in her vision, ready to unleash a powerful attack at any moment. Wenson and the others patrolled the tribe as usual, but upon closer observation, it was evident that their patrolling range was concentrated on the outskirts of the tribe to provide timely support. As for Connors, this weakling could naturally not partake in such battles. Being unable to help would only become a burden, so he stayed with Bull on the second floor, watching the outside world through the window. To prevent the opponent from becoming suspicious, Connors didn't even remind the tribe residents, so the battle would take place in the middle of the tribe, to avoid hurting the mermaids. This required that the fight should break out before the enemy reached the tribe. The battle relied mainly on Evelyn's offensive. To be honest, Connors was somewhat worried about her to date. The only time she had attacked was during the assassination of Juller. When he saw the mana particles coming at him, he fainted immediately, only knowing she took down Juller in one hit. But this time, there were 30 strong mermaids, each wearing magical fish armor. It seemed unreasonable for a delicate little girl to fight against 30 powerful men. But Evelyn was full of confidence, as if this number posed absolutely no problem for her. The only troublesome aspect was the opponent's speed. If they scattered and fled, it would be hard to catch them all. Connors, not being part of the mage class, did not have a clear understanding of their combat capabilities. He could only trust Evelyn's words, though he repeatedly reminded her that her safety was the top priority. Solutions can always be found, but once something happens to the mermaids, it would be hard to remedy. As time ticked away, at long last, after more than an hour, urgent alarms sounded from the west. This group of fake pirates had finally appeared, 30 of them, neither more nor less, each wrapped in gray-blue knife-fish leather clothes, darting around like arrows. A slight flick of their tails propelled their bodies forward, their exposed faces expressing arrogance and cruelty, brandishing various weapons and screeching as they charged over. Thud! Long before the alarm sounded, Evelyn had already sensed the magical fluctuations. These fake pirates were not of the mage class and didn't know how to suppress the mana fluctuations of magical weapons. Her lips moved, and a deep chant began to resonate. She had felt quite constrained these days. Clearly, her strength was formidable, yet she had never managed to catch the opponent. This feeling frustrated her, so she unleashed her full power right away. Magic, rapid water flow. With the acceleration of mana particles, Evelyn shot out like a deep water fish.
The seawater was instantaneously drained, then flowed back, producing a thud sound. The arrow cap on her head was knocked off by the water and hung behind her, her bright red hair dancing freely in the water. The wand in her hand radiated dazzling light. In vision, it was Connor's first time seeing such dense mana particles. Evelyn herself resembled a mana field, with all surrounding mana particles moving according to this field's rules, cheering around her. This was mana expressing its emotions towards the mage class. In the eyes of the mage class, this is the embodiment of the path of truth. Mana is no longer purely reliant on magic but operates according to the truth rules of the practitioner. This is the crucial key to advancing to the grand mage class. Feeling the reflection of her own truth in the mana rules, Evelyn had never felt so powerful before. Truth was no longer mysterious and unseeable. This was her first time giving her all after finding her path of truth from Connor's. Endless mana, eternal truth. Evelyn raised her magic wand high, her incantations floated in the sea, and mana particles spiraled and constantly converged at the tip of her wand. This wand, made from medium tier 1 mana herb roots and fruits, looked like a small sun born from the seawater in Connor's eyes, and the brilliance of mana seemed to illuminate the entire tribe. His heart raced uncontrollably. He had never seen anything more charming than Evelyn, holding the wand aloft, causing his heart to skip a beat. Evelyn's sister is so beautiful. Bull's mouth was slightly agape, his eyes sparkling with stars. Even though he couldn't see the dazzling mana particles, the image of Evelyn raising the wand was deeply etched in his heart, completely entrancing him. Evelyn probably didn't even realize that in this moment, she gained a little fanboy and fangirl. It's a mage class. As soon as Evelyn, who was swimming high up, was spotted by Loma, she screamed in terror. Her first reaction was, "That damned guy has betrayed them." Her second reaction was to flee. Mage class was something they couldn't handle. If they approached for a sneak attack, there might be a chance, but now the mage class had made the first move, leaving them with no opportunity whatsoever. But before he could turn around, a water sphere with a diameter of 5 meters came rushing over, enveloped in water currents. Connors began to understand why Evelyn had such confidence to take on 30 people single-handedly. It seemed she had been humble. Clearly, the two sides were not on the same level. Even the abyssal shark mob she had faced earlier might not have been able to withstand this, and this was just Evelyn's initial strike. Her personal strength was probably more terrifying than level 10 abyssal mobs. Mage class is so formidable. Connors suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He remembered he had participated in a truth battle with Evelyn and had left her speechless. What if she got angry and sent a water sphere his way? He would immediately be done for. The water sphere completely ignored the immense resistance of the seawater, speeding in a way that was hard to fathom, and smashed directly into the group of pirates. Then, with a bang, it exploded, scattering water like rocks crashing against the mermen around them. Those struck were all injured, and some even coughed up blood mixed with their innards. 7 or 8 out of 30 were killed instantly, and the impact completely shattered their morale. Under such overwhelming power, Loma and others had no will to resist. They fled in all directions. At this moment, the long-prepared fishing team and reserves burst forward. Normally, these reserves wouldn't stand a chance against these guys, but the few who were still standing were too scared to move, fearing that stopping would attract the mage class's wrath. However, the magic fish clothing gave them unimaginable speed. Wenson and the others only managed to bind those already severely injured, leaving the pursuit to Evelyn. Magic, rapid water flow. Compared to the additional magic on the magic fish clothing, true magic was clearly more efficient. The mana particles propelled Evelyn to dash at an incredibly high speed, giving Connors the impression of a car speeding down the highway, almost unbelievable. Before long, both parties had vanished from Connors' view, while Wenson and his team viciously pounced on those injured ones on the ground. Some were unconscious, while others struggled desperately to escape. Unfortunately, these guys had no chance to leave the Seaweed clan. About 20 minutes later, these individuals were stripped of their magic fish clothing, brought back to the tribe bare-chested, and what remained of the conscious merman was pushed in front of Connors amidst the cheers of the passing sea people. "Are you from the Kelp faction?" Connors cut straight to the point, but sadly, these guys were nothing like Richard. Each of them had undergone long periods of training, and simple questioning would yield no results. One particularly rough-looking character glared fiercely at Connors and spat, clearly showing no fear. Bull stared wide-eyed. Did these guys have a death wish? How dare they disrespect the chief?
It was outrageous. Didn't they realize they had already lost to the chief?
Wenson struck with a spear, leaving a deep red mark on the man's face, who didn't even flinch, as if it wasn't him being hit, wearing a look of disdain. A guy without a single scale dared to try to interrogate them. What a joke. Connors waved his hand, suggesting they ignore these guys as someone would deal with them properly once Evelyn returned. He placed his hands on the dozen or so enchanted fish suits that, on the surface, looked no different from ordinary knife fish skin. However, within the vision, the surface of these garments shimmered with mana particles dancing, subtly conforming to some peculiar patterns. This was magic solidified on the surface of the fish skin suits. Even untrained merfolk wearing these outfits would be faster than seasoned warriors like Mebet.
Next, they just had to wait for Evelyn to return. An hour later, Evelyn returned, dragging along 5 unconscious merfolk.
They were too fast, and some scattered fleeing. I was only able to catch 5 of them. Evelyn said this somewhat sheepishly, having lost 13 out of the 30 plus. It was rather embarrassing for someone who had already found the path to truth as a mage class, as her battle experience was simply too lacking.
It's fine you weren't hurt, were you?
From 30 to 13, it's likely these folks won't dare to cause trouble at Seaweed Clan again. This crisis was resolved effortlessly, and they also confiscated 17 enchanted fish suits, a bountiful harvest. No, these guys only thought of escaping when they saw me. They didn't dare to fight head-on at all.
Connors was somewhat speechless after witnessing Evelyn's valiant display of magic. Who would still dare to confront her?
Get these people restrained and guarded well. It'd be best to find a way to pry their mouths open, Connors instructed, thinking for a moment before calling Wenson over to whisper a few words in his ear, which then allowed him to take his men to jail the imposters.
The results of the interrogation came quickly.
Following Connors' orders, Wenson isolated each of these individuals for questioning, scaring them with the fact that all their companions had already confessed. Those who didn't had already died.
With a bit of torture, these folks spill everything.
The findings were much as Connors expected. They were sent by the Kelp faction with the aim of forcing Connors back into the Kelp little clan. The 2 Tier 1 mana herbs produced by Seaweed Clan could generate significant benefits, and they were unwilling to let go. At the same time, they were also setting an example for others. Many small clans, having seen Seaweed Clan withdraw, began to consider their own moves.
This monopolistic trade was the cornerstone of Kelp faction's strength, and they couldn't afford to risk it. To achieve this, they dispatched 30 fishers in magic fish suits and even brought along valuable magic search shells.
Unfortunately for them, Connors took them all out in one go. One wonders if the Kelp faction's members would be heartbroken over this.
Chapter 40, Market Day.
Gel swam quickly through the seawater, his tail fin among the fastest in the tribe, powerful and strong, with no one in the entire tribe faster than him. In the distance, the buildings of Kelp faction were already in sight. He had a special mission today. Carefully donning his seaweed hat, Gel reduced his speed to a normal pace. Soon he encountered other merfolk. Today was market day, and Kelp faction was setting up a temporary market. Throughout the previous month, they bought various supplies from external merchant caravans at very low prices and now intended to sell them at 3 times the market price to the small clans under his control. In addition to the tribes, there would also be some guildless individuals they would come to exchange for some mana rations.
Of course, those would be even more expensive, potentially quadrupled.
Today, he masqueraded as a guildless, as Seaweed Clan had completely banned entry into Kelp faction. The closer they got to Kelp faction, the more merfolk there were, mostly in groups. The guildless were rare unless someone was in desperate need. No one would spend all their savings on goods at quadrupled prices.
"Hi, brother."
Just as Gel was deep in thought about fulfilling the task the chieftain had assigned him, a hand clapped on his shoulder, startling him into a leap. He turned around warily to see a figure with a shocked expression, angular features, and muscles that seemed comparable to the captain's. A scar ran down his tail fin, from his waist to the end, looking quite menacing. He had no idea what kind of danger this guy had faced to be left with such a large scar or how he had survived.
"I mean, brother, you didn't need to react so strongly, did you?" After a brief moment of shock, the man spoke again.
"Sorry, I was just lost in thought." Gel replied apologetically, acknowledging that he had indeed overreacted.
"It's all right, I'm Clifflon."
"Where are you from, brother?" The burly man laughed heartily, not taking it to heart. Gel. Because he had important matters at hand, Gel didn't dare to say much.
Are you here to trade today as well, brother Gel? Cliflon, oblivious to Gel's distraction, conversed readily while taking down his large bag from his back. Gel, take a look and see if there's anything you like. About 80% market price is fine.
Every time I go to Kelp faction, I get heavily gouged.
Those vampires will do anything for money.
Cleveland cursed under his breath as he opened his package, which contained many items. Unexpectedly, Gel saw 3 complete skins of the knife fish on top. He had a deep understanding of the ferocity of these creatures. Where on earth did this guy get 3 knife fish skins, and they all look like they'd been recently peeled?
Which tribe are you from?
Guildless.
And what about you, Gel?
Guildless? This time, Gel was surprised. Logically, the guildless should not be a match for the knife fish. It's not something that can be decided purely by numbers.
Moreover, this guy in front of him looked very strong, giving off a very powerful vibe. How could such a person be guildless? I really am guildless, but I still have a bit of strength.
Cleveland chuckled, appearing rather simple. Not all guildless are those feeble guys. There are a very few who are strong. For instance, the guildless Jurel who assassinated Connors was one of them, but despite his strength and wealth, he unfortunately ran into mage-class Evelyn, who was on a whole different level. Clearly, this guy named Cleveland was a true powerhouse.
So, are you interested in these things?
Cleveland pointed at the items in the package as he spoke.
Gel shook his head. Although there were many good items, he wasn't there to buy.
What a pity. Cleveland shook his head regretfully. There was hardly any trading market around. Everything was monopolized by Kelp faction. Usually, he could trade with some small tribes, mostly for mana rations, and when Kelp faction held gatherings, he would come but could only sell to them, getting half the price.
Small tribes wouldn't buy his items, as these were things they could easily obtain.
Their gold coins were mainly used for mana rations, mana fertilizer, consumables like anti-mob powder, etc. These were things he couldn't get, and the vast majority of guildless lived to survive, so their money was only spent on necessities like mana rations or fish meat, which he needed too. Only those strong guildless had spare cash to buy other things like knife fish skins and bones. Gel, being alone and looking capable, was naturally a potential client, but unfortunately, he was not interested in what Cleveland had. He had already been there for quite a while, but so far, he hadn't sold a single item. It seemed like he was in for another heavy hit from Kelp faction, and just thinking about how they would treat him was quite disheartening.
Let's go together.
Cleveland suggested that since he hadn't sold anything all morning, it was unlikely anyone would be interested, so they might as well go see the trading market at Kelp faction. Gel initially wanted to refuse, but upon thinking that being alone might make him stand out, he decided it might be better to stick with Cleveland and nodded in agreement. In less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the trading location of Kelp faction. Rows of shops lined both sides of the street, with some small stalls, and the streets were bustling with mermaids. The once-a-month gathering brought all the small tribes under Kelp faction together. One could always see heavily armed individuals swimming above the seawater, and if anyone dared to cause trouble, they would show no mercy with the spears they held.
Gel, what do you want to buy?
I know a shop that has good mana rations, with relatively few fakes. Cleveland was quite the veteran in this area, having some understanding of each shop. The shop at the end of the street, Hata, was relatively trustworthy. For instance, some of their mana rations were quite decent, and they also had items he needed.
Okay.
Gel responded succinctly while pondering how to position the items in his small fish skin bag that was actually his main objective for this trip. So far, he had no leads and would have to see how it goes. The two weaved through the crowd of mermaids and arrived at the shop Cleveland mentioned. Little Seaweed Shop. A few gray-bordered Hatamu characters were engraved on the sign, below which was written the shop's range of operations, mana rations, weapons, Tier 1 mana herbs, all available. It was just a small shop, but the variety of items exceeded what most small tribes would require.
Cleveland, back again?
As soon as they walked in, a guy with a fish skin hat and a big belly waddled out, beaming.
Every month, these 3 days are Angus's happiest days.
Every day, the cash flow in the shop can reach up to 10 gold coins, or even more. After deducting costs, he could net about 7 gold coins, but with taxes, he has to pay 3 gold coins each day over these 3 days. He also needs to offer some to petty thugs and various officials. In total, he can only take home at most 5 gold coins after all that. This is enough for an ordinary Hatam race, but he has 3 wives and 2 children, and his oldest wife is pregnant again, so money is always tight. Merchants from the Kelp faction like to pass off inferior goods as quality ones, hoarding good mana rations to sell to those in the central region. As long as they can connect with officials, this can work, although he doesn't do it much himself and has received quite a bit of mockery for it. But he still follows his own path. It's not out of newfound kindness but rather his own plans. They're all a bunch of fools. Good rice or bad rice, others can tell at a glance. The more you cheat, the less they will buy from you. I cheat less, and they prefer to come to me. The little tribes are filled with illiterate folks. They can only muddle through a bit with numbers, but they don't even realize they're making more money than you and earning a good reputation. In his early days as an apprentice in the big tribe, he mastered arithmetic. He initially thought that arithmetic would only be useful for bookkeeping, but it became incredibly handy when he once miscalculated money, and the other party didn't know, allowing him to earn an extra silver scale without effort. That's when he realized how useful arithmetic truly was. This could not be stopped. This is his secret no one knows. If Connors were around, he would find that the accounting records of the Seaweed clan, which had once left him almost speechless, were all tied to this shop. This guy looks harmless, but secretly, who knows how much blood and sweat money he has stolen from others. With a few altered figures, how many people would end up starving? Angus, do you want these skin and bones of the knife fish? Cleveland opened the package at the back, revealing grayish-green knife fish skin. This material is very versatile. It can be made into durable clothing or affixed to shields for armor. It's also a material that can inscribe magic. The knife fish bones have only one function: durability. Many harpoons are made from knife fish bones. The skin of the adult knife fish is almost entirely intact and deadly with one strike. Cleveland, your skills are truly impressive. Angus praised without hesitation. Although this guy isn't too bright, his skills are truly exceptional. He has killed 3 knife fish in a month. The ferocity of knife fish is almost comparable to a 1-meter class abyssal mob. Ordinary Hatam fishermen only attempt to catch one when transitioning from preparatory to actual fishing. Usually, they just run when they see one. It's rare to find someone like Cleveland who exclusively targets knife fish. However, he has spent a lot of money to gather some information about why this guy is taking such big risks. Haha, with this, let's see how you turn things around. Although Angus was continually touching the knife fish skin, he was completely thinking about something else in his heart. Chapter 41, Demon Kelp. These are all top quality knife fish skins, 3 silver scales for one, plus these fish bones. I'll call it a gold coin altogether. Angus put down the fish skin in his hand and said, in fact, a complete knife fish skin could easily fetch a gold coin if sold to some merchant caravans outside, but those living in the Kelp faction had to accept such exploitation. All right. Cleveland readily agreed, as this wasn't the first time. Then he hesitated, fell silent, as if contemplating a difficult decision. After a full half-minute, he finally took out a small fabric pouch from the inner pocket of his jacket, pulling out 6 or 7 gold coins, along with some scattered copper scales and silver scales. Angus, I've heard that you can get your hands on Demon Kelp here. Is it real? Demon Kelp, which is a medium tier 1 mana herb, is the lifeblood of the Kelp faction. A single plant is worth 10 gold coins, and its corresponding mana is 5 times that of a normal tier 1 mana herb. Well. Angus stroked his chin in silence, looking somewhat troubled. Cleveland immediately grew anxious. His sister desperately needed a demon kelp. After inquiring for a long time, he found out that Angus had the means to procure it. If Angus refused, he wouldn't know what to do. Seeing that the tension had built up, Angus continued to speak. There is a method, but you still lack a bit on the price. At least 15 gold coins are needed. 15. Cleveland exclaimed in surprise. It took him more than 2 years to gather 10 gold coins. Suddenly needing 5 more meant it would take him another year. Moreover, the key issue was that he had pretty much hunted down all the knife fish already.
Accumulating 5 more gold coins within a year would be very difficult.
No, Angus, last time I heard it was only 10 gold coins that were needed. Why has it suddenly changed? Cleveland, a magical kelp is naturally worth only 10 gold coins, but you wouldn't think I actually have a magical kelp in my hand, would you? The storeroom is full of items counted for His Highness and other mage class practitioners, and no one can take them. I only have some channels for those still growing in the resource node, but it comes with considerable risks.
It definitely requires using gold coins to navigate the upper management.
Otherwise, getting caught would lead to serious trouble. Just 5 coins, which isn't much.
This is the principle behind it. We can't let others spend their own money to open up channels, can we?
Cleveland instantly wore a worried expression, but nobody noticed that Gel, who had been standing aside, suddenly brightened up at the mention of resource node.
As for Gel, Angus didn't pay him much attention.
Others believed that secretly selling tier 1 mana herbs was a serious issue, but that was merely for outsiders. For the few in the Kelp faction, as long as they understood the rules, it wasn't a big deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be engaging in activities that could lead to severe consequences.
However, I have a solution.
Looking at the worried Cleveland, Angus rubbed his clean-shaven chin and said slowly,
"What solution?" Cleveland perked up immediately and asked.
"It's simple, I'll lend you 5 gold coins, and you work for me for 3 years, how does that sound?" 3 years for 5 gold coins is a good deal for an average mermaid, but for Cleveland, earning 5 gold coins in a year is standard. 3 years feels a bit long. However, considering that a Hatam race member can live up to 150 years, we can't judge it by human time. Cleveland hesitated a bit, as the magical kelp was essential for him, or else he could have left this area already. But without enough gold coins, he didn't know what to do, leaving him very conflicted.
"Think about it for a bit first."
Angus turned his gaze to Gel, who was following Cleveland and didn't wear any tribal insignia, likely being a low-level guildless. But he looked quite robust and seemed to be a tough character, not sure if he could find a way to recruit him as well.
"What do you want to buy?" "I would like to buy some of your mana rations, 2 units.
Gel had long since prepared his excuse and voiced it. 3 silver rations, 1 unit is 3 silver scales plus 2 copper scales. In terms of copper scales, that's 32 copper scales, so 2 units would be 82 copper scales, just dropping 1 decimal point, let's say 8 silver scales." Angus babbled nonsense, casually picking up 2 small bags of mana rations from the shelf. Guildless are easier to deceive than those from the small tribes. They can't do math at all, and as long as the numbers are slightly inflated, they can't figure it out. However, he had to strike a balance. If he exaggerated too much, these foolish lowlives might refuse, and he had to be quick, not giving these guys time to think. Just as he hadn't put down the mana rations, Gel's confused voice came over, causing him to freeze. "Shouldn't it be 6 silver scales plus 4 copper scales?" On usual days, Gel also serves as the chief S-guard, staying around the chief S house. Once, he was forced by Connors to memorize the multiplication tables. This burden surely made his head ache, and despite the pain, he had to memorize it perfectly. The chief liked to ask him questions, making him anxious all day long, becoming very sensitive to numbers.
Angus was taken aback. It couldn't be. How could a mere guildless figure it out?
But this wasn't his first encounter with such a situation, and he kept his mouth talking.
"I miscalculated, my old brain isn't functioning well."
"Young man, please forgive me, it really is 6 silver scales and 4 copper scales." "It's fine, but I'd also like to buy a tier 1 mana herb seed." Gel took the bag of mana rations and spoke, while Angus looked puzzled. Aside from the mage class, hardly anyone else would need it, and even though a tier 1 mana herb seed isn't much more expensive than a tier 1 mana herb, it still costs 1 gold coin.
Who would waste time on such things?
"What do you want a tier 1 mana herb seed for?"
"My sister caught a case of the blue disease.
It's not very serious, but it still needs treatment. I heard that Kelp faction's magic seaweed seeds can cure blue disease."
"I just noticed that you're just coming from picking it."
"To me, you just look like a resident of a small tribe, and once a tier 1 mana herb seed is picked, it's hard to tell whether it's good or bad."
"You can't enter the resource node, no way."
"Even I can't go in."
Angus flatly refused.
"The resource node is of utmost importance, and even outsiders from the Seaweed clan face heavy penalties. The Kelp faction covers a large area and has dedicated personnel responsible for Tier 1 mana herb. Only they and the fishing teams can go in. Anyone taking a guildless inside would be executed. I'll just watch from the outside. I just need to make sure it's freshly picked. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be a problem, but 1 gold coin is definitely not enough. Let's make it 3. He originally wanted to say 5. At that time, blue disease might not actually require magic seaweed seeds, and having a few extra Tier 1 mana herb seeds wouldn't hurt either. He hesitated to ask for too much, fearing the other party would refuse. All right. Gel agreed readily, pulling a gold coin from his pocket as a deposit. The chief had given him 5 gold coins this time, leaving him with an extra gold coin, banking on whether this venture would succeed. I agree as well. Just as Gel and Angus reached an agreement, Cleveland also agreed, which made Angus extremely happy. Once he had people in his gang, there would be no chance of them getting out again. Thinking about the money made from smuggling mana rations, Angus could hardly contain himself. That was a multiplication of profits, and even execution wound tea stopped the steady stream of gold coins. Next, the two waited in a small seaweed shop, anticipating the brief break at noon when Angus would take them to the resource node. For some reason, inspired by Gel, Cleveland also requested to see the Tier 1 mana herb picking, causing Angus to curl his lip. 2 lowly guildless likely hadn't seen mid-tier Tier 1 mana herbs and wanted to show off later. Finally, at noon, the shop took a short break. Angus left the shop with a servant and took the two to the Kelp faction's resource node. The magic seaweed resources node spans a full 10 acres. Even though the space needed for each magic seaweed plant is substantial, the yield is extremely high, bringing thousands of gold coins in revenue to the Kelp faction each quarter. The entire resource node was surrounded by gray ocean ironwood, with 3 watchtowers erected around it. A small squad of fishers could be seen swimming around the resource node, providing almost maximum protection. What mermaids! The 3 had not yet approached when they were stopped from drinking. From here, one could vaguely see the appearance of the magic seaweed, half a meter tall, gray in color, with no special features on its surface. It was already mature, just waiting to be harvested. Lepo, it's me. Angus swam out. So it's Uncle Angus. Lepo glanced at Gel and Cleveland, showing a hint of realization, then pulled Angus over to the other side, quietly asking, "Why is there one more person?" "It's fine, this guy just needs a single seed. I can just give him one later. I'll give you a gold coin in a bit." Lepo smiled slightly. He earned just 2 gold coins a month doing his fishing team work. The magic seaweed must have accumulated a lot of quarters. The mage class does not prefer using seeds for cultivation, as it's quite troublesome. Many seeds from each quarter are hoarded, and the seeds of the magic seaweed aren't valuable or precious. Are there any inferior magic seaweeds left? Angus immediately shifted his attention to Tier 1 mana herbs. Mid-Tier 1 mana herbs are much more precious than basic Tier 1 mana herbs. If one is not careful, it could be downgraded to an inferior mid-Tier 1 mana herb, which could at most match the quality of the top-tier Tier 1 mana herb, and its price would instantly drop to 4 gold coins. What Angus could obtain was naturally only this kind of inferior Tier 1 mana herb. The true magic seaweed was not something he could touch. As for the differences between the two, outside the mage class, no one could ever notice. Most importantly, Cleveland's sister might not even be healed by a complete mid-tier 1 mana herb, let alone an inferior one. To save his sister's life, he'd have to keep begging him for another 5 or 6 years. Cleveland would have to accept being his laborer for life. Only someone as powerful as him, stronger than the fishermen in the tribe, could ensure the security of the mana rations. There are 7 or 8 more plants. Angus brought the 2 to the edge of the fence. Lepo swam in, and the other fishermen there just glanced at Lepo bringing someone outside the fence and moved on. Gel watched the patrolling merfolk. Inside the fence was the resource node of the magic seaweed. He was less than 5 meters away from the nearest magic seaweed. His heart raced, and while everyone was distracted, he pulled out 2 or 3 round things from his sleeve pocket, flicked them gently, and they flew into the enclosure. Chapter 42, The Arrival of the Caravan. Gel and Cleveland parted ways outside the Kelp faction and quickly swam back to the Seaweed clan. Chief, I placed that thing on top of the magic seaweed resource node of the Kelp faction. Gel returned the remaining gold coin to Connors and excitedly recounted the details. He knew what was inside that small round ball. The chief had told him about it before. The reason why the mana kelp fell ill, a very peculiar parasite. The chief said this quarter might not have any effects, but next quarter, the Kelp faction would be in for a headache. The Kelp faction had tried multiple times to bring down the tribe, and although each time they were thwarted by the chief and gained many benefits, that didn't mean these people weren't irritated. Just thinking that after 2 or 3 more attempts, they would have to face the same tier 1 mana herb illness problem the Seaweed clan encountered, Gel couldn't help but smile. He played a part in this. Well done. Originally, he only asked Gel to scatter those seeds that didn't contain parasites as much as possible around the resource node. Those invisible abyssal mobs were extremely sensitive to mana. Once the mana of the tier 1 mana herb seeds was consumed, these greedy creatures would definitely swim into the resource node themselves and attach themselves to the magic seaweed. Then, in the next quarter, they would break out. Though invisible, he had studied the characteristics of these organisms quite thoroughly. Their short life cycle and rapid reproduction were significant traits. As for whether the Kelp faction would think it was them who did it, Connors didn't care. Evidence? By the time they discover it, the several seeds that belonged to the mana kelp would have long lost their mana and decayed. That was the only piece of evidence. At that time, it would be their problem. Thinking of this, Connors couldn't help but chuckle. This matter was quickly pushed to the back of his mind. It was merely revenge and wouldn't bring any practical benefits. More importantly, the long-awaited caravan finally arrived at the Seaweed clan for the first time. Connors took Lena's hand to join the excitement. He had never seen a proper merchant caravan in his life. Around 50 people were gathered, 5 uniquely shaped carts being pulled by seahorses about 3 meters long, creating an amusing sight. Each person's head was adorned with strange, hat-like objects that had been stuck on for a century, their heads appearing very round and smooth. Lena couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, this is just a local custom. Everyone in the Zinnia Trading Company dresses this way. At this moment, they were surrounded by a large crowd of residents. Quick-witted young men had already begun to hawk their goods brought from other places, while a few residents with a bit of spare cash quietly asked about prices. Such small transactions are generally overlooked by both parties. Are you Chief Connors of the Seaweed clan? A leading figure swam forward, looking tall and thin, with piercing eyes that gave off a very shrewd impression. You are. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Robel, a small leader from the Zinnia Trading Company, temporarily overseeing transactions with your tribe. With the surname Zinnia, this guy certainly held a significant position. In recent days, Connors had learned quite a bit about the Zinnia Trading Company, especially about the Zinnia family, which is a large family that not only manages this medium-sized tribe but also owns a huge caravan. Moreover, they have over 10 mage-class members, far beyond what a small tribe like the Seaweed clan could compare to. After a brief exchange, Robel led Connors into the caravan, opening one seahorse cart filled with bags of mana rations. These weren't small bags but rather bags similar to those used for rice on Earth. For the needs of the Hatam race, one bag is enough to feed several households for a month. 2 carts, a total of 60 bags of mana rations, each bag costs 10, so the total is 60 gold coins. However, there's a discount for the first 3 years, so you only need to pay 42 gold coins, Your Excellency Connors. Robel said with a hearty laugh, simultaneously opening a bag to reveal crystal-clear mana rations, which were considered high quality. Back when he was part of Kelp faction, about 30 bags would cost 100 gold coins. The price difference was simply unimaginable, and what they had there were the lowest quality goods. Very good. Connors was quite satisfied, and this was just the beginning of the trade. Every month, merchants would come with various supplies while also selling the products produced by the Seaweed clan. Aside from these, Connors had goods he needed. Some mana kelp would be sold, as this was Evelyn's wish. This batch of mana kelp was all her private property, and the money from the sales would be used to purchase other tier 1 mana herbs. In her own words, eating only one kind of tier 1 mana herb really makes one lose their appetite. The Zinnia Trading Company mainly offers 3 kinds of tier 1 mana herbs: magic taro, magic sea flower, and the most famous, Zinnia.
However, since sea zinnia is a top-tier medium tier 1 mana herb, Connors can't afford it.
Thus, he ordered over a dozen magic taros and magic sea flowers, which were stacked in another cart. Tier 1 mana herbs come in all shapes and sizes. Magic taro is somewhat similar to taro on Earth, a tuber that grows underground.
In contrast, magic sea flowers have nothing to do with flowers, they resemble square bricks, easily piled up. Their prices aren't low. 40 plants cost 60 gold coins, and that's after a 30% discount. Connors didn't pay much attention to the smaller items.
The caravan would stay here for 2 or 3 days, during which residents could trade their goods with them, especially for crabapple fish, which have a flavor reminiscent of crabapple blossoms, gaining quite a reputation.
Connors just left those matters aside. By the way, do you accept gems?
Letting Burr bring people to handle all the tier 1 mana herbs, Connors suddenly spoke up. After spending gold coins this time, he was running low, needing to spend the valuable items like gems he had obtained from Kelp.
Of course, we do. The Sea Zinnia Trading Company has a few gem shops. Does Your Excellency Connors have any gems?
Robal's eyes lit up, quickly responding. The profits from gems are comparable to medium tier 1 mana herbs. For instance, the wealthy ladies of medium tribes enjoy adorning themselves with such things, and certain special gems can also be enchanted, always in demand. Connors gestured for Burr to return to the stone house and bring over the small bag of gems from the second floor. Swimming into the last seahorse cart, there was an ancient table inside. He gently tipped the gems out of the cloth bag, illuminating the entire cart with the glow of the luminous pearls, alongside 4 other gems of various colors.
Who?
Robel inhaled a mouthful of seawater. Each of the 5 gems was of high quality, especially this luminous pearl, which from his previous experiences also seemed to be top-notch. Robel picked up each gem and examined them carefully. Only after a while did he spit out some seawater. They are all high-quality goods, Lord Connors. These gems are worth at least 30 gold coins each, especially this moonstone, which in the Sea Violet Trading Company might be priced at no less than 70 gold coins.
I can't take them all at the moment. I wonder if you could hold one for me for a month? I will come back with enough gold coins next month.
These 5 together would probably be worth no less than 200 gold coins. He hadn't brought much this time and could only buy 2.
Sure, no problem.
Connors readily agreed to exchange 2 gems for 100 gold coins, then directed his man to organize the mana rations and deliver them in batches to the Coral District. After arranging the mana rations, he dealt with tier 1 mana herbs and accommodations for the merchant caravan. By the end of the day, Connors had hardly taken a break. Robel nodded as he watched the busy Connors. He had been to many small tribe markets, where the chiefs were mostly rude, self-important, and looked down on merchants like him, thinking they were just taking their gold coins without offering any friendly reception. But here in the Seaweed clan, he felt respected. The chief personally shared a meal with him during lunch, and for the next 3 days, both his accommodation and food were arranged perfectly and importantly, all for free. Although he didn't care much about the money, it represented an attitude that he greatly appreciated. No wonder Cousin Thomas said the chief of the Seaweed clan was a great merman. Only by evening did Connors seem to finish most of his tasks. Just when he thought he could enjoy a nice dinner, he was urgently pulled out by Evelyn. "Chief, these magic fish outfits are ready." Evelyn proudly displayed the brand new magic fish attire. These garments were trophies. However, for Connors, they were much too large. The pirates were all massive, and even the smallest magic fish outfit was ridiculously huge for his small frame, making Connors struggle to wave his tail fin. The outfit showed no response. So, he asked Evelyn and Joanna if they could alter it to fit him. However, the difficulty was quite high. Evelyn finished it in just a few days and felt a bit proud herself. With a compliment, Connors eagerly slipped into the small-sized outfit, and it fit perfectly, thanks to Joanna the tailor. However, it felt a bit odd with the tail fin gathered up, and the appearance wasn't worth mentioning. It was a huge eyesore. But that didn't matter, as Connors gently moved his tail fin. Gurgle. In the vision, countless mana particles floated freely in the water, like soldiers responding to a general's call, converging and pushing him out swiftly, reaching 5 or 6 meters away. Connors was startled, but he quickly regained his composure, turned sideways, and waved again, shooting off at high speed. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but as time went on, he grew more proficient. About an hour later, he had almost mastered maneuvering in this magic fish outfit but didn't stop. Instead, he kept swimming above the seaweed clan until he was nearly out of breath, experiencing the magic of the spells for the first time. Glub, glub. Removing the fish outfit, Connors spat out seawater, smiling like a child. Chapter 43, The First Adventure. Burr was lying on the seawall, her face scrunched up as she put down her test paper. 82 points, which is a decent score, at least that's what the chief said. But when she secretly glanced at Evelyn's test result, 93 points. Oh my, it was almost enough to make her eyes bulge. Instantly, she felt disheartened. With such difficult questions from the chief, scoring 82 felt like lucky. How did Sister Evelyn manage to do it? However, seeing the glaring 32 on Jay's paper made Burr a lot happier. I'm way smarter than Jay. Stretching with a yawn, Burr let out a heavy breath of seawater. Her life now was very comfortable. There were many things to do every day, but they were all within her capabilities, and the rewards were plentiful. She had already saved up a gold coin in her little treasure chest. Although she had the money, she didn't know what to do with it. They provided everything for food and accommodation, so the money felt useless here. But it was nice to look at. Thinking back to her previous life, she wondered if she could handle suddenly going back to those days. Burr questioned herself about what was happening, realizing she had likely endured hardships before. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Not dwelling on how she had become this way, Burr gently opened the bedside drawer, where there was a small pouch of violet fruit. She squeezed one out and popped it into her mouth. The sweet flavor instantly filled her mouth, and Burr couldn't help but close her eyes, her tail fin swaying gently. All set in terms of mood, there are still tasks to be done. Everything on the coral area side has been cleared up, including the coral rocks piled on top of the resource node. A stone tower has been constructed, and fences have been put up to separate the connections, ensuring that the fish in the coral area are not disturbed as they return. Everything is ready. The planting of Tier 1 mana herbs for this year's second quarter has begun, and she has a lot on her plate. Of course, for Connors, there is nothing particularly special about this day. Ever since he acquired the magical fish suit, he has been able to swiftly travel between the coral area and the seaweed area. At first, he would watch the planting of Tier 1 mana herbs a few times, but later realized he was actually in the way and couldn't do anything. Hence, he decided to leave it to the residents who are much more skilled at planting Tier 1 mana herbs than he is. However, taking this opportunity, Connors, dressed in the magical fish suit and carrying food, set off towards the Abyss Zone Ridge with Evelyn, beginning his first underwater adventure. Heading west from the tribe and circling around the side of the sea tang forest, after traveling 5 or 6 miles, they exited the Seaweed Clan's territory and arrived at the Abyss Zone Ridge. The Abyss Zone Ridge is a place that even those without a guild would prefer to avoid for 2 reasons. First, there are numerous abyssal mobs, especially above 1,500 meters, where the aura of the Abyss Zone is almost visible to the naked eye. Second, there are many powerful fish species, where even fierce swordfish are just average here, while sharks and marlins are much more formidable. Without the strong mage class Evelyn accompanying him, Connors wouldn't dare to come here. Chief, let us take a break for a moment. Watching Connors continuously expel seawater, Evelyn finally couldn't hold back and said. The two had been swimming for about half an hour, and even with the magical fish suit, Connors still couldn't help but gulp seawater. His physical condition was simply too poor. Let us keep going, I can hold on a little longer. All right then. Evelyn didn't insist but looked up at the Abyss Zone Ridge. They were 20 miles from the Seaweed Clan's territory, and the foot of the Abyss Zone Ridge was already clearly visible. It didn't look much different from an ordinary underwater mountain range, but looking up, everything above 1,500 meters was shrouded in a mass of black material, an extremely dense aura of the Abyss Zone. She couldn't help but get goosebumps at the thought of how many abyssal mobs were packed inside. While Evelyn was observing the Abyss Zone Ridge, Connors secretly activated his passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, and suddenly the vision was filled with colorful mana particles. The concentration of mana particles within the Abyss Zone Ridge was much thinner than outside, which was expected, but when Connors looked up, he couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. Above the Abyss Zone Ridge, countless mana particles were converging from the outside, surrounding the mountains and forming a colorful halo, tightly binding the abyss zone forest like a tight spell. The position of the halo was very high, making it inaudible to Connor's naked eye under normal circumstances.
However, this halo was so dazzling in his vision that Connors couldn't help but squint.
His mind was churning. This was a circle, a complete ring surrounding the abyss zone ridge.
But how vast is the abyss zone ridge? To encompass it, what kind of shock would this circle bring? What immense power could create this phenomenon? If it's magic, it's simply unimaginable. Evelyn, do you sense any magic fluctuations?
No, not at all. Evelyn closed her eyes to feel, but discovered nothing.
In fact, mana here was quite sparse. The cultivation speed might even be a bit slower. Nothing?
Connors was somewhat puzzled. He glanced a few more times but then shook his head, choosing not to mention what he had seen. With his current knowledge, it was something he couldn't comprehend regardless of whether he looked or not. No matter the situation, this mana circle was beyond his current understanding. He decided to leave it for later.
However, just as he retracted his passive skill, Poseidon's eye, a 1-meter-tall mana-less silhouette, flashed past from the seagrass under the tail fin.
Evelyn, below us, abyssal mobs. Almost the instant he spoke, Evelyn's urgent incantation began, and a 2-meter-long water blade came crashing down. Hiss! A sharp, piercing screech echoed out, as a severed abyssal sea serpent thrashed about, surfacing from the seaweed. Blood from Hong spread out, measuring about 1.5 meters in length, jet black all over with a pair of purple eyes. Even cut in half, this creature still lunged at the two with a fierce expression. At the same time, its purple eyes began to turn red, indicating it had entered a frenzied state.
Chief, retreat. This creature is poisonous.
Evelyn raised an eyebrow. She had killed dozens of abyssal mobs years ago and knew their traits like the back of her hand. With a flick of her wrist, a small water orb, which she had prepared earlier, exploded directly in the serpent's mouth, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. The leading abyssal mob hadn't even fully entered its frenzied state before being taken down. It was hard to tell if it was too weak or if the mage class was too strong. The power structure in this world is quite distorted. Even if an ordinary person trained for a lifetime, they couldn't compare to a single spell of the mage class. Thus, the nobility of mage class in the underwater world is almost innate. Luckily, they need to spend a lot of time seeking the truth, otherwise, ordinary people would have long been irrelevant. Having dealt with this abyssal mob, Evelyn curiously looked toward Connors. Last time, she heard from the fishing team that the chief had a knack for spotting abyssal mobs early. She hadn't really believed it, but now it seemed to be true. However, from her perspective, any peculiarities about Connors seemed normal. After all, he is someone who understands the truth of matter, a mermaid. This abyssal sea serpent was just an interlude, a brief rest amidst the journey. They had finally arrived at the base of the abyss zone ridge. Just over 100 meters above was the grove of ironwood trees, which was Connor's first destination. According to the markings on the map, this was a grove of ironwood trees. The ironwood tree is incredibly tough, comparable to the bones of a knife fish. The gaps between the branches are narrow, unable to accommodate large creatures, and these ironwood trees grow sharp thorns. The tree crowns are densely packed, with bright red fruits growing among the thorns, sheltering a group of ironwood fish. The dense forest was extensive, not a bit smaller than that grove. The clustering of ironwood trees could block off large fish, particularly their upper thorns, which could deter even the fiercest predators. Thus, even within the abyss zone ridge, this area was exceptionally fertile, teeming with countless fish, a prime fishing spot, as detailed on the map drawn by the sea zinnia family. There were also 2 small abyssal mobs here, but with Evelyn around, dealing with these 2 abyssal mobs was a breeze. She recorded the local creatures to prepare for future development. It would take at least a year for the coral zone to return to normal, and relying on the creatures of the grove to support over 1,000 people would be difficult.
Phew, we finally made it. It wasn't an easy journey.
Sitting on a broken log, Connors spat out some seawater. The abyss zone ridge truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering place for abyssal mobs. They had encountered 3 attacks along the way. Of course, only Connors had spotted the abyssal mobs during one of those times. Even within the confines of the Abyss Zone Ridge, abyssal mobs were not like cabbages, and the other two attacks involved knife fish. As expected, without coming within 10 meters of the two, they were easily resolved, all too casually. Hearing Connor's words, Evelyn spoke up. It was just okay. Back when I was still wandering, I was chased by 5-7 meter long abyssal mobs that was truly dangerous. As she spoke, her face reflected past fears, while Connor's was rendered momentarily speechless. Well, can't mess with the big shots. Chapter 44, The Ironwood Grove. The two had already swum into the grove of ironwood trees, which was completely different from the sea zinnia forest next to the tribe. The sea zinnia trees were lush, not just with leaves, but also with seaweed and sea flowers at the base, accompanied by vividly colored ironwood fish and corresponding sea zinnia flowers. In the ironwood grove, green was hard to find. The gray-black branches above were thick with sharp spikes, among which one could spot fiery red fruits. Between the branches, small gray fish flitted about, continuously feasting on these red fruits. These gray fish were ironwood fish, tender in meat and highly nutritious. Of course, the ecosystem here consisted of more than just these two species. While the ironwood trees were tough, they also harbored a peculiar type of worm called iron grubs, which are poisonous. If ordinary creatures eat them, they become paralyzed. However, there was a type of iron-tailed shrimp that enjoyed eating these worms and would occupy the holes they excavated in the trees as their homes. The iron-tailed shrimp was no ordinary critter. It was quite famous throughout the whale syndicate, highly regarded as a delicacy. One shrimp could fetch a silver scale. However, catching these iron-tailed shrimps wasn't easy. They were extremely nimble, hiding within the incredibly tough ironwood trees, and upon sensing danger, they would retreat deep inside. Unless a mage class intervened, it would be impossible for an ordinary Hatamu fisherman to extract them from the trees in less than half a day. By that time, the shrimp would have long taken off. The ironwood trees, ironwood fish, iron grubs, and iron-tailed shrimps together formed the ecosystem of this dense forest. Though simple, the number of these species was quite abundant due to the vast number of ironwood trees. PFF. Avellini pressed a small water sphere directly into a tree hole. Inside, a well-hidden iron-tail shrimp was blasted out, and surprisingly, even with just this small water sphere, it didn't kill it. Connors hadn't seen what it looked like yet when the dark gray shrimp's tail suddenly pushed hard, unleashing a force that took it far away, followed by a series of escapes. Ha! This time, it was Avellini who was surprised. This creature was surprisingly agile, which piqued her interest. She went on to extract several more iron-tail shrimps from different tree holes, managing to catch only one successfully. This required a certain level of skill. It wasn't easy to catch them. It didn't differ much from lobsters on Earth, except that it had gray armor. When Connors knocked on it, it made a metallic sound, which was eerie. No wonder the magical water sphere didn't cause any problems when it blasted it. What's more peculiar is that after being caught, the shrimp could spray high-pressure gas from its tail, exploding in the water like fireworks, shocking Connors. This underwater world truly had everything. Connors also got to taste the iron-tail shrimp. It had a flavor reminiscent of stir-fried crayfish, perhaps even tastier. Instantly, Connors fell in love with this creature, but even Avellini had several misses. Wanting to eat it frequently would be quite challenging. Perhaps attempts could be made with some capturing tools, but one silver scale to catch one might lead to a dilemma of whether to eat or sell it. Such matters could be discussed later when this place becomes established as a hunting area. This time, the primary goal was to eliminate the two abyssal mobs. This map was drawn by the Sea Violet Trading Company 2 years ago, and there shouldn't be significant changes to the main outline, but many details must have changed. Looking around, the dense sea iron trees couldn't accommodate larger creatures, but anything under 2 meters should be fine. Of course, there could be snakes or mollusks, which complicates matters. Opening vision, Connors looked around, and instantly the gray forest became vibrant, with colorful mana particles moving about freely. Even the gray blackwoods came to life. However, what puzzled him was that within a few tree holes, there were small clusters of mana particles gathering that resembled those from the mage class, but not exactly. Spreading out the passive skill, Poseidon's Eye, Connors stepped closer to a sea iron tree housing this mana cluster. Avellini, can you take what's inside without harming it? Connors pointed to a thumb-sized tree hole, which was the dwelling of an iron wriggler. It had a soft body but could secrete a substance that specifically corroded sea iron trees, using it to burrow and make a home in the tree. Using another small water sphere, Avellini, who was already very familiar with this magic, didn't make it explode. Instead, it just expanded with a soft poof, and the suddenly rising seawater forced the contents out. 5 white worms squirmed in the seawater, about the size of a fingertip, somewhat resembling silkworms but rounder and slightly translucent. Among them, one had a jade-like appearance, and through vision, this jade-colored little creature was surrounded by a small cluster of mana particles, which wasn't very dense, similar to that of a mana kelp seed.
Avellini, can you sense the presence of mana within this iron wriggler?
Connors grabbed the jade-colored worm, which felt soft and cool to the touch, quite comforting. If it were on Earth, those who love keeping exotic pets could easily sell this. Avellini touched it gently with her finger and closed her eyes.
After a minute, she exclaimed with surprise. This iron wriggler is a magical beast. A magical beast. Connors flinched and accidentally tossed the worm away.
There are mana particles within the organism, but like the seawater, the mana particles are just drifting around casually. But according to common knowledge in the ocean, there are 4 distinct types of creatures. First, the mage class, which has a large concentration of mana within them, using magic to control mana. Second, the tier 1 mana herbs, which absorb and store mana from resource nodes and are the foundation for mage class training. Third, abyssal mobs, which devour all mana, acting as a vacuum for mana. And fourth, magical beasts, which, like mage class, can cast spells and possess mana particles. When they exceed 50 meters in size, they are known as sea drake bosses, dominating the ocean. Ordinary creatures would retreat upon seeing them, especially abyssal mobs, which is why their excrement can repel abyssal mobs, making consumables like anti-mob powder. The external appearance of magical creatures is not the primary consideration, so even if it's only the length of a finger, it's still a magical creature.
If it casts a spell, this small body could very well be gone in an instant. Pfffff. Seeing Connors looking scared, Avellini couldn't help but laugh and said,
This ironworm, although it doesn't know why it became a magical creature, has 2 weak mana to cast any spells, and is hardly different from an ordinary ironworm.
Gah, you startled me.
Connors patted his chest and spat out a mouthful of seawater, picking up the wriggling jade-colored ironworm again. This little guy seemed to realize it was in danger, twisting and turning in an attempt to break free.
What purpose do magical beasts serve?
Holding the little creature, Connors asked Evelyn. Magical beasts, like tier 1 mana herbs, can speed up a mage class's training when consumed. Some mermaids even keep magical beasts as pets, but they can be quite challenging to care for. Generally, most factions can't even manage to raise them.
Well, this ironworm has nothing to do with those two.
Even if a mage class doesn't mind how disgusting it is, it's still toxic and should not be eaten.
As for its strength, that's another laugh.
Connors pinched the little creature and then set it free. Perhaps it will have some use in the future. According to the map, those 2 abyssal mobs are to the west of the forest, but I wonder if their location has changed. Evelyn opened the rolled up white fish skin from her waist and leaned in closer, peeking over Connors' shoulder. Her wine-red hair slid down Connors' face, and a faint scent wafted in from the seawater, causing a slight itch in his nose. The body involuntarily stiffened for a moment before randomly relaxing again, completely unaware of the initiator who continued to approach.
We should be here now.
After determining their position, the 2 directly headed to the west side of the sea iron tree, which was somewhat more spacious. Behind the limestone, there was a dark cave entrance with a diameter of about half a meter and smooth edges, indicating that this cave had an owner. As they opened their horizon, the surface rock began to blur layer by layer, and Connors directly observed the distribution of mana inside the cave. A clump of coiled mana was exposed, revealing an abyssal mob inside. Needless to say, Evelyn pointed out that it was still the water sphere spell, but it had already reached a diameter of 2 palms. The mana particles inside had almost solidified, and she flung them from her palm into the cave entrance.
Boom!
Earth and rocks scattered, blocked by a layer of water wall in front of the 2. The seawater instantly turned murky, and from the muddy darkness, a black figure darted out, weaving through the muddy soil. However, Connors noticed that this turbid water contained traces of crimson, indicating it was already wounded.
Boom! Without thinking too much, a creature with a sharp beak charged directly at the two, its teeth bared and eyes blood red, quite ferocious. Unfortunately, it slammed into the magical water wall, injuring itself further as it staggered back. Evelyn's eyes brightened, and with a push from both hands, the water wall propelled the abyssal mob directly into the sea iron tree, where its sharp branches pierced through its flat body, staining the seawater red. As the water wall dispersed, the creature fell to the ocean floor, devoid of any life. Evelyn remained remarkably quick. Next came another abyssal mob, a 2-meter-long magic swordfish, whose exoskeleton spikes occupied almost half its body, easily capable of drilling into the sea iron tree. It could be considered a dominant force in the sea iron forest. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Evelyn, who swiftly dispatched it with magical water blades coupled with magical restraints. Easily eliminating the 2 abyssal mobs recorded on the map, the 2 did not leave but rested for the night in the sea iron forest, drawing a precise map to ensure there were no abyssal mobs before setting off to keep climbing the mountain, where another destination awaited them. Chapter 45, The Painful Call. Another destination for Connors was the Abyss Zone, a depression formed by 2 ridges over 500 meters high. Although there were no natural shelters like the sea iron tree, it was home to a large group of swordfish. These creatures were fearless and aggressive, with very few in the ocean competing with the swordfish in terms of aggression. They would charge at any opponent, without hesitation, even against larger abyssal mobs. Not backing down, similar to the characteristics of the flathead, this large group of swordfish dominated the area, and even the abyssal mobs dared not venture in recklessly. However, this place had good treasures. According to the records of the High Zihue family, one could find rubies here, gems highly favored by the wealthy and noble ladies. The ocean world is quite unique. Rubies do not come from ores but grow inside a creature called the red stone shell. When young, the red stone shell burrows into rock crevices and grows over time, prying open the crevices and opening its 2 shells, attracting plankton with its flesh to survive. However, it sometimes attracts a very peculiar carnivorous worm, leading to a deadly battle between the 2 inside the shell. The red stone shell will close its outer shell, and the usual outcome is that the flesh-eating worm devours the red stone shell, becoming trapped inside the shell. After a period, it gradually evolves into a ruby. 1 ruby can be sold for 40 to 50 gold coins. If it weren't for the treacherous location and the luck required to find rubies, the High Zihue family would have long ago cleaned them out. Connor's purpose in coming here was to see if he could find a few rubies to help with the financial situation. Last time, he made quite a bit of gold coins selling a few rubies, but now the family is expanding. The magical purple seaweed won't officially contribute to production for at least 3 more quarters, and he plans to invest heavily in infrastructure, all of which requires a large amount of gold coins. Evelyn, are you sure this thing really works? Connors looked skeptically at the sphere that surrounded him and Evelyn. It wasn't that he didn't trust Evelyn, but this sphere felt too weak. He could easily stretch out a hand and break through, lacking any real protective quality. Outside the sphere, a group of fierce swordfish swam around. A quick glance revealed 3 or 4 dozen of them, which was alarming. If these small bodies were struck by a swordfish, he'd probably spit out 3 liters of blood. Its fine swordfish have no sense of smell and are only aggressive toward flesh and bone. This water sphere is one-sided. We can see outside, but when they look at us from outside, they can't discern anything at all. Evelyn was very confident this magic was developed by her master, a mermaid who spent a lifetime wandering the ocean in search of truth, and there would absolutely be no issues. Evelyn missed her master a bit. She wondered where he had wandered off to. She had found half the truth, but she had no idea how her master was doing. The underwater world was fraught with danger and she felt a bit worried. However, thinking of her master's near great mage class techniques eased her mind a little. Perhaps he had already broken through to the great mage class. Noticing that Evelyn's mood suddenly dipped, Connors fell silent. The water sphere continued to move forward slowly. This ridge and hollow extended to a height of about 1,300 meters, which was already considered dangerous. Even the knife fish had gradually decreased, and beyond this point was the territory of the abyssal mobs. Here, it seemed Connors could reach out and touch that enormous light orb. It was just too dazzling. The mana particles appeared almost tangible, and the closer Connors got, the more astonishing it became. If this was magic, it was likely beyond what a great mage class could achieve.
After spending so many days with Evelyn, he had a general understanding of the strengths of the mage class.
Evelyn's current power ranked above average within the mage class.
She had never seen a great mage class, but one person holding off 10 or 20 Evelyns was already impressive. However, this light orb was not just thousands of Evelyns, it represented a qualitative change, not merely a quantitative one. It was likely only those above the great mage class, beings of the Sage era in the Age of Magic, could possess such potential, verging on divine existence. As for the truth, Connors had not considered it. According to the traditions passed down through the mage class, the truth in the mage class was only pursued within it, much like the various myths and legends on Earth, just legends. The ocean world likely had never seen such existences.
The chances are too slim.
Above the orb was the gray-black atmosphere of the abyss zone, which was also almost tangible, the opposite of the light orb. There was not a hint of mana present there. The two seemed like natural enemies, with the light orb extinguishing the black mist while the black mist assaulted the light orb.
Who knows how many years this battle had persisted?
Despite being so close, Evelyn still wasn't aware of it. Regaining her composure, she widened her eyes as she searched the numerous rock crevices around. There were countless rock crevices here, but only about 1 in 10 contained a red stone clam. Inside each red stone clam, finding a ruby was even rarer. If she had bad luck, she could search through hundreds and still not find a single ruby. The difficulty was immense. Otherwise, Thomas wouldn't have considered this a benefit to give to Connors.
There's a crack in the rocks here.
Evelyn excitedly rushed the water sphere closer, but upon getting near, her expression turned to disappointment.
This rock crevice was completely empty, there was nothing inside. Connors snapped back to reality and began searching closely as well.
The two of them searched through over 100 crevices, and found only one containing a greenish-red shell, but it was still alive, so it couldn't hold a ruby. Time passed little by little, and after half a day with no discoveries, Evelyn couldn't help but pout.
Connors's patience was also gradually wearing thin.
Ever since they arrived here, there had been a strange feeling of irritation, which was extremely rare for him. Connors looked up towards the atmosphere of the abyss zone. It seemed something was calling out to him. Shaking his head, he wondered if he was just getting panicked after being out in the wild for the first time, perhaps hallucinating.
"Chief, look quickly."
Suddenly, Evelyn interrupted Connors's thoughts with a cheer. She stood in the water sphere, pointing excitedly at a rock crevice. There, she spotted a closed red stone clam quietly resting. Usually, a red stone clam wouldn't close its shell unless it was dead. Taking a fish bone plier from his bag, Connors carefully extracted the clam, using a fishbone knife to pry it open. A thumb-sized, smooth ruby lay there, translucent, pure, and of high quality.
Just this one was worth 50 gold coins. Don't think 50 gold coins from half a day's work is quick money.
But a simple calculation shows that hiring a mage class to come to such a dangerous place would require at least 20 or 30 gold coins a day, even for the tribe's resident mage class. Plus, it would take a whole day just to travel without magical fish apparel itself already close in the seaweed clan area. Other tribes might need to swim for an extra day. Furthermore, it's a matter of luck. If you aren't careful, you could spend 2 or 3 days without finding anything, leading to a real disaster. That's why Evelyn didn't ask for any reward, or else Connors wouldn't have come here. Finding one pearl made both of them perk up, and they continued their search, planning to stay here for an entire day. There was still plenty of time. However, after swimming upstream for several dozen meters, it felt like they had crossed a threshold. A sharp, intense pain suddenly stabbed into Connors's eyeball, making him gasp seawater in shock, cry out, and clutch his eyes tightly. Scarlet blood flowed from his eyes, and his brain felt as if it was being seared by intense fire, pain surging through him. Ever since Connors mastered the principles of Poseidon's eye, he has never encountered a situation like this, where his body can't move on its own.
"Chief, what's wrong?"
Evelyn immediately noticed Connors' change and hurried to support him. The blood flowing from the corner of his eye made her heart race with fear.
"This way." Connors' voice was extremely hoarse.
Even though he was in immense pain, there was a strong sense in his mind urging him to swim in one direction.
It felt like his eyeballs were cheering, wanting to break free.
Evelyn looked in the direction Connors was pointing upwards. Although she didn't know why, she continued to support Connors upstream, passing through that layer of light circle that Evelyn couldn't perceive. She hesitated slightly above 1,500 meters of the abyss zone ridge was almost forbidden ground. There was no mana here, only the endless aura of the abyss zone, and using magic would only consume her own mana, which couldn't last long. But the chief's hand was still pointing upwards. Moreover, his expression became increasingly fierce, as though he had lost his will, and he flailed his tail impatiently. If it weren't for Evelyn holding on tightly, he would have darted out long ago. Gritting her teeth, Evelyn supported Connors and plunged directly into the black mist. The aura of the abyss zone rolled around them, completely enveloping the two. Chapter 46: The Ruins in the Mountain. Even with the Eye of Mana activated in the black mist, visibility was limited. Everything here was in shades of gray and black. Evelyn felt as if something was watching her from the surroundings or that something flickered past, causing her heart to race. Meanwhile, Connors had completely lost his sanity, yet his hand clearly pointed in various directions. After entering here, his hand no longer pointed upwards, but continuously changed positions. Evelyn could only desperately remember the way back while forcing herself to follow Connors' instructions deeper. PFF. An abyssal mob, nearly 3 meters long, burst out a tiger fish infected by the abyss zone's aura. Evelyn flicked her hand, and a massive water blade shot out. The creature nimbly dodged, but Evelyn frowned under the influence of the abyss zone's aura. Both the power and speed of magic were inferior to the outside world. Otherwise, that water blade shouldn't have been avoided. However, it wasn't a dangerous situation. She flipped her hand, casting a spell without a chant, and a water sphere with a half-meter diameter appeared in the seawater, exploding abruptly. The abyssal mob couldn't evade and was directly killed. Swallowing a Tier 1 mana herb, Evelyn quickly left that area. The smell of blood would attract countless abyssal mobs. At most half an hour, we have to leave after that. Evelyn continuously calculated the mana loss and the remaining Tier 1 mana herbs, murmuring to herself as she looked at Connors, who wore a face of agony, blood continuously flowing from his eyes, a terrifying sight. Evelyn's heart tightened. This little guy was only 16 years old, and he had at least a decade before reaching adulthood. Although he appeared very mature, it couldn't hide his youthful face. She had no idea what kind of torment he was going through now. Fortunately, after swimming for over 10 minutes, a massive cave appeared, and Connor's hand pointed deep into this cave, dark and devoid of any light. Evelyn hesitated. She couldn't see how deep it was or if there were any abyssal mobs. But looking at the pained face of the chief, Evelyn gritted her teeth and swam inside. The cave was deep. Evelyn cautiously swam for about 5 to 6 minutes before reaching the end. The entire process was smooth, and there were no living creatures inside the cave. Instead, she noticed many bones at the bottom, strangely shaped and decayed, making it impossible to identify what creatures they belonged to. The air was thick with the abyss zone's aura, suggesting that many years had passed. One could only imagine how powerful the original owner had been. Perhaps it was the presence of these bones that prevented any abyssal mobs from entering. Connor's hand still pointed ahead, towards a smooth wall. Evelyn brought Connors to this wall, which looked no different from ordinary rock. But as she got closer, she felt a wave of magic, and her mouth dropped open. The abyss zone's aura would continuously erode mana. No magic could persist here unless someone had just cast it. But Evelyn knew very well that this magic had existed for an unknown number of years. A magic that could exist for a long time within the abyss zone's aura exceeded Evelyn's understanding of magic. Her curiosity as a mage class flared up, and she lightly touched the surface, her hand passing through the rock. Illusion magic? Evelyn paused, having only heard of this magic. She never expected to discover it here, looking at Connor's pointed hand and then at the illusionary magic ahead. Since we've come this far, let's take a look. Curiosity of the mage class. Of course, she had no idea what the situation was behind her. Carefully casting a magic water wall in front of her, she cautiously pulled Connors inside. The glaring light made Evelyn squint her eyes, and after a long while she could slowly open them. However, the scene before her widened her eyes. They were now standing on a cliff, facing a vast imagined space. Looking up, She could just make out another wall in the distance, and overhead, the towering rocks loomed 200 meters high. This space was immense. Inside, there were clusters of coral, and the remnants of collapsed palaces lay scattered on the seabed. The ground, resembling white jade, was hidden beneath various plants, while colorful fish swam around in the sea. When had Evelyn ever seen such a beautiful place? Her mouth dropped open, her mind was in a jumble, unsure of what to do. "Evelyn, where are we?" Finally, at Connor's somewhat weak voice, Evelyn snapped back to reality. She looked at Connors, who had now opened his eyes, deeply inhaled the seawater, and spoke with an uncontrollable excitement. "Chief, this is a relic from the age of magic." Connors had just awakened. The pain had slightly subsided, allowing him to think a little, but hearing the word relic still made him involuntarily widen his eyes. This is a relic. Evelyn's tail fin splashed against the seawater continuously, repeating the same phrase, shaking Connors' arm with excitement and completely oblivious to how her softness was rubbing against his arm. In contrast, Connors felt a bit embarrassed, but soon he was overwhelmed by tremendous surprise. He was no longer the naive newcomer. Relics were priceless to the mage class. Within them lay knowledge left over from the era of magic. Today, all the magical knowledge from the seabed was extracted from the remnants of that magical era. Even this was enough to leave Connors in awe. Just imagine how magical and powerful the era of magic at its peak must have been. Perhaps just like those recorded in the books The Great Hatam Race. The Great Civilization. Relics are a treasure trove. It is no exaggeration to say that if this relic were offered to the whale syndicate, a medium tribe would be secured immediately. It could only grow. Looking at the vast space resembling a paradise, Connors could clearly feel his heart pounding, his face burning with heat. This relic was probably the one the Zibai family had been searching for. They hadn't found it, and yet he had. Connors struggled to suppress his excitement, but even as he spoke, his voice still trembled. "Evelyn, how did we get here?" "Chief, you brought me here." Next, Evelyn animatedly recounted what had happened, while Connors only remembered that his eyes suddenly ached intensely, spreading to his head and worsening, making it impossible to think. Meanwhile, an inexplicable allure instinctively directed him to gesture for Evelyn to follow. To his surprise, this secret realm was actually inside a mountain, over 1,500 meters in the abyss zone, a place known as a dead end. What exactly is drawing me in? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a faint pull spread from deep within his heart, causing his eyes to begin to sting again, making him swim nervously in the direction of the allure. He was tired of the pain and didn't want to experience it again. Evelyn saw Connors leave and quickly followed closely. She was worried about encountering any dangers, but after casting a spell, she realized the mana in this place was exceptionally rich, exceeding any place she had been before. This place is completely sealed off. Perhaps it hasn't seen darkness for hundreds of years, which is why the concentration of mana is no different from the age of magic. In the blink of an eye, due to distraction, Connors had already swum far away with the aid of his magic fish suit, and Evelyn hastily pursued him. Connors was swimming quickly with the magic fish suit. For some reason, he couldn't seem to access vision. It wasn't that his golden finger had failed, but he simply couldn't settle his mind down. The intense allure seemingly had all of his concentration in its grasp, leaving no room for pause. Beneath his tail fin lay countless architectural remnants. Even the sturdiest buildings would collapse after thousands of years. Some exposed ground showcased very unique and intricate patterns, and every inch of this land held significant value. However, to the east of the building stood a grayish-black statue of a male Hatam race, 3 meters tall and imposing, with shimmering scales visible on its tail fin. Only long seaweed covered its entire body, obscuring its exact appearance. It had fish fins growing on its back, with its left fist clenched and right hand raised, as if holding something, but sadly it was empty. Connors stared at this statue, feeling the intense allure emanating from within. At that moment, his eyes felt as if they were burning, wildly jumping, cheering, and rejoicing. Passive skill, Poseidon's eye activated automatically, and Connors was directly pulled into the vision. This time he didn't see the endless mana particles, but rather a light. There were no mana particles in the statue, but the light it emitted seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. But it wasn't blinding. A figure leaped from the statue. The moment Connors saw this figure, his mind went blank, unable to think. He saw what this mermaid looked like and how she moved, but couldn't remember anything, only feeling a shock. In his past life, he had seen many awe-inspiring scenes, but none of them compared to the intensity of this moment. It needed no physical medium, just sheer shock. That figure leaped and dove directly into Connors's body, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. Chief Evelyn, who was close behind, clearly saw Connors standing in front of a statue, then the statue shattered, and the chieftain fell into a faint, quickly swimming over to catch him. Faintly, one could hear the chieftain uttering an incomprehensible word. If there were people from Earth present, they would recognize that Connors was speaking authentic Chinese characters. God. Chapter 47, Poseidon's Ear. Connors felt he was in a deep slumber, unsure how long he had been asleep when suddenly his ear itched, waking him up. Everything around him was dark, and he couldn't see anything. After some time, faint and sporadic sounds reached his ears. Why is the world so dark? I saw it, above the sea light, everything is colorful. Why can't there be light at the bottom of the sea? Why should the Hatam race have to grope about in the dark? The ocean shouldn't be like this. The sounds faded away, and the voice's owner seemed filled with sorrow and pain. Connors heard as if the entire ocean was weeping. The darkness of the deep sea almost swallowed everything, a silent and cold place where life had degraded into shadows, struggling in the dark, while the Hatam race still had fins on their backs. But after a brief silence, the voice's owner soon erupted. If there is no light in this world, then I will create light. The high-pitched voice penetrated the entire ocean. A previously unseen magic was born with a raised trident. I declare that the deep sea must have light, with black and white alternation, so that life can see, everything can revive, the seawater will no longer be cold, and colors will be born. Truth, magic, eternal light. From that moment, the ocean had light, dispelling the darkness, and Connors could finally see. A great biological evolution. The Hatam race had colors in their eyes. A vibrant world appeared. Chieftain, chieftain. There seemed to be a woman's voice calling urgently in his ear. Connors opened his eyes, and what he saw was a delicate face. At that moment, he was lying on a patch of seagrass, with his head resting against Evelyn's tail fin. Her bright red hair reminded Connors of the fiery-haired heroine from Shakugan no Shana, equally flame-red and formidable. His breath caught momentarily. Evelyn. Just as Connors was about to speak, he suddenly experienced a ringing in his ears. Buzz, buzz. Countless chaotic sounds mixed together, sounds of fish swimming, bubbles surfacing, insects crawling through the seagrass, and he could vaguely hear a kind of singing, ethereal and moving, as if it was both distant and right beside him. But more than that, there was a very unique rhythm, coming from Evelyn's cadence. While he couldn't discern its meaning, he could clearly feel an anxious and caring emotion. Connors was taken aback, then suddenly. Pop! The cacophony ceased, and he returned to a normal state, looking at Evelyn's anxious face, smiling to indicate he was fine. Gulp! Seeing that the great chieftain had come to, Evelyn let out a sigh. She was truly worried that something might happen to Connors. Chieftain, what just happened to you? I saw you just staring at a statue and then fainted, and that statue collapsed as well. Evelyn pointed at a pile of rubble not far away. Ever since Connors' strange episode on the ridge, everything felt somewhat eerie to her. First, there was the miraculous way he had brought himself here, then those bones covered in the atmosphere of the abyss zone, the non-decomposing magical illusion, the suddenly collapsing statue, and the ruins inside this mountain. All of it exceeded her imagination. She was yearning for an explanation, seeking knowledge. This is a common trait among the mage class. Connors fell silent. He knew that all of this was closely related to his passive skill, Poseidon's eye, and that these eyes were his greatest trump card and perhaps also the reason for his crossing over. Instinctively, he didn't want anyone to know about this. Chieftain, I'll go look at this ruin first, to see if there's any knowledge left behind. Seeing Connors grow silent, Evelyn realized she had asked something she shouldn't have. She felt inwardly frustrated, quickly changing the topic, pointing into the distance, then without waiting for Connors to respond, she swam off, tail fin withdrawn. Watching Evelyn's figure move away, Connors suddenly recalled the day he sniped the fake pirates, the way she cast her magic, and felt a bit enamored with the sensation of resting on her tail fin. He snapped out of his daze and shouted loudly, "Evelyn, if there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you a secret." Evelyn paused, then swam away, leaving behind a somewhat cheerful voice. "Sure." Connors rubbed his forehead, starting to organize his thoughts. From the moment he felt pain, he hadn't had any time to think, and the information from this series of events was too overwhelming and chaotic. He needed time to sort it out. First and foremost, everything he had heard and seen while unconscious resolved Connors' biggest question about his crossing: why was there light in the deep-sea world, and a day-night cycle? This made no sense at all. One had to know that sunlight can only penetrate a few hundred meters into the seawater. Although he didn't know how deep the deep-sea world was, it definitely wouldn't be less than 4,000 or 5,000 meters, meaning it should have been completely dark, not so brightly colorful. Is this the magic of truth? Truth really exists, although it's not omnipotent, it's indeed close to divine. The figure he saw within the statue, and the voices he heard in his ears, were likely the master of Poseidon's eyes, a true mage class of truth. This once again reshaped Connors' understanding of magic. One life used a spell to perform the task of a star, which was unimaginable and truly eternal. In the scene he saw, the Hattan race had fish fins on their backs, possibly from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. The eternal light must have become some kind of rule. This was his first gain. Secondly, his ears had changed. He didn't know what they had turned into, but he clearly felt that his ears had indeed transformed. Just like his eyes, he could unfold this change with a bit of focus, and he could control it freely, almost instinctively. Calming his mind, Connors entered the hearing realm. After a ringing in his ears, the entire world became different. The sounds, everyone talking in a cacophony. From the small sounds of fish swimming to the louder sound of Evelyn flipping stones not far away, everything felt like it was right beside his ears. Though it was noisy, it wasn't too harsh. Incredibly, even though these were two completely different intensities of sound waves, they all sounded equal to him. This wasn't just simple amplification. He could focus on a specific sound and block out the others just by shifting his mind. It was truly amazing. If I want to eavesdrop in the future, won't it be quite easy? Connors thought maliciously, then shook his head. Acting like that was too degrading. After all, he was the chief of a tribe and had to maintain a certain image. Besides, there was one more thing he wasn't sure about. Just after waking up, he felt he could hear emotions, Evelyn's emotions, which was oddly disturbing. Hearing emotions, could it really mean the existence of mind reading? If that were true, that would be incredible. However, when he listened again, he heard nothing but noise. Perhaps it was just his poor mental state after waking that caused him to have hallucinations, or it could be real but hadn't met some kind of conditions. He could try again in the future. In conclusion, those two things were his greatest gains. One greatly enriched his perspective on this world, and the other was another golden finger. Of course, there was another gain. This ruin would be an important trump card for the Seaweed clan's rise. I'll call you Poseidon's ear. Connors named his second golden finger, but as soon as he said it, his eyes widened in shock as a spark of inspiration lit up his mind. Only then did he notice that these eyes and ears were one. Could there be other statues like this in different places? They were printed with heads, hands, tail fins. If he combined them, could he become the embodiment of truth? To become God? Connors was startled by his own thought and quickly shook his head. That was too unrealistic, but the idea sprouted wildly like a weed. What if, just what if, I could wield the magic of truth on par with this eternal light? He was almost trembling. This was the creator. Gulp. After a long while, Connors finally spat out a mouthful of seawater and calmed his mind. That notion was too terrifying and far beyond what he could touch right now. It was better to focus on the immediate benefits and develop steadily. He swam up and took a look from above. After reaching the top, he glanced down, taking in the whole ruin. Magic of truth is unaffected by physical matter, so the ruins here still experience day and night cycles even within the mountains. It was still day, and this space was quite vast, as Connors estimated it to be at least 600 or 700 meters in length and width, with a height of about 200 meters. According to Evelyn, the entrance here was a cave, and there was a strange magical illusion obscuring it. Connor's was somewhat familiar. Initial extreme narrowness, only then contact with humans. After walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opens up. Wasn't this just like the peach blossom spring? And now this whole place belonged to Connor's. Aside from Evelyn, no one knew a secret base was every man's dream. The architecture of the magical era stands in the center, already collapsed beyond recognition, with remnants and crumbling walls covered in various aquatic organisms. One can faintly see the white ground obscured by water plants. In the very center, a circular plaza can be vaguely made out, with a pillar still standing upright, untouched by time, while Evelyn is currently clearing the seaweed above. Around the plaza lie various architectural ruins, eroded by time, and no one can say exactly how many useful items can be found. Some things may appear useless now, yet hold immense value. The method to advance to the great mage class was once thought to be nothing more than strange records. As Connor swam towards Evelyn, he attempted to enter the vision. This time, it was effortless, and once again, he found himself surrounded by countless particles of mana. The mana concentration here far exceeded that of the outside world, making it an excellent cultivation place for mage class. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze suddenly stopped fixedly on Evelyn, his face reflecting shock. Originally, the vision showed that Evelyn's body was filled with particles of mana, displaying some sort of pattern continually in motion under her path of truth. However, in the current vision, all the mana particles within Evelyn's body were connected by thin, transparent lines, densely packed like a string of pearls, moving according to a mysterious pattern. Fourth gain, more can be seen with my eyes. Chapter 48, The Cold Body. Cleveland held his little sister in one arm, his face pale, wildly flapping his tail fin. Despite being strong, he trembled continuously from fear. He looked down at the girl in his arms, her long, crystal-clear blue hair, fair skin that even revealed the veins beneath, large eyes tightly shut, and eyelashes adorned with ice crystals. At not even 1.3 meters tall, she resembled a little pet in the arms of over 2-meter-tall Cleveland. The little girl was now unconscious, a cold chill continuously emanating from her body, stiff as a block of ice. Her tightly furrowed brow showed that even in unconsciousness, she was still in great pain. Slap! Cleveland slapped himself hard, full of self-reproach. His sister was originally just cold and weak, but after consuming the Tier 1 mana herb he brought back, she had become like this, even her breathing growing weaker, her body so cold it was terrifying. If this continues, she will die. Since their parents passed away, his sister had been his only family. He valued her more than his own life, yet he had personally sent her towards death. He couldn't forgive himself. It will be fine, it will be fine. The mage class must be able to save my sister. Cleveland furiously swished his tail fin, trying to increase his speed a little. The Kelp faction was just ahead in this area, only the Kelp faction had mage class. Apart from combat and his sister, he rarely paid attention to other matters, so he was unaware that Evelyn had already joined the Seaweed clan. What mermaid? A shark shout rang out, and two muscular members of the Hatam race swam out from somewhere. They were part of the Kelp faction's fishing team, responsible for patrolling. Impatient, Cleveland's hand instinctively grasped the harpoon at his back, but he quickly realized that while he was confident he could take down these two mermaids, it would also antagonize the Kelp faction. If he angered the mage class and they refused to help his sister, he couldn't bear the consequences. He released his grip on the harpoon and forced a smile. Two big brothers, could you let me through? I have an urgent matter to discuss with Angus, the owner of the little kelp shop. The two fishermen glanced at Cleveland and the unconscious little mermaid in his arms. One of them smacked his lips and began to speak slowly. Which tribe are you two from? We're guildless. Can you let me through, big brothers? My sister is sick, and she's not going to make it. Cleveland's tone was already filled with desperation, but as soon as he mentioned guildless, the expressions of the two fishermen changed slightly. The person who had just spoken directly refused, saying, No way, guildless are not allowed to enter the Kelp faction. Who knows if you guys are coming in to steal something? You lowly scum always like to do that. You. The veins on Cleveland's forehead bulged, and his hands clenched tightly. What do you want to do? The two fishermen immediately shouted upon sensing the situation was off, pointing their spears directly at Cleveland. If guildless died, so be it, no one would trouble them. Who? Cleveland spat out a mouthful of seawater, calming the anger rising in his heart, and took out 2 silver scales from his pocket. This was all he had left. Indeed, upon seeing the silver scales, the eyes of the 2 fishermen lit up, and their expressions softened. I can let you in here. Rubbing the silver scale repeatedly, the fisherman spoke, taking the scale while lowering his spear. Cleveland quickly swam over, holding his sister tightly. Hey, Gnarl, you're really bad. After Cleveland left, the silent guy punched Gnarl's shoulder, laughing while cursing. Huh, it was just a routine job, didn't he expect to make some silver scales too? Gnarl kissed the silver scale and said with a laugh. Let us go, once the patrol is over, we'll grab a drink. This is extra pay, my wife can't complain, huh? That guy is really dumb, doesn't he know the tribe is harvesting tier 1 mana herb these days? The fishing crew is all out, outsiders aren't allowed to enter. We're the outermost guards here. Sure enough, Cleveland was stopped at the edge of the Kelp faction by 4 fishermen. Stop. The one leading wore a tight-fitting swordfish suit, standing at least 2.5 meters tall, wielding not a spear but a massive bone knife. Who are you? What are you doing in the Kelp faction? Feeling anxious after being stopped, Cleveland's heart sank. An unsettling sense rushed to his mind, and he hurriedly explained in a low voice. I'm looking for Angus from Little Kelp Shop. I already paid the 2 fishermen earlier, and they said I could come in. These days are the tribe's tier 1 mana herb harvest days, no outsiders are allowed in. The tall merman firmly refused. My sister is very sick, it's serious and needs treatment. Plus, your people already took my money and said I could go in. No way, outsiders are forbidden to enter for now. As for your money, you can go back and tell your chieftain he cannot come to negotiate with us at the Kelp faction. Of course, that has to wait until 3 days later. He was guildless, where would a chieftain come from? Feeling the little girl in his arms breathe weaker, Cleveland trembled all over. Please, let me in. My sister is about to die, only the mage class can help her. Looking for the mage class? That's even less likely. The mage class master isn't something just anyone can see. Can you at least help me notify Angus? I can pay the fees. Cleveland was frantically rummaging in his pocket and sadly realized he had already given away his last 2 silver scales, not a penny left. Get out of here quickly, or you might be treated as an invader and killed on the spot. At that time, even your tribe's chieftain won't be able to seek justice for you. Cleveland appeared incredibly robust, so this tall fisherman took him for someone from a small tribe. If they knew he was guildless, they probably wouldn't even bother to talk. I don't have any money right now, but I'm working for Angus, I can ask him to lend me. Get lost. This time, the leader couldn't even be bothered to speak, he cut him off directly. With his head lowered, Cleveland's arms stiffened, his fists clenched tightly. If he picked up the spear on his back, these 4 could definitely not stop him. But he couldn't protect his sister with her in his arms, he couldn't fight them. Tightly holding the ice-cold little mermaid, Cleveland glanced at the Kelp faction with bloodshot eyes, silently leaving the Kelp faction. Embracing the weak little fish, Cleveland's eyes were vacant. His mind recalled many days spent with his sister. Even though he took care of her alone, his quirky sister always found great ways to help him. They had not joined other tribes because their parents escaped from a small tribe. The chieftain was just adding another layer of exploitation on top of their heads. Although life was tight, he was still well off and free due to his skills, until one day when his sister's body started to grow cold. Lost in thought, the burly man cried for the first time. From a low sob, it gradually turned into loud wailing, and Cleveland felt utterly powerless for the first time. Not knowing how long he had cried, Cleveland paused, suddenly recalling what that guy named Gilles had said when they parted ways a few days ago. Cleveland, I'm planning to join the Seaweed clan. Why don't you come too? I heard they treat strong merfolk very well, and they have 2 tier 1 mana herbs. Plus, there's a mage class resident there. I had no intention of joining the clan at all, I wasn't even inclined to do so. But now, reflecting back, the last line of that conversation.
And there's a resident mage class. Bang! Cleveland violently flicked his tail, shooting through the water like a fish.
Raindrops sprayed everywhere, pulling his short hair back, and his recently teary eyes were filled with an eerie determination.
Sis, you're going to be okay, I promise.
Gurgle. He swung his tail again violently, causing the seawater to explode. Connors looked at Evelyn with a speechless expression, her delicate face flushed with excitement as she leaned against a massive stone wall, grinning widely.
Chieftain, this is a magic circle, a long-lost magic circle.
Evelyn felt as if she had been struck by a huge surprise, her excitement rendering her speechless. In the magical era, the Hatam race nearly perfected the development of mana, and various mana-related disciplines could be considered countless, with the mainstream ones being magic offense and defense, magical arrays, and magical medicine, among others.
They even established the study of Tier 1 mana herbs, fundamentally altering mana.
However, hundreds of years of the Dark Age completely destroyed that glorious civilization of magic, leaving only the study of magic offense and defense to survive, while other disciplines had long lost their inheritance. Perhaps remnants of the past splendor can be found in some recorded phrases. Each time a mage class seeks to study this area but finds no direction, a profound sense of regret arises.
Though it's unclear who inscribed this, the neatly engraved design is undoubtedly a magic array.
Thinking of the things recorded in the books, Evelyn trembled slightly. Transportation arrays that change spatial positions, alchemy arrays that transform substances.
Magic is far beyond what I currently comprehended, is even greater than I imagined.
Evelyn, we said we'd only be out for 3 days, and it's already the 4th day. If we don't go back soon, everyone will worry.
Plus, we can't carry this back just the two of us. If we leave it here, no one will take it. What? This is a magic array I can't let go.
Evelyn held on tightly and refused to let go. Seeing Evelyn cling to him like an octopus, Connors rubbed his forehead, just like a child.
Why don't we go back and get some white fish skins to record this?
This massive stone wall can't be transported without cutting it up.
No. We can't cut it.
Evelyn immediately screamed, her big eyes glaring at Connors. If something left over from the magical era were to be destroyed, she wouldn't even know where to cry.
Let us return for the white fish skins and illustrate it.
Fearing Connors might actually damage the wall, Evelyn let go and declared firmly.
All right then, let us leave. Chapter 49, Healing.
Cleveland felt his tail was about to break, and the gills behind his ears were rapidly opening and closing. The breath of the little mermaid in his arms grew weaker, and he could clearly feel the cold energy emanating from his sister's body. She had completely stiffened.
Hurry, go faster.
From where he lived to the Kelp faction, then to the Seaweed clan, he had been swimming tirelessly for nearly a day. Even his physical strength could no longer hold up, let alone that he hadn't eaten anything yet. However, he felt fortunate that he had once hunted around the Seaweed clan. Otherwise, how could he possibly find a mermaid in this vast underwater wilderness? Finally, he reached the vicinity of the Seaweed clan.
Cleveland? Coincidentally, JL was patrolling and noticed a familiar figure swimming towards him. Brother JL, my sister? Mage class.
Cleveland was so exhausted he could barely speak as he brought the girl in his arms out. No further explanation was necessary, but JL's next sentence made his heart sink. Lady Evelyn went with the chieftain to the Abyss Zone, and she hasn't returned yet.
Not finding the mage class. Cleveland instantly felt dizzy, spewing a mouthful of blood while his body swayed, on the verge of collapse. However, with unyielding will, he couldn't fall now. He absolutely could not go down before his sister. JL was startled and quickly swam up to support Cleveland.
But as soon as his hand touched Cleveland's chest, he immediately gasped as cold seawater rushed in.
So cold!
Only then did he notice that the little mermaid in Cleveland's arms felt like a block of ice from a deep-sea trench, so cold that even touching her could cause frostbite.
When will she be back?
Cleveland's voice was raspy, filled with despair. The chieftain said he would be back in 3 days, but this is already the 4th day.
How much longer?
With Lady Evelyn accompanying him, she should be safe, right?
Let us hurry back to the tribe. You don't look well at all.
If Cleveland continued to push himself,
he might very well collapse. JL supported him back to the tribe and settled him in his own house. First, put your sister down. You should eat something too. I don't know when the chief will return.
I can go out to look for him, but you also know what kind of place the Abyss Zone Ridge is at most. We can only go 5 to 6 miles deep.
It's uncertain whether we can find the chief,
Jill said, looking at the already unconscious little girl. Cleveland cast a grateful glance. He knew very well how dangerous the Abyss Zone Ridge was for ordinary people like them.
5 kilometers was already considered quite dangerous.
He couldn't ask the fishing team to mobilize if anything happened. It would be fatal for the small tribe.
Jill was purely concerned about the bond developed between the two.
After Jill swam away, Cleveland carefully placed his sister on the bed, constantly praying that the mage-class adult would return quickly and that his sister would be okay, his heart filled with anxiety. He wanted to do something, but he could only wait here as there was no other way. As time passed slowly without any news, his sister's breathing became weak to the point it was almost undetectable, her body stiff. Cleveland kept rubbing his hands. Although he didn't know what benefit it would bring, it was the only option he had. Just when he was about to lose hope, bang! The door to Jill's room burst open, and a female member of the Hatam race with bright red hair swam in. Though small in stature and appearing frail, she gave Cleveland the illusion of facing a giant abyssal mob. This woman fish would be a match for 3 or 4 of him.
This was a mage class.
Cleveland's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly spoke.
Mage.
Before he could finish, Evelyn quickly swam to the side of the little girl on the bed. At this moment, the little mermaid was pale. If it weren't for the fish gills behind her ears slightly fluttering, one might think she was already dead.
Evelyn's pupils constricted slightly.
She stretched out her hand, as white and smooth as jade, and covered the girl, closing her eyes and remaining motionless. Cleveland felt his heart jump into his throat, not daring to move, fearing he might disturb the mage-class adult and even more afraid of her shaking her head. But Evelyn maintained her position without moving a muscle, saying nothing, until about 10 minutes later when 2 people swam closer from outside. One was Jell, who had gone out a short while ago, and the other was a young man clad in strange knife fish skin. After the 2 fish entered, the one wrapped in knife fish skin took off his head covering, revealing a still youthful male face. Jell trailed behind, carrying a look of respect. This was probably the chief of the Seaweed clan, and he was an unusually young chief. Upon entering the room, Connors first glanced at Cleveland standing by the bed, lingering on the large wound on his tail fin. He then turned his gaze towards Evelyn by the bed and the little mermaid, directly entering vision. This was the 3rd time he had seen concentrated magic within a mermaid's body since arriving at the seabed. Evelyn, Thomas, and now this little girl. Of course, there had also been Liko when he first arrived. Liko was an extremely powerful mage class, but he couldn't see her at that time because his passive skill, Poseidon's eye, had not yet awakened. A pang of realization hit him. Could this be a mage class? However, he quickly noticed the differences. Whereas Evelyn and the others possessed mana in double digits, this little girl only had single-digit mana units, which was a significant gap. But even with such a gap, she still possessed mana and was no longer an ordinary Hatam race. But this little girl was truly in a bad state. The single-digit mana particles in vision were operating in a state of extreme chaos, with no clear structure governing their movement. He turned his gaze to Evelyn at this moment. What was visible in the vision were no longer just the mana particles, but countless threads attached to the mana particles which were reaching in towards the little girl's body. However, once these threads entered the little girl's body, their speed would decrease by over 100 times, slowly enveloping those chaotic particles before gradually extracting them. Ultimately, the threads would break, causing the attached mana particles to revert to their wild state, moving freely. In an instant, Connors speculated that these threads might represent the essence of magic controlling the movement of mana particles through these threads, thereby influencing the movement and properties of matter. It was evident that using these threads wasn't easy. Evelyn's complexion turned pale, her brow furrowing tightly. Finally, after 5 minutes, Evelyn's hand loosened. Gulp! Spitting out a mouthful of seawater, she rose but swayed slightly. Connors quickly stepped forward to support her. Upon activating vision, he saw that the mana particles within Evelyn had thinned to a point where they were almost invisible. This was the first time he had seen her mana drop to such an extent.
There shouldn't be any issues in the short term. It will take a few more times to completely clear all the mana.
Indeed, in vision, the chaotic mana particles seemed fewer than when Connors had just entered.
So, Mage class adult, is my sister okay now? Cleveland finally has a chance to speak, cautiously opening his mouth. It's not that simple.
I've only removed a little over half of the mana from her body. At least 4 or 5 more times will be needed to clear it out completely.
Also, right now I can't guarantee her safety.
She was rescued too late. Her body temperature has already dropped to a dangerously low level. I can only ensure that her body won't get any colder, but whether this little one can last until I recover enough to extract mana for her again depends on the will of the sea.
After a pause, Evelyn couldn't help but frown and scold. She's your sister. Are you insane? You're giving her tier 1 mana herb when her magic sense is blocked.
What Evelyn can do now is only to prevent the situation from getting worse, but faced with such extensive frostbite, she has no way out. If this little girl can't last until she extracts mana for her a second time, she will truly freeze to death.
Cleveland's mind was blank now. His sister's current state was truly caused by him. He was the one who led his sister to this point.
But my sister has been mysteriously cold since she was 13 years old.
A wandering mage class adult said she would be fine if she ate a mid-tier 1 mana herb. Cleveland muttered with his head down, in a daze. I see.
Your sister's magic body is quite exceptional. Even without the guidance of magic sense, she can autonomously absorb mana. Relying on the mana from a mid-tier 1 mana herb may really forcefully break through the blockage of magic sense. Evelyn showed a look of realization but soon furrowed her brows again.
Since a mage class has already said so, why would you still use a mid-tier 1 mana herb?
Even the top-tier tier 1 mana herb has a significant gap from the mid-tier 1 mana herb.
If it can't break the magic sense, this mana will only accumulate in the body.
Your sister is an ice element magic body, which continuously affects the rules of matter, lowering the temperature.
Who gurgle?
After Evelyn finished speaking, Cleveland suddenly raised his head, his face filled with shock, his mind completely occupied by Evelyn's words.
A tier 1 mana herb? Not a medium-grade tier 1 mana herb?
I spent 2 years of savings and 3 years' time to buy a mid-tier 1 mana herb. Looking at Cleveland, who looked shocked, Evelyn shook her head. There are probably many twists and turns involved, but it's too late to turn back, so first let us ensure this person's safety.
Then she said to Connors.
The chieftain needs to recover mana quickly and may need to use a significant amount of tier 1 mana herb. Although Connors had already given her this quarter's tier 1 mana herb, she felt a bit embarrassed about these tier 1 mana herb, as she had found the path to truth through the chieftain. Just mentioning these 2 items would likely draw countless mage class who want to come in. The remaining tier 1 mana herb in the tribe was originally yours, so there is no need for my permission.
Moreover, this time's loss counts as mine.
I will order a batch of tier 1 mana herb from the Hazevi Trading Company through letter, so you just focus on treating people. He didn't want the little girl in front of him to lose her life unnecessarily. Plus, now that he found a relic, Connors felt more confident. Of course, he also had some private thoughts.
He wanted to keep Cleveland in the Seaweed clan.
According to J, this guy's personal combat power might even be stronger than Uncle Mebut. He is an invaluable talent. After the incidents with those fake pirates, Connors urgently wanted to enhance the normal combat power of the tribe.
Gurgle.
Cleveland suddenly bent over, his tail fin slapping the seabed twice vigorously. This was the Hatam race's way of expressing their highest respect. He knew that regardless of the outcome, his life belonged to the Seaweed clan.
Chapter 50, Magic Lines.
The mage class has a unique organ called magic body, which can change the mage class's physique in a certain way, enabling the body to absorb mana and endow it with unique attributes.
However, just having the magic body is not enough. Unmanaged mana can even damage the body.
Additionally, it needs something called magic sense, which generates a unique line. Only possessing both a magic body and magic sense qualifies one as a true mage class. Based on current observations, the magic sensation lines generated will combine with the mana particles absorbed by the magic body to form a symbiotic entity, which we will temporarily call magic lines, and magic lines are the essence of magic. The mage class can cast spells in two ways. One is by directly influencing the rules of matter through magic lines, allowing for quick spellcasting, but this consumes a large amount of magic lines within the mage class, leading to a decrease in sustained combat power. The second method involves using magic lines to influence external mana particles to affect the rules of matter, which is akin to the leverage principle, small forces producing great effects, but controlling the magic lines requires extreme precision and focus, typically employing specific incantations to achieve this. After writing this, Connors put down his pen and placed the sheet of white fish skin in the bottom cabinet of the desk. Inside, there were already numerous pieces of fish skin filled with observations he had gathered about mana and magic since arriving here, organized according to Evelyn's statements. He felt he was gradually getting closer to the essence of this world.
Big brother chief. Lena knocked on the door from outside and swam in. Connors ruffled his hair, messing up his previously neat short hair, then softly said, "Is there something going on?"
"Sister Babul sent me to tell you that all the Tier 1 mana herbs have been planted." The little one shook his head, breaking free from Connors' grasp, and cheerfully said,
"Huh, is it already all planted?"
"This quarter's main focus is still on mana kelp 2-3.
Connors plans to plant nearly 300 plants of mana kelp this quarter.
Due to parasites over the last 3 years, the survival rate of Tier 1 mana herbs has decreased significantly, leading to mana in the resource node reaching a saturation point. Therefore, in the next 2 to 3 quarters, we can safely plant up to the maximum number and then gradually decrease the amount. As for the magic purple seaweed in the coral area, there are only a dozen seeds. I'll lead half and plant the rest, hoping to gather enough seeds within 3 quarters.
Connors stood up and was led by Lena to swim to the resource node.
The once lush Tier 1 mana herbs were now bare, small mounds scattered evenly across the entire resource node. The seeds of mana kelp were carefully mixed with specialized fertilizer and planted below, waiting to break ground. There are still many things to do afterward, and there is an additional task of regularly applying pesticide on top, but these actions are done with special care. Many residents have been planting mana kelp for over 10 or even 20 years, and they are intimately familiar with these Tier 1 mana herbs.
Any further words from Connors would undoubtedly be redundant.
At that moment, Bull was standing at the edge of the resource node, writing something in a book with a fishbone pen. Only when he saw Connors approaching did he hurriedly put it down.
The once hope-forsaken guildless has gradually grown, now combining cuteness with a hint of competence.
"Chief, all these Tier 1 mana herbs have been taken care of." Taking the white fish skin from Bull, which recorded detailed and complete information about the cultivation of Tier 1 mana herbs, Connors couldn't help but nod. Bull is getting better at this, but seeing her busily working, Connors wondered whether to hire a few more merfolk. "Perhaps we can set up a school in the Seaweed clan."
Any development relies on talent. Without education, there are no talents.
However, it's quite troublesome. There are only a few literate people in the Seaweed clan, including myself, Evelyn, Bull, Mebet, and Gel, all holding important positions and unable to spare time.
Should we spend a little money to hire people from other tribes to teach literacy?
This method could work. Once a group of people in the tribe can read, we could expand the scale, slowly reaching universal education. This is a long-term plan, and it will be difficult to see quick benefits, so it's best not to rush. Opening up the vision, small groups of mana particles quietly fell below the resource node. All these seeds were carefully selected. The mana is rich and also well grown from the previous generation. Continuing to filter, perhaps one day mana kelp will become a Tier 1 mana herb.
Then Connors had Lena take him on a tour of the tribe.
The coral area has been built, with a large number of guildless gathered there.
The seaweed area has seen the construction of a few new houses, but the overall layout hasn't changed much.
However, in terms of details, there is a clear feeling of flourishing change. The Tier 1 mana herbs have been planted, and many residents are repairing roofs or cooking fish meat. From now until the Tier 1 mana herb comes up in the next half month, there is basically nothing going on. In previous years, this time everyone was likely scrambling to catch fish, hoarding food for the future, or crafting some handmade items to exchange for money at next month's Kelp faction meeting. But this year, everyone can relax a bit after intense labor, take a few days off, or refurbish furniture or carefully prepare fish meat, filled with laughter and joy.
4 months.
Connors has been in this world for 4 months now, changing himself and many merfolk.
Originally planning to take a tour, it ended halfway.
Jill sent word that Evelyn has recovered and can treat Cleveland's sister, Jasmine, again. The two merfolk are now being arranged in a house being built for the Sea Violet Trading Company. By the time Connors hurried over, Evelyn had already arrived, and Cleveland was nervously standing aside, looking exhausted. He had spent the entire night rubbing his sister's body, trying to get her blood to flow smoothly. He was afraid to sleep, worried that if he fell asleep, he might wake up to find his sister no longer breathing. The little girl, wrapped in a seawool blanket, had a trickle of water flowing past her nose. Connors couldn't help but marvel again at how resilient the Hatam race was. Just yesterday he had felt her, and Jasmine's body temperature was well below freezing. Even with Cleveland constantly rubbing her to keep her warm with his own body heat, it still hovered around freezing. Yet, she had managed to stay alive through the night. While being a superior species contributed to her survival, Jasmine's determination was undoubtedly crucial. Just like yesterday, Evelyn placed her hand on Jasmine's forehead. In her vision, countless magic lines extended from Evelyn's body. After about 10 minutes of repeating yesterday's action, when Evelyn removed her hand from Jasmine's forehead, Connors opened his vision to find that a small portion of the mana particles within Jasmine's body had already diminished. This time, there were more magic lines left within Evelyn than last time, so she didn't experience any dizziness.
Mage class, how is my sister? Cleveland asked cautiously after Evelyn stood up.
The little girl is quite resilient. After extracting the mana this time, her body temperature will gradually rise.
She should be out of danger now.
Who? Cleveland suddenly spat out a mouthful of seawater, his body swaying from side to side, nearly toppling over.
2 days and 1 night.
His heart was in a constant state of tension. If it weren't for his iron will, akin to a bladefish's bone, he would have collapsed much earlier. But Evelyn's next words sent his heart racing again. The issue with the mana has been resolved, but her body has endured a prolonged period of low temperature, which may have caused some damage that magic alone cannot fix.
Mage class, what should we do about it?
Now that her life had been saved, he couldn't forgive himself if any lingering problem remained.
I'm not sure about that either. Health issues are beyond Evelyn's capabilities.
Well then, Chief Connors, you and Mage class have saved my sister's life. I have no way to repay you, but I humbly request that you allow my sister and me to join the Seaweed clan. I promise to pay you back for the rest of my life. Even if Cleveland didn't mention it, Connors would have brought it up himself. Of course, by suggesting it himself, it carried a hint of coercive gratitude, but Connors was no saint. Throughout last night, Evelyn had absorbed over 20 Tier 1 mana herbs. Looking ahead, there could possibly be another 40 or 50 Tier 1 mana herbs, amounting to nearly 100 gold coins. This was all on him, and this time he would likely have to borrow funds from the Sea Zinnia trade. He couldn't afford to be this generous.
All right.
After Connors left, Cleveland sat at Mana's side with his tail fin bent. Although he was utterly exhausted, he needed to stay awake until he confirmed his sister had woken up. As expected from what Mage class said, Cleveland could distinctly feel his sister's body gradually warming up, her complexion becoming rosy, and his heart felt warm too. As the seconds ticked away, nearly half a day later, Mana on the bed slightly trembled her eyelashes, opened her eyes, and her ice-colored pupils stared at Cleveland as she softly spoke.
Brother, I'm a bit cold.
Cleveland, tired and somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped to attention. Looking at his sister who had opened her eyes, he felt excitement surge through him, and his eyes instantly turned red. Even though Mage class had already mentioned it, seeing his sister awake in reality still made him struggle to contain his emotions.
Brother, what's wrong with you?
Jasmine still had no idea what had happened.
Jasmine, don't speak yet. Do you feel anything unusual?
Cleveland quickly asked.
Brother, what are you talking about? What could be unusual? Did you get knocked out by a knife fish or something?
Jasmine teased with a smile, trying to get up, but her body suddenly stiffened, and she spoke with some confusion.
Brother, I can't feel my tail fin. Chapter 51, The Girl's Heart.
Jasmine ultimately suffered severe aftereffects. The nerves below her waist were frozen and she could no longer swim. For the siblings, this was devastating news, and there was nothing anyone could do about it.
Connors speculated that this little girl might never be able to swim again.
Nerve problems are difficult to heal even in a technologically advanced Earth, and although magic is wondrous in the ocean world, the level of civilization is still far behind that of the 21st century Earth, where medical help still focuses mostly on external injuries. Not being able to swim is extremely cruel for a girl who was barely 13. After Cleveland recounted the entire story, Connors learned how it all unfolded. A Tier 1 mana herb was swapped out with a Tier 1 mana herb potion by merchants from the Little Kelp faction.
Connors could only sigh inwardly. Unscrupulous merchants cause harm to others, and it was a pity for Jasmine.
If she had truly acquired the Tier 1 mana herb, she might have become a real mage class by relying on a powerful mana to clear the blockage of magical sensing, but now, with this failure, her magical sensing has been further blocked by the mana, and becoming a mage class was virtually out of reach.
Well, having a layabout in the tribe is enough.
However, Cleveland certainly did not disappoint Connors. Connors tested that it would take 4 or 5 official fishing team members of the Seaweed clan in full condition to subdue him. This, however, isn't a life and death struggle otherwise, the number of mermaids involved might be even higher.
In terms of the battle strength of ordinary mermaids, Cleveland is undoubtedly at the peak. If equipped with magical fish clothing and magical weapons, this guy alone would be worth a small squad.
The tribe's overall military strength sees a significant boost, alleviating the urgent crisis somewhat. Just as he was about to find Evelyn to photocopy the magic circle at the ruins, Evelyn unexpectedly entered the room with Jasmine, who couldn't swim on her own, while Cleveland, the overprotective sister complex, remained outside.
What is going on? Evelyn looked at Jasmine, seemingly wanting her to explain herself.
Connors also turned his gaze towards Jasmine, his expression filled with questions.
The little girl hadn't actually spoken yet.
Jasmine, who had been glancing away at Connors's intense gaze, seemed to think of something and looked directly into Connors's eyes, her resolve evident.
"Chief, I want to break through the magic barrier." Break through the magic barrier? Connors was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the little one basically couldn't become a mage class?
He immediately turned his gaze to Evelyn. She should know something.
"Chief, Jasmine's magic barrier is blocked."
Based on the situation, using a mid-tier 1 mana herb to break the magic barrier at the start is quite dangerous. I don't know what the mage class was thinking when they said that, but now, using a tier 1 mana herb, the blockage of the magic barrier is even more severe. However, it's not impossible. As long as there is something stronger than a mid-tier 1 mana herb, it might be possible. The only thing stronger than a mid-tier 1 mana herb is a large tier 1 mana herb. The only large tier 1 mana herb in the Whale Syndicate S area is the Whale Beard, costing 300 gold coins each. One plant is equivalent to half a season's harvest of the Seaweed clan.
A large tier 1 mana herb? What if it fails? Connors frowned. If a tier 1 mana herb could kill a person due to a slight miscalculation, what could be said about a large tier 1 mana herb? Just the mana alone is 100 times that of a tier 1 mana herb. It would probably freeze her to death in an instant. The mage class will help me,
Jasmine said softly, and Connors's gaze turned to Evelyn, who shook her head and spoke. I can at most help her organize things after she takes the tier 1 mana herb, but even I must be very cautious with the large tier 1 mana herb. If it weren't for Jasmine's excellent magical physique, having experienced a higher tolerance once, she would probably have no chance at all.
Now, there is at most only a 10% chance of success. After thinking for a moment, Evelyn added, if it fails, there's no doubt she'll die. Connors frowned at Jasmine. A 10% chance of success is tantamount to a death sentence.
This girl is only 13 years old. She hasn't even lived 1/10 of her lifetime.
This is simply madness. Connors flatly refused. I can't swim anymore, Jasmine said softly, causing everyone to gasp. This is a barrier they can't get around. Connors's brow creased even tighter.
The tail fin is one of the most important organs of the Hatam race, its significance surpassing even humans' regard for their legs.
Moreover, this isn't land. If mermaids can't move their tail fins, it's almost like being dead, and how can ordinary mermaids afford magical equipment? However, after becoming a mage class, movement isn't limited to just the tail fin.
There are countless magical methods for increasing speed, and one can still succeed without a tail fin. Similarly, the mage class is highly respected. Even being disabled does not affect the prestige of a mage class. Jasmine is gambling her life as her stake, while the future is the dealer's money. And the future is worth risking lives for. Has Cleveland agreed? In the end, Connors relented. He could borrow 300 gold coins from the Zhui Trading Company. With 2 Tier 1 mana herbs, the Zhui Trading Company would lend to him. Plus, he has a ruin in hand. He feels quite confident. This is also a gamble for him, a repayable debt exchanged for a mage class. I doubt any fool would refuse. Hearing Connors' words, Cleveland, who was swimming outside, halted abruptly and turned back with some difficulty. He really didn't want his sister to take on this deadly risk. It was hard enough to have her back after nearly losing her, and he only knows how to cherish what has been lost. He opened his mouth, but the word no didn't come out. He managed to nod his head, and the man's eyes were already reddened. All right, I'll write to the Zhui Trading Company to see if I can buy a magic whale's beard. Just take good care of your injuries these days, and if at any time you don't want to continue, just let me know. No matter what the reason is, I will respect your choice. Looking at the little guy, Connors said seriously. Molly had completely lost sensation in her waist, so she could only express her respect with her hands, her blue eyes shimmering like pure, cold ice. Even the scorching sun can't break me. After that, Evelyn left the stone house with Molly. Connors sat at his desk, pulled out a sheet of white fish skin, and considering the expenses from Evelyn's previous treatment, he needed to borrow 400 gold coins at once. If this was the previous seaweed clan, it would be unimaginable. The previous chief had worked hard for 30 years and barely left behind a luminous pearl and 50 gold coins. Of course, there were also the continuous expenses of the Tier 1 mana herb suffering over 3 years, but even adding that up wouldn't exceed 300 gold coins, which meant saving 10 gold coins a year. It was simply terrifyingly poor for a chief of a tribe. Picking up the fishbone pen, Connors began to write. Dear Lord Thomas. As for the matter of going and making imprints of the magic array, it had to be postponed until this issue was resolved. Evelyn would have no time until then. The residents knew little about Molly, just that a pair of siblings had recently joined the Seaweed clan, and the brother was particularly impressive. A mermaid could take on 4 or 5 members of the fishing team, and many residents went to watch the excitement, greatly amazed. After finishing cleaning today's crabfish, Ame also slipped to the square to watch the competition, seeing Cleveland single-handedly take on 4 members of the fishing team with stars in her eyes. The huge scar on his tail made her heart race even more. There is probably no one tougher than this in the Kelp faction. After the competition, the result was a victory for Cleveland. Incredible! Ame shouted excitedly, clapping her hands continuously, immediately drawing many eyes towards her. Even Cleveland was captivated. Ame's face flushed suddenly, not knowing why she felt shy, especially when Cleveland looked at her. She felt like her heart was about to jump out. Are you sick? Ame peeked at Cleveland slyly before swimming away. She swam to the tailoring house where Jonah was, and it was lunchtime. She knew Jonah usually divided her lunch break. Ame, you're here. Jonah didn't lift her head. Only another maid like Ame would come looking for her at this time. Jonah, did you know? The fishing team and the tribe got a new guy who was amazing. The 4 members of the fishing team can't compete with him. He has a giant scar on his tail, and his eyes are exceptionally bright. That's so cool. Ame said quickly in an excited tone, continuing to sketch the scar with her hand. From here to here, it's that long. The image of a tall man, over 2 meters tall with a scar running through the entire tail, appeared immediately in Jonah's mind, and she couldn't help but shiver. It was terrifying. So handsome. He is the strongest mermaid I've ever seen. For some unknown reason, Ame's face flushed again. Little girl, are you falling in love? Looking at Ame's rosy cheeks, Jonah teased. Where? Ame panically denied it as if her tail had been hit, and seeing Ame so shy for the first time, Jonah found it very interesting and playfully retorted. Really not? Ame shook her head vigorously, then reacted and glared. All right, Jonah, how dare you laugh at me? She pounced playfully, and the empty tailoring house was filled with the sound of the girls' laughter like silver bells. It wasn't until several minutes later that the two girls finally stopped, panting.
Jonah, you're already 27, you know? My mother was this age when she gave birth to me. Do you have someone you like? Ame looked at Jonah lying beside her.
The two of them had been sold to be maids when they were about 11 or 12, had endured hardships together and received lashes after which they supported each other to come this far. Their bond was stronger than that of sisters.
So you're saying you like the new guy? Jonah asked back.
Yes,
but he's so amazing. Who knows how many mermaids he likes? He might not even notice me.
Until now, Ame was willing to admit it straightforwardly, but she was also a bit worried about whether he would notice her. A girl's heart was filled with both joy and worry.
I've told you everything, little girl. Who do you like?
I've seen you daydreaming by yourself several times. You must be lovesick.
Hearing Ame's words, a pale-faced boy appeared in Jonah's mind. Apart from Ame, he was the first mermaid that she truly liked.
She leaned closer to Ame's ear and whispered a few words.
Ame's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jonah.
The blush on the girl's face was like pink coral, incredibly beautiful.
Chapter 52, The Invasion of the Bugs.
What Connors didn't expect was that the magical leech parasite he placed in the Kelp faction had erupted ahead of time. It's unclear whether the mid-tier 1 mana herb's high concentration of mana has stimulated the mana leeches or if there are other reasons, but their reproduction has far exceeded Connors' expectations. During the harvest, it wasn't apparent due to the short time, but after harvesting the tier 1 mana herb, the Kelp faction typically gathers all of them together and then has the mage class with the strongest magical sensitivity in the tribe sort through them. For tier 1 mana herb, the differences aren't significant due to the small base size, but at the mid-tier 1 mana herb level, the massive mana base can lead to slight variations, making them comparable to even a tier 1 mana herb. Thus, the Kelp faction sends out the mage class with the most sensitive magical awareness to divide these tier 1 mana herbs into 3 parts. The top tier goes to their own people, the second tier still decent goes to the whale syndicate, and the lowest tier is sold to others who that might be as hard to say. However, that mage class was held up for a bit, so the 400 or 500 tier 1 mana herbs pile up together. The rich mana is an incredibly fertile ground for abyssal mobs. They began to proliferate wildly. These leeches reproduce in a manner similar to microorganisms, with their numbers increasing geometrically until they reach their survival limit. In summary, when Oski arrived at the storage warehouse for the mana kelp, he frowned slightly. It felt like an odd illusion, but he sensed that the concentration of mana in this quarter's tier 1 mana herb seemed lower than it had been before. Those damn guildless must not have taken good care of the mana kelp this quarter. Let's discipline a couple of them to wake them up later. Muttering to himself, Oski stood in front of the neatly arranged rows and closed his eyes. If Connors were here, he would see countless mana lines extending from Oski's body, slowly sweeping across these tier 1 mana herbs. As a mid-tier 1 mana herb, its mana content is 10 times that of mana kelp. Even though the mana leeches are frantically reproducing, it won't be noticeable in just a day, which is why Oski didn't detect anything unusual. Rubbing his temples, this task wasn't comfortable. Other mage class members had to place their hands on the tier 1 mana herbs to sense them slowly, and sometimes they even had to taste a bit to be sure. When Thomas was identifying the mana seaweed, he had to taste a bit to make a determination. Using this method, it might take several days to sort through over 400 plants, and sampling each one definitely wouldn't be allowed. The whale syndicate has a time constraint, so they could only rely on Oski. His magical sensitivity is extremely sharp. Just lightly sweeping across these tier 1 mana herbs allows him to discern their quality. What a hassle! The relic we obtained 2 months ago might contain records from the magical era related to the great mage class, and it's almost been cracked perfect timing for this to happen. Oski grumbled to himself while distinguishing the herbs. As everyone knows, finding the path to truth is key to advancing to the great mage class, but how to find it is tightly held by the large tribes, preventing others from intervening. For those outside the major tribes, the only way to find the path to truth is to refine their own understanding during the truth battles, but which mage class dares to try that? Evelyn almost fell into despair back then, although she had merely gone astray after finding the right direction. Correcting her path doesn't completely negate it, and the dangers involved are easy to imagine. However, joining any major tribe requires at least 20 years of free labor to even gain a chance to find the path to truth, and success is not guaranteed. Out of 10 mage class individuals, if one finds the path to truth, it would be considered a success, but if unsuccessful, 20 years would be squandered.
Finally, amidst various thoughts and grievances, Oski finished all his tasks.
Ellen, organize and categorize these tier 1 mana herbs properly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young girl swam in. Despite being only 13 or 14, her little face was tightly drawn, wearing a very serious expression.
Yes, master.
Carefully, Ellen signaled a group of people to take out wooden boxes and pack the piled-up tier 1 mana herbs separately, then store them in a special warehouse guarded by the most elite fishermen.
Ellen, did you complete the task I set for you last time? Looking at Ellen's capable demeanor, Oski felt a sense of comfort.
Ever since he accidentally discovered that this girl had innate talent in the mage class, he casually mentioned it to her parents, who immediately pleaded for him to teach her magic. A meditation method he no longer wanted not only exchanged for 10 tier 1 mana herbs but also brought him 3 additional tier 1 mana herbs along with a free laborer.
It is known that many tasks can only be performed by the mage class, which is simply a fantastic deal.
Almost done, master. The little one replied earnestly, adorably serious.
After giving a few instructions, Oski swam away gently, shaking his tail fin.
In the Kelp faction, everyone parted respectfully upon seeing him, saluting. This is what being in the mage class is like, absolutely a superior level of merman.
Oski enjoyed this feeling.
Even though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the relics of the path to truth, he still swam slowly. It would be quite embarrassing for the mage class to act in haste. However, on the third day, Oski had lost his dignified demeanor as Gustar and Simplin, also part of the Kelp faction's mage class, came knocking.
Oski, did you make a mistake with the tier 1 mana herbs this time?
The mana in this batch of magical seaweed isn't as good as the last one.
As the mage class member with the most experience, Gustar spoke first.
It wasn't an accusation but a question, wondering if Oski had mixed up the best batch with what was meant to be submitted to the whale syndicate. The 3 tiers of magical seaweed are a common understanding between the mage class and the upper echelons. There hasn't usually been a mistake, but this time the highest batch left was almost equivalent to the second batch, so naturally, they suspected that Oski had gotten it wrong.
It's impossible.
I'll go take a look. Oski initially wanted to outright deny it, insisting he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, but reflecting back on that day when he was sorting the tier 1 mana herbs, his mind was filled with relic-related thoughts.
Maybe he really did make a mistake?
Soon, he arrived at the warehouse, opened the container with the tier 1 mana herbs inside, and frowned tightly.
Indeed, the mana concentration seemed a bit low. Had he really made a mistake? What about the remaining batch of the lowest quality? Another warehouse was already empty.
Many of the things in the mage class required intermediate magic to accomplish, making intermediate tier 1 mana herbs scarce. Many were already reserved by mermen before they had even matured, so they were sold out early.
It's likely Elian. She packed them after I sorted them, so it's my fault too. The little girl is still young, she could easily make a mistake.
There's no way he would admit to being at fault. In this lifetime, it's impossible for him to be wrong, especially as this is linked to his personal interests. The Kelp faction doesn't lack mage class members, and tribes owning intermediate tier 1 mana herbs will continuously attract mage class members, unlike small tribes that treat mage class members as treasures.
Thus, if there's a mistake, there will be punishment.
Although it's not severe, a deduction of 1 month's salary is manageable. He's currently at a critical moment. Losing tier 1 mana herbs would be quite painful. Moreover, shifting the blame to a disciple is a common occurrence. He originally rose to where he is in this manner.
Report it to the chief. After all, it's just for 1 quarter. Be more careful next time.
As for the underlying cause, whether it was Elian's mistake, they wouldn't dwell on that.
No one would be foolish enough to offend a formal mage class member over a magical apprentice.
Meanwhile, Elian, who was diligently studying the topics left by Oski in the magical castle, remained unaware that her salary for the next quarter had vanished inexplicably. She needs to pass her apprenticeship quickly. Her family has fallen deep into debt because of her, but only by becoming a formal mage class member and mastering triple magical skills can she earn gold coins. The 3 mage class members left the warehouse, completely oblivious to the invisible bugs multiplying beneath the Tier 1 mana herbs. Time flew by, and 5 or 6 days passed. The Sea Violet trading group returned to the Seaweed clan for the second time. Connors turned all his gemstones into gold coins, totaling nearly 200. Besides normal trade, there was also a large batch of Tier 1 mana herbs, all of which were borrowed by Connors. 40 Tier 1 mana herbs valued at 100 gold coins, with magical whale bristles costing 300 gold coins. Tier 1 mana herbs are all varieties that Connors has seen before he took a cursory glance and found nothing wrong. Robble pulled out a coral wood box from the bottom of the seahorse cart, opening it to reveal a delicate wooden box made of sea iron tree. Connors was well aware of the hardness of the sea iron wood, and just this box alone was probably worth a considerable amount of money. In the lower right corner of the box, there was a vividly carved whale syndicate, which is the symbol of the whale syndicate, something that outsiders cannot replicate. Inside the box lay a gray plant about the length of an arm, looking ordinary at first glance. However, Connors instinctively squinted. The arm-length, thumb-sized Tier 1 mana herb was filled with pale blue mana particles, their concentration resembling that of a solid. This is the freshly harvested magic whale mustache from this season, no fakes here. Connors nodded. If this isn't a major Tier 1 mana herb, then nothing could truly be called a major Tier 1 mana herb. Robble, how much are these in total? A total of 412 gold coins, rounded down to 400 gold coins. Starting from next quarter, there will be an increase of 50 gold coins each quarter. Connors nodded. This profit is already considered low in the ocean, but he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. If Jasmine fails, that money will be wasted. Even if Cliff can, he won't be able to repay this amount in a lifetime. The caravan left the tribe after just 2 days. Robble also brought a lot of good things and planned to visit the chiefs of other smaller tribes. Last month's trade numbers from the Seaweed clan must have reached those chiefs' ears. Prices have dropped threefold, and the quality literally crushes them. There's no way they won't be tempted. Trading? Take it slow, he's got great patience. Chapter 53, Ice Magic. In the following days, the other 2 caravans gradually left. The Seaweed clan returned to their usual peace, fishing for fish and planting for plants. The new generation of fishermen are being trained by the older members not far from the tribe. The young men, looking spirited, waving their harpoons, dream of the day when they can catch an adult swordfish by themselves and become official fishermen. Cliff leaned against a coral rock, staring blankly at the scene before him, his mind filled with thoughts of his sister. He was suffering during this time. He couldn't refuse his sister's request and had to agree to let her break through the magical sense. Not being able to swim was almost worse than death for the Hatam race. He once thought he would never swim again after being attacked by a magical swordfish, and he repeatedly contemplated suicide. But he really didn't want his sister to take such a huge risk. He would rather take care of her for a lifetime. However, she was unwilling. She didn't want to rely on him just to move. Evelyn, the mage class, said Jasmine's body still needs continuous adjustment to withstand the outburst of a major Tier 1 mana herb. It's unclear exactly when, and waiting is incredibly torturous. He felt like he was living through a year for each day. Jasmine will be fine, she will be fine, she will definitely become a great mage class. Cliff kept hypnotizing himself until Jared swam over and said Jasmine was already ready. He perked up and was about to swim over when Jared grabbed him. The mage class said at this time little Jasmine has to keep her spirits steady once it starts, there's no turning back. If you go over, it will prevent her from calming down. Jared repeated Evelyn's words, and Cliff, in a daze, leaned back against the coral rock again. I never gave Jasmine good days as she grew up. This time I caused her to suffer like this. Suddenly, Cliff burst into tears. He believed that the main responsibility for this incident lay with him. If he had not been deceived, his sister would not be in this situation, and now she was in a life and death crisis, and he couldn't even bear to watch. Why am I so stupid? The sea god will protect little Jasmine. Jared couldn't find any comforting words, he could only pray for little Jasmine. Meanwhile, in Connors's bedroom, 3 large figures and 1 small one were there. This was the safest place in the Seaweed clan, where Jasmine would undergo the most important transformation of her life. Either she would die, or she would turn into a butterfly. Jasmine, have you thought it over? Once you swallow the Tier 1 mana herb, there rests no turning back. Evelyn said quietly. I've thought it through, and I 1T regret it. Alright then, quickly eat the Tier 1 mana herb and lie back on the bed. I will help you sort it out at the beginning, but even I will find it hard to control the rage of a major Tier 1 mana herb. What happens after that will depend on you. Make sure not to faint. After breaking through the magical sense, use the meditation method I taught you to quickly expel the mana. The amount you can expel before you faint will determine your chance of survival, understand? Despite having repeated it countless times, Evelyn still reiterated. Understood, mage class. The young girl replied obediently and took a deep breath of seawater to suppress the tension in her heart. If you can successfully break through the magical sense, I will take you as my apprentice. After thinking for a moment, Evelyn spoke. She quite liked this child, resilient and unyielding. Mage class, I will definitely become your disciple. Receiving the mana kelp, Jasmine took a bite after bite and then lay on the bed. Connors opened his vision and could clearly see the Tier 1 mana herb rapidly dissolving in Jasmine's stomach. Her magic body began to absorb this mana, and the amount of mana in the major Tier 1 mana herb was incredibly vast. It's starting. In the vision, countless Jasmine particles are madly surging, without the need for a magical thread, relying solely on the ice attribute of the magical body to alter the material properties around Jasmine. The temperature near her body begins to drop. In the mana realm, thermodynamics no longer applies. Evelyn's expression suddenly changed. Jasmine's magical body is incredibly powerful, and the rate at which it absorbs mana exceeded her expectations. She quickly placed her hand on Jasmine's forehead and felt a coldness, but Jasmine paid no mind to that and instead released her magical thread, this time not drawing mana particles out of her body but arranging them, directing them towards a joint at the back of Jasmine's neck similar to a spine, where the magical perception is located. Unlike the magical body, the magical perception is similar to mana, existing outside the material realm but dependent on it, where magical threads are born and controlled by the mage class. In the vision, this spine is almost covered with green mana particles left over from the last time she consumed magical seaweed, already sticking to the magical perception and cannot be separated. It can only be broken through with brute force. Countless mana particles surged along Evelyn's magical thread to that place, but the sheer number was too great. Evelyn's magical thread here was like a tiny boat, constantly breaking. With each break, Evelyn would draw out another from her body to ensure the total number remained unchanged, but the concentration of mana within her was decreasing. At this moment, little Jasmine was trembling all over, her teeth chattering, her eyes wide open full of pain. She had to remain fully conscious, as only she could control the magical perception. The little girl remained silent, battling with all her might. The Tier 1 mana herb in her stomach was still digesting, and the colossal mana particles from the magical whale's whiskers were rushing into her little body of just over 1 meter like a fierce wind, causing Evelyn's magical thread to be violently disconnected the moment it entered Jasmine's body. Connors rushed forward, bending Jasmine's body repeatedly so that her blood wouldn't freeze. Colin, who was nearby, continuously waved a huge board to remove the already cold seawater around Jasmine to alleviate the cooling. Time passed second by second, and Connors could clearly see that the outer layer of mana particles around the magical perception had been broken through. However, the mana particles drawn by Evelyn were still crashing in, just like water colliding with a template and being deflected. Passive skill, Poseidon's I can't see this membrane, but it indeed exists. Suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his head, Connors instinctively withdrew from the vision. At this moment, at the back of Jasmine's neck, where the magical perception is located, a thick layer of ice had already formed. Rubbing and changing the seawater had little effect. Jasmine was cold from the inside out, and the flow of blood had begun to feel slightly blocked. If a blood clot formed, even Poseidon couldn't help. Jasmine, open your eyes. Connors shouted loudly, putting aside everything else and giving her a hard slap. After breaking through the magical perception, Jasmine still had to control the mana herself. She couldn't be unconscious. The little girl, jolted awake, barely opened her eyes, her gaze dazed but knowing what she had to do, biting her lips until they bled in an attempt to make herself more alert. Come on, either rise to greatness or face utter doom.
The little girl was screaming wildly in her heart. I will overcome. Finally, when Evelyn's complexion had turned pale with no blood color left, she spoke. Jasmine, meditate, try your best to expel the mana within. Jasmine suddenly closed her eyes and began to meditate. A peculiar feeling radiated from her spine at the back of her neck, as if strange things were burrowing out from within. This signaled that the clogged magical perception had broken through. If she survived, she would be a true mage class. But the most challenging part was just beginning. Ignoring his headache, Connors directly activated the vision. He saw a vortex formed by mana particles at the location of the magical perception. As Jasmine meditated, threads began to emerge from within the magical perception through the vortex, as if invisible hands were squeezing the mana particles into these threads, creating a complete magical thread. This was Connors' first time witnessing the entire process of magic being born, and the marvel of magic continually refreshed his understanding. Now it depends on Jasmine herself. Gently shaking her arms to brush off the icy shards spreading above, Evelyn slowly said while watching Jasmine, who had her eyes closed. Now Jasmine had generated the magical thread. Once her own magical thread entered, both sides would become inseparable. Mutually extinguishing further assistance would only make things worse. The more mana she can expel, the greater the hope. Everything depends on Jasmine's own will now. Without Evelyn's guidance, the mana became chaotic again, and a violent chill erupted. Connors had to speed up his rubbing action. His hands were extremely sore. He called for Bull to join them, setting aside his own interests. He truly didn't want this resilient little girl to get into trouble. After a full half an hour, little Jasmine's body felt as cold as ice. Connors really didn't know if the Hattan race's physical constitution could withstand this. After all, they weren't earthlings, and he had no idea of the mermaid's limits. Okay, the little one's danger period has passed. Finally, Avery released a sigh of relief and cheerfully exclaimed while blowing a series of bubbles, "A Finn is sitting on a chair, and this time, she is quite exhausted." Connors opened his perspective, and indeed, most of the mana within Jasmine had already disappeared, with a large portion having merged with the magic line, belonging to Jasmine's own mana. The last small part was still in a scattered state, but it was no longer significant. Jasmine was still conscious. After Avery finished speaking, the little one relaxed her body, no longer resisting the continuous drowsiness, and completely slipped into a deep coma. With a smirk, she knew she had won this gamble. Though she felt as if she had lost hearing in one ear, it was nothing serious after all. She wasn't completely deaf. Such a cost was worth paying. Ice Mage Class. Chapter 54, The Arrival. Connors sat alone in the study, in a chair, holding a book bound in gray fish leather, gently flipping through its pages while biting into a fruit that grew from the ocean floor. If he wasn't busy, he liked to spend the afternoons in the study reading alone. It felt great. After turning the last page, Connors closed the book, resting his hands behind his head and shutting his eyes, entering the listening realm. The originally quiet space was suddenly filled with a cacophony of sounds: his own breathing, the sound of Burst-tail Finn swishing downstairs, distant conversations from the residents, and the sounds of Avery teaching little Jasmine magic. Even further away, he could hear Lena pestering Joanna to embroider a begonia flower on her chest. Beyond that, the sounds became indistinguishable. Faintly, he could also hear a melody from the direction of the Abyss Zone Ridge, blocking out other noises, leaving only this soft tune in his ears. Every time he entered the listening realm, he could always hear this song: no lyrics, just a soft hum, pure yet captivating. What could it be that is singing? Legends say that there are sirens in the ocean. They use their songs to lure mermaids closer, then use their beautiful appearances to confuse them before crushing their necks with sharp teeth. Some say that sirens catch a singing worm from deep-sea trenches and use its voice to attract mermaids, revealing their fierce side afterward. In any case, the legends about sirens are all brutal. Those lured in never have good outcomes. However, no mermaid can confirm whether sirens actually exist. Could it really be a siren? A life form that has yet to be discovered? Connors shook his head. The song felt illusory, and finding the source would not be easy. Moreover, if it really was that terrifying siren, wouldn't he be walking to his doom? After listening for 2 or 3 minutes, Connors exited the listening realm but did not open his eyes. Instead, he leaned back in his chair for a brief rest. He should be able to finish teaching Jasmine about magic knowledge the day after tomorrow,
and he and Avery would visit the Peach Blossom ruins again. Avery wanted to take a rubbings of the stone wall, while he aimed to search the ruins thoroughly. Developing the ruins was inherently a massive project, and they couldn't let anyone else know, or else it would no longer belong to the Seaweed clan. They would proceed cautiously. What Connors didn't know was that the Kelp faction was currently in complete chaos. What's going on? Latuma, the chief of the Kelp faction, roared in the hall, shaking a tier 1 mana herb in his hand. In front of him lay a box containing a light blue seed coated in resource node material, clearly just unearthed. Latuma was only 62 years old this year, prime age for a Hatam race individual, muscles bulging. He was extraordinarily strong. He was the one who established the trading system, monopolizing all trade from surrounding small tribes by force. This system had allowed the Kelp faction to amass gold coins, enabling them to support not only 5 mage classes but now 7. Of course, they could support 8 mage classes, but his son was also a mage class, so resources had to be top-notch. However, for a tribe, nothing was more important than the tier 1 mana herb. No other item could compare to the magical seaweed, which was the lifeblood of the Kelp faction. But now, their lifeblood was in trouble. A large group of officials stood in the hall, one of whom, a middle-aged man dressed in emerald silk, couldn't help but tremble. Chagite was the Kelp faction's tier 1 mana herb officer, overseeing all matters related to tier 1 mana herbs. Naturally, there was more than one tier 1 mana herb officer, but he was responsible for the magical seaweed. Now, not only had the harvested tier 1 mana herbs encountered problems, but the seeds for tier 1 mana herbs were also problematic. Could there be issues with the upcoming new season of tier 1 mana herbs? This could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chagite, do you have something to say? Latuma said darkly. Chief, I don't know, I truly don't know. Chagite bent down dramatically, tail fin touching the ground, and wept as he said, It's true that I secretly took some money intended for fertilizer, but I've always managed like this before. How could anything happen this time? I don't know what use I have for you. With a resounding thud, Latuma slammed the tier 1 mana herb right onto Chagite's face. The latter didn't dare to dodge, and a red mark appeared on his face. What's going on? Does anyone else know, especially you esteemed mage class members? Latuma turned his gaze to the mage class members, his tone slightly more respectful. They were the ones most familiar with the issue concerning the tier 1 mana herb. Chief, at first it was just a slight mana discrepancy. We thought Oski's apprentice mistakenly sent high-grade herbs as mid-grade to the whale syndicate, so we didn't pay much attention to it. However, the amount of mana in the tier 1 mana herb has been decreasing, and now it's only at the originally lowest quality. At this rate, it won't be long before it turns into just a tier 1 mana herb. The most critical issue is that the seeds of the kelp can also clearly sense the decrease in mana. Although it's not much, it will affect the growth of the next quarter's tier 1 mana herb. Given this situation, I spent a whole night the night before last reading about tier 1 mana herb, but I didn't find any records of such a situation. However, I found in one mage class's notes that this mage class was once asked to treat a sick tier 1 mana herb, and encountered the same situation. Gusta spoke up, pulling out a booklet bound in white fish skin from his pocket. Opening a page, it clearly stated that this mage class was once commissioned by a small tribe to resolve their tier 1 mana herb's illness, and the situation he recorded was almost identical to what the Kelp faction is experiencing now. However, he was unable to solve the problem. Who is this mage class, and what is the name of that tribe? Anshi's contract with the Kelp faction has expired. She went to the Whale Syndicate a year ago, planning to work for 20 years to obtain the method for the path to truth. As for that tribe, it's called the Seaweed Clan. Upon hearing the name Seaweed Clan, everyone in the hall fell silent. Since Latuma took over the Kelp faction, no nearby small tribes dared to resist his rule. Yet, the chieftain of the Seaweed Clan, a guy only 16 this year, has managed to free this little tribe, almost forgotten by everyone, from the control of the Kelp faction, ending Latuma's reign. In these 4 months, the rise of the Seaweed Clan has been unbelievable, solving the tier 1 mana herb issue, defeating 10-meter-tall abyssal mobs, finding a second tier 1 mana herb, recruiting the guildless, establishing mage class, exiting the seaweed small tribe group, and creating their own trade while defeating invading pirates. One thing after another without a pause, all in the hands of a merman barely 10 years away from adulthood. However, most of these actions have severely infringed the interests of the Kelp faction. First of all, the Tier 1 mana herb was found within the territory of the Kelp faction, so they naturally believed it should belong to them. But according to Whale Syndicate rules, whoever finds the Tier 1 mana herb owns it, and they will also delineate a territory, making the Kelp faction feel as if they had their money stolen along with a piece of meat being cut. Who would feel happy about that? The subsequent exit from the seaweed small tribe group to establish their own trade undoubtedly delivered a hard slap to the Kelp faction. Recently, just stabilizing other small tribes has required a lot of effort, and given plenty of benefits to their chieftains, it felt like blood was flowing from their hearts. As for the pirates in the end, Kelp faction officials who knew the inside story felt even more pain. Magical fish clothing, each worth 50 or 60 gold coins, was wasted all at once. Some officials wondered if the Seaweed clan was a natural counter to the Kelp faction, as each time the Seaweed clan thrived, the Kelp faction suffered. Now they had even touched upon their lifeline. Whatever was good for them was bad for the Kelp faction. Humph. Lituma snorted coldly. A kid who hasn't even fully grown his scales dares to go against me. After a pause, it seemed he realized now was not the time to lose his temper. Has the Tier 1 mana herb issue with the Seaweed clan been resolved? Handling the major issues was crucial. Lituma spoke up, stating that he didn't pay much attention but figured it must have been resolved. He was curious about how the other side dealt with it. It's a special ointment. The Seaweed clan can apply this ointment while planting Tier 1 mana herbs to address the situation. Gustav had obviously prepared thoroughly. He had someone investigate in advance. The matter of Tier 1 mana herbs was not only in the interest of the Kelp faction but also crucial for all their mage classes, so it required careful handling. Did you get the ointment? Gustav awkwardly began to speak. The ointment has always been in the possession of Chief Connors of the Seaweed tribe. Each time it can only be obtained after it's used up, and it cannot be taken out of the resource node. As you know, it's quite difficult to access other tribes' resource nodes. Where did Connors get it from, anyway? I'm not really sure about that. In just 2 short days, no matter how diligent Gustav was, it was impossible for him to know everything. After listening to Gustav's report, Lituma fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. I want that formula, or enough ointment. Who's going to handle this? Without a doubt, no one enjoyed dealing with matters like this. If the Seaweed clan were still part of the smaller Kelp tribes and lacked mage classes, it would have been an easy task. They could have intimidated them into handing it over. But now, the other side had their own military and was not a subordinate of the central region. Besides, considering the conflict that had already arisen between them, it would only be looking for trouble. Father, let me go. I haven't seen Connors in a long time. I really miss him. Liko's soft voice emerged from the corner, marking his first contribution to the meeting. Others, especially a few of the mages, looked at him with a mix of distaste and deep concern. The dark mage class wasn't exactly well liked, especially since Liko was a freak, and no mage class from the Kelp faction would work with him. That's fine too. Lituma felt quite at ease about his eldest son. By the way, father, the disease affecting Tier 1 mana herbs can't have just appeared out of nowhere. We should investigate properly. Lituma nodded. I certainly know that. I had someone investigate as soon as I learned of this matter. Then, father, I'll be on my way. Liko swam out of the hall with a smile, filled with anticipation for this trip. It's been so long since I last saw Connors. I wonder what that enticing fruit looks like now. Chapter 55, Unexpected Situation. Chief, is there really this much? Little Jasmine's voice trembled as she looked at the white fish skin in her hand, her face full of disbelief. Their parents, before becoming guildless, had a decent status, so both siblings could read. Of course. This time, your expenses just for Tier 1 mana herbs alone total 400 gold coins, and it's all on loan. Every quarter it increases by 50 gold coins. Surely, I am not expected to help you cover this, right? 400 gold coins, increasing by 50 every quarter. Her brother had only saved 10 gold coins over 2 years.
Now, that meant an increase of 100 gold coins a year. She was still a magic apprentice and needed a lot of tier 1 mana herbs to invest. Her math wasn't bad, and she began to feel dizzy. How much money is this? Most of what she had spent before was copper scales, and she rarely had silver scales. I. Jasmine opened her mouth, uncertain about what to do. Are you planning to default on the loan? Connors raised an eyebrow, appearing quite fierce. No, not at all. The little girl waved her hands quickly but was at a loss for words. All right, Chief, don't scare little Jasmine, she's only 13. Finally, it was Evelyn from the side who interrupted Connor's prank, rolling her eyes. With her charming demeanor, Connors finally stopped his antics. It was certain that the money had to be recouped from the siblings, but they couldn't be left to repay it all otherwise. The interest of 100 gold coins each year would mean the siblings were effectively working for the Sea Violet Trading Company for free. This is a contract. I will help you front the gold coins. Once you learn your first spell, I will pay you 6 gold coins a month for your salary every week. Your brother, as a regular member of the fishing team, typically earns 1 gold coin a month, and if his performance is outstanding, it could also rise. Connors pulled out a piece of white fish skin, covered in various clauses. Being a mage class was naturally regarded as a top-tier position that required serious consideration. Jasmine was good at math and quickly calculated that within about 7 or 8 years, they could repay all the debts, and that was even assuring their basic living conditions. At first, I only sold myself for 5 gold coins for 3 years. The difference is hard to ignore. Given such favorable conditions, he naturally couldn't refuse. In fact, Connors was trying to find ways to keep the brother and sister at the Seaweed clan. One was a powerful warrior, and the other a newly born mage class. Both siblings had decent characters, making them excellent choices. After explaining the various clauses in the contract, although the little girl was young, she was quite mature and quickly understood everything written on the full sheet of white fish paper. Joyfully, she wrote her name on it, while Cleveland had already signed it when he was treating Jasmine. Who? Gurgle. After spitting out a mouthful of seawater, this matter could be considered as concluded. Chief, His Highness Liko has come down. Colin whispered outside the house. Connors, who was packing his bags inside the house to head back to the ruins, furrowed his brow at once. He certainly did not want to face this prince from the Kelp faction at this moment. Nobody likes to see a lunatic, especially when that lunatic shows interest in them. I will go meet him. Coming downstairs, he called for Evelyn, who was in a room on the first floor. It had only been nearly 5 months, yet he was no longer the same Connors, just like the Seaweed clan was no longer the same. He couldn't even ensure the safety of the residents under his command. Soon, in the square outside the tribe, Connors saw Liko dressed in all black, his hair meticulously styled and his demeanor effeminate. Beside him stood the lean Kamashu, looking like a dutiful underling. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, this guy had ruthlessly whipped the little girls of the tribe? At the sight of Connors, Liko's eyes immediately lit up. He stroked his chin and chuckled softly. Chief of the Seaweed clan, it's been a long time. I wonder if you liked the gift I meticulously prepared for you last time. The gift he referred to was clearly Zilu. As Connors recalled Zilu being disfigured, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. What brings you to the Seaweed clan, Lord Liko? Connors furrowed his brows and asked directly. Liko looked at him as if he were a venomous snake, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Connors activated his vision and saw that Liko was filled with dark gray mana particles. His magic lines were moving in irregular motion, no longer in a scattered state. Liko was also a mage class who had found the path to the truth. In an instant, Connors sensed the escalating level of danger, and just from the mana alone, Liko was stronger than Evelyn. Is this the resident mage class of the Seaweed clan, Lady Evelyn? Without answering Connors, Liko turned his gaze to Evelyn, who had been standing aside. His eyes narrowed to slits, and thin wisps of tangible black smoke emanated from his body. His precious item had been snatched away by someone else. Evelyn's brows furrowed as well, her face filled with disgust and seriousness. The disgust stemmed from the fact that he was a black mage class, known in the ocean world for their volatile nature, and much of their research involved dark magic, often leading to brutal behavior.
The seriousness was due to her clear perception of the mana pulsating within Liko. He was a black mage class who had found the path to the truth, and even stronger than her.
Yes, Lord Liko.
Evelyn coldly replied, even too lazy to maintain a facade in directly showing her disgust. However, Liko seemed oblivious and continued to stare at Evelyn. As black magic lines kept emerging from Liko, resembling countless black snakes, Evelyn's expression changed, and she subtly stepped back, with her own magic lines also protruding from her body, as if a shocking magical battle could erupt at any moment.
Connors naturally couldn't allow the two to start fighting. Lord Liko, what brings you to the tribe?
Upon hearing Connors, the magic lines around Liko immediately retracted, the dangerous aura abruptly dissipating, as if the earlier killing intent had never existed. However, Evelyn remained tense. The sky was far too dangerous in her eyes.
Turning his head, Liko looked at Connors.
Not long ago, our tribe's magic seaweed had issues, consistent with previous situations involving the seaweed clan.
I wonder if Chief Connors is aware of this.
Connors shook his head, surprised that it could happen so quickly, but there was no way he would admit to it. My father is investigating the cause. Magic cannot fall ill without a reason, but we can't let it drag on like this, so I came to the seaweed clan to find out how you treat such problems, hee. While speaking, Liko kept his eyes fixed on Connors, not blinking even once, and unexpectedly, he smiled seductively, sending a shiver down Connors' spine. The tribe spent quite a bit to purchase the potion formula from a wandering mage class. It was quite an expense.
Fear aside, some things still needed to be said. 400 gold coins, I believe that is what you need right now, isn't it?
Before he could finish, Liko spoke up directly.
Connors' pupils constricted sharply. How did Liko know he exactly needed 400 gold coins to pay off a debt? Was it the Sea Zinnia Trading Company or some other merfolk?
In an instant, Connors felt as if countless eyes were fixed on him.
Who? Coughing up a mouthful of seawater, Connors forced a faint smile and said,
Since His Highness Liko already knows, I won't say much more. Buell, please bring me that sheet of white fish skin from my third drawer. To be honest, had the other people from the central region arrived, Connors might have made things difficult for them to vent some frustration, but with Liko, Connors just hoped the other party would leave the Seaweed clan quickly. As of now, he hadn't reached the point of being confrontational with the heavens, the earth, or the air. Maybe when Evelyn surpassed the sky, or when he had a few more mage-class subordinates, he could provoke the sky.
There's a saying, isn't there, play it safe and don't take unnecessary risks.
Buell quickly brought out the sheet of white fish skin. Given that Connors was prepared to set a trap for the Kelp faction, he had already made arrangements, a formula written down mixing 3 or 4 substances together, the most important part. Liko, fearing the clapping, had Kamashu, who had been standing by, place down the backpack he was carrying, which was completely stuffed with gold coins.
Colin received the white fish skin from Connors without opening it and stuffed it directly into his bosom. Is Chief Connors inviting me to sit in the tribe?
Forget it, His Highness Liko, I have some matters to attend to, so I may not be able to accommodate you later.
What a pity that would be. Liko didn't linger. It seemed his purpose for coming was just to obtain this formula, or maybe to see Connors?
Watching the two slowly drift away, Liko's lips moved, mumbling something.
Connors opened up his listening realm, and Liko's unique voice came clearly through. Kamashu, what do you think of Connors? Talented and promising, Your Highness. Indeed, far better than I was at that age.
Not at all, Your Highness. I remember you mastered your first magic at 16, recognized to be a magical genius. There's no way Connors could compare to you. You don't need to flatter me. Connors has indeed done better than I did, so the fruit is becoming increasingly exquisite.
I really want to pick it, but I can't, really can't. It's going to get even more beautiful.
If I pick it now, I won't get to see anything even more beautiful.
But I really want to taste it, really want to.
As he concluded, it seemed Liko was talking to himself, but the content gave Connors goosebumps. The sky truly was abnormal. However, this time he clearly heard an intense and overwhelming malice.
It came from Liko. Chapter 56, 1,000 years ago.
Connors was sure he had heard an emotion, Liko's emotion. As for why it fluctuated between good and bad, he didn't know, but it was definitely not a coincidence.
He hadn't completely unraveled the ears of Poseidon yet, although his indiscriminate hearing was incredibly powerful, it still paled in comparison to sight. Looking back at the common point of hearing emotions twice, first, both Evelyn and Liko were mage class, both of them were mage class who found the path to truth. Second, these emotions were directed at himself or something in particular. Evelyn, what do you think about Liko? Connors asked casually while opening his listening realm. Liko is a black mage class, seems to have a capricious temperament, but he is powerful. The chief would do well to keep his distance from him. However, I believe that once I learn basic physics, I will quickly surpass him. Evelyn was full of confidence. She had nearly mastered basic mathematics. According to Connors, she would soon begin learning basic physics and basic chemistry. She had a hunch that when she studied these two subjects, her power would skyrocket. Connors nodded but had his attention completely focused on the listening realm. This time he heard Evelyn's emotions, shifting from disgust to confidence, not through tone but a solid emotion, coming from Evelyn. That was quite remarkable. Buell, what do you think of Liko? Connors asked Buell, who had been standing on the side. I think he is very bad. Buell's thoughts were more straightforward, but Connors couldn't hear Buell's emotions in the listening realm, meaning only the mage class emotions could be detected by his ears. He just didn't know if it was only effective for the mage class that had mastered the path to truth. He would have to test it with little Jasmine. After a short while, Connors concluded that as long as they were mage class, they could perceive emotions, but only basic likes and dislikes. There was still a long way to go before mind reading. Moreover, it had to be specific, for instance, asking a mage class, "Which do you prefer?" He couldn't discern that, but "You like this." In the listening realm, Connors could clearly sense the other's attitude towards that item, whether they liked it or not. And he quickly thought of the use of this golden finger whenever a mage class joined the tribe. He would just ask, "What do you think of the seaweed clan and me? Like it? Alright, reuse. Average? Good, let us keep it and nurture it slowly. Dislike. Not good, goodbye. Malice. Sorry, you should stay. There won't be another chance to leave. This is simply a cheat tool for leaders." Connors laughed for quite a while, leaving everyone puzzled. After this incident, Connors wasted a lot of time. They could only wait until the next day to take imprints of the magic array at the ruins, which made Evelyn sulk that night, ignoring everyone. She had been looking forward to it since last night. Fortunately, early the next morning Connors called for Evelyn, who then set off with high hopes. Of course, their excuse to outsiders was that they were searching for new fishing locations for the tribe. After spending a day, Evelyn managed to slay 3 abyssal mobs, one of which was a whopping 5 meters long, before she safely made her way back to the ruins. Everything looked unchanged, but seeing Connors again was still shocking. Such a large and orderly space could only be created by humans. To achieve this, one needs to blast the mountains, and there must be gunpowder and machines, none of which exist in the sea. That is the charm of magic. I really wonder what magic was like in that era, and what kind of civilization could completely destroy this great magical civilization. Chief, I'm going to take an imprint of the magic array's contents, Evelyn quickly said. Even without entering the listening realm, Connors could tell that Evelyn was surely delighted at that moment. Watching her swim away in a flash, Connors shook his head and started his own work. Last time, he didn't linger due to time constraints, but exploring the ruins must be done inch by inch. No one knows if there is some artifact under this stone, or if that artifact is related to some important discovery. This was destined to be an extremely tedious process. After a whole day, the rubble Connors turned over was just rubble, nothing else. He ended up feeling completely exhausted. Pulling out a few pieces of pre-cut fresh meat from his backpack, Connors went to Evelyn, who was still hunched over the stone, copying something onto white fish skin. "How is it going?" Passing the fish meat, Connors casually asked. "Not good, there are many places here that are damaged, especially this large piece that has fallen off." Evelyn pointed to a spot on the wall where a section about 10 centimeters in diameter had completely detached. After all, it's been over 1,000 years, so having this much preservation is already remarkable. It's normal for damage to occur. She'll have to slowly refine and experiment on her own. However, based on my speculation, this is likely a detailed explanation of a magic array, definitely priceless.
Evelyn's eyes lit up. Not only does this involve knowledge of magic arrays, but it's also hands-on teaching.
It's everything that all mage class aspirants dream of. So what kind of magic array is this?
Connors said with great interest. It says here that this is a magic array called source array. I don't really know its specific use. It only mentions the precautions and methods for setting up the magic array.
But I guess this formation must have been quite common in the magical era.
Evelyn put down her pen, grabbed a piece of fish meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. After a long period of mental labor, she was also hungry.
Currently, the mage classes are trying to imitate the styles of the middle mage class from the magical era, but there's still quite a gap between the two.
It's like looking at a doctor's prescription in the hospital. They're all Chinese characters, yet you can't make sense of them.
This is a mentally exhausting task.
After eating some fish, the two of them went back to their own tasks. On the first day, there were no discoveries. The second day also yielded nothing. The situation continued until the fourth day, when, just as Connors' patience was wearing thin, there was finally a breakthrough in the excavation of the ruins. Under the remains of a white stone building, Connors saw a fairly corroded wooden board. However, beneath the hole in the board, instead of the seabed or a stone slab, was a space that extended downward, which stirred both of their spirits. Gently brushing his hand over the wooden board, he felt a soft, silky layer on it. This layer of swollen red substance ensured that the wooden board remained intact even after being submerged in seawater for over 1,000 years. Gripping the edge, Connors pulled hard. Crack! The wooden board shattered immediately. Connors didn't rush to jump down. Although the eternal light kept the underwater world bright during the day, even in enclosed spaces, it wasn't completely dark. Standing in a bright spot, looking down into this basement felt much like trying to see the depths of a dense forest under sunlight. You couldn't help but wonder if something might jump out. Opening the listening realm to listen carefully, he heard no movement below, which indicated that at least there were no large creatures for this week. From his pocket, he took out a glowing pearl left by that old man, and suddenly, the surroundings lit up.
Holding that pearl, Connors swam down.
The rock walls were completely embedded with white stones, with not a single gap. The space was small, with a large table made of white stone on it, accompanied by some jars and bottles.
However, from Connors' perspective, these items looked exceedingly crude.
As he glanced over the table, there was also a stone bed about 2 meters long and a stone bookshelf, but sadly for Connors, there was nothing left on the bookshelf. Aside from these larger items, there are also some small, miscellaneous objects that don't appear to have had any purpose before. The wooden planks sealing off the basement have remained undamaged, preventing any fish from entering, so the contents inside are relatively well preserved. Carefully searching through the basement, unsure if anything might still be left behind, the more I look, the more peculiar this basement seems. For example, next to the white stone table, there are shards of a broken stone bottle, an overturned stone chair, and near the exit, a stone barrel has also toppled over, suggesting a state of chaos. Connors can imagine the original owner of this basement conducting some experiments here, but for some urgent reason, they left in a hurry, accidentally breaking the bottles on the table, knocking over the stone chair, and managing to tip the barrel at the exit.
Hey! What is this?
On the side of the experimental table close to the stone wall, there was a red, open container that stood out starkly in this room of white stone.
Connors swam over, leaned down to take a look, and was instantly taken aback.
The container was stained red and held a thick, red viscous liquid, very similar to the material on the external wooden planks, which is precisely what has allowed the planks to be preserved to this day. If it were just the red liquid, it would only be a preservative, not particularly useful, but inside that red liquid is surprisingly a white fish skin booklet, already opened and filled with dense Hatamu script. Books are the most effective way to preserve civilization, and this is a book from 1,000 years ago.
This is a huge find. Chapter 57, The Diary. This is a diary.
Evelyn carefully took out the booklet soaked in red liquid. After such long immersion, the original white fish skin had been completely dyed red. Fortunately, writing in Hatamu does not require ink. The majority of the pages of the book have already stuck together, and to decipher the contents, one must rely on the keen senses of the mage class to gradually restore the original content. It's no small task, but Evelyn's face is all smiles, a diary crammed full of insights. There's so much that can be recorded within. This should be a magic apprentice's laboratory. I once read in a book that during the age of magic, only high-level mage classes had the qualifications to establish magic towers, while other mage classes either set up their own laboratories or lived in high-level mage towers as apprentices. This place, so rudimentary, could only belong to a magic apprentice, and it seems to be only a temporary setup. After surveying the area with a scrutinizing gaze, Evelyn confidently remarked, then carefully wrapped the diary in the large fish skin she had brought. Just as one would with a magic circle, it needs to be explored thoroughly when they return, as it's also a major task for the mage class. Confirming that there were no other discoveries, they finally left the basement. Before leaving, Connors specially found a large stone slab to reseal the entrance, preventing any fish from entering and damaging this millennium-old relic. The next day passed without any discoveries. Evelyn finally finished transcribing the magic circle book. This round of fieldwork ended on a positive note. Before leaving the Abyss Zone, Connors once again entered the vision, filled with the atmosphere of the Abyss Zone. The only notable feature in the vision was the massive light ring encircling the entire ridge of the Abyss Zone. Shaking his head, Connors swam carefully down the mountain with Evelyn. Gulp! In the essence of the Abyss Zone, an unknown creature chirped brightly, as if filled with joy. Lying on the bed, Connors stretched lazily. 5 days out had really worn him out. Whether they could turn the discoveries in the relic into tangible benefits would depend on Evelyn. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Evelyn managed to transcribe the more complete entries from that diary. The pages that had completely adhered together had to be left for now, but due to the legibility of the content, the disjointed timeline made for a somewhat confusing read. Year of Magic 1652, July, the experiment is halfway through. Mentor Alice suddenly summoned us all together. Although the front line is in a standoff, a high-level mages have captured a Tier 3 unrust person. My task is to assist Mentor Alice in completely dismembering it. Although evil, it is indeed a fascinating species. They have no brain, but two structures similar to brains on their spine. Yet they are too small to support thought. The Unruss are a sentient race, and how they think has perplexed Mentor Alice and us. Year of Magic 1652, August, Bill suddenly announced he is getting married. I'm truly happy for him, but once the wedding ends, he'll be heading to the front line. He's a top performer in magic offense and defense, while I'm just an ordinary herbalist student. Mentor Alice said that the mage class from the War Tower has already reached the front line, and we are all prepared for war. Year of Magic 1653, February, my preservative is nearing success. Although it's not very useful, and the mild toxin can't be used to preserve food, Mentor Alice says that as a magic apprentice, this achievement is already quite good. I still have to strive harder. I don't know why, but Mentor Alice has been looking solemn these past few days. In the magic year 1653, February, I now know what Mentor Alice is worried about, the master of the War Tower, the Great War Sage Lab. The magical dynasty has reached the front lines, and the war has begun. The Hattam race will never lose. In the magic year 1654, May, I have been in this temporary combat area half-shelf space for 4 months. The front lines have been in a stalemate. Last time I heard Mentor Alice chatting with other mage class members, the teleportation array at the bottom of the Abyss Zone is still expanding. Already 5 towers have fallen into it, but these demons seem endless, and the war is escalating. In the magic year 1655, July, I have completed the preservative, and it's non-toxic. I am just too awesome. Mentor Alice said that with this achievement, I can join the Tier 1 Mana Herb Tower. This is my lifelong dream. Now the war is at a deadlock, with 9 towers involved, but I've heard that one of the towers has been destroyed by these otherworldly demons. What will the future hold? I don't know. May the sea god bless his people. The Hattam race will ultimately achieve victory. We have never lost. There are only these 5 entries in total, with significant gaps in the time between them. A lot of the words in this diary are hard to preserve even with the preservative, and there is a large amount of white fish skin stuck together, making it difficult to discern what was originally recorded. If you give me some more time, I should be able to piece a bit back together. Evelyn added tiredly from the side. Even though it was just 5 pages, she had expended quite a bit of effort to compile them.
I understand, you should stop what you're doing and take a break. Even a mage class can't handle continuous labor like this.
I'm more worried about your health than the situation with the ruins.
Understood, Chief.
Evelyn replied softly, her eyes downcast, lost in thought.
Go back and rest. When Lena brings dinner, I will come to get you. This is Connor's request.
Every dinner time, he, Evelyn, Bull, and Lena gather together to eat in the stone house on the first floor, which gives him a warm feeling.
I wonder how my family and friends on Earth are doing. In an instant, his heart ached.
He had thought he was a lonely person, and even in this other world, he believed he had died alone in the shipwreck, without any ties. Yet, in truth, there were many things he could not let go of.
Some things, just as books say, are only realized as precious when lost.
After Evelyn left, Connors stared at the white fish skin in his hand, lost in thought. According to the diary, this area is likely a battlefield, one side being the Magic Era's Hatam race, and the other being the Anutsa tribe from the Abyss Zone. The cross-dimensional teleportation array connecting the two worlds is located deep in the Abyss Zone.
Connors couldn't help but gaze deeper into the Abyss Zone, where the underwater world's disasters began, and where his hope of returning home lie. Moreover, this secret place referred to as half-shelf space has its front line at the magic array of the Abyss Zone.
Thus, half-shelf space should function like a supply station. It could be that the master of this place fled in haste due to a failed war.
As for how this notebook ended up in a container, it's anyone's guess. It might have accidentally fallen in, or it might have been intentionally placed there.
This also mentions Lab, the master of the Magic Dynasty and the War Tower, a sage whose arrival signifies the beginning of battle.
In other words, the war officially started between the seabed and the Abyss Zone in February of the magic year 1653. Legend has it that there were 9 towers during the Magic Era, each representing the pinnacle of a certain aspect of magic. The War in Tier 1 Mana Herb Tower mentioned here should be among those 9. Just how powerful is the Anutsa tribe?
9 towers, 9 sages, it must have taken a great strategy to annihilate such a civilization. After witnessing the magic of truth, Connors is filled with awe towards magic.
Though not an omniscient deity, it certainly possesses the capabilities of a creator.
As the sage closest to the truth, even if he cannot reach the level of eternal light, he is likely at the level that can seal the entire the Abyss Zone.
A mere flick could probably destroy an entire tribe.
However, the 9 towers, the 9 sages, have still been wiped out by the Anutsa tribe. Additionally, there is a deep concern the essence of the Abyss Zone is still raging at the seabed.
If the Abyss Zone invades again, what can the current underwater world use to defend itself? Especially since the Seaweed clan is among the first to be affected. Mage class? In the Magic Era, the Mage class was merely a slightly more advanced type of soldier. The gap is simply too vast.
Liko returned to the Kelp faction and handed the recipe in his hand to the new Tier 1 Mana Herb officer. The tribe's crisis was resolved effortlessly, or perhaps it wasn't much of a crisis at all. Kelp faction is not Seaweed clan, and they had enough strength to address the issue.
If pushed to the limit, they could resort to force, just take what they wanted.
The disparity in power between the two sides was so vast that the circle Connors could maneuver in was simply too small. 400 gold coins was already considered a decent outcome.
However, resolving the problem doesn't mean the issue is over. Just as Liko said, there's no reason for the magical seaweed to fall ill without cause. If it was caused by the Seaweed clan, it would have happened years ago, so why now?
In the Kelp faction, the matter of the magical seaweed is of utmost importance. A large-scale investigation spread from the upper echelons of the Kelp faction downward.
Chapter 58, What Liko Loves.
Angus cautiously closed the door of the little seaweed shop, stealing a glance outside as it closed, breathing a sigh of relief only after confirming no one was there. Just the night before, the nephew from the fishing team, Lepo, sent him a letter warning him not to mention the incident where they brought outsiders close to the tribe that day, stating he spent a fortune to keep the few fishermen they spotted that day quiet. The magical seaweed's illness suddenly appeared inexplicably, and the upper echelons of the tribe, especially the mage class, directed their suspicions towards whether someone deliberately poisoned the magical seaweed, with the Seaweed clan being the prime suspect after all. their tier 1 mana herb once suffered from the same ailment but was cured. There is animosity between both sides, the conditions and motives align, making it all the more likely.
But the seaweed clan has now become independent.